cause the effect.
It
Very simple.
it either supports your hypothesis or disproves your hypothesis.
Well, even if we disagree, let's just wait till the other person's finished and then offer a rebuttal after.
Dark,
Somebody's
you gotta mute
miking.
your microphone when you're not talking. What the fuck, dude?
I am talking.
Why is it so noisy when you're not saying anything?
There's a
Because I
clicking
also work.
sound.
I also work for a living. You
Oh,
know?
right. So mute your microphone when you're not talking.
No, phone's in my pocket. If you want to server mute me, server mute me. I mean, you do it anyway.
Okay.
So I have a hypothesis. I've got some water right here, and I think that if I put it in the freezer, that it's going to freeze. Now I can test that, and it freezes. So I say, okay, now I take this water and I put it in a pan and I put it on the stove and boil it until it completely evaporates and turns to steam. So my hypothesis is that water can be a liquid, a solid, or a gas. Now, if I go ahead and boil that water and it turns to steam, and I put it in the freezer and it turns to ice, that would support the ideas. Would that not prove it?
Um. Are you saying that it only has those three phases?
No, I said that I can take water, which is a liquid, and I
Right.
could freeze it and it turns it into a solid, or I could heat it up and boil it until it turns into a gas.
Okay.
So if I can go ahead and demonstrate that and it's repeatable time after time after time, that would support my claim that you boil water and it turns to steam, you freeze water and it turns to ice. Now, the evidence would support that because you can try that again and again and again, and you're never going to get different results.
It's two
So
different
my
states of water.
hypothesis was proven.
There are actual ways where you can like manipulate the pressure, and where as soon as it's boiling, but it's not hot, and as soon as it boils, it instantly goes back to turning to water. There's like a certain pressure temperature range where it's combines like all those three things, so there's a constant change. So I mean, but
Well,
yeah,
here on
you're
Earth, we have a normal atmospheric pressure of 14.6, 14.7 psi, roughly.
not all
So
over the place.
I'm not going to, at sea level,
Yeah.
for the most part, you have an average atmospheric pressure or
Yes,
a pressure of our environment of about 14.6. Would that not be true?
yes.
Okay. So let's not talk about any other pressure going into the vacuum of space or going into some kind of pressure container. Just right here on Earth, if we take that water, the same water that we see out there in the ocean and that comes from our faucet, and if we freeze that water, we take it to 32 degrees Fahrenheit or below, would that not freeze and turn into a solid?
Yeah, we observed that water has multiple different phases. Yeah, it's just an observation
Okay.
that water is ice, water
Now,
is
now
liquid, water is air. It's just an
st-
observation.
still living here on the planet Earth,
Okay.
and I'm a few feet above sea level, so it's roughly around 14.6. I don't know exactly what the air pressure is right here, but I just made a pan of water and I boiled it, and I could see steam coming up. So once again, getting to the fact of doing a scientific test, coming up with a theory, testing that theory, putting up different
Well,
variables with that water, like changing the temperature to either hot or cold. So I've tested that. You could test that. You could come out with the same results. So would that not prove the fact that water can turn to ice when you bring it down to freezing, and it can turn into steam when you bring it up above boiling?
yes, but you're not explaining the theory very well. You're not explaining at what temperature, at what pressures. That's where the science comes in. That's where, like, that's how it is. It's like, okay,
Well,
I know at
I,
this
I,
pressure,
I
and then
believe,
you
I
can make
believe I said the
novel.
pressure was going to be
Yeah,
14.6. That was one of the things
yeah.
that we
So you
just
can
mentioned a
make.
minute ago.
So
And I
now
also
you're
said
using
that we
science to
could
prove
freeze the
novel
water
predictions.
below
Like, okay,
32 degrees. So I
so
did
I
mention
predict
the
at this
temperature,
air pressure,
and
the
water
boiling point
boils
will
at
be this.
212 degrees Fahrenheit. So I do have those temperatures specified there for you. Wouldn't that be something that you could go ahead and test for yourself and validate?
Yeah, we observe water in all the three phases on Earth. No problem. We don't need a scientific experiment to show that. We observe it. We observe water in liquid, we observe water in the
So,
air, and we observe water as ice. It's just an observation. Now, if you want to talk about the theory of how water, like of the physical changes from each phase, then you have to talk about the pressure. You have to talk about the temperature. You have to talk about all these different variables, and then you can use experiments to make hypotheses about at what point will water turn to a solid? At what point will water turn to a vapor? At what point will it do this? And that's where the science comes in. Now you can make a prediction like, okay, I see this is how water acts at this pressure at this thing. I hypothesize that at a lower pressure, it'll boil quicker. And that's where you start taking the temperature of the water. At what point does it start to boil? That's where the science comes in. Just seeing it in its three different phases. That's
So-
boring.
Sorry.
So,
I'm just going to. Sorry, Mixer.
using, go ahead.
If I can just come in. Science doesn't come in to tell us that when you put water and raise it to this temperature, it will evaporate to steam or freeze. We observe
Yes, it
that.
does.
The science comes in to tell us why it does it at those temperatures.
No,
Why
it doesn't.
turns to
It doesn't.
ice, why it turns to steam, how it turns to ice, how it turns to steam. That's where the science comes in. You
Yeah,
don't need
the
science to
properties of-
observe water boiling.
No, not to observe it boiling, but to know at what temperature it will begin to boil at a certain pressure.
Again, that comes into why it turns into water, how it turns into water. They're the questions science addresses.
Right.
To tell
Yeah,
us
the fact.
and
Yeah,
explain the behavior
observation
of water.
that water is liquid, ice, and air is just boring. We observe these states. The science is at what temperature, at what causes it go from a liquid to a gas. Is it just the heat? Is it the pressure? Is it a combination of those things? That's where the hypothesis comes.
Yeah.
Like, you guys don't like this. We observe the world to be a globe. We observe it. We see it. We have cameras that show it. We observe it.
But we could also be
Well,
observing
other than in
only the
television
things
and in
we're
doctored up
shown.
photographs, I've never
Yeah.
seen it as a globe. I see the Earth as being flat. I experience it as being flat.
Yeah, on your local level, it is flat because
Yes.
it's local level.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm saying.
So, what do
Yeah.
you guys think about the new satellites you're going to launch to measure the gravity waves? ESA is working on that right now.
For whoever was stating that science doesn't prove anything, I've dropped a couple of citations in the chat for you. The first one's at 1 minute past the hour. Biology for Majors 2 from Lumen Learning. Forming a hypothesis when conducting scientific experiments, researchers develop hypotheses to guide experimental design. Hypothesis is a suggested explanation that is both testable and falsifiable. You must be able to test your hypothesis, and it must be possible to prove your hypothesis true or false.
Would you consider the flat Earth a hypothesis?
No, because
Why not?
shapes have nothing to do with science. Shapes have to do with
It does.
geometry.
Yeah.
It's not a
Actually has
scientific
something to
question.
do.
What
It
is the
is.
And then we have another
geometry of the
citation
Earth
here.
then?
We have another citation here from Genome. Students are taught that the proper way to do science is through the following steps. First, devise a hypothesis, and then design experiments that will prove or disprove their theory.
Yes.
And add
So-
peer
Yes.
review after it as well, and preferably an empirical
No,
method.
no peer review garbage. Okay, and another one.
peer
Thought
review.
code. Testable
What?
hypothesis.
But who
Requirements for a
proves it then?
testable hypothesis in order to be considered
You can't
testable.
get rid
Two
of the peer
criteria
review
must be
if
met.
it has to be
It
falsifiable.
must be possible to prove that
AG,
the hypothesis
the
is
testing?
true.
My
Right,
friend,
and you
AG?
also
Stop
said it
talking
has to
over
be-
me.
Wait,
I'm
hey,
giving
hang
you
on.
the citations, and now
AG.
you're all butthurt and crying. Stop
AG,
talking over me.
who
Stop
does the
said it-
talking
testing?
over me like little girls.
You said it has
You
to
got
be
your
falsifiable, which
citations.
is where the peer
You-
reviews
you
comes
s-
in. The peer reviews
said
come in
peer
with
reviews
No,
are
falsification.
peer review does not falsify it. You need to go and do some study on peer review,
Who
yeah?
does the
Peer review
testing?
is throwing out
AG,
what doesn't match with their current paradigm.
AJ, who does the testing?
No, don't change the subject right now
No,
off
no, no,
of
no,
the,
no, no,
of the
No, it's very
citations that I've just
important,
dropped into the
AJ.
chat.
It's
AJ,
relevant.
Drop
it's
three
very important for
citations.
the
If you're going to
scientific
keep talking
process.
over me, I'm going to mute you. Very simple.
Might makes
Hey.
right again.
I think you don't really comprehend the citation you just read to us, and you're
No,
missing
I think you
a
don't
little flaws
comprehend.
in
It's
it.
very clear, yeah? I have
Yeah, he's a
citations
good
there.
man.
Go and read them. I've read them for you.
Yes.
Science and the scientific method is either going to prove your hypothesis correct or
Yes.
incorrect. So
Yes,
science
and-
will prove your hypothesis. So
Who
science
does the
does,
testing,
in
AJ?
fact,
We're talking about the testing because you're
required
not
to
clear
prove
what testing
things.
is.
AJ,
Science
who does the
establishes
testing?
a cause and effect relationship, and you need to prove your hypothesis
AJ,
correct.
Exactly.
does
I
the test?
agree.
Exactly. Stop talking
Yes.
over
AJ.
the top of me.
You haven't answered. Who does the testing?
Who does what testing?
The testing
It's
of your
not sequitur to the
hypothesis.
citation.
It's not a non sequitur. It's in the citation you
Who's
just
doing
posted.
the testing? Who's doing
Yeah,
the
who does
testing?
it? Yeah,
No,
who
the
does
question should be, what is the testing?
tell
Yeah,
her.
how are
AJ.
we manipulating the independent variable?
Yeah, how
I
do
would
you
imagine-
independently
Yeah.
test it? Who does the independent testing? Is it you, the one who brought up the hypothesis?
Sorry,
Are you the one doing the
does
testing?
who does the testing?
Who does
person-
independent
Well, it
testing?
depends.
Yes.
I would say the
That's
person
a
who
really
makes a
silly question,
hypothesis.
Well, it depends. Yeah.
No, that
Well,
would be
In
the
what setting
bias.
well, it depends in what setting you're working in. Yeah, it could be a team of people working together. It could be a team of scientists. It could be an individual.
So,
It could be the
AJ.
person making the
You're scientific
hypothesis
theorist?
AJ,
You're
who's
a scientific
witnessed
theorist?
the occurrence.
You're a scientific
Speedy,
theorist?
just a second.
You're a scientific
AJ,
theorist? Test it.
for example, you come up with the hypothesis and you do the testing and you do the validation. It's only you doing the whole thing. Nobody else does anything.
Well, it depends on, again, where you're working, the setting you're working in, who
no,
you're
your
working with,
citation
whether
doesn't
you're in a
depend.
team of people. There's teams of scientists that work on certain situations.
So the
and certain
teams that come up
questions.
with a theory, they test
What
the
is that?
damn thing themselves.
What
Sorry
does
to
that
interrupt. Am I in the
have
right
to
place?
do-
Excuse
what
me.
does
Sorry
that
to
have
interrupt.
to do with the citations that have
AJ.
have been given
It's
show
very, very
AJ,
important
can you hear me?
because
in
you,
fact
Sorry to interrupt.
does
AJ.
Can you hear me?
prove something?
AJ, can you hear me?
AJ, you
Am I
threw
right?
out
Yes,
peer review out the window.
This is going very badly. Am I
It
in the right
is.
place? I'm sorry to interrupt you guys.
Yes, please
Am I
speak.
in the
no,
right
you're
place?
not, Nathan. There's if you go down to events, I believe that we have to go into and the event room, and then someone's required to start the event.
The event
AJ,
room.
It's
Oh,
important
yeah,
to understand what
jump out.
testing means because it's simplified for you to
Can
understand.
you just be
that what
quiet for a
testing
minute, or
is
I'm
an
going to
empirical
mute you
model.
because I'm talking to Nathan right now. Shut up. Just let me have a look, Nathan. Sorry, I apologise.
Yeah, I've scrolled up and down 2 or 3 times before I interrupted. I'm really sorry to interrupt your really good discussion.
Really good discussion. They're just denying that science proves anything here, and denying the citations they believe.
That's all it does. Wait, let's not get into that. Hopefully I can get out of your
No,
way so you
we're
can carry on arguing.
Yeah, so right above there's a thing called the happenings, and right below the happenings is the AMA event, and right now it's locked. So I think someone's got one of the moderators have to open it.
Okay.
Yeah, they'll probably do it closer to the event. Maybe I can just message Aurora.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Like, see, message
Still
Aurora
oh,
say to unlock
happenings.
it.
Under
Yeah, so
happenings, there's breaking news, war room, question of the day, and questions discussion.
yeah, and there's one more. Well, we see it. The moderators will see it. It says Flat Earth AMA, but it has a lock icon on it. Here, I'll show.
Okay.
I'll take a screenshot.
For us, this is it for today. So until that's happening, we'll just sit here and listen to you guys. If that's okay with you.
Oh, yes, sir.
Sorry to interrupt.
Well, I'm not seeing happenings. I saw it under events, but I'm using a computer screen, not a
Oh
phone.
yeah, maybe it's a little bit different. 'Cause I think
I'm
under
just
the
messaging
event.
now.
Okay. Yeah, I see it too.
See if she
It's
gets
under
back to
events
me.
also. So it's posted 2 places. So I wonder which one they're going to use then. Yeah, apparently there's 69 people who have signed up for it. So that's the most. I mean, like, there isn't any event
69?
even close to that. Yeah. The biggest event ever was the Theist Helpline that had 32. So you're over double the next event.
I don't really know what that means, but great. You sound positive in your tone, so that sounds good to me.
Yeah, the amount of engagement so far has been really high. So people are really showing interest.
Was that when Ken Hovind came to the Theist Experience?
Yeah, I think that's the one, wasn't it?
Wow, dude, doing good, Nathan.
Yeah.
I didn't really follow what that meant. I don't really know what you're talking about. I'm really sorry.
Well, Ken Hovind's kind of like a popular reoccurring character for the server.
I know Kent Hovind is.
Oh, okay. So 32 people said they were interested in hearing Kent Hovind talk, and you're at 69 right now.
Nice. That sounds like a god-awful number. Especially for Kent Hovind. What's going on? 69 people. Okay. Is that good? Because that sounds terrible. That's why I'm saying I don't really understand what you're saying, because 69 people taking part. That sounds god-awful, isn't it?
Well, now
That's
it's
only
70.
interested.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, great. If you say that's good.
Like RSVPs.
Yeah, it's really high. That's what I'm saying.
Guys.
'Cause normally the event will be like lots of people, but not everyone clicks interested. But really, generally, the only people, yeah, now it's 71. So just people are clicking in real time. It's only going to go up.
I just clicked that I'm interested.
Yeah.
Haven't heard back from her yet. Or Aurora, if she go.
Any of you in here amongst the 69? 71?
Yes. I'm a flat earther.
Jolly good.
I got my hand held up here. I'm interested.
Well, hopefully Aurora will open up the Q&A and we'll get into it. I did say 3:30 to them, thinking we'd do a full live show. Then I just changed my mind. I thought, well, if we're going to faff around in politics server because there's something that might go wrong, or I don't get in there, or my sound fails, or something like that, I might as well have an hour of actually being in there, chatting to the general populace of the server. You're not under the constraints of that Q&A room currently, obviously.
Yeah, it'll be like a stage event where you'll be able to click people you want to come up to the stage. So no one will be able to talk except for you and anyone you've turned their mic on.
I hope there's someone else in there to actually manage that and they pick them for me, because I've struggled to get here, get in the rooms. I'm so terrible with Discord. I don't know what I'm doing. I had to literally have somebody send me a link to get me into this room because I didn't know how to do it, or to get me to the politics server. Anyway.
Yeah, I'm sure there's someone who would volunteer to do that. What will happen is they'll post a question and then raise their hand, and then you'll be able to click them, or someone else, whoever you want to manage it, will be able to click them, and you can send them an invite to talk on the stage.
Cool.
Are we in the 24/7? Or are we in politics?
We're in politics currently.
Politics are you at the moment?
Lots of
okay.
people we don't know.
What's up, everybody?
Good afternoon,
So-
or good evening, or good morning.
Morning, Nathan. Good
Morning
morning,
from me.
panel.
Morning.
Yo.
What we're currently doing would typically be a flat Earth debate pre-show, so that I know everything's functioning. I've gone live and not really done a pre-show. So if you're watching this live, this is what a pre-show would normally be like, a warm-up. We do actually have an audience. So you're aware?
Oh.
Are you guys fans of the show, Flat Earth Debate?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I'm in there when I can get in there, and I do a fair bit with Righteous Force as well, with his Bible study and a few other things.
Best show on YouTube, Nathan.
Oh, thank you. Who was that? Really appreciate it.
That was Duncan.
I know Duncan. That's who got
Was
me
me?
on.
What are you talking about?
How's everybody?
We're waiting to do a Q&A. Joining the
Nathan,
general.
how are you?
Very well.
Yes,
Hey,
I think you
is
should
it?
start. Yes, I think we're starting in about an hour.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Can
40
you
minutes.
open it? Is there a way to open it now? Olive?
Nah.
Yeah, we're gonna start in about 30 minutes. We're just waiting for
Okay.
some couple of things. But yeah, so who from here is gonna host with me? Because I have to manage some of you people. We'll talk about this in a bit.
You sound like an authority here. I am.
Yeah, he's stepping in. Oliver's stepping in for Aurora.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I was asked to host this event.
Well, thank you very much. Hopefully, you know how to allow people to speak and answer the questions. I don't know how to use Discord, just so you're aware.
Yeah.
So I'm probably going to be leaning on you quite a lot.
Yeah, that's my pleasure. So we're gonna obviously have this revolve around you. We'll have people ask you questions, and if you want to bring them up, you can obviously have a one-on-one dialogue with them as well.
Cool. Read your server rules.
Yeah, they're pretty straightforward. As long as no one's inciting violence, saying any slurs, everything's okay.
Like YouTube's terms of service, to be honest, there's nothing, absolutely nothing out of the ordinary in there that I found. I'm like, well, they're not exactly asking much. It's just standard fare, right? So you don't get destroyed and removed. So I'm like, okay, yeah, all of this stuff is just anti-cancellation, isn't it?
It's literally so whatever Discord. So Discord is owned by. I mean, it operates under California jurisdiction. So whatever California law says, Discord really abides by. There's pretty much nothing out of the ordinary.
Depending on how you class societal rules, but yes.
Yeah, I would say that Discord is a bit more progressive than people would like to say, but besides that, it's all fair in game. I'll be back in a second.
Thank you for helping, and thanks in advance. When we get into the Q&A room, what do you say? We'll jump in about half an hour.
Yeah, he just left. That's what the plan is.
Okay.
And then they'll have. I'll just read some of the notes. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna have people post a text message. Oliver, or someone else will read the text message, and you can answer it verbally or bring the person up onto the stage to have a more free flow conversation about the question.
It's free for all till then, ladies and gentlemen. Like I say, I'll go on mute and listen to your conversation, see how the flow of things are, because I'm new here.
Very good. Well, where we were at was we were told that science doesn't prove anything, and I just dropped 3 citations into the chat, and someone thinks it's relevant to ask the question on who does the testing.
I have a question for you since I work in, I'm not going to say where. Anyway, I was at a meeting on Tuesday, and this year, specifically for the group I'm in, we have to strictly use the scientific method for our research and development. What do you think of that?
What are you researching and developing?
Oh, it doesn't matter. But most companies
Are
don't
you
tell you
witnessing
to strictly use the scientific method, which means we are going to follow it exactly as we're supposed to this time. It's not my group. Our group was brought into this group, I guess, to show them how to do it. So that's what we're doing this year. We're new group formed, research and development, strictly follow that. Those are the rules. And here's your budget of $1 million. We said, okay.
What observed phenomenon are you studying?
We have thousands of different things that people are going to come to us with.
Give me an example.
I cannot do that.
Oh, man.
What do you mean by prove?
Would you like to read the citations again? Read them out for you.
No, just briefly. Do you mean like colloquial or logical proof?
A causes B or A does not cause B.
Correct.
Yeah, but what do you mean by prove?
I just told you A causes B or A does not cause B.
That's not proof.
No, it's a hypothesis. Proof would be to vary A and see if it does cause B or does not cause B. Once it does or does not, you've got proof of either or. Either proof it is causing it or proof it isn't causing it. Once you vary it.
So it's not going to be colloquial, is it? Not going to be informal evidence.
There's presumably a reason why Mr. Nice's company have appointed him or his team or whatever it is that he's being vague about to employ a methodology that only offers an empirical outcome at the end of it. Then you've got an empirical outcome at the end of it. Okay, proof. Useful. So we've particularly...
I'm curious.
My bad. Go ahead.
Well, I'm just curious why anybody would say, well, science doesn't prove things, then what does? Because if you don't want to prove anything or you don't believe anything can be proved, then why even have an argument about anything at all? Just believe what you want and call it a day.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You end up in a very sketchy place where we don't know anything. And where do you go from there? Like, if you bring extra information,
science proves things.
If
They
you
used
bring
to do
extra
that
information to a
a
thing
while
like
ago.
previously unknown, sorry, we're speaking at the same time. I was just going to say that if you bring something unknown before that comes into this hypothesis, then the experiment changes. That's pretty simple. I don't know why we ended up in this. Well, I do know why, because this is the state of the world that they want the place, you know, that we don't know anything, especially our history.
They want you to believe that you know something. When you're told something that's not necessarily true, but they need you to believe that it is, so they just slap the word science on. And then to get around that web of lies, they have to introduce all sorts of disclaimers and get-arounds for why it isn't proving things. Like, science is always adapting when it's an empirical method. It's typically just the bullshitters who will do that.
Yeah, I was going to say before, I mean, one of the major changes is that, because they used to tell us science proves things, right? Most of these people used to assert that science rules the globe, right? And all we kind of had to do was say, all right, show us. Here's your science for the globe, which is already a category error off the rip. But where is it? Show us. And slowly over the years, it went from science proves the globe, flurf, to us. What do you mean? Science doesn't prove anything, guys. What do you mean?
Good summary. That's why we're involved in it. I was going to say before I yielded to you, whoever was speaking a second ago, we don't really have much skin in this scientific race as flat earthers. the reason we cover it is because there's so many pseudoscientists who claim to prove the globe with science. Hence, we have ended up saying, okay, well, what science do you have? What do you understand to be science? When you can show that it's a set in stone empirical method for establishing the cause of an effect, and they don't have it, they don't have science. It's more exposing people who claim science when they don't have it, as opposed to us actually having necessarily any phenomena that we need to study. We don't, as far as I know.
Well, I'm finding that they're upset with us that we have shown that what they call science is only pseudoscience, and we've become the enemies, not the shysters or the con men. It's the ones who've exposed that everything that they built their faith on is just baseless.
Yeah, we become the bad guy.
Well, by proof, what I meant is logical necessity.
Could you expand on that?
Yeah. If the argument is sound and valid, then the conclusion necessarily follows. That's what I mean by proof.
So nothing to do with science, then?
Logical consistency is perfectly valid, though. Yeah.
What is not a logical consistency. What is just what is. That's irrelevant to what is.
In case in point, instead of actually showing you the science that they can prove, they want to talk about what does prove mean. It's decoy.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems pretty simple, yeah? It's either going to prove your hypothesis correct or prove it to be incorrect. Prove you're null. Can't get much simpler.
Isn't this delightful? Very little contentious so far.
You think that earlier that was Brenda? Brenda was talking about there's no proof, but said dog bones are proof of clocks, or
Yeah,
proof
that's
of a
not
shoe.
correct. That's not correct, Crit.
Or proof of a shoe.
No.
Is a shoe.
No, none of those.
Nathan, how do you
The
want
hypothesis for the shoe.
Nathan, how do you want people to ask you questions from in here?
Don't care. It's free for all in here. Do whatever. If it descends into chaos, so be it. We'll just end up moving into the other room quicker, I guess. Like I say, so far so good. I think contentious. Clit's already summarised why we would be discussing whether or not science proves things. There's very little science to offer from our opposing side, so getting into the wrangle-dangle of whether or not it proves things is what they do. Chocolate's already summarised it.
Well, then how do you respond to Karl Popper's criticism of induction, that it does not lead to a necessary truth?
Today, is there an example that you're trying to prove with it?
Scientific method does not rely on induction, it relies on abduction.
Yeah, abductive inferences are formally, they are logically fallacious. They affirm the consequent.
Citation, please.
Stanford Internet Encyclopedia of Philosophy on abduction. Right, and inductive.
I'm guessing they're not using abduction. Because they're not using if A then B, if A not B. They're probably using a form of deduction and then explaining how that's fallacious. It's usually what happens.
Well, inductive inferences are different than deductive inferences. You understand that, of course.
Yes, and abductive is different than both of those. You understand that, of course.
No, it's not. Abductive inferences are basically inductive that are logically fallacious because they affirm the consequent. Abductive
No,
inferencing
abductive.
is it's inference to the best explanation.
And that's how you end up
No,
with
abductive.
donuts being space-time. Brother, you said some doozies over the years, man.
Yeah, it's just standard logic.
A donut is the space-time?
I'm sorry, what?
You said a donut is space-time?
Yeah, the hole in donut is space-time. The distance between 2 points is space-time.
A line is space time. Really?
Show us that.
Of course not. She ain't going to show abductive logic being
No, no.
fallacious. She ain't going to show anything.
you
She's
show
going to
I can
cite
show you.
something and never prove it.
Abductive inferences are fallacious because if A then B, B therefore A. That's an inductive inference, and that's logically fallacious.
No, not A. It's not. It's
I
not
told
the.
you
It's
she
not
ain't
the.
paying attention.
It's not the counter positive. It's A causes B or A doesn't cause B. You can't have two simultaneously coexisting. If you say, if I vary this, that will happen, but also if I vary this, it won't happen. They can't simultaneously exist alongside each other. So that's why when you, in an experiment, vary presumed cause, it can only do one of those two things. Either A causes B, or A doesn't cause B. If you vary it and nothing happens, tick, you've proven the null. A didn't cause B. You varied it, nothing happened, that's proof it didn't cause it. Likewise, if you vary it and something happens, then it can't also not cause it, so you've proven the cause. That's how science works.
Yeah, but that's only the case in the case of a true dichotomy. Not all hypotheses are true dichotomies.
Not a dichotomy, because the two can't simultaneously coexist. It's one can only be put through the method and shown to be true. As an individual statement, it doesn't make any logical sense. It's not a logical statement to say A causes B and A doesn't cause B. That makes absolutely no sense. It's a suppositional statement yet to be validated.
Right. That's how you disprove things, is by showing a contradiction. You're correct.
I'm not correct.
I have a question about space-time
It's
and
just
the
the
donut.
scientific method. Me being correct is just that's the method of science. Meanwhile, what about space-time? Where do we see that? Can you show it us?
Yeah, space
I think
time.
he mentioned just a moment ago that it's in the middle of a donut. That's where you find space-time. So I was just wondering, if I ate that donut and there's no more space between that donut, does that mean that I just ended space-time?
That's nonsense.
That was just a humorous illustration. Space-time is a distance metric over a manifold.
Distance is distance. Distance
Just
can be
a quick
measured in
one.
one of the three dimensions. One of the length, breadth, and time. My bad. Length, breadth, and depth dimensions. Intentional and deliberate slip.
In Hayton.
1 sec. Brenda's being asked something. You're talking straight. Very rude. Brenda's not going to get happy quick. She'll start rumpusing everyone.
No, I tried very hard not to do that.
Really good. It is you I'm talking to, Sam.
Yeah, space-time is the invariant property, right? Simply distance. The distance is without considering time. That isn't invariant.
I'm not asking what it isn't. Distance is easily describable in one of the three dimensions that we do actually experience. You've said that that's time. It isn't. Distance isn't time. It's not.
In order to locate an object, you need to provide where it is and when it is.
Right?
Yeah, so that's four.
No, you don't, because you only exist in the present. This is silly. Why do you keep talking?
Of course you exist in the past. Of course you do.
Can you show me that? That's the third time I've asked.
Oh yeah, there are events in which, or observers in which, the past for one observer.
Brenda, he asked you to show him, which means you should have an example ready.
Just detailing one.
Yeah, when particles move at relativistic speeds, the future of one particle can be in the past of another.
Right, where does that get shown as an example?
These are fairly standard scientific results that show that the past for one observer will experience, the future.
Brenda, you're blowing it. You're blowing it.
I really don't need any help. Thank you, though. I'm trying to get you to show me something. It shows a fourth dimensional time.
Yeah, it is the coordinates necessary, right, to uniquely identify something, because it simply is an experimental observable fact, right, that for some particles, their future is in another particle's past.
I heard your claim. I'm asking
Yeah.
where I'm shown that.
Through experimental observation.
Okay, so what was the experiment called? What was the independent variable? And what was the observed phenomena then?
Well, for instance, when cosmic rays strike the upper atmosphere, they generate muons. The muons experience time because they're traveling very fast. They experience time slower than we do.
It's another way of saying she can't show this. This is just ridiculous. It's all presupposition and it's
I just told you
ridiculous. She's not going to show you. She can't.
I just told you. The particle decay, the decay time for
coordinates,
muons is slow.
Describing coordinates of something, and said it was experimentally valid. So, what's the natural phenomena? Is it the observation of muons?
It's the time it takes for a muon to decay.
No. So far, you've given us coordinates. It doesn't demonstrate a fourth dimensional time. The reason is because it's only in existence in Einstein's mathematics. That's where it exists. It doesn't exist in physical reality. And you know that because he labelled it such. Pseudo-Riemannian for space-time geometry is pseudo. It's definitely not scientifically validated. Even Einstein, the man who invented it, labelled it pseudo. That's a geometry. That's descriptions in maths. That's not anything in physical reality, Brenda.
Oh, so pseudo there doesn't mean what you seem to think it means. It simply refers to
I think
not a.
I've been offered muons. Are they the observed phenomena in the experiment? It's not segue. That's what I was on.
The time it takes for them to decay is longer when they're created by cosmic rays because they travel at relativistic speeds.
The time they take to decay, how long they decay isn't a dimension, is it?
Time is, yes.
Right, you described how long something decays in a given period. That's not a dimension. That's how long something decays by way of a description arbitrarily ascribed by us when we deliver the concept that we note as time. When things pass through our known existence. That's how we describe them. It isn't a dimension.
You're just repeating the claim.
You're yet to show me a pseudo fourth dimension of time.
I did. I gave you the observation that muons take longer to decay when they're created in the upper atmosphere because they're traveling at relativistic speeds.
You said it was science, and I said, what's the dependent variable observed phenomena then? Is it muons? No answer. Is it muons? Second time I'm asking. Is it muons that is the quote from you? Scientific part of it? That'd be dependent variable. Is that what the dependent variable is or not?
Right. So observations are part of science.
Yeah, I got it. observation, muon. So therefore, muon, yes. Dependent variable, Nathan, yes. Or no, not the dependent variable. Which is it? It's the fourth time I've asked.
Yeah, when muons are not traveling at relativistic speeds, they decay much quicker.
I heard that 4 times. Is that the dependent variable in this science? Yes or no?
It's not an experimental setup, it's an observation.
So when you said it was science, you were just doing what we discussed in the pre-show where we say people who don't have science lie, call things that are pseudoscience and made up garbage and pseudo fourth dimensions. They call them science like you just did. So it's not experimental, therefore not science like you boldly lied about. What an outrage. So when it comes down to the nitty-gritty of what you've actually bullshitted about and said is science, it isn't, making you a liar. So why are you lying to us about it being science? And I've already taken it to pieces as pseudo-geometry from Einstein. It's not science, you're a liar. I don't want to talk to this person anymore. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a liar. You said it was science and it isn't. I don't like being lied to. I don't like me having to ask you 4 times what the independent variable is while you weasel and worm your way around the fact you haven't got one and then tell me it's not experimental, therefore not science, making you an outright bloody liar.
And that's false. Observations are part of science.
Establish what science was before this discussion. Independent and dependent variables, causes and effect established through experiments. Not experimental, you say? End of your time here. End of your discussion point. End of your lies that it's science. What part of this aren't you getting? We called you on your lies when you said it was science. It isn't. Not experimental, therefore you are a liar when you call it science. No, it isn't. You just need to hijack that term to make your garbage sound more palatable to people who are ignorant. That's all you've done. I'm tired of talking to you because you've annoyed me because you've lied about having science. Everybody on this panel understands what it is. We discussed it before this opened up as a discussion about space-time. A pseudo-geometry.
It's not pseudo-geometry.
That's what it's called by Einstein, the man who invented it. That's his label for his geometry of 4D space-time. He called it pseudo. And he labelled it. It's a geometry, for a start.
It's a
pseudo fourth-dimensional
reification
space-time's a
fallacy from-
geometry. Geometry is maths. That's not physics.
Does that mean I can't find space time in the middle of my donut?
It's a non-existent
Anyway,
geometry
it's all right.
invented by a man called Einstein that doesn't have any physics for it.
Yeah, Brenda failed.
Yeah, and I would say Brenta is the only one that is trying to say he can describe the time. Nobody has been able to do that, really. We can talk about the philosophy of it, that there's a progression. It's about you're a child that you grow. That's time from child to adult. That's part of some progression. That's all we can say. We cannot say what time is. Time is a concept. So,
Correct.
but really it is, no, nobody is able to answer this question. Brent is here trying to explain what it is. It's just hilarious. Thank you.
Well, she hid behind a damn composition fallacy after she was called out for lying and saying that observation is part of the scientific method, therefore it is science. No, that ain't how that works. Can't claim a part of a process to claim the whole process. They just no. And if she's as smart as she says she is, she should know that. That has to be
She's being tricky, John. She's trying to be tricky.
Brenda once said that looking at something is science. Literally, I was
And there
like,
you have it.
She just did
okay,
that now. That's
I'm
what
looking
she's-
at a door right now. Am I doing science? And the answer was yes.
She did that now.
That's who
So
you're
why are we
talking
even
to.
talking to her anymore then?
No,
it's a shoe.
Summarizing the end of the discussion. The reason you've got pseudo-Riemannian force space-time as a necessity, because the former notion of mass attracting mass to hold you to a spinning water ball flying through a sky vacuum after taking flat Earth measurements to reify said radial value into a spherical value was debunked by gas behaviour 109 years ago. And you've got to have a convoluted gaggle screw of fourth dimensional space-time bending so you can simply move the scale 1. So when you're sat doing nothing, you're not at 1, you're at 0 when you're falling according to their narrative with bent 4D space-time. 0 is falling. 1 is you doing nothing. Sat there. 1G. That's a way of confusing people so you can move the scale. That you can say that perpetual motion around a sphere Earth is 0G. That's it. Why? Well, because you need a force to hold you to a water ball, but gravity's not a force. It's a very complicated fourth dimensional space-time that holds you to a ball because there's 1G when you're sat doing nothing. It's the only purpose of it.
Yeah, but Nathan, this frustrates me because how did it get by so many intellectual people? This was allowed to be put forth as something when we see it is actually nothing.
In people that mass attracts mass in their high school, up to high school education, and then if you go into a scientific, after a high school, uni or college, depending on what country you're in, they'll teach you about bent 4D space-time in Einsteinian pseudo-geometry. Just brainwash everybody into thinking there's an actual force holding you to a water ball, and then just tell you later, well, actually, that's out of date. It's 4D space-time. It's not really a force. But 1G. Falling is 0.
So then the globe is the conspiracy.
Well, the thing is, you have to give them falling down can happen on a sphere for them to even get to any of that nonsense. But down is relative to a horizontal plane, not to a sphere.
Wait for Brian to go through that with us, because he pointed out something really obvious a couple of days back, which is to say they just substitute one of the dimensions for time. And as he was saying it, I was thinking about all the different pictures I edit for the live show, where it just shows exactly that. It's basically just a 3-dimensional 3D rendering of a ball in a well. And they say that's space-time. You're like, yeah, that's all they've done. They've hijacked one of the dimensions. And Brenda did it too. Well, distance is time. Distance is distance. No, but you can call it time. Like Einstein did, because we've only got 3 dimensions to play with, so you've really got to get rid of one of them if you're going to substitute it for a new one that you're going to call geodesic bent in time. Causes a non-force force that you can think of as a force that gives us 1G when we're doing nothing.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I think it's.
Sorry, if you are talking about the small g and the acceleration and so on with gravity and all of that that's involved, then we can just use the kinematic equation for acceleration. It's very easy. You just use the initial velocity of 0 if you let some object that you've taken up from the ground and you let it fall down from some altitude. Then you start from 0, then it's half of it, and then the 2 square, that's the velocity and time. From the 0, it's easy to do. At A, that is a constant acceleration. A is instead for the g, the small g. You can use A as an acceleration, constant acceleration. And from the time, t, the initial velocity, that's equal to 0. Many people don't understand. They think that that's wrong to start from 0, but you have to start from 0 to get the acceleration formula to work, so you can plug in the numbers. So acceleration is kinematic equation formula. It's very, very easy. And if you are using the g, then you have to talk about constant acceleration to the middle of the Earth. And nobody can use that, and nobody can really show that in work. So why not just use the kinematic equation? That's my point. I hope you understand what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely do. But the only reason I would say we don't need to is because there's nothing beyond general day-to-day engineering that might have a practical application for that. Whereas in this debate, not doing any engineering, we're just making an assertion that there's a downward bias that can keep you held to a water ball. When you relinquish that positive claim, there's nothing else to claim. There's no other necessity for the system they've hijacked to make their force on a ball claim. What do we need it for? I'm not about to go and do any engineering, so I don't need it anymore. There's always this idea that when you relinquish something that the ball has hijacked, you suddenly need to explain it. Like the horizon. They hijacked what perspective does and called it Earth curve. As soon as you've relinquished them of their claim that it's a horizon that's physically blocking things as a hill would, you don't have any necessity to explain what the horizon is. But they will lean on the idea that suddenly you've got to explain what the horizon is. No, you don't. You've got a positive claim, you've hijacked perspective, failed, that's it, that's the end of the discussion. I don't have to tell you what the horizon is, who cares?
Yeah.
Same goes for gravity.
They hijacked down, which is relative to a flat plane, and then tried to say that that causes you to stick to a ball. It's absurd.
Yeah, and so many things.
wouldn't be
And they
down.
say
It
the
would
gravity is
just
a weak force. A weak force. The higher you get from it, then less gravity you will get because all the gravity is going to the middle of the Earth, like they're saying, and all the gases and everything is going up. So where's the gravity there? There's a lot of wrongdoing in the equation that they don't want to take into discourse.
Right.
Gas
As John
is
just
not
pointed-
going down, boom, boom. That's what I'm saying.
Gas isn't going down, correct. Like John's just pointed out, for them to assert gravity, you need a flat plane. They're mathematics. Like everything, all roads lead to a flat Earth, and their derivations of a notion of a downward bias comes from an orientation in the downward direction, bias, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. You're going to need a flat Earth to describe gravity, regardless of how nonsensical it is, and what they've hijacked that does actually take place in terms of relative density disequilibrium.
Excuse me, guys. I just got to interrupt. I just got a message off Aurora. Apparently, we got to move this chat down to the AMA now. She's asking us to head down.
Okay, yeah, so I have to scroll all the way back up to this room that's now presumably going to pop into appearance.
Yep.
Have a look. It's not there. Maybe if I refresh.
It's there. Go to the top. It's like I don't know. As soon as you see happenings, the one underneath it is called Flat Earth AMA.
Yep.
It doesn't appear there for me. I've got breaking news, war news.
Keep going down.
Yeah. And I've got text channels.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
Maybe.
but it should be right there between questions discussed and text channels.
Question of the day and questions discussed and then nothing. Breaking news, war room, question of the day, questions discussed.
Maybe you'll have to log out and log back into it.
Okay. It's not there for me.
So I had to go to channels and roles, and then all channels, and then you have to click a box that will say Flat Earth AMA, or two boxes.
So you're going to have to talk me through that a lot slower.
Okay, so the top where it says
Channels and roles at the top, right? So channels and roles.
click on that.
Oh, I've lost it now. Where the hell did it go? Yeah, channels and roles. Yeah.
Go all
Events.
channels tab.
All channels. Customize and browse channels.
Browse channels probably.
Okay, yeah.
and then you can scroll down, and there should be somewhere a little bit far down that says Flat Earth AMA.
Yeah, and the room is hopping.
I just click it and it says tick. And then what do I do once it's ticked?
I think if you tick the boxes, if there's 2 of them for Flat Earth AMA or whatever, and then you can go back to the main channel section, and it should be there for you.
Yeah, sorry about my background noise. I did all that noise.
Ticked them both. This make I have to press them.
As soon as Nathan goes into the room, says voice room will open up.
What a scam. There is no room.
I think there's a join button.
I'm in it.
There should be a join button right next to Flat Earth AMA, Nathan, right below the hashtag Flat Earth AMA.
I posted the link in the chat, and you guys could have clicked on it.
Can you post it again?
Does it join me in? I don't know where I am, but I think I'm somewhere. Am I still in the same room?
Yep,
Yeah,
still here.
You are.
Yeah.
Click join.
It's not letting me join
maybe
either. So
No, I can't join.
There we
Nope.
go. Flat Earth
Someone-
AMA. That's pages. Let me in. Channel locked. No one is currently speaking. But am I in there?
I don't think you're in there.
You're not in there, but it says it's locked still.
Okay, so we just need someone to unlock that room.
Yep. The chat is
At least I pick-
unlocked. We're all in the chat right now looking.
Indeed. I guess we just carry on chatting until they let us in, right?
Yeah.
No worries.
I'm sorry for getting a little upset earlier, but for somebody to sit there and act like they know so much about logic and then turn around and use composition fallacy so blatantly as a justification, that irked me really, really bad.
That's that MO.
One more time.
I said that friend is MO.
Well, it's all of their MO. We discussed it literally before it happened. The whole discussion prior to that was about science and how they hijack it.
And she came right in and validated how they try to hijack. Well, they do hijack it. Let's be real, they hijack it.
Second.
Johnny B, you got a hot mic, brother.
Yeah,
Thank you.
whatever's vibrating in the background we can hear.
Yeah, it just that she was so brazen about it, I think is what, and the way she justified it at the end is what like really feathers is. How are you going to sit there and talk about logic this, logic that, and then defend yourself with a fallacious argument that you have to know is fallacious if you understand logic? That's irritating.
Nathan had her nailed against the wall. You could tell she was just waffling. Once anybody says, okay, show me, it's over.
The most important bit of that is pointing out what John pointed out at the end. Down requires a horizontal plane of reference.
Great.
Need a flat Earth for this.
Mr. IM.
Yes.
Mr. IM, are you unlocking the room?
Yeah, we're gonna start in like 15 minutes, I think it was.
Okay. Aurora just asked us to move into there and not to do anything here.
Yeah, she requested that we kind of stop the AMA here and just hold off for 15 minutes, maybe have a little break. I mean, I
Well, I
don't
will
think it's-
say Nathan normally has a pre-show as well, so I think this is part of his pre-show, but I don't think this is really.
No, I think it's okay. I don't think there's a problem with the
Everybody-
pre-show. We can
Yeah.
talk now for a little bit. There's no show at all.
Yeah, Brenda was the fluffer.
Brendan, yeah, that was a good tease. A good starter.
Brenda.
Brenda was a
Not
fluffer.
Brendan. It's Brenda.
So, good evening, Righteous Force. How are you, sir? Good to see you. If he's listening.
Righteous in here.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, Righteous. Do you have any ability to read what's coming in? The things that I should probably do.
Well, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'm not on my computer and I'm kind of on a tablet, so I'm kind of new to all
don't
this
worry.
stuff myself. So, yeah, thank
Got
you,
this
AJ.
I am
and
guy.
hello, AJ.
Got I am's going to be running stuff.
Yeah, me and a good friend Gremlin, we're going to be trying to control this, and hopefully it goes all well.
I think you'll have an easy job going by how it's gone so far.
Yeah, it's mostly going to revolve around you. Obviously, the questions will be asked to you. If you'd like, could bring people on and you can discuss it with them. But it should be fairly simple and smooth. We've got a few questions coming so far, so it should be pretty interesting.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Yes, sir.
Talking about how science gets hijacked is always good fun to warm up with. Pointing out that you're going to need a flat Earth for that. I assume Brenda isn't the only Glober in here, right? There's plenty of people who want to defend a globe in here, I would assume.
Yeah, there's going to be a bunch of people. I think everyone's just waiting for the spotlight. Plus, people like the one-on-ones. People are afraid to speak in a crowd right now. They think they'll be turned away. But I think once we have a stage going, we give people the opportunity to try and explain their ideas, we'd have better responses. But I would say at least half the people here are Globers.
Yeah, the Texas happen in the other room. Both rooms,
It
actually.
is.
Actually, all three rooms, but the other room is not on this server.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah, for the people watching, about 15 minutes and then we'll do the Q&A.
I'm hyped that we just brought up the quote of the hole in a donut is space-time yesterday. And today we got to hear it again live. I'm just hyped off
I've got my cup of coffee here. Has anybody seen those space-time donuts? I'm hungry.
Can we not do this? Can we not do this?
It's allowed on this channel.
Right. Brenda's lost the discussion in the moment. We don't have to keep digging up old quotes of stuff that she said in the past that's silly. There's just no need.
That was just my point. She said it today.
Yeah, let's focus
I
on
was
that.
going to leave it at that. I'm done.
Hopefully there'll be lots of opportunities to point out things that the opposing side, who believe they're on a globe, utilise and require a flat plane in the first instance. Hopefully we'll get a few questions out of those segues that we can utilise. We will see.
But aren't all planes flat?
One more time.
All planes are flat.
Yeah. And all globe claims require a plane at some stage.
Yeah, but all planes are flat. It's adding extra stuff. Just for,
all
I don't know,
planes-
artistic.
Yeah, all planes are flat.
Nathan, if we aren't supposed to discuss things that were said in the past and that are stupid, then you wouldn't be able to say anything in the first place.
Well, the all planes are flat. The term flat there, if you're talking about its surface in relation to itself, all planes are flat. If you're talking about the plane in relation to the orientation you experience, not all planes are necessarily flat because they can be sloped, vertical. So there's a variance. The context changes, just so people understand that. You got to, how it's used in the sentence matters.
Plane is a flat two-dimensional surfaces that prolongs infinitely far. What other planes are you talking about?
Yes, exactly. Plane is a geometric concept, and geometry is specifically defined using specific terms. So there's really no other way to use it in the discussion.
Well, planes don't necessarily have to extend infinitely far. Now, you can give it shape by... Go ahead.
No, they have from definition. If you give it a dimensions, then it isn't longer a plane. It's a shape, a 2D shape.
Right. That's what I was about to say. But the top of that shape can still be described as a planar surface.
It would be, you could say that it is placed on a plane. All of the points on that shape are stationed on the same plane, but the shape itself wouldn't be a plane no longer, because a plane then has infinite dimensions.
How you can say that something has? How you can say that something has infinite thing? Do you understand that? Do you understand that is that absurd to say that something is going infinite?
Yes, we're talking about maths in the first place. Remember that, and maths it's an abstract language. So
but how you can say for the plane it's going infinite? For infinite, you must to know what is infinite, but you cannot know what is infinite.
Because we're talking about maths. I'm not talking about concepts that exist in reality.
Is it plain math?
He's answered you.
He's not talking about concepts based in reality.
I thought that you were talking about plane.
Yes,
when we talk about planes, we are talking about concepts. Right, he's answered you 3 times. I don't understand what the objection to his answer is.
He's saying that if plane is infinite.
As a concept, yeah. What's wrong with that?
You cannot have that concept.
Physical reality, we can't. But we're just talking about it as a concept.
Just John. Let's just hear John's response. Go ahead, John.
In physical reality, it cannot be infinite. But as a concept, that's fine. We're just, as long as we make the distinction, is what my point was to say about flat. Right? Like when you're talking about.
Unless we're actually referencing the ground as the plane of reference, which is obviously in reference to the ground. But if you just, as the guy explained like 3 times, I'm just describing this in mathematics. To say it's infinite is perfectly reasonable as a concept. There's nothing wrong with that. He did say that. He said, I'm just saying it in maths.
I think he was trying to reify his concept into reality, though. That was the issue when he started the discussion with you. Yes.
No, I wasn't.
I didn't pick up on that.
No, sort of. Okay, I might be completely wrong.
Yeah, you're smelling blood where there isn't any. Yeah, ultimately, when it comes to things that reference the ground, and often they're sphere Earth claims that are going to suggest that they're talking about the ground, then taking a concept that will require measurement of a plane in physical reality.
See, the way I understood it, he was asking you, what plane are you talking about? What plane are you using? Because this plane goes on forever. And then we ended up establishing that it was his concept of this plane going on forever. That's where I felt that he was trying to pull it into reality there.
Maybe he didn't. He certainly didn't link them together. But maybe you are smelling blood that is there. I don't know. He just didn't get a chance. He got shut down by
Is
Sasha.
that what you're saying, Refracto?
I was just speaking about the concept of a plane in general.
We got that.
Right. There's a difference between the conceptual unit and applying the conceptual unit to a reference in reality. So we can talk about the concept without ever addressing the measurement. That happens a lot.
Yeah, waffle on about the concept without ever actually dealing with the physical measurement that you're taking in reality. Just don't link the two, because one's going to require a flat Earth. Or start with the measurement already. Talk about how it works on a sphere.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Nathan, you said something earlier. I didn't get a chance to ask because it was I was in a loud area, but it sounded really interesting when you were talking about gravity with gravity, and you were talking about the old theory of gravity before the space-time thing, where it used to be mass attracting mass, and you said that it was debunked by gas behavior, and I was just curious. Could you give like the full explanation of it?
Yeah. Newtonian gravity is the notion of mass attracting mass. You familiar?
Yeah.
Gas doesn't do that.
Yeah, that's what I don't like. What does that mean? I'm just curious.
That's the end of the explanation. So,
okay.
Newton says, it's not Newton, it's actually CV Boys, Reverend John Michell and Cavendish. Nevertheless, in name only, Newton's gravity would imply that mass attracts mass.
Yeah.
Gas has elastic collisions. It unequivocally does not do that. Debunks that notion because it's got mass in their vocabulary of what mass is in a Newtonian context. And it isn't attracting other masses of gas. Could even say it's repelling them. Bounces
So
off, it's elastic.
Right. I get what you're saying. Thanks.
Hence the need for a pseudo-Riemannian force space-time bending. You can have bent geodesics in space-time. Confuse people and then just say, we've got 1G.
That's also interesting. I was kind of hoping that you were making a reference to the whole idea of like having gas pressure next to a vacuum. I guess that's a separate argument.
Yeah, so the whole convoluted nonsense of 4D space-time is to assert that we're in a position where we have a force acting on us that's not a force, but you can think of it as a force because it's a bent geodesic in a 4D space-time, which gives you 1G when you're doing nothing. Therefore, according to that nonsense, gas go down, go boom boom. Gas is coming down to the centre of the Earth in the bent geodesic in space-time at a rate of 1G. No, it isn't. It's expanding in all directions, all vectors. Therefore,
That's part of your
well,
part of your system.
would I make the argument that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum? That's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yeah, that's really what I was asking. And like, would you say that's analogous? You know, when I was at university, we had a vacuum pump that would it wasn't like very high quality, so it couldn't really go that low pressure. But I know it would go down to at least like a third of standard pressure. And then when you open the chamber, when you open the valve, the air would obviously rush in. Is that kind of analogous to having high pressure next to a vacuum?
Literally, yes.
Makes sense. That's basically.
Behaving like gas, right, Chocolate?
That's just gas doing gas things.
Gas doing gas.
But even with gas behavior, if you want to try to link it to anything heliocentric, you'd have to try to hijack down and turn gravity, which is a claim of an inward vector, into a downward vector, which is relative to a flat plane.
Oh dear. Not again, John.
Oh, look, I've fallen inwards and I can't get up.
I fell in.
Well, that's what it is, right? You don't
It's
have
true,
it
right? You
down.
don't say I fell down. You don't say I fell in. You say I fell down. Because you're on a flat earth. You're on a ball. We say I fell in. Help me up.
Colleagues hurt by aliens or people?
There are no little green men from outer space. If the sky was a vacuum, then the gas we breathe would fill said space where the aliens are supposed to come from. To have aliens come from a sky vacuum would violate the second law of thermodynamics. The gas we breathe would fill the space.
Then I remove this partition. And wait a little bit.
Pressure
then
go
I
down
know
with altitude.
gas fills up.
Would it not
Spontaneously, right? The gas is going to fill the available volume.
If you have gas, it would expand into the vacuum, absolutely.
Talking about an ideal gas expanding against a vacuum.
So how do you have gas pressure without a container? Nothing? Danny Faulkner, PhD astrophysicist.
They cite the second law of thermodynamics as to why there can't be an atmosphere next to vacuum.
In the other, I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other.
Colleagues hurt by aliens or people?
There are
a whole bunch of universities. One was Yale, one was MIT, and the other one I don't know because it was a student talking to his professor. 3 universities all saying the same thing. Gas expands into a vacuum.
Why
Law
does
of
it
nature.
not expand into the upper atmosphere?
We don't have an atmosphere. It's an oxymoron. Sphere-shaped air. Atmo means air. Sphere is a shape. My bad, I'm answering your question. My bad, middle of answering your question. My bad. Shall I try again for a second time? Did that trigger you? Did my answer require you to talk straight through the middle of the answer? I'll try
It
a
was a
second
tangent.
time.
You want a tangent.
About atmosphere.
Yeah,
How is me
which is not
directly
relevant.
addressing... are you just going to continually talk so I don't get to answer
Oh,
again?
yeah.
You've already interrupted the answer once. I'm still on the same answer. You said it's a tangent. No, you said atmosphere. I'm going to address the word you said. Quote, atmosphere. That's an oxymoron. Air, that's atmo, a mixture of gases, doesn't arbitrarily take the shape of a sphere. Gases don't do that. Gases expand in all directions to fill the availability of volume that they have. The law of nature. Atmosphere is an oxymoron. Hope you understand. Thank you for letting me get to the end of my explanation for a rebuttal directly, not a tangent, to the word you specifically said and I quoted back to you. That'd be atmosphere and oxymoron. Thank you.
So does altitude go down with pressure or not?
Did you want to rescind your
sorry,
nonsense
does
about
pressure go down
atmosphere?
with
Your
altitude
question
or not?
revolved around atmosphere.
There's air around
Take
us.
apart
That's
your
what
notion.
matters, right? The pressure goes down with altitude or not?
Pressure go down with altitude.
Yes.
It's a delta of gas pressure. So you're saying a gas
Right.
pressure gradient. So delta, that's me answering your question. I'll repeat your question so we all know that I'm answering your question because I'm going to repeat it back to you. Does it change?
I mean,
Does
it's
it
a
go
yes
up?
or no thing, right? Does pressure change go down with altitude? The answer is yes, right?
The answer is it's a delta of gas pressure, which is to say that gas pressure gradients require there to be containment to first form gas pressure, to then have a gas pressure gradient. So your
So how
question
could there
doesn't
be a gradient?
address.
Why doesn't it
your
equalize?
Your question doesn't address how we would have oxymoron, sphere-shaped air, without containment, because gas pressure gradients are a delta of gas pressure. First, you need to have gas pressing on something to form pressure, and then, and only then, can you achieve a gas pressure, that's it, pressing on something, gradient that you seem to want to take me on a tangent with when your oxymoron sphere-shaped air has no containment to not fill a vacuum, making the vacuum fake, false, a violation of natural law. So I'd rather you don't appeal to Delta X when your oxymoron sphere-shaped air doesn't exist and violates a natural law. Delta X isn't going to change that as a question to me.
Also, as you go up is relative to a flat plane. So yeah, don't use that word. Use out if you believe you live on a ball.
In terms of going up in terms of the difference in gradiated pressure, you'd have to quantify and qualify that with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. So this proves a flat Earth. Your question about Delta X, space is still fake. You can't have gas pressure without a container. It's a law of nature. Meanwhile, your question revolves around having a flat plane of reference to describe how high. Earth is flat with your example, and Delta
Nathan,
X segue.
why is there a
Red
gradient?
herring.
How could the gradient exist if pressure always equalizes? How is that possible? Nathan,
we have a
why is there
we
a gradient?
couldn't have the gas. We couldn't have the gas pressure in the first place unless we had containment.
I didn't talk about the containment at all, right? Maybe I'll agree with you that there is a containment, but why is there
Space is
a
fake.
gradient? How could there be a gradient?
Do you
How
agree
could there
there
be
must be a
less
container?
pressure next to more pressure without it equalizing? Are you addressing my question, or you keep talking about containment? I don't care about whether it's contained or not, right? Maybe it's contained, as you say.
You're the one who
But how
keeps
could there
bringing
be
up
a gradient?
containment every time you say pressure, buddy.
Yeah. You see, the thing is, the
don't-
containment.
I did
the
not.
containment that you say
Did
we
not
shouldn't
bring it up at
focus
all.
on. I'm addressing you. Do you need to waffle straight through my address? I'll let you finish, and I heard
Are
what
you-
you said.
Please do.
I'm addressing you. You just keep talking through the top of me while I am. I'll let you tucker yourself out, shall I?
I mean, if you were going to address my question, right? That's what I want. Please go ahead.
I will when you're done talking.
I'm done. Are you ready?
I'll just wait till your light goes on mute, and then I'll know that you're not going to interrupt me mid-sentence.
He's done.
Okay, jolly good. So you say it's not important whether or not we have containment, yet the fundamental premise of a sky vacuum is that you can travel through the air pressure into the sky vacuum to go to the moon. There is no containment in a heliocentric model. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation, therefore fundamental to my argument. You, with a globe belief, cannot have sky vacuum and gas pressure that we are breathing. It's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Your response: how can we have a gas pressure gradient? Well, we'd need containment, is my answer. To have a gas pressure gradient, you'd first need gas to be at pressure, and your heliocentric world does not permit that. Therefore, space is fake. Conclusion isn't to ask me about a delta of a gas that must have containment to form. Conclusion is outer space is fake. I have gas pressure not filling a vacuum. To achieve the delta that you asked like it's a rebuttal, it isn't, would also require containment. And to answer your question, even though it's not necessary, is we have a dynamic system. Gas is produced at ground level, and where it is produced, there is a higher quantity of it, aka a higher pressure. It disperses in line with entropic law, the same law that debunks the sky vacuum. As it disperses, it thins out and then cycles. It's a cycle, like the water cycle. It's produced at ground level and then goes up, defying gravity and demonstrating beyond all certitude that we must have containment to have this dynamic system to achieve gas pressure, to then achieve a gas pressure gradient. Space is still fake, and I answered your unnecessary red herring question. I thank you.
Okay, to interrupt shortly, Nathan, if you want to join the stage, we're going to get started.
Perfect
just
timing.
Yeah, so we're just going to have a quick chat before everyone else starts joining. Can you join, or would you like me to move you in there? Can I even move you?
That would be brilliant.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So thanks for unmuting me again. So if the reason we have a pressure gradient is because we produce
He's
gas
gone,
on the surface,
He's left the
where
room.
is
He's gone.
somebody else can answer as well.
So it's all somewhere else
Where
now.
does the gas?
God.
He left
Extronaut, if he could, would do this all bloody day. He will try and ask these retarded questions. After conceding, he agrees there's a container, thus debunking the globe. he will just rabbit on and on. But why is there a dual gradient? It's tired, EXO. Listen, let some new guys ask Nathan some questions. We know the same upset Globies are going to be there. The Brendas, the Exonauts. It's going to be the same guys who've been here for like 5-10 years spiraling. So I really hope the moderators on politics are going to recognize that and actually let some genuine questions come through. But I know we're going to see the same crybabies asking the same retarded shit day in, day out.
I
But
believe there are
hopefully-
already some pinned
hopefully.
retarded messages. I didn't look at them yet.
Yeah, they're all going to be crying some dumb shit.
And the only reason I muted you is because you just wouldn't let anyone get a word in. You just constantly talk over everybody. You wanted an answer. We had to mute you to get the answer.
Yeah, it's better you Globies just sit and listen honestly, because the more you talk, the more you do just embarrass yourselves. I mean, that works for us too, but on this occasion, maybe let some new people get in with questions, yeah?
Yo, so what do we do right now? Like, do we get moved down there or just hang here? What's going on? Anyone?
I think we have to go and physically join, yeah?
How do we-
but I know
how
that
do we
they're
do
having a
that?
chat. I think
We
you just
can't-
go to the room and click on it.
We can't. It's locked.
It's still locked.
Okay.
It's still
So
locked.
They're
are we gonna
only
be
like
moved?
it's like a separate thing now because they don't know what they're doing in this server as far as doing this kind of platform for Flat Earth.
Obviously, yeah. But so what are we gonna be moved by a moderator or something, or?
I thought I heard it was gonna unlock when
Yeah,
when
just
the
wait
event
here.
starts
They're
in
going
half
to
an hour.
Yeah, they're going to talk to Nathan about it in the AMA room. Then IAM's going to come back in here and either move everyone through or he'll tell everyone to move over. So we just wait for them to come back.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
All right, it's unlocked. You guys can join now. Okay.
Righteous, can you move me, please, bro? I'm outside. I'm on the phone. I don't know what the hell.
We're probably just going to go through the questions. Once we run out of those 10 questions, then we'll start grabbing a volunteer from below. Bring them up one at a time and start a conversation with them.
As
Drop them back down.
I'm sorry to do this over the top of you in terms of what you're trying to achieve, but I also want to get your server out to my audience, if that makes sense, because there's a good 25,000 potential people that could be made aware of Politics server. If I don't know how to do this. If one of my mods is around, is there any chance you can stick a link that the public can pick up in the live stream chat for Politics server, please?
So the link would just be discord.gg/politics. That would be the easiest link for people to get in.
I think I've got that.
Yeah,
I just
so
want to
really
check I've got it because I
quickly,
want to. Just before you do, is it the one that I clicked that just says join the Politics server? Because if that's the link, I can just stick that straight in the chat. If that was specific
That's
to
the
you,
one.
then I don't want to. I'll stick that in my chat then. Okay, just for my chat, go and join the Politics server. Link's there.
Okay, so Nathan, have you seen the Flat Earth AMA channel, the place where people are texting?
No.
I'm going to ping you there just so you have an idea of what people are rambling on about.
You won't have to follow the chat. We're doing that for you.
Yep, so all I want you to be aware of is what we're pinning. The pin messages will be some of the questions we'll be asking. I'm going to introduce you to the people shortly.
So is that the voice text room that I see, or is that a different? Am I in the right place? Oh, I should really be in this Flat Earth AMA.
It's further towards the top of the Discord.
Yeah.
I've got it. I think I'm in the right place.
Yes, there's a... Yeah.
Okay, cool.
just gonna wait a few more minutes before we introduce people.
Yeah, the chat's
slowly
moving
joining.
decently quick, but we're looking out for the specific questions and holding on.
Man, you guys are slick. I like it.
Keep it a little organized as best we can.
You get a lot of props from politics over the owners and runners or whoever's.
Yeah, they look after us. Everyone tries to do their best to have a community of people that discuss, and it all
Very
works.
entertaining place.
Just get the vibe straight away from both of you that you know what you're doing and probably deserve more thanks than you get. If you know what I mean.
Right? So there's a lot of members here, right? And obviously, a lot of people aren't always the best. So you kind of get the hang of how people usually should be, are, and how we can make it better, right?
I just know from my own server how hard my mods work, and they're very much underappreciated. So
Is something wrong with my mic, Oliver?
No, you sound fine.
Somebody says I'm talking through a radio.
You sound a little bit
but
rough.
It's okay.
I'll just check.
Who's your character? It's not horrendous. We can hear what you're saying.
Could be my voice too.
You sound fine, man.
A shitty voice. Plot twist.
so-
We're doing karaoke.
As we're going to get into it shortly, yeah. And in case I get too caught up in the moment and forget to thank you after the fact, thank you for doing all this.
Our pleasure. We're gaining more by having you here. We're learning, and hopefully people will actually contribute and learn instead of assuming things. But I mean, the whole idea is people that explain things and spread knowledge are people we want to run there, right?
Hopefully.
Okay, just a few more seconds and we're going to get started. Okay, most people are here. People are joining up. We have about a good 100 people in the audience. For everyone listening, I'd like to introduce Nathan Oakley. He's a very prominent figure in Flat Earth discourse. He advocates and has a very no-holds-barred approach to debating. And he's a critical thinker. He isn't really a person that's afraid to challenge status quo. He has a very popular YouTube channel and he has a lot of dynamic discussions. And he's open to discourse with anyone that has a question to ask, right? If you want to introduce yourself a bit more, Nathan.
You did a really good job. This is me, Nathan Oakley. I run Flat Earth Debate Monday through Friday, and there's after shows that are released through the weekend. So typically every day of the week, there's somebody running our Earth Science versus Science Discord server, which you can join under the link to my live show, as I say, which runs weekdays live. Not a great deal else to tell you. You can find that on YouTube, Nathan Oakley 1980, if you want to actually watch the live streams, which is what we're doing now. This is typically the time that I would be going out live, and am now because it's a Friday. And yeah, hopefully we've got some good questions. Hopefully some of them are ones that we haven't heard before. If they are ones we've heard before, hopefully we get all the way through them in the most concise way possible.
Yeah, before we accept any questions, I want to ask you, tell me, how has your journey into Flat Earth, the theory around it, evolved, and how has that got you into content creation? Did you start your content revolving around Flat Earth, or did you create content before you discovered Flat Earth?
My main desire was to be a content creator. So I studied performing arts at college and wanted to be, back then when you were a kid, or when I was a kid, it was you wanted to be on TV, or you wanted to be on the stage, or you wanted to be in a movie. Which I think nowadays the sort of top job that the kids want to do is be on YouTube. So as it happens, when you fall into something that seems lesser, you end up with a desirable job through a want to be on YouTube. So I've always been making YouTube videos since YouTube has existed. I was making videos when it was really, really young, back when you got star ratings and things. But nevertheless, back then when I was making videos, it wasn't for this subject matter. It was for electronics. So when I was working and earning a decent living, I was actually earning a pretty good living, driving around Europe and being a rep, I was making videos about the electronics that I was selling. So if I was out in Taiwan, a show. I'd filmed some massive set of speakers or whatever it is that they were selling, or if I was out in, I don't know, I can't think of any foreign places off the top of my head. I've been all over the world, but wherever I would be, there'd be something amazing to film, like a giant studio desk, and that's what I put on YouTube, along with the sites and general tourist stuff that people would be putting on YouTube back then. And then after that, I got a job as a pawnbroker, and some of the things I used to sell, I would put on YouTube because I could put a link to it on eBay. So I always kept my hand in doing videography. And then through a conspiratorial route that I now decry all of the people that are currently at this sort of level in terms of flat Earth, along with the panel who are also here. So currently alongside me, I've got Adam, Chocolate Saiyan and Neil, my panel. Hello lads, just say a quick hello. Hello! They have to caught them off guard. Clearly I've caught them all off guard.
Pleasure to have you and
replying.
That's a pleasure to have you and everyone around here. We hope it turns out pretty well.
Oh,
Yeah, everyone
no.
listening. Hey buddy, how are you?
Chocolate. But yeah, we're all
What's
good.
up,
They've
guys?
just got-
How you doing?
That ruined the tempo completely, but it's all good.
If everyone in the audience,
Yeah, my road to flat Earth was very much through conspiracy, so I'll just round this out and keep it for a couple more minutes, and that's it. Basically, I now decry this path because coming to the path of conspiracy to get to flat Earth means that there's a lot of numpties in this subject talking rubbish and making conspiratorial claims that they can't back, which I'm very much opposed to. But I got here through subliminal messaging and psychopathy. Those were the two subjects that I was studying when YouTube, through autoplay, offered me up a Math Powerland video about Earth being flat, and having travelled all over the world and asked questions that Globers would ask in terms of why I can't see curve from a commercial airliner, and I knew the answers as a Glober, then had never at that point had never contemplated flat Earth. And when Math Powerland said the words, I was like, it's flat, I know it is already. And I went from there. 10 years later, here we are.
Yeah, so I think everyone starts with being a spherical skeptics, and then as they research on, the things start to either fall apart or make more sense. And usually when it falls apart, you discover other things that people start learning about.
Yeah, but like I say, I now decry that path. In terms of people coming to a skeptical route, I just call that running along the conspiracy paths of YouTube and Reddit or wherever it is you're looking. And that will mean that you're in a certain mindset when you come to flat Earth and appreciate that it's a conspiracy or that there's a crazy notion of the Earth being flat. And it simply isn't the case. That's how Earth's measured. That's how it's dealt with, built on, navigated. So there isn't really any conspiracy beyond the globe conspiracy to change those measurements into a spherical existence for the people who are in that religion. That would be heliocentrism.
Beautiful. We're going to get right into it. We're going to start off with a few questions. We're going to see if we can start with the simple ones and then get more into it as we go along. Someone asked, Deuce Contralus asked, how can the Earth be flat if we see a round shape about Earth's shadow during a lunar eclipse?
The assertion that we see a shadow is begging the question, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. If the Earth is a sphere and in an orbital motion, then the Earth will obscure the moon and it will create a shadow, aka the moon will turn red. But let's just brush over that. Moon shadow / turns red, therefore I affirm the consequent. Earth is a sphere in an orbital motion. So it begs the question that Earth's a sphere and then puts it into a logical fallacy form that declares something you do see connects to the affirming the consequent fallacy that you've declared in the first instance that Earth is a sphere and will produce that effect. If I take the same fallacy but take it slightly more into absurdity, I would say, if Earth's a sphere, then we will observe clouds. We observe clouds! Therefore Earth's a sphere. We do observe lunar eclipses. That's the effect of the shadow of Earth. Well, if you want to beg the question that it is caused by that fallacy, then you could get into the fact that the claim to be shadow moves in the opposite direction to your orbital motion or that it turns red. But there's no need. It's begging the question, affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy on its face. So I just point out that that's a fallacious way of reasoning. It doesn't connect that the moon turning red / what you call a shadow is caused by an orbital motion you've assumed. Be concise.
Beautiful.
We've had that a few times, as you can tell.
Yep. I just want to add on to that. If anyone has a follow-up question to the questions I asked, or if you want to ask your questions directly to Nathan Oakley, just Just ping me or Gremlin, raise your hand, or let you on stage, and you can have a quick discussion with Nathan Oakley himself. We'll move on to the next question. Refraction Enthusiast says, how does mechanical gyrocompass find the true north on a stationary Earth?
You have to point it to say. If you've got a mechanical gyro, you have to actually spin it up for quite a prolonged period, and then you just have to establish where north is and then point it in that direction. As far as I'm aware, I'm no gyro expert, but that's my understanding. It's very rigid in terms of its accuracy once set, but you still have to actually physically set it yourself. Why? Who cares? Why am I being asked that? What's that got to do with the nature of Earth? Gyroscopes, if you want to tie that to a flat Earth claim, require a horizontal plane of reference. That's how they operate. Proves a flat Earth. Gyros prove a flat Earth. They also debunk any notion that Earth's turning, because they change in orientation with respect to their cage if the Earth was moving around as you travelled around. When in reality, planes use these tools to establish that they're level and stay that way for the entire flight. So gyros prove a flat Earth if you want to use them in that way. In terms of the question, it doesn't really make sense that I'd be asked how north is established from a mechanical instrument. It's a tool. I only vaguely know about the answer. Hope that's good enough. Don't really understand why I've been asked.
Good to me. Tell me, Nathan, how do you feel about conspiracy questions and questions regarding why do people lie to us? Are you okay with those type of questions?
Ask whatever you like.
Beautiful. Okay, I'm going to let Citizen on the stage, and he wants to ask a question regarding why people do things. Citizen,
go ahead. Good to have you.
Yep. Hey, thanks. So, Nathan, I heard you say this isn't conspiratorial thinking, right? So I guess my thought is baked into the premise that the Earth is flat is the premise that every single scientist and government is lying to us and teachers, right? Just so many people are lying, right? Because the Earth is actually flat and they're telling you it's round. So I guess, what are they gaining from these lies, and why are they doing it?
I can't answer that. I can't divine the motivation of someone that you would postulate is lying, because you would concern yourself with the fact that you believe people would be lying based on what I have asserted, which is that Earth is measured flat. Not a excuse me, it's not a conspiratorial speculation. It's a measurement of the way that the ground is dealt with.
You're saying
bad. I'm in the middle of answering your question.
Flat?
My bad. I was in the middle of answering your question. You want to carry on waffling through the middle of my answer? Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead, sir.
Do you want to go ahead with your waffle? I'll wait till you tuck it out with your follow-up question that came through my answer. Go ahead. Get it all out, son. I know this troubles you, that you believe people would be lying to you, and this is of deep concern to you. I haven't postulated that in any way, shape, or form when I say Earth's measured flat, but that's your worry that you believe you need to project onto me, like it's my concern, or that I need to divine the motivations and thoughts of others to satisfy your fear. You worry that people would have had to lie to you. That's your problem. Go away and worry about how much people have lied to you because Earth's measured flat. I just tell people Earth's measured flat because it is. You can concern yourself with how much people have had to have lied to you.
It's your time to shine.
So what I got there was a lot of rhetoric, right, which is common with the flat Earth debaters, and no answer, right? So we don't know why physicists have lied, astrophysicists have lied. They're telling us, hey, it's a globe, and we know that because we've done the calculations, we've put satellites in space, we've put spacecrafts in space, we've seen it, we've measured it, right? But they're all lying, right? Because it's actually measured flat.
Yeah, do you want to offer us up a measurement of a globe and we'll show you how it's measured flat? Further to that, you say that these people who I can call liars if they've claimed to be in a sky vacuum. That's outer space. Because outer space is a second law of thermodynamics violation. That is to say that the gas we breathe requires containment to be at pressure. If the sky was a vacuum, that would be outer space to send satellites to, according to you, then the gas we are breathing would fill the area of volume you call space. We'd all be dead. We'd have never developed gas pressure in the first place. If there was an ability to traverse the gas pressure we are breathing, that would be to say that it's at pressure, and leave the area of pressure into an area of vacuum to put satellites in. Total nonsense and a complete lie if you're claiming to have put a satellite into an area of volume that gas is not filling in a violation of natural law called space. That's a lie. Further to that, astronauts who say they've been in space are definitely liars. Because you can't go to an area of volume that gas isn't filling. It's a violation of natural law. They are liars. And I did answer your question. You asked to divine the motivation of others. And I explained quite clearly as an answer that it is impossible for me to divine the motivation of anybody ever. That's an unreasonable question. How dare you tell me I didn't answer you? I did.
Okay, so I'll just say my last piece here will be, I would just like to note to the audience that one of the common tactics flat earthers use.
Anyways,
Yeah,
we're gonna
ad
keep
hominem, kick him out.
Yeah, we're gonna keep this.
Don't tell me about my tactics.
So to the rest of the room, please, we're going to keep this respectful. We're going to try and answer and ask questions only. We're going to avoid all ad hominems and personal attacks. It's not necessary, right? If you feel like he hasn't answered your question, feel free to request or ask another question in chat, and we'll see if we can get to it.
Let's just say, I love you. You're ace. I'm feeling my muscles relax into my chair because of you, I am. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, Nathan. It's always good to have you here. We're going to go to the next one. Kieran asks, how can you explain satellite imagery showing real up-to-date locations?
Show it me and I'll explain it. There is no satellite in inverted commas imagery for the explanation I just gave. If it's claimed to be satellite imagery in a sky vacuum, then there is no such beast. As for high altitude imagery, yeah, we can achieve that as the public. We can achieve real-time transmission of data. Saw some anti-flat earther stick a VR headset in a car on his head as he sent up a real-time camera up on a balloon. Wowee. But in terms of in-space satellites, no, that's just a complete lie. Because they claim to be in an orbital motion that's derived from flat Earth measurements, in an area of volume that gas isn't filling, in violation of the second law of thermodynamics. There are no orbiting satellites giving us real-time data. As for what we do get, show it me and I'll have a look at it. I don't really understand how it proves anything. The assertion that would come alongside those satellites is orbital motion. I can show how orbital motion starts with a measurement of a flat Earth to infer it. And who inferred it? The church, the priests, who took those measurements of a flat Earth and then put them into an orbital motion by turning a flat measurement of a radial value into a spherical value to explain why certain lights do certain things at certain times. That's all it's for. That reification has moved forward into a notion that we have items falling around a ball Earth measured with a flat plane in an area of volume that violates natural law where gas isn't filling. It's an absurd question to answer because we don't have that area to answer the question about images coming from. There are no images from outer space, full stop.
Beautiful. I hope that answers your question. If you have a follow-up, please don't be shy to ask. Okay, let's move on to something I find interesting. So, Refreshing Enthusiast requested, considering you don't think there's a valid map of the Earth, how do you explain the fact of navigation working for centuries on a daily basis with the great accuracy of describing the direction of time and travel?
It started off with an assertion that I didn't make. Just want to point that out. Do you want to just read the first bit again?
Yeah, so he said, considering you don't think there's a valid map of Earth.
When did I say that? When did I make that claim? I mean, if you can put it in quotes, then wonderful. I'll defend my quote with context. But that's like, here, have my straw man. Right? All maps are flat. Now, all maps are inaccurate currently because they've come from globe projections. What's that? You admit that they came from a globe? No, they didn't. The globe came from flat Earth measurements of the latitude and longitude grid. Angle measurements to Polaris in the first instance, and the sun, for a time denotation that's used with GMT. That's how our navigation system works. It's been measured off a flat Earth. So all of the maps are flat, and they're all flat so they can work with celestial navigation. Or on a map, be it the Mercator projection, if you're talking about GPS, that's right, GPS uses a flat plane also. A distorted square grid taken from a circular concentric system measured with angles off a flat plane to Polaris. So all maps are flat. There aren't any globe-shaped maps. The ones that you claim are globe projections come from a globe that's been made with flat Earth measurements. So, again, if you want to point out how Earth is actually navigated, it's on flat maps, so you can draw circles of equal elevation and take angle measurements to stars, if need be. Or utilize the existing global positioning system, references a Mercator projection. That's flat, with zero rate of change in terms of elevation, in terms of how the navigation system works. It is merely a flat plane.
Fantastic. We have a guest. His name is Lapizo. He'd like to speak on stage and have a quick dialogue with you, Mr. Nathan. Lapizo, you there?
Yeah, sure. Wonderful.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, so Nathan, in the pre-show, somebody had asked you about about the pressure gradient, and your response, I thought it was pretty clever. You said the gas is produced at ground level and it expands upwards, so that's what causes the pressure gradient. So my follow-up question is pretty simple. It's just, if that is the case, how come we don't observe a continuous updraft caused by the expansion of that gas?
Well, like wind.
No, it would.
No,
it would,
not
it would
wind.
materialize as a
Sorry,
continuous
I'm just a bit
updraft
confused.
from the ground level.
We do have wind.
Well, we have wind in all directions, but if
That's
what
right.
you're saying was the case, you would have a continuous updraft, and it would be more powerful than all other wind.
Would there be? Why
Definitely.
did I say there would be a continuous updraft? Do we experience a continuous updraft? Is this a straw man based on how the natural law of high pressure to low pressure gives us wind? Because it seems like you're asking me why we wouldn't have wind because you're saying wind is only upwards. No, wind goes in all directions. We definitely have high pressure to low pressure changes. We experience those high pressure to low pressure changes because we have existing gas pressure. Ergo, we definitely must be in a contained system to develop these high pressure to low pressure changes we experience as wind, not just an upward draft straw man that you assert that I would have to say. I don't. It wouldn't. We have wind.
Well, wind is caused by horizontal differences in pressure. So there you might have a high pressure front next to a low pressure front, and there's going to be wind from the high pressure to the low pressure. But what you're asserting is that there's high pressure at ground level, and the gas expands to, let's say, 30,000 feet, where the pressure is about a third of what it is at sea level.
No, I didn't
If
assert
that were the case, then you would have a continuous.
I didn't assert
You did
that.
say that. You did say that, and it's on recording. You said that
But
the
there's a
gas is
higher
produced at
pressure
ground level.
at ground
You
level.
said that the gas is produced at ground level and it expands upwards, and that's why there is a pressure gradient on Earth. And the difference is greater than, so the difference is 14.7 psi at ground level, and at 30,000 feet, it drops all the way down to 4.3 psi. So that's a significant difference. And if that was the case, and if the gas was expanding upwards and causing that gradient, then
is.
you would have a constant and strong updraft. Constant.
It is. You've just
So you're
described.
saying there is a
PS.
constant updraft.
Okay, you haven't finished.
Lapizo, you done, buddy?
You took it out yet?
It's funny that you say that exact same line to every single person. I noticed that.
It's because I tried to answer you and you started talking again.
Okay, let's give Nathan a chance to reply, please. Go on, Nathan.
Excellent. You don't have to put him on server mute. I don't mind if he interrupts me. If he finds something objectionable to what I say, I don't mind. Right. Yeah. We do have gas produced at ground level. That is a fact. And we do have lower pressure higher up in what we colloquially call the atmosphere oxymoron. However, that is still requiring attainment. That's the end of my argument. That debunks outer space. To have any of these arguments that you're trying to claim some sort of victory over me when it comes to weather, yeah, we're going to have to be in containment to have that description be argued about, regardless of the validity of me in a very simplistic way describing gas being produced at ground level and dispersing through existing gas. It's not dispersing into a vacuum. And no, I didn't get hyper-specific when I gave my very generalised and concise answer originally. But it's dispersing into existing gas, not into a vacuum, creating an updraft. That's an oversimplification you've decided to hold up as a straw man, regardless of the fact that this still debunks space. The arguing about weather systems and complex systems that are secular in nature would require we accept unequivocally that outer space is fake, because none of this could be argued about unless we're in a contained system. And the claim of a heliocentric world has no containment. They claim we travel through that PSI at high altitude into an area 10 to the minus 17 torr vacuum. Well, that's a violation of natural law. The gas would fill that space. Simple. So we don't know out of space. Beyond that, who cares?
So what I've noticed with that response is that you completely dodged the question. So you're acknowledging that there's a high pressure at ground level because the gas is produced there, and there's a low pressure at, say, 30,000 feet. And you're acknowledging that the gas is dispersing upwards. And yes, it's dispersing upwards into an existing gas. That is true. But if that was the case, again, the dispersion upwards would cause a constant updraft, and we don't observe that. So I'm just going to ask the question again because you didn't answer it. Why don't we observe that updraft?
Do have weather, gases dispersing into existing gases, and the differences in pressure that are created in the complex system that must have containment, debunking outer space and gravity, is the end of my argument. I don't need an advanced knowledge about weather systems and how gas, when I oversimplify how gas isn't going down in an argument about gravity, and how gas is in fact going up because it's produced at ground level, and there aren't any gas factories in the sky pouring gas, go down, go boom, boom with gravity. So yeah, it's an oversimplification that you can get into the wrangle-dangle of. But the wrangle-dangle of how gas behaves won't alter the fact that to be at pressure, you require containment. To have PSI of any value requires I, that's per inch of containment. So at the top of this gas pressure gradient, there must be a per inch of something to press on, not a sky vacuum. That's the end of my part of this argument. We don't have space. Space is fake. Who cares beyond that? Who cares what gas pressure does to create wind and why it doesn't create an updraft? To have a draft at all, we've got to have gas pressure, and that's got to be contained, therefore space is fake.
So you keep bringing up containment to try to dodge the question. But again, one more time, you're acknowledging that the gas is dispersing upwards. Why does that dispersion not cause an updraft? You have not answered the question.
Is it weather debate, or is it flat Earth debate that we're having? Because in my mind, the heliocentric assertion is that we have a sky vacuum, and that's a positive assertion. I'm not making any assertions about weather because I don't care. It doesn't bother me. But the globers assert that there's a downward bias called gravity holding gas here, and gas does not behave that way. Gas disperses into space. So as you're seeking constant affirmation and acknowledgement from me, do you understand that this fact we have gas pressure to argue about debunks outer space and gravity? Do you understand by concession that by arguing about how we have gas pressure and what gas pressure will do means it's not pressing on a sky vacuum, it's got to be pressing on something, therefore outer space is fake. And gravity isn't applicable when gas isn't going down, it's produced at ground level and goes up.
So I'd be more than happy to move on to a separate issue like containment if you want to, but I feel like that would be me dominating the Q&A. It's not supposed to be a debate between me and you. It's supposed to be a Q&A. But again, I'd like to point out that you did not answer my question. You did not answer why the dispersion does not cause an updraft.
So it's a straw man. So it's a straw man. It's irrelevant because
you calling it a straw man doesn't discuss it.
Yeah, I'm still talking.
Yep.
Go on yourself out again.
Go on, Nathan.
To have a gas pressure gradient at all requires containment. That's the end of my part in this discussion because the positive assertion from the side that believes we're on a spinning water ball in a sky vacuum is violated by gas behaviour. Now you just want to continually and perpetually argue about delta X, about how gas will behave once it's achieved pressure. Once it's achieved pressure, there's no more outer space. That's the end of my part in this discussion, but you want to hold me to task on how well I understand the weather? Because an oversimplification would infer, according to your straw man, there'd be an updraft. No, gas does get produced at ground level, and is obviously at higher levels. You disclaimed it also. It's a known, understood principle of how gas behaves and how we experience gas. So for you to say, well, because of the way that gas is experienced, that's higher pressure at ground level where the gas is produced, fact, and lower pressure in the sky, therefore you say there's an updraft. No, that's a complete straw man. Don't want to hear it another time like I haven't answered it. I have.
Yeah, I think you
Place
answered
is
the
fake.
question quite fine. Let's move on. It got repetitive. You repeated himself 4 times, expecting a different answer. Okay, guys, don't forget, if you want to discuss with Nathan, please raise your hands, and I'll allow you guys on one at a time. The next question is from good friend Omnicron. He said, "What's the explanation for stars rotating in opposite directions between the northern and southern hemisphere?"
They don't. You're a clown.
Fantastic answer. So his second follow-up question was pretty much the same thing. He says the stars rotate in opposite directions between the hemispheres, as would seem expected on a global planet. What would be the flat Earth explanation?
The stars do not rotate in opposite directions. You are a clown.
Fantastic. Omnicron, if you want to dispute that, please raise your hand. We'll gladly let you on so you can try and prove that they do what they don't do.
A follow up to that? We had another guy called Planet Peterson who recently made that stupid, idiotic claim, and we laughed at him too.
He did ask a irrelevant follow-up. His other question was, I work in the space industry. Are there any explanations on how telemetry would work if the planet were flat?
It could only work if the planet, oxymoron, no, planets derived from a flat plane measurement. All telemetry is flat.
Fantastic.
Furthermore, there is no sky vacuum for telemetry in outer space because it would require a flat plane, and it would be very obvious if we looked at, for example, the moon landing telemetry data, because it would show our flat planes required, like NASA declare. Earth is a non-rotating stationary plane when you're aviating. So their telemetry data would absolutely prove Earth is being utilised flat, as it is.
Okay, we have a guest who wants to come on. Mr. Potato Head, I hope you're there.
Wonderful name.
Fantastic. You there, Mr. Potato Head?
Yes, I'm here.
Beautiful. Your question, please.
Yeah, so Mr. Oakley, I got a question. Recently, I was on a ship, so I thought this would probably be the most appropriate question for me to ask. When it comes to, let's say, right, the Earth's curvature, there being a global, globe Earth, if the Earth was flat, then why is it that if I look at ships or I look off into, let's say, right, into the ocean, why is there a natural cutoff for a curve when I look out there instead of it just being flat for miles and miles?
Okay, you don't. We've debunked that. We debunked it in 2020 with a logical consistency argument called Modus Tollens,
Can you explain
labelled
that?
the blacks. What the hell?
Continue, please, Nathan.
Every single guest so far has talked through my answer. Can I just point that out? I'm not moaning at you, I am. I'm just pointing out to my audience. Not a single answer has come so far from me that hasn't been interrupted. You can feel free if you want to take Mr. Potato Head off mute so we can demonstrate how many times he gets triggered by the answer.
Yeah, just really quickly, you guys don't need to ask him to answer the question while he's talking. Obviously, he's answering the question, right? Please.
Yeah. Can you
Feel free, ask again.
explain-
Ask again.
You said you have this study, this thing. Are you able to, let's say, explain it? You said there was this thing that was debunked in 2020. I've heard that, but can you explain how it's been debunked?
Yeah, I was. With the Modus Tollens argument that we called the Black Swan, that was about the point that you interrupted last time. We'll see if I can get any further this time. Yeah, I won't get any much further this time.
Mr. Potato Head, please, I request that you allow him to speak. I don't want to put you on mute while he speaks. You can control yourself, right?
You control yourself, Mr. Potato Head. The answer, this is going to be the third attempt now. We don't want to serve a mute you. We just want you to be tolerable of a reasonable answer. I'll try again. We'll see how I get on. So, we have debunked the assertion that Earth has a physical hill getting in the way of boats and buildings. With a logical consistency argument that's very triggering, called the Black Swan. Karl Popper originated it. The idea that if you assert that all swans are white, You only need to show one black swan to debunk that as a claim. Now, in the case of our black swan, we showed that where you would assert boats and buildings get blocked by a hill in the way called earth curve, we can show that the hill that's supposed to be in the way of a set of oil rigs, in the way of it. It's behind it. It's kind of like you walk up to a bridge and it's got a fire hydrant just beyond the crest of the bridge. You can't see the fire hydrant because the bridge is in the way. Like you say earth curve is, blocking boats and buildings and stuff. Now, one day you come along to the exact same point that you get to every day and the fire hydrant's blocked by the bridge. And the bridge is behind the fire hydrant. Because that's what physical bridges that obscure fire hydrants do. Yeah, they don't do that. And likewise, an earth curve that's physically blocking boats and buildings wouldn't move beyond the thing it's supposed to physically block. So based on that premise, demonstrated in the image we call the black swan, we form a logical consistency argument, modus tollens. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement, as claimed by you to block boats and buildings, could be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing, perspective hijacking Earth curve calculations that you would use to make that claim. Meanwhile, in the black swan image, the horizon's behind the things that's supposed to be blocked by it. Ergo, Earth has no Earth curve edge horizon in the form of your claim, and the Earth is not a sphere. Demonstrably not blowing up to vast times bigger than you'd have to have, because physical hills don't do that. If you're saying there's a physical hill blocking boats and buildings, we debunked it in 2020. Thank you.
Okay. Your whole answer, right? I was simply asking, can you explain it in depth of how you debunked? I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for how you debunked it, not some example of how a bridge is obscuring some fire hydrant. If you want, there was this, I remember this photo of a flat earther who was talking about oil rigs, right? In the photo, it looks like there was supposed to be a car, but there wasn't. But if you look in the background, there's a horizon. So he debunked himself in the same photo he was talking about. I'm asking for it in depth of how it was debunked, not of this is why and this is why. Can you give it in depth?
Clarity. Gotcha. You want me to explain it further?
Yeah, like a scientist, like a scientist would explain it, not how Joe Schmo would explain it.
No, you see, that's a category error. I'll have to address that first if you can tolerate it. Unfortunately, some people are ignorant. In this instance is you, Mr. Potato Head. Because your ignorance has led you to believe that science can explain what is circumstance, like a photograph, concrete nouns and things of that nature. Whereas science deals with cause and effect relationships. Nothing's happening in the black swan image that shows that the horizon's not Earth curve because it's beyond the things it's supposed to block. But that's the bit I'll now focus on. Now we've explained that that's not a cause and effect relationship that would be dealt with by anything to do with science. So having a scientist explain it means you don't understand what science is, because that's a category error. This isn't a cause and effect relationship. It's just a horizon beyond oil rigs that you claim would be blocked by them by a hill called Earth curve, that you've now asked me to explain how that Earth curve you say blocks things works. It doesn't block things. We can show it's not blocking these oil rigs, it's behind them. Therefore not Earth curve. Do I need to dumb it down one step more, or do you understand now? Earth curve not blocking oil rigs. Like math says it will.
I don't think you understand what I'm trying to say. I'm asking you.
I do. I absolutely do understand. Just kick him out for ad homming me. I understand implicitly what you've understood. I explained it back to you.
Yeah, Mr. Potato, I think he answered the question quite fairly. If you don't understand it, please ask your question again in the chat, and I'll try to repeat it on your behalf, and maybe we'll get a better answer to your understanding.
Yeah, great. I don't have to get really angry at him when he tells me I don't understand, which I absolutely do, because I paraphrased back his question to him, took it apart with logical consistency, and provided evidence that anybody can look up in the form of the black swan image. Feel free to check it out. Earth isn't blocking Jack. There is no Earth curve blocking anything. We don't have Earth curve. It's debunked. He just didn't like it, so he told me as an ad hominem he didn't understand, did he? Yeah, I did. Don't have Earth curve. We debunked it in 2020. Black swan.
Beautiful. Has this guy raised his hand? Let's go. He is not. Okay. A question from someone called Lecture an hour ago. He asks, how do you explain night and day cycles on a flat Earth while accounting for solar eclipses?
Well, that's a bit of a loaded question. Solar eclipses is begging the question fallacy that we dealt with at the beginning of the AMA.
Yes,
To
sir.
assert that you've got a formal logical fallacy, affirming the consequent. If the Earth's a sphere, then we'll have eclipses. We have eclipses, therefore Earth's a sphere. So that deals with that. What was the other half of the question? Night and
How
day
do you
cycles.
explain day and night cycles? Yes.
I don't have to. I'm not making any claims that revolve around my heliocentric begging the question fallacy that would infer that a rotating surface that we're standing on causes night and day. I don't make any assertions about night and day. I don't have any positive claims to make about it. If I was to be pushed to task about something that I must make a positive claim about when it comes to the sun, I'd point out that we measure it off a flat plane to give us our navigation system. That system, measured on a flat plane with the sun, is how our entire world has been plotted out on maps. Without exception, the sun's being utilised to navigate the world as a flat plane. You want to ask me about how night and day works? Well, we've got a really complex system that we use in maps that uses time. We all reference GMT as a 0 point so we can know where we are on the world. When we measured it flat with the sun. So, don't works. Well, yeah, rewind time to 2010. Maybe your question has some relevance as a straw man that some flat earther's going to offer a crap claim for as an answer with an azimuthal equidistant projection and some little lights floating around it. I don't do that. Straw man fails when it comes to me because I'm not making any claims about what the sun is or how it behaves or what it does beyond its useful nature for mapping the world flat, which is what we actually use it for. So when it comes to practical applications for the sun, we practically apply it for navigation on a flat Earth. Hope that answers your question.
Fantastic. My next question from Art something Lives. I'm not going to try to pronounce and butcher the first part of his name. It's an odd question because it assumes, and it comes with an assumption, if GPS signals come from towers instead of satellites, that would be the assumption. How are ships able to receive those signals in the middle of the sea, nowhere near any towers at all?
I don't know. I'm not a GPS expert. What I do know is it uses a Mercator projection, which is a globe projection that's been wrapped around flat Earth measurements taken from the stars, as detailed about 3 times so far. GPS is assumed to be using a system of satellites in a sky vacuum. Again, we've already dealt with this in this AMA. There are no satellites in a sky vacuum to give you your GPS signals. As for me then making a positive claim about how you receive your signals on your GPS that uses a flat plane Mercator projection, that's a global projection, that's using latitude and longitude measured off a flat plane to wrap around a globe to roll out after projecting onto a tube flat, means nothing to me. It's a flat system. There is 0 elevation change in that navigation system. It's all done with respect to a flat grid called the Mercator projection. It's a flat Earth proof because there's no elevation changes. It's not wrapped around a ball. The only time it ever was wrapped around a ball was when you took flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris, made circles out from that GP position directly below Polaris to give you that grid of latitude. Then you measure the sun to give you longitude. It makes a grid on a circle map. You can then take that circle and plop it on a ball, stretching out the bottom section, making it vastly inaccurate. You then take that ball and project the points back out onto a cylinder and then cut the cylinder down the center and roll it out flat. Voila, Mercator projection. That's the flat map used in GPS. And if you point out that it's a flat map, people go, oh, it's a globe projection. Just dealt with it. Globe projection that came from flat Earth elevation angle measurements to Polaris in the first instance. It's a flat world, a flat system, a flat map, using the flat territory that's been charted flat from the first day it was ever charted. In every single respect, a flat Earth proof. What's that? What if they don't come from ground towers? Who cares? Whole system's proving a flat Earth. Hope that answers your question.
Okay, fantastic. Guys, please keep in mind, if I already asked a question, please don't ask the same question again. There's really no point in doing that. Let's skip that question. Seems a bit ridiculous to me.
Let's have it anyway.
It's just another conspiracy question. Sorry, the question I was saying is ludicrous. Is someone said, "Please show me a functioning flat Earth map." I think that is the most requested question I've ever gotten.
Brilliant question. Show me a functioning flat Earth map. All of them. All of them use a flat map. If you're going to be moving around the ground full stop, you will be doing it on a chart or on a map. And they're all flat. Why? Well, because if you're going to use them with the system that's been developed with flat Earth elevation angle measurements, then they have to be flat. If you're plotting out circles of equal elevation to find your position with the stars, then you're going to have to draw circles on a flat map, because that's how the system works. So in order for it to be functional for navigation, all of them must be flat, because that's how the world is referenced. Question. I thank you.
Whoever asked that question, we appreciate it. Someone's asking a question about distances. He says, explain why there is such a huge difference in distance between South America and Australia. The distance between London to New York does not correspond to the distance between Sydney to Santiago. For example, Sydney to Santiago is a 12.5-hour flight. The flight between London to New York is only 8 hours. How do you explain the differentiation between these two?
Why? Why would I explain the differences between these two? When he says these distances are different. Okay, says you. I haven't made a claim about this. If you want my best guess why, I can read between the lines that he says that he's got two comparative maps he's not named, where the distances when measured out on the map by scale are different. I can only assume that that's what his question is. Number one, I'm not a cartographer. Number two, I didn't make a claim about this. Number three, I've just gone through the process of explaining how a fundamentalist religious globe belief has been inserted into our cartography system by taking flat Earth elevation angle measurements to the stars to plot on the ground, to then take that circular system and wrap it round a ball. And then taking that very distorted southern hemisphere wrapped around a ball, you then project it onto a cylinder and roll it out flat. That's going to cause problems. Why do we do it? Oh, well, because we've got a fundamentalist religious belief in the Western world that we're on a sphere, and heaven forbid anybody point out that we're mapping and charting and using the world flat with these flat maps. You need something in there to make you believe that it's a, quote, globe projection. Well, if you do that crap to affirm your sphere belief, you're going to have systems of navigation that differ vastly because of the way you've decided to distort the world to incorporate a globe belief into it. We work with a flat ground, and that is how it's mapped and charted. The fact that there are thousands of these maps, and many of them are used as defence by globe believers as, quote, globe projections, and it's because they're rolled out flat that they're distorted. So what, it's a defence for you when it doesn't match a globe? I get put on the spot as a flat earther, non-cartography flat earther that I'm not claiming to be, for a distortion in the millions of flat maps that we use. Who cares? The grid system on all of them, if it's latitude and longitude, which it is flat. You're going to moan about how you putting it onto a bloody ball and then putting it onto a cylinder by projection and then rolling it back out flat doesn't work when you compare two different maps that have been done in two different ways. Yeah, shocking, isn't it? Wouldn't it be useful if the world of cartography actually did give us an accurate map for the world? We don't get that though, do we? But well, that's my fault as a flat earther. Nah. All of the distortions that are in these maps that we use flat still work if you know the system of distortion that it's come from. Like Mercator projections with a square grid rather than a circular grid. Well, knowing how it works means you can see a bent line which would be straight when you plot out something on that map. So understanding the distortions is something that a navigator of a ship might have to concern himself with, and he can work around them if he knows how the map works. In other words, you can still find yourself from A to B on these flat maps with these flat systems of flat grids measured with stars on a flat Earth. They'll still work. But what, it's my bad that they don't match? Go and speak to the Cartography Society. How dare you challenge me with this crap? All I prove is that the system itself came from flat Earth measurements. Beyond that, the inaccuracy of cartography is not my concern. Moan to them. Moan to the map makers, not me. When you do, recognise how flat you're using the world and how any elevation angle measurement made ever to develop these maps required Earth be flat. That's all I'll ever lean on. It's all I concern myself with. A delta of the flat map and flat grid and flat measurements off a flat Earth is the inaccuracies of the distortions that you're going to put on my door. A bit like gas pressure gradients. Who cares? So long as we've got a flat system measured off a flat Earth, that's the end of my concern in this subject. Oh, all the maps are inaccurate. Yeah, well, it used to be that you globe believers told us that was because it was from the globe to make it flat that caused the distortion, that caused the inaccuracies. But now suddenly that's my bloody problem. No, it isn't. Earth's measured and navigated flat. That's all that matters for me as a flat earther. Because it proves we're on a flat Earth.
Fantastic. Let's try to get through a few more people that want to have a direct interaction with Mr. Nathan Oatley. Someone wants to ask a question about gravity, my favorite subject. Let's have a look. XPT, are you there, my friend?
Huh?
It's your turn to shine. Explain gravity to us.
All right. Well, I've got a follow-up question as well, actually. So when that person talks about flight hours, I'm going to try and ask that same question, but a bit differently. So if it's like from Alaska to Russia, right? The two borders, that probably takes a couple hours. But if it was from the UK to New York, it would take an extra load of hours. What is under the flat Earth? So, you know, you've got the whole globe, right? What is under that? Since it's flat, there's got to be something under that. What is that?
What the hell?
What is under
like,
the flat Earth?
Like you're asking. Yeah, I heard your question. I went, what the hell? Under flat Earth? What, like underneath the topsoil? Maybe rocks? Maybe rocks and stuff?
Rocks.
Is that
right.
what you wanted?
So
I don't know why you're asking me.
If there's rocks, how
rocks
can you have a
under the
short
soil.
flight to Russia to Alaska? If it's just rocks, because you can see the sea.
What's your question?
From Russia to Alaska, right? You know where Alaska is.
Why are you asking me this? Have I made a claim?
I'm
about
asking
this?
you because if it's just rocks, then how can nobody see rocks and we can actually see everything on the graph?
You've asked me what's under flat Earth, and I've said what under the topsoil, like the rocks under the topsoil. Is that what you're asking?
No,
You're like, yeah.
okay.
Well,
So you got a flat Earth, right? You got America, Russia, you got all these different countries, right?
yeah.
And what is under that?
Under the countries.
Yep.
I have no idea.
The other side of the flat Earth is what I'm asking.
Other side? I don't know what you're talking about.
What?
There is no other side.
You've got a flat Earth, right?
Maybe
You've got a
repeat it
flat
the
Earth,
same again. Maybe if you repeat it again, I'll understand it. Expand on what you're asking me. What's under the flat Earth? That makes no sense to me as a
It
question.
does make sense.
Can you
You've got
repeat it in
all
a
the
different
countries,
way,
right, on
because
one
I'm just
side.
confused.
What's on the other side?
The side, like on the flip side of a coin, like antipodal to what we experience. Is that what you mean? Is there something antipodal? I don't claim that, so... You claim antipodal positioning system as a globe. That's your claim. You're trying to ask me, by way of burden of proof reversal fallacy, how to describe something that you have as a begging the question fallacy. That's antipodal positioning. In your mind, when you stand at the North Pole and then traverse the globe Earth in your begging the question fallacy, you will reach the South Pole, and the feet of your original position would be underneath your feet, like you'd be dangling where the other person's standing upright. Antipodal positioning is a globe claim, not my claim. You're asking me to explain antipodal positioning system by assumption, by a burden of proof reversal. I don't make this claim. It's a globe claim.
All right, Nathan. I think I overwhelmed you a bit. I'll go to my main question. So, with gravity, right?
Hold on,
Everything.
XPT. You're gonna have to, if you're gonna say you overwhelmed him, you're gonna have to explain how. Because I think we're all just as confused as he is, right?
Not sure about that one.
Yeah, your question made no sense, brother.
My main. What?
Go on.
The question made no sense. Your question made no sense because you've
I
taken
thought you
a
yelled at everyone
concept.
about interrupting and you just did it to me.
That's what he said. Somebody said your
All right,
question made
all
no
right,
sense. So I was just
listen.
repeating it for you.
My main question, right? This one's a bit more simpler. You've got gravity, right? And everything pulls on each other in space. And that's how the tide works with the moon. That's how we are round. So how does the tide work and all of these different things work with gravity if the Earth is flat?
Gotcha. Yeah, there is no gravity. It's not a force. And your ideas that mass attracts mass are incorrect. When you observe how gas behaves, mass isn't attracting mass. Quite the contrary, in fact.
I'm not
When
talking
gas,
about gas.
particles, that'll be the consistency of every single guest that's asked me a question to date, interrupting before the answers come to the conclusion. Your idea and your question about how gravity would work, because gravity is definitely real based on your question, I'm saying, gravity isn't real. And people who've gone through higher education understand that it's not a force. I'll give you a few quotes. Professor Brian Cox, quote, "There isn't really a force of gravity at all," end quote, Professor Brian Cox. Or maybe the editor of Scientific American, George Musa, quote, "Gravity is not a force." So your question, based around the idea, ignorance, let's just call it, that there is this force of gravity on a globe that I somehow need to be explaining on a flat Earth, is purely based in your ignorance of there being a force of gravity, which there isn't. So before I need to answer the rest of your question based on the premise that you postulated to me in the affirmative, that there is definitely a force of gravity that I'm assuming in your question, there isn't. That eradicates any need to answer anything else about how a non-force force that you may think of as a force of gravity would work on a flat Earth. Meanwhile, the fact there is no force of gravity means there is no force holding gas to a ball in a sky vacuum. See, outer space is fake. There is no area of volume above your head to travel to the moon through or to travel to Mars through. That sky vacuum is the only real necessity to have this begging the question notion you put to me that there is a force of gravity. There isn't. But also space is fake. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation. Gas we're breathing would fill that space if space was real.
So how does the the sea, how does that move and have tides and stuff if gravity's not
Did I
real?
make a claim about it? Did I make a claim about how tides work to prove a
It
flat
doesn't
Earth?
matter if you
Did I
made a claim, you have to
about
defend
that?
it, otherwise it's pointless.
I have to, do I?
Yeah,
Prove
you
unicorns
can't
aren't
have a
real.
whole
Go.
discussion about
Sorry,
flat Earth now you're a
just make a
scientist.
little
You
comparison
don't know
for
anything
you. If you
about
could
it.
stop talking. Now you've asked your question, demanded that I answer a question. No. Prove unicorns aren't real.
I'm asking-
Go. I demand it. Like you've just done.
Okay.
Go.
Yeah, look.
Prove they're not real. Go.
Once again, guys, no demands. This is a AMA, right? We ask questions,
My bad.
we receive answers. If we don't get the answers we like, we don't start attacking people, right? We either reword the way we ask, or we just accept the answer and move on. Or you can just re-ask it in chat, and I'll see if I can rephrase it for you. Anyways,
I
let's
was
let a
trying
few
to
more people.
compare and contrast. My bad.
That's okay. Usually that was a child, apparently. Let's go ahead. Okay, let's let a few more people up here and see what they have to say. Rob Noxious, let's see if you would like to speak. Mr. Rob Noxious, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Tell me, what would you like to ask Mr. Nathan Oakley?
I posed him a question, and I've done a experiment, and I want to know what he thinks about it. It requires 3 people in 2 boats. If I'm a person standing on the beach, and I take the other person, put him in a first boat, and send him far off to the horizon line, as far as I can see, so I can still see him. And then I take the next boat with the other person, and I drive it past that boat, and I go to his horizon line where the first boat can see him at his horizon line. If I shoot a laser from the beach to the first boat, and then I shoot a laser from the first boat to the second boat, I just proved the Earth is a globe.
Sorry.
I didn't hear a question.
The question is, how can you explain that I can't hit the second boat with the laser from the beach, but I can hit the first boat with the laser, and the laser from the first boat can be directed to the laser to the second boat, proving that you're going over the curvature of the Earth. Checkmate.
Okay, do you want to show us that then? Let's have a look. We'll study it.
Well, welcome to the globe Earth, Nathan.
So, my response: can you show me that, please, so I can study how that methodology played out in real time and study the person who did it and the effects they got and the results they got and the distances that they said they were between horizons? Can you give me all that data so I can have a really good look at it?
Yeah, I can forward that to you. Actually, I can forward it to you. But do you agree? Do you agree at face value that that would be not a good thing? I mean, how would you?
Oh, that's a question.
How do you argue that? I mean, how are you not?
Do I agree at face value that that would be a good thing? I'll answer that. Nah, it's total garbage. See, the notion that the horizon is a physical geometric sphere edge was debunked in 2020, and the assertion of having a physical geometric sphere edge for a horizon isn't based on some clown called Rob Noxious. It's based on begging the question proof of nothing physical geometric assertions in earth curve maths, with 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, earth curve obstruction, aka hill, getting in the way of boats and buildings and stuff. That's how the globe Earth makes their assertion of physical geometry, as opposed to some random Joe with no name on the internet, claiming that in an idea in his head that he can send boats out to the horizon and then offer absolutely nothing in the moment to prove that that's what a methodology of proving Earth's sphericity. You've got Earth geometry laid down in earth curve maths. You're not going to topple McMess with this garbage. But you can think it's great, and you can ask my opinion on what I think of it. I think it's absolutely laughable. Thank you.
No, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate the time. But like I said, I mean, it's nothing to do with anything with what you just said. You just overly explained something that's simple. The horizon line, whether you want to see it or believe it or not, or however far it is, I don't care how far it is. The bottom line is, if I'm on the beach and the boat goes to where you can barely see it, okay, it doesn't matter where it is. Distances do not matter here. We're proving shape here. The boat can go. The boat can go far as it can go. And if I can hit it with the laser beam, and I can't hit the second boat, that proves that is going the surface is curved.
Well done. Well done. God bless you. Well, that's good for you. Go in peace. You've proved it's a sphere to your satisfaction. I'm really happy for you. You asked me what I thought about it, and I told you. But you can repeat it if you like. Maybe tell me that I was wrong.
How'd you say if you could hit? Didn't you say you did this? So wouldn't you know if it hit or not?
Yeah, he's in the crowd now. We assume that anyone who claims they did an experiment with multiple boats and people, we assume it's hypothetical, right? Yeah.
Oh, I see. Oh, so he was just lying when he said he would provide me the data of this being done. It was merely hypothetical. I see.
Well, we'd assume so, right? Because do we really expect someone on the internet to have multiple boats and multiple people to present such an experiment?
Not at all. I would expect that they understood implicitly that Earth's claim to be spherical by the Earth curve mathematics. I mean,
Plus, he said it was an experiment.
Was it not a question earlier on about, boats being obscured by a hill that I compared to a bridge? That's the Earth curve mathematics. The assertion that we have a sphere Earth for a horizon is 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's their claim. That's the maths. Now, he might say, no, it's my maths of going out on boats, and I'll laugh at him.
You just have to listen to what he said. I mean, he did say if. I mean, if he did this, why would he say if? He would know if it hit or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Even if he did. Okay. Yep. Cool.
So-
Thank you, Rob Noxious.
On the same topic, someone asked, why does your black swan argument rely on an assumption that light travels in straight lines, which at the same time is debunked by the source video showing bendy crane?
No, it's not our claim. People love to think that it's us asserting this. No. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as laid down in Modus Tollens, aka the black swan argument, is your globe Earth mathematics that says where the hill will be. Not mine. What you're saying, how dare you use the Earth curve mathematics to say where Earth curve will be? and say that straight lines will meet it at tangent points as laid down in the begging the question, proof of nothing perspective hijacking earth curve mathematics? No, how dare you? Straw man. No, it's just your earth curve maths. You don't have to like it. You can tell me that I'm assuming straight lines to tangent points that are laid down quite clearly in the earth curve maths. You can tell me it's a straw man, but it's just your earth curve maths that we've debunked. You don't have to like it. You can tell me that it's me and my straight lines in your earth curve maths, but it isn't. It's yours. You require tangent points to geometry to make the earth curve maths assertion. To tell me that you don't have straight lines is nonsensical for your own claim, because that's what your own claim says when it lays down quite explicitly that earth curves positioned in physical geometry at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. When you draw a tangent derived from a flat plane, that'll be the differential between surface level in earth curve maths. That's a straight line, by the way. Not my straight line, it's yours. It's labelled surface level in earth curve maths. It's the flat earth that you need to make this claim of a tangent point. That's also a straight line, by the way. It's the tangent point marked the next labelled horizon in your earth curve maths. That straight line, what? How dare I say it's straight? Get on with you, clown. You better learn your own claim. You need straight lines for your claim of a tangent point earth curve edge marked with an X and labelled horizon. How dare I say it's straight? No, Modus Tollens makes your claim explicit. We love it when you tell us your own claims as straw man, though. It really does amuse us. How dare we say there's straight lines in your maths? Yeah, how dare we?
Okay, Rob Noxious, I am aware that you want to come back, but I'll let you back on after a few more people. You are quite interesting. We have a user called Shadden Feud. Let's see what Shadden Feud has to ask.
Hey, okay. Hey.
Hey, buddy, how are you?
Good. So, Nathan, I was just wondering, when it comes to the flat Earth, why do you have such bad teeth and no friends?
Just an ad hominem fallacy. When you attack the person, the man, as opposed to the argument, is to avoid the awful truth that Earth is measured flat, that the space that you think is above your head for little men to come from, little green men, aliens, and men to travel into space in little spaceships through a sky vacuum to the moon. When I point out that all that is garbage and you've all been lied to on a massive scale by astronauts going to a sky vacuum, or that Earth is measured, mapped, charted, and navigated flat, you can come back and tell me I've got bad teeth. It's called an ad hominem fallacy.
He's going to take a nice little break from the server. He'll be back in an hour or two.
Thank you for your question.
By the way, that's wrong because I'm Nathan's friend.
Okay, let's move on to the next person. Sebi would like to ask a question. Oh, that's not Sebi. This might be someone else. Oh, that is Sebi. Sebi, you there?
Hello.
Hey, Sebi, how are you?
So I just joined, so you might have answered this before. This is like a general question. Why do you think like the scientific community is like covering up like the truth? Like, what's the utility in doing that?
There is no scientific community. Science is a methodology of establishing cause and effect. So I'd ask you, why are you ignorant of what science is?
I haven't answered that. My bad. I was just wondering, like, why do you think like the consensus, I guess, in kind of the masses, is to push this narrative of the world being like a globe?
So you're asking me to divine the motivation of the consensus masses? That's outside of my remit. I can't do that. I can't divine men's motivation. I can say that Earth is measured flat and mapped flat, and all of the claims that those men, however you treat them after you find this out, when they make their claim that Earth is spherical, they're utilising measurements of the Earth as a flat plane in order to make that claim. All globe claims originate, their genesis, if you will, is in measurements of the stars off a flat plane. They're called elevation angle measurements. You may have heard of things like the latitude and longitude grid. Well, that's based on measurements of an Earth that's flat with a GP, that's ground position, below Polaris as a central point. Those measurements are what gives us all of the information about those stars that we use in mapping. And they're all measured flat. So based on measurements of the world flat, you can infer that the Earth's a sphere. Now, with that in mind, people can make those claims, but they're just not true. Earth is measured flat. How you, after the fact, decide to react to the possibility of men being liars really isn't my concern, and nor do I concern myself with whether or not they are indeed lying. I just know that Earth's measured flat. Their motivation, reasoning, it's irrelevant to me. They're wrong if they say it's spherical, and I can point out how their claim of sphericity would come from flat Earth measurements, and that's all that I have really any responsibility to do. Their motivation doesn't concern me. It concerns you, though. Maybe I don't know if this is allowed in this Q&A. Maybe I could ask why you would concern yourself with the lies of the men around you when you presumably at this point didn't know that Earth was flat. But why would you worry about whether or not they're lying when you find out Earth's measured flat? Who cares?
Okay. Yeah, thanks for the answer, Nathan. Thanks for the time.
Thank you for
No
being
worries, you weren't
respectful.
going to answer, but that's fine. Thank you for your question.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up someone called Refraction Enthusiast, who seems to have a whole bunch of questions. We'll start off with one though, Refraction, if that's possible.
Hello, Nathan. How are you doing?
Very well. Good to have you.
Okay, nice. So, as their previous person said, yes, I have a couple of questions. To not overwhelm you, I can state one of them, which is the most important one to me. So the most prominent argument that is supposed to be at the Bank of the Globe is supposed to be the Black Swan. So how would you address the common globe objection that it ignores the atmospheric refraction?
Part of the claim. The claim is about the horizon. Do you
Yes.
understand the argument? Could you give me a rendition of the argument back to me so I understand that you're asking a question about it, which is fair, but it becomes very unfair if you don't understand the Black Swan argument to then go forth asking questions about it. So if you could possibly give me a rendition of the argument, and we'll see where refraction fits into that argument, if you don't mind.
I would also say that it's unfair that you're making presuppositions about me without knowing my position, my amount of knowledge, because I have the entire
asking if
argument
you understand.
memorized.
Yeah, if you're responding to that argument with an objection, I'd really hope that you understood the argument to have an objection to it. And I'm trying to establish if your objection that you have raised, I already will now state explicitly, means that you don't understand the argument, and therefore I'm going to assume that that's why you can't give me a rendition of it. Therefore, I'm going to call your objection void because it has nothing to do with the argument. The argument, which I will now give you a rendition of, is as follows. If the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, precisely as laid down in your own maths. And we show that the distance to horizon measurement in the Black Swan is beyond the geometry laid down in your maths. Ergo, the horizon's not a physical geometric hill because it's beyond where the geometry says it would be. So given that we're arguing about a measurement of a geometric position claimed to be an Earth curve hill, how does that have anything to do with refraction when we're talking about measuring a physical geometric sphere edge in its geometric location as asserted by your geometric maths? Does refraction even come into that? I'm confused. It's because it's a stupid question that has no bearing on the argument. Just so we're clear. You didn't understand the argument. I'm going to continue explaining that you did not understand the argument. Therefore, your stupid question was irrelevant. I hope I pointed out and made it clear that making measurements to geometric positions asserted in your own maths, they've got nothing to do with refraction. That was idiotic on your part. I hope you understand that.
So that's a lot to unpack, but my contention to that argument is that when you have the part that P implies Q at the beginning, I would say that if refraction is true, then that wouldn't follow, because the P wouldn't wait a moment, the Q wouldn't.
What's the P?
Be,
What's P?
The P is the Earth being a sphere with the given radius. And the Q is the fact that every horizon distance should be that value. So I would say that
distance measurement. Wait,
Yes.
do we measure distance to refraction?
No, we measure distance to the horizon.
No, we don't. No, we don't measure distances to refraction. It's a geometric assertion in your Earth curve maths. Do you understand now how stupid your question was? I'm talking. Do you understand now, given that we don't measure distances to refraction, how stupid your question was as an objection? Do you understand?
No, I don't understand. I think you're making straw.
Well, then go away and consider it. I'm done with you. Thank you for your time. Your question was stupid, and you didn't understand the argument. That would be every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, as dictated by your maths. What's that refraction? What, in the maths of the geometry of Earth curve hills getting in the way, and the measurement to them? No, that's not refraction. That's a geometric measurement. You have a category error confusion. You think that refraction has something to do with geometric positions in your own maths. Clearly, you didn't understand the modus tollens argument and felt you had an objection to it when you didn't understand it. Model along and see if you can understand what I've replied to you with. You have to repeat it 5 times. There's a moderation team here who won't tolerate that. Unless you've got another question.
Anyways, we're going to try and limit multiple questions from individuals for now. We're going to let another person on. His name is Mr. Master. Welcome to the stage. Oh, okay. Mr. Master, would you like to come on?
Mr. Master? Mr. Master?
He put his
Mr.
hand down as soon as it's calling for him. Okay. Oh, there he is. Mr. Master, how are you?
I'm alright, thanks. How are you?
Mr. Master, I'm going to give you a chance, please.
Yeah, can you hear me? Is my mic working?
It's working perfectly fine.
Hey, what's going on, Nathan? Yeah, my last name's Masta. You can call me Mr. Masta. That's my real last name on my profile. Nathan knows me as my older name. How's it going, Mr. Oakley?
Sounds like Pillbox.
That's right. That's right. So we go back for how many years? 8 years. I haven't been able to get on your channel. Haven't been able to get on your channel. What's going on, Chocolate?
What up, bro?
I was blocked from your channel by your mods or something, Nathan, so I haven't been able to get on for maybe half a year now. So is it possible that I could get back on there? That's my first question.
You'd have to speak to the mods. When you say my channel, do you mean Discord? Because that's not mine. I don't run that.
Right.
That's
So
not mine.
right. So you're not. That's what I figured. I figured that you're not in control of your Discord because they don't want me to talk to you. Yeah, they don't want me to talk to you. They're scared to death because I have new information. Obviously, I'm not a flat earther. Chocolate. Don't let that disappoint you, but there's levels to everything, and the Bible shows us a completely different level, Nathan, and that's water, Ma'im being the Hebrew word. Are you willing to talk to me on your channel for some extensive information? Since I've given you things in the past, Nathan, we have a history. Is it possible that we could have a conversation in the near future?
Yeah, of course. Get in touch on Skype, and I'll hand you out the link that the G+. We go back, and as far I'll just put a caveat in. Maybe my moderation team will go, oh, don't talk to Pillbox, he's done this. And I'll go, oh, maybe I'll have to rescind my invite. But I doubt it. We go way back. But yeah, just get in touch. If you need Skype. Have you got Skype?
I don't have Skype, but I'll try to get it. Is my mic working, by the way? I think I lagged out.
It's a bit rubbish, but yeah, get Skype. We'll go from there. Email me, NathanOakley1980 at AOL.com, and I'll give you my Skype information. Obviously, I don't want to give out my Skype information. My public email, no worries. But yeah.
No problem. Right. Can I give you my email?
No, don't do that here. But yeah, take a note of mine, NathanOakley1980
No, it's a security
AOL.com.
email.
Okay, really
You're giving me yours. Let me give you mine. It's okay. I just want to give you an email real quick. It's GTM1945 RAM.
Stuff
at gmail.com. It's okay.
We'd rather maybe not do that.
Okay.
A lot of people listening.
Have you got a question?
Yeah. Would you have a question for Oakley, Mr. Master?
Exactly. Have you got a question, Pillbox, or whatever, Mr. Master?
That's my last name is Masta, so thank you for calling me by my last name. Yeah, I'm curious, are you open to any information that's beyond flat Earth that I can show you that actually no, Earth isn't flat, it's something else?
Yeah, the whole point of the show that I run daily is to offer up, opinions and claims about the nature of Earth. If you've
Yeah.
got a claim about the nature of Earth, I obviously want to hear it.
Hey, Baruch Hashem. Well, I'm impressed. I figured that there was an issue there. Yeah, I knew that I wasn't being able to get through, but yeah, for some reason, a lot of flat earthers are scared to death of this information, Nathan. So I'll let you guys go. Baruch Hashem, thanks for having me, and I'll see you later. Have a good one.
Shalom.
Beautiful. Take care, buddy.
What is he, a Bevite?
I don't know what he is. I don't care. Whatever, great.
Why doesn't he just get the information out?
Because it's
It's
very
scary.
important and secretive. That's why.
It's
Brian.
scary information that we're not allowed to hear, I suppose.
He may have had a belief. So his belief brought him back to the ball.
You say he'd come back to the ball? I don't think you did say that.
No, I'm just assuming. Or he's a Bevite.
I might end up regretting this, but we're going to give it a chance. R4R. I'm going to let you on the stage. I guess we're not going to let him on the stage. He's muted for a reason, probably. Okay, Cleander Seal. Let's put you up on the stage. See what you have to say. Cleander, are you there?
Oh yeah, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good, I'm good. I just wanted to ask one specific question, which would be, how is it that in 2024 people still not realize that the very premise of the foundation is that we need to see a radius of roughly 4,000 miles to prove that there is any foundation for any other story based upon that foundation to be in any way, shape, or form to be entertained by us, so-called flat earthers. Why should I entertain anything about the sky, anything regarding the heliocentric model, if the very foundation of a radius of roughly 4,000 miles, bendy ground, 360 degrees in every direction, has yet to be proven? Nathan, why is that?
It's a bloody good point. I can't really disagree with you. The only thing that I would say off the back of the radius claim that they haven't proven, and you're absolutely right about, is that they do get a measurement of it and it's off a flat earth. So it's quite useful for me in 2024, moving forward, my audience, telling them, just tell people that the earth's measured flat. And then if you end up with opposition from a globe believer asserting their, in this instance, radial value at roughly 4,000 miles or 3,959 miles, and you say, where did you get the measurement? Their measurement in that instance is the minimum elevation angle measurement to Polaris. The other alternative that they blag is the made-up story of Al-Biruni doing dip correction, that's differential from eye level to surface level, when measuring the height of a mountain off a flat plane. Well, both instances require a flat plane to measure said radial value. So it's quite useful for me to just spin back into how your belief in a radial value spherical in nature has actually come from a measurement of a flat earth. It's only useful to spin, but your sentiment is spot on. I cannot disagree with you in any way, shape. What are we doing here? Prove your positive claim. You say it's curving.
Exactly.
What an outrageous and extraordinary claim. Can you prove that? What's that? You can't. So big it's flat. What are we
Exactly,
doing?
that's the
I
point.
agree.
It's like we entertain a card house that has already collapsed because the foundation was never given in the first place.
Totally agree.
And I'm actually tired of entertaining it, because why should I entertain fairy tales and vain fantasies of adults most of the time if the very premise, the very foundation is just not there? It's kind of ridiculous, actually, also on our side, that we constantly entertain vain assumptions based upon a foundation that is not given. So, you know, anyways, it is crazy, and I wish that people would realize that we actually did the world a favor, because if you look at celestial navigation, for example, and what they need to assume mathematically, which is a horizontal baseline, we have gone out into reality and we have looked for that horizontal baseline. We have proven that horizontal baseline, and people should actually go onto their knees and say, "Thank you, guys. We don't need to assume it anymore in mathematics. We can actually understand that it is what it is in reality." Amazing.
Well, like you. Your sentiment is what I've been
I like
pushing for the
this
last
guy.
month or so. Go ahead, Chocolate.
I was just saying, I like this guy.
Yeah, my attitude has now got a justification which you've offered up that's new. So what I've been saying in 2024 is just tell people it's flat. Tell people that's how it's measured and used. You're saying further to that, because I'm not even adding it in. Why would I even entertain your unproven claim as an add-on to my? We don't even. My attitude is, why are we talking about globe when we can just say it's flat? We have a positive assertion that we can be making. If it's met with opposition, then so be it. We'll deal with it. That was my attitude. That's going to take a massive change thanks to you. I really appreciate it. Why would I even entertain your unproven claim? Earth is measured flat. So I don't need your unproven globe claim when I know how it's measured, and that's flat. Yeah, well done. I love it.
I mean, the only reason why I would say you can entertain it is if you want to get entertainment out of it because you already know the answer. And it's probably just going to be fun to talk people that are obviously constantly confused. Anyways. Yeah.
See, there is a tangent.
Yeah.
There's an ulterior motive. You're effectively asking, why do you do what you do when there is an unproven claim that shouldn't even be entertained? That's kind of your slant on the question, right? Because it's to me. Am I right?
Well, yeah, I do it for entertainment. Sometimes I get entertainment out of people who think they talk from a seat of superior knowledge, right? They sit like in this throne of thinking, I know for certain that the Earth is a spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball flying from never expanding void of darkness. But actually, the foundation is not there, has never been proven in the first place. And for me, it's just funny and entertaining to listen to somebody who talks about his fantasies. It's like equal to an adult talking about Santa Claus the whole day.
Well, you give me a get out, but that's where perhaps I disagree, or maybe you're just being kind and giving me a get out in that regard, because obviously I've got a show. Well, no, the show's labelled as education, and since 2024 I've had to make kind of a concession from the entertainment standpoint, which is to say there are two roads that you can take moving forward, or for my audience this is specifically, but to address you. You can either go along the fantasy route of things like Antarctica and what could be out in the realms that are undiscovered, or what Antarctica is, full stop, as a speculative means to entice people in. That will offer you your quote-unquote entertainment value. Whereas I'm saying, actually, let's do something different. Take the maps and charted territories and show how they were expanded over time into what we now and still do call the New Worlds. Utilising, as you've already described, flat baselines, elevation angle measurements, celestial navigation, show how it's been progressed where nobody could disagree, especially if they're currently living on what are the New Worlds. They'll understand implicitly. But it's not very exciting. Now, it's explicitly proving Earth is measured and has been charted flat. But there's no glitz, there's no glamour, there's no speculation, and there's no, what about this moving forward then? Maybe there's more land. I'm not even giving the opportunity to my audience in 2024 to speculate about such things. I'm saying, prove it's flat with what you know to be true and can demonstrate beyond all doubt to anybody who's listening. Further to that, I've now got your little bit of rhetoric. Why would I even entertain your unproven claim? Well, exactly. I don't want to entertain. That's not my ambition. And I've got to somehow wrangle more support financially out of an audience that will be less expansive for the lack of entertainment. I know that I've got counterparts in Flat Earth that will offer up all sorts of fantastical notions of upward rising Earth, ether, or indeed the expansion of the unknown currently plane with an infinite plane idea. All of those things are fantastical and unprovable and speculative, and I'm literally decrying all of it, which is bad for entertainment. It's bad with my YouTube hat on. In fact, it makes me shrink into my seat because it's like, you won't hang around because there's nothing to entice you to stay. If you're like, okay, now I know it's measured flat. Well, what about the fantasy that I wanted? I've come from a conspiracy path. You know what I mean?
Yeah. The thing is, and I want to close it up and give the stage back to hopefully someone giving, something to support the spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball. Anyways, the point to sum it up is, I wish that the whole community of us people who realize that the Earth is a topographical plane, and that it is indeed what it is, representing itself to be, that we focus on that very premise that they need to first prove that there's anything else but a topographical plane, which we all observe, and not already start creating replacement stories for things that are build upon that foundations, right? If some guy asks, yeah, but what about the stars? What about Antarctica? Why am I entitled to actually give you any replacement story if the very foundational premises has yet not been set in the first place? You know, so why is it that there's this huge community?
You're getting talked over because everyone wants to tell you how much they love you. Just want to point that out.
Yeah, I'm just saying, why is it that we have fallen off the path, so to say, and are now at the point where a large majority of people, social media and whatnot, are entertaining these vain stories about a spinning wobbling tilted space ball and try to create replacement stories for phenomena people just can't explain, period, instead of just focusing on the very point that is that the Earth represents itself to be a topographical plane, and that's it.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better myself. You brilliant, Ace.
This guy literally sounds just like me. I've literally said that whole statement before. I love it.
Anyways, Nathan, that's why I very much appreciate your work, that you try to stay focused on the very matter, which is about what reality represents self to be, and not try to, entertain people by giving them replacement stories about fairy tales in the first place. And that's what I appreciate. And yeah, very much like listening to these discussions. Anyways, thank you guys.
Thanks. Thank you.
Perfect. Really quickly, Mr. Nathan, I had some experience with Brenda. Brenda has been on the back foot, waiting to speak. How do you feel about that?
We done with her today.
Anybody you like? Any question? Don't mind.
Did someone say they're done with Brenda for today?
No. I mean, now we're in the Q&A. Feel free.
Sure, let's give Brenda a chance. Okay, Brenda, please stay respectful, and I wish you luck.
Oh, I'm always respectful, and good day, Nathan. I hope you're doing well.
Hello.
Yes, previously I refuted your black swan, and today I'm going to refute your container. I want to steelman your argument. Your argument is that container is a necessary antecedent to pressure. We have pressure, therefore there's a container. Is that correct?
That's an antecedent-consequent relationship, yes.
Yeah, that's logically fallacious. That's affirming the consequent.
Okay. Can you show me gas pressure without a container, please?
Yeah, atmospheric pressure is pressure without a container.
Atmosphere is an oxymoron. You see, air is gases, and gases expand in all directions. Pressure is the force exerted on the walls of a container. To say that air arbitrarily takes a sphere shape violates the law of gases in terms of second law of thermodynamics, because gases fill space. It's the V in PV equals nRT. Volume. But to say arbitrarily is sphere shaped is begging the question fallacy, the one you're trying to project onto me, because gases don't take a sphere shape arbitrarily. An oxymoron.
Yeah, there is no such law of gases that states that all gases must necessarily fill the container.
Second law of thermodynamics describes dispersion.
Just cite the law that supports your claim.
I did. Second law of thermodynamics. Entropic law. Dispersion in this instance.
No, that's not a gas law. That's not a gas law. Cite the gas law.
I said second law of thermodynamics applied to gas in this instance, if you want to be pedantic about how I phrased it. Calling second law of thermodynamics a gas law would be incorrect, if you want to have me on that. It doesn't change the outcome of what the gas law, that's a law of nature, describing how things occur always, in this case, entropy. Dispersion of gas would be applicable in that description, how it will disperse throughout the volume.
Right, the reason...
You can't have an arbitrarily sphere-shaped air. Second time I've given you the rebuttal.
Yeah, the reason is because it takes energy for a gas particle to gain altitude when it's in the gravitational field of the Earth. It takes energy, and if that energy is not available, it will not expand into the vacuum.
I mean, that's just totally made up.
What gravitational field?
The Earth's gravitational field.
Forget that. The explanation, the entropic explanation that Brenda's just given is just totally made up and only of any use if you're trying to invoke that gas go down, go boom, boom with no support.
I gave the support. It takes energy to gain altitude.
No,
It
that's
takes
not support.
energy.
That's just a statement of your fundamentalist belief that if gas has to go down, go boom, boom, it would require energy. Which type of energy are we talking that gravity is going to take away from the gas molecule, Brenda?
It takes energy to gain altitude. That's why you have to
Which
expend
type of energy? Forget where it's going. Which type of energy is the gravity going to take away from the gas molecule?
kinetic energy.
Kinetic. So gravity now is able to remove kinetic energy. How does that process work?
Because all things in the universe follow the principle of least action. That's why objects fall, because their geodesic path takes them to the surface of the Earth.
They're not falling, they're going up.
No, forget that. Did anybody listening think that that was an explanation of the question I asked?
No.
No.
That's irrelevant whether or not you understood it. It's simply a fact that it takes energy to gain
That's
altitude.
not what I said, Brenda. Brenda, that's not what I said, and I didn't claim ignorance. I asked anybody else if they thought what you said was a correct answer to the question I asked. Not, I didn't understand it. I clearly understood it, which is why I'm pointing out to you, it's not actually addressing the question I put to you.
In order for any object within the Earth atmosphere to gain altitude, it requires an input of energy.
Why is that, Brenda? Why is that?
Because
gas molecules don't require gas molecules. Let me finish. Gas molecules move in all directions, don't they?
No.
But you're now saying when a gas molecule, after its last collision, if that direction is up, away from the surface, it's going to need additional energy for that path.
Yeah, there is no law of gases that states that all gases move in all directions.
No, you're going sideways again. Respond to what I just said. That gas molecule isn't going to lose energy if the direction of collision is sending it away from the surface. That gas molecule will continually lose its kinetic energy, will it?
Yes, it will lose its kinetic energy as it gains altitude. Yes.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yes, the existence of the gradient demonstrates that.
No. Demonstrate it, not describe something that's got nothing to do with. No. Now, gradients aren't to do with the speed of the molecule, are they?
They absolutely are. They absolutely.
You're getting a little bit lost, Brenda. You're floundering a little bit. Just breathe. Yeah. Your explanations are incorrect.
Okay, prove it.
Could I say something to Adam for a second?
Well, Adam is wrong. It takes energy to gain altitude on the Earth. In any gravitational
for
field.
me, or for a gas molecule, Brenda?
Anything with mass must expend energy. Anything with mass must expend energy to gain altitude.
What's mass?
Math is the resistance to acceleration.
Inertia.
Yeah, it's a measure. It's a numerical measure of inertia. Yes.
So it's not a thing then. It's a measurement of something.
Mass. Yeah, mass
It's not
is
a real thing.
Mass is a fundamental property of particles.
Okay, so you're saying you've got a resistance to acceleration that decreases as you reach the upper atmosphere, making the question oxymoron. Okay.
No, that's false.
So for the gas, for the gas to reach the Kármán line and then be retained within the high pressure system, it by that standard must lose all kinetic energy and then return back down again within the gravitational supposition that you've proposed.
Yeah, gas has mass, and it takes energy for any object with mass
to
gain altitude.
I've got that. Yeah, and therefore, when it reaches the Kármán line, it loses the energy and comes back down again, according to your rhetoric, with a gravitational pull and a kinetic energy that's being decreased as it raises in altitude. Therefore, when it reaches the Kármán line, it loses all kinetic energy and then returns from whence it came because of a gravitational force. That would mean that the gas that you're describing would have to reach absolute zero in order to fulfill that. That's not possible.
No, that's not the claim.
If the gas is reaching kinetic loss because of a lack of energy, then it would have to reach absolute zero for it to have lost all energy and then come back down to Earth in the non-force of gravity.
No, it doesn't follow that it must lose all energy. It simply has insufficient energy to escape the gravitational field of the Earth.
No, what Brenda is doing here, just so everyone is aware, I'm sorry, Adam, I shouldn't have stepped on you earlier, is Brenda is hijacking temperature. Because in reality, temperature does control gas. The temperature is only possible if you have a container, just like gas pressure and a vacuum are only possible if you have a container. What Brenda is doing is she's hijacking temperature, right, which does control gases in reality once you have a container, and then trying to add in afterwards. She's already tried to add in two different gravities: a claimed force of gravity and Einsteinian general relativity. So she's completely off the mark here.
Yeah, temperature doesn't control gas.
You can't hijack temperature, Brenda.
No, temperature
without a container.
Brian, temperature doesn't exist. Temperature is just a statistical measure of the group kinetic energy of a gas or a substance.
Okay. So at the top, where we've got this contention, I've called it the Kármán line, right? You're saying the means of it coming back down to Earth to maintain pressure in the system next to a vacuum at the Kármán line. At that point, what's the gas if it's not lost all kinetic energy, right? And therefore we understand that gas will continue in whatever vector it's travelling until it collides with something. Okay. It hasn't lost all energy, hasn't reached absolute zero. You disagree with my synopsis of your non-claim because you haven't said it. Fine. In that case, if it hasn't lost all kinetic energy and it's travelling in the vector of away from a sphere Earth, what's it pressing on?
Saying that a container is necessary for pressure is logically fallacious.
That's not what I asked.
Your question.
I didn't ask that.
Your question.
That's not what I asked.
Your question.
What's the gas particle? I didn't presuppose anything. I asked you, the claimant, with a gas particle travelling up to a hypothetical Kármán line, what does it press on? Because at this point in your description, it's travelling in a direction. It has a vector already, and that vector isn't going to change unless it collides with something. So, does it collide with something? What happens? If it's not reaching absolute zero and coming back down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash, it's going to carry on in the same vector. So what's it pressing on, was my question. Come back down.
Your assumption is fallacious because as it gains altitude.
Anything? I asked a question.
Yes, you did. That vector will change as it gains altitude. Because in a gravitational field, it takes energy. It will expend that energy as it gains altitude.
Gravity's not a force.
I didn't say it was a force.
Well, then how can it change anything's energy?
Right? Because it follows the principle of least action.
Regardless of how you describe this, it's not going to have any bearing on something that's travelling in a given vector at a given velocity. Now, if you're saying the temperature changes and it slows in velocity, fine. As long as it's not reaching absolute zero, it will continue in that vector indefinitely until it collides with something. Now you're saying there's something going to affect that vector because of the energy. I say, okay, what's going to affect it? Gravity. Okay. No, because it's got no force to affect it with. You're saying, oh, the action of least resistance. That's just carrying on in the exact same vector. It's not going to collide with anything. So it's just going to dissipate into space, debunking outer space.
I hope you understand.
If the sky was a vacuum, stop interrupting, I'm concluding.
I thought you were not. I apologize.
Well, I'm in the middle of the sentence. No, I'm concluding that space is fake. Because there's no description of a force that's going to kinetically affect the gas particles. Because there isn't a force of gravity. Quote, Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all. End quote. Or George Musa, gravity is not a force. It's not going to affect anything's kinetic energy. So even in your own description, the gas carries on into space. We'd all be dead. Because all of the gas would dissipate into the area of volume in line with entropic law. And your description, regardless of how poorly it was given in regards to the non-force of gravity, won't affect its vector. All gas would eventually dissipate into the area of volume and we'd all be dead. Outer space is fake.
Yeah, I'm not claiming a force. I'm claiming that
Really quickly,
if there
Brenda,
was,
if I can interrupt for a second. Please,
Brendan.
Please, one more question, then we have to wrap it up and go to the next. I don't want to have this stage held up for half an hour of this, if you don't mind, Brenda.
yeah, I hope Nathan recognizes that I've been polite and respectful the entire time. However, I'm not claiming a force. I'm claiming that a
You
gas
claim
particle.
the field, Brendan.
I'm claiming that as a
You
gas
claim the
particle.
gravitational field.
Brian, please
There's no
don't interrupt.
gravitational fields in general relativity.
Just
You
please.
also hijack temperature and then denied it. You hijack temperature first, and then you hijack temperature as the control of the gas. Then you deny that temperature exists.
Temperature
and
isn't a
twice or
thing,
three
Brian.
times you've claimed the gravitational field, but there is no gravitational fields in general relativity.
We
General
can
relativity.
demonstrate gravitational fields, and
There
temperature
is no
isn't a thing, Brian.
gravitational fields in general
Before we go around
relativity.
in
They don't
circles
exist.
again.
Well,
yeah, you're
I
right.
was-
You're right. You're right.
I
Brian.
am-
So she's claiming a field which would affect this particle, but then she's saying I'm not claiming a force because I've given several citations in the form of quotes from people who make it explicitly clear that it's not a force. But she's trying to utilize it as a force when she says it's going to be affected by a field. A field that's going to affect the kinetic energy, that would be a force.
That's
It
just
isn't,
an
though.
argument from authority. That's just an argument from authority. I'm saying that without anything else in a gravitational field, a gas particle, as it gains altitude, will expend its kinetic energy.
Therefore, space is fake. So the gas will fill the availability of volume as it expands its kinetic energy, otherwise described in the second law of thermodynamics as dispersion. That's right, gas disperses into the fake area above our heads that doesn't exist called a sky vacuum. If we had one, it would disperse. Is that you being ultra polite?
Okay, beautiful. That took up a good 30 minutes.
I
of our
can add
time.
more to this.
Feel free to add on, but I've sent Brenda back to the audience.
Fair enough.
All right, I was going to add more.
You
Well,
can
if
add
you
more
want
if
to,
you like.
Brian,
audience,
you
no.
take-
For-
do you mind
for
if
the
Brian
audience,
just
if
makes
you
a
wouldn't mind.
conclusion? Just
Of
so we
course,
can
go
round
ahead.
out that little section with Brenda. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, just so the audience know, within the heliocentric paradigm that Brenda was claiming, they lose a certain amount, let's say, what they would call tons, which is impossible because it's a gas, but they give away to it. I think there's 90 million tons of their air is lost to their sky vacuum every day. The first law of thermodynamics states that neither matter nor energy can be created nor destroyed by nature. So how is nature replenishing this gas that has disappeared into their sky vacuum? Because it's in violation. Their sky vacuum is in violation of that law. Or sorry, that process that they're claiming is in violation of the fourth law of thermodynamics. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. We have a question from Celtic Queen, Mrs. Patty. Go ahead.
Hi, I just had one question. Literally just hold on real quick.
Mhm.
Is it of you guys' opinion, have we been to space? Sorry, have we been to space?
There is no space. It's a violation of a natural law. So you're breathing gas at high pressure, and it's claimed that the sky is a vacuum. Well, gas fills vacuums. There is no sky vacuum above our head to go to. It's equivalent to Narnia. Like we can't go through a wardrobe to a place where there's snow and talking lions. Well, there's no place where rockets go to Mars and the moon because that's claimed to be a vacuum. If rockets can go up into space, then all the gas we're breathing would also go into that space too. We'd all be dead. Like that scene in Total Recall, you know, when they're all on the surface of the planet and the gas just expands into the area of volume and they're all suffocating. That's what we'd be doing because the gas would fill the vacuum.
Okay, so the reason that I'm asking this is I think that fundamentally, I was just discussing this with some other people in the text chat. fundamentally, in order for you to have the beliefs that you hold, you would have to either believe that space is fake, as you've just said, or that we've just never been to space in general. So there's a reasonable amount of skepticism there. I'm not denouncing you guys' beliefs as whether they're morally right or wrong. I'm just saying that in order to hold the beliefs that you hold, you have to have that prerequisite. That was all I was going to ask. Am I?
Okay,
You
I
can
gotcha.
send me back down.
No, it's okay. Can we carry on? Can we talk to you a little bit longer? Oh, she's gone already.
No, no. I'm eating Thai food, and I just wanted to.
It's okay.
Ask
I
that
just
question.
want to put something back. It'd be nice to just respond to what you've said, if that's okay with you.
No, you can. I just want to be sent back down because I was
thanks.
told that I have to be good, and if I'm up here longer, I'll turn into an asshole. So I promise to be good, and so I just
Okay,
want to
cool.
be sent back down.
I appreciate it. Thank you, buddy. You guys can respond.
Okay,
Go
well,
ahead.
just to respond to that. So, no, it's not that we have to have a prerequisite belief in order to describe how gas behaves always. I cited a law of nature, and what I got back after citing said law of nature, that's the second law of thermodynamics, and gas behavior, that's dispersion into a volume. I can easily demonstrate how gas fills vacuums. That's what gas does. It's just particles bouncing in all direction, and if there's an area of space that they can go into, as long as there's nothing stopping them from going into them, they'll go into them. And the area above my head that you're asking about whether or not we've been to is an area claimed to be 10 to the minus 17 Tor vacuum called outer space. An area that rockets travel into that you believe, because you're definitely not going to space, but there's men who've lied to you and say that they've been to an area of volume that all the gas we're breathing would definitely fill, in line with the law of nature describing dispersion. That's entropic law. Not some prerequisite belief when you didn't listen to a single word I said in rebuttal. No, definitely not a belief. I'll try again. Law of nature. That is to say, how we describe things which occur always, without exception. So without exception, gas fills space. So the sky's not a vacuum because it's claimed to be a space. Yeah, gas would fill it. So rockets can take off and go up through the gas we're all breathing at high pressure into the space, but the gas all just hangs around, just chills out and doesn't do what natural law dictates it would do, filling space. It's not a belief. You have a belief in little green men coming from areas of volume that gas isn't filling. You have a belief that you can trust the men who lied to you about going in little rockets to an area of pressureless space that gas isn't filling. That's your belief. I don't have a belief about a sky vacuum. I unequivocally declare here for everybody, I don't know what the sky is. I wouldn't be so bold. What's that? NASA told you they went in little spaceships? Why didn't the gas follow them? Does it go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash because of a force of gravity that you believe in? Perhaps this might have been very irritating for a flat earther to quote gas behaviour in the form of natural laws of nature, after being told that he's got a belief that I need to hold as a prerequisite, because that's a really big word. No, not a prerequisite. An interesting word that I could use would be an antecedent. For gas pressure, that's containment. You need containment for gas to press on, for it to be pressure. What's that? We got a sky vacuum for the gas pressure to press on. Is that your belief? Yeah, love, it is. Absolutely, without question. Your belief in a world that's round. That needs gravity holding gas in violation of natural law, so your men that you trusted can go to a space that doesn't exist, like Narnia. Not a belief I hold. Make that absolutely clear, as that's what I got in rebuttal. Just to shut that nonsense down from someone who didn't listen to the rebuttal, nay, understand the rebuttal. Well, I need to sit down because I'll get angry with you taking apart my fundamentalist religious sphere belief about a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. No, it's just a belief you hold. No, it isn't. Yeah, sit down. Thank you for your question.
Can I add something on to the end of that, Nathan? And people, if
Is
that's
that okay? I am.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Just for that lady there. Essentially, no offense to the lady, but what you're claiming is that the laws of the effects that we term as entropy are just beliefs. So what we detail in coil entropy is not a belief. We don't have to just believe that. We can know that these things are constants. That these things happen and happen all the time. We don't have to believe that. We don't have a belief about it. But when it comes to the heliocentric paradigm, you can only have a belief. Because there is no demonstration possible. There's no way possible to demonstrate what's claimed within the heliocentric paradigm because of entropy. So you can either have a belief that that paradigm violates entropy, but have no demonstration or proof of that because it's not possible, or you can know that that paradigm is incorrect because of what we term as entropy, which is knowing about stuff, not believing. Thank you.
Fantastic. We have a follow-up question to Celtic Queen by Mr. Apple. If you'd like to go ahead, Apple.
You guys hear me? Hello?
Hi,
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's up? So with the whole rocket thing, right? Why do you think rockets exist?
Why do I think rockets exist?
Yeah.
Is that your question?
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you mean? Why do rockets
So,
exist?
The reason why you have a lot of fuel inside these vehicles, right? They're created to essentially break through that gravity that's pulling it down. You said that
No, that's
gas
incorrect.
would be released, right?
But that's incorrect.
Okay.
Saying gravity that pulls it down?
Yeah.
Are you aware of a guy called Brian Cox?
No.
About a magazine called Scientific American. Familiar with that?
No.
Have you ever heard of Scientific American as a magazine and editorial for scientific literature? Are you aware of such a
Really read magazines now.
Okay. Well, me quoting men of quasi-science isn't going to help then when I describe how gravity is not a force. It hasn't been a force for 109 years. So gravity as a force is a Newtonian, in name only, concept that mass attracts mass. Yet, in reality, gas doesn't do that. Gas doesn't attract to gas. It moves in all directions, all vectors. You appreciate that?
No, so the reason why I bring up rockets, why they exist, and I had a pinned message. I wrote a lot out when it comes to military technology and why they exist. If what you were suggesting to Celtic were true, we wouldn't need rockets to put satellites up. Planes can just fly higher, right?
Right,
That's my
you're asking me about. Yeah, I gotcha. You've got some concerns about why people might be doing things, given that there is no area of volume that gas could fill above our heads to send what you think are rockets there. But that's not really my concern. That's you worrying about what the military might be developing when they say they're going to a place that doesn't exist. And let's say, for a hypothetical scenario, there was an entire factory building these nanobot technology fur coats that enabled people to traverse the wardrobe to get to Narnia. And you ask me, well, what about the nanotechnology in the fur coats? I go, no, there's no Narnia. If the sky was a vacuum, a place for you to worry about whether or not military are building rockets to send to, then the gas we're breathing at high pressure would instantaneously fill that volume, explosively. Now, in reality, as a planet, in inverted commas, would have never developed gas pressure to breathe. Because if at the birth of the existence of the world that you believe, with Thea smashing into it at a glancing blow, depositing a big molten iron core in it to keep up with the timeline they developed by the church, well then in that scenario, the first gas particle would come out of the ground and immediately bugger off into space, never to be seen again. And the second gas particle would come out of the ground into the sky vacuum and then travel in whatever vector it's traveling out into the sky vacuum to never, ever, ever return, ever.
Nathan, I feel like you're
So,
misunderstanding what I'm saying.
I'm still talking.
Okay.
So, in your ideas of what the sky is to send rockets to, you've got a narrative that would have violated the second law and first law of thermodynamics before it even came into existence. So, we wouldn't have an area of volume above our heads with gas pressure that we're breathing, those two things can't coexist. Nature abhors a vacuum, and your sky for rockets to go to is claimed to be a vacuum. Nature abhors that. It would disperse the gas we're breathing, that is, into it. There is no sky vacuum. Space is fake and debunked by natural law. I'm done now.
Yeah, so
Why ain't they understanding this?
Rockets would not exist in your worldview if that were
No, you're suggesting that. That's a claim that you now believe to be the truth. You're suggesting that rockets wouldn't exist because the sky's not a vacuum. No, that's preposterous, and your claim and what you're now worrying about, I'm replying to you. You would concern yourself that somehow miraculously rockets stop to exist because the sky's not a vacuum. No. Just having a second law of thermodynamics violation as a sky vacuum, in my humble opinion, is the reason that you've got rockets pretending to go there. So that people can believe that there is a sky vacuum, because we've got rockets, like you're justifying them. Now, because there isn't a sky vacuum doesn't mean the rockets you believe in cease to exist. That's fundamentally paradoxical and idiotic, and certainly not something I'm saying. Please don't project your pain that you would worry about, given that the sky is not a vacuum, onto me by saying that I'm saying rockets wouldn't exist by some straw man. That's garbage, and I'm not saying it. It's what you're worried about. I'm not. Why are you asking me and projecting it onto me then? I didn't say it. Don't project it onto me. I didn't say it. I didn't say it, so don't project it onto me. You said it. I'm suggesting you're concerned with it because you said it. You also projected it onto me like I'm saying rockets wouldn't exist. No, those words didn't cross my lips. They crossed yours. Therefore, unequivocally, you, sir, are concerned about it. Not me. But you'd like to project your pain that you worry about onto me by telling me what I'm saying when I'm not saying it. I didn't say rockets wouldn't exist. You have gone to La La Land and concern yourselves about the things that you have currently believed proved your sky vacuum. Now, rockets don't prove a sky vacuum. You lent on them up until now and are telling me that they wouldn't exist because I'm saying that your sky vacuum, the rockets you think go to, doesn't exist. It can't exist. Gas fills space. It's a law of nature. Do I care what your concerns about military rockets are now? No, they are your concerns. Now that you have a painful, fundamental shift in your reality, you thought there was an area of volume that gas wasn't filling that rockets could go to. So the rockets go up in a vector upwards or outwards, depending on your ilk. And as they go up or out from the sphere Earth, they go through the yummy gas at high pressure that we're all breathing until some of the gas just hangs around at the Kármán line, stopping carrying on in its current vector. Yeah, no, that's not real. That's a violation of natural law that leaves you with no sky vacuum to believe in. Your concern about rockets is not mine. If that's clear, don't project your pain onto me.
So then you don't believe in nuclear war then, if that's the way, like, case with all
Did I say that, Mr. I'm going to project my pain about nuclear war? Did I say that, Mr. I will now project your further pain about nuclear weapons? So you have a concern about nuclear weapons that you need to project on me, Mr. I've got a lot of concerns and pain that I need to project onto you. No, I didn't say that, did I? So don't project your pain for another issue that you've obviously got. You obviously have a lot to worry about now, don't you? Not me. I didn't say those things. Stop projecting your pain that you are experiencing now you realise that something you believe in, that's outer space, isn't real. That's not my pain about nuclear weapons or rockets, it's yours. Don't project your pain for a third time, if you don't mind.
Yeah, it does happen to be a flat Earth AMA, not a ballistic missile AMA. Anyways, let's try and move on to the next. Mr. You've been waiting for a while, haven't you? How do I say your name? I don't know how to
Before
say
you
your name.
move on, guys,
Yes.
that was a very, very, very interesting call. Well dealt with, Nathan. Yeah. When we talk about conspiracy cats and the guys, what would happen if it was true? That last conversation was a great example of how the world falls apart for the baller when they realise certain inherent truths. To the point that panic's setting so much that you need to clarify that maybe nuclear weapons aren't true as well. That's how much your paradigm's just been slapped up, mate, that you have to check back and hopefully
have a pullback to your old ball world where at least nuclear weapons are real. If Nathan agrees to that, and at least my worldview's not destroyed that much, really good example of forward thinking.
Your pain isn't my pain.
Beautiful. We're gonna have good old, once again, still don't know how to pronounce his name, but we'll bring him up here. Manufactotum, I suppose. See there?
Oh, hi.
Ah, you have a familiar voice, don't you?
Indeed. Can you hear me? Everyone
We
hear me
can
in the
hear
back?
you.
Cool.
Beautiful.
Well done on my name, by the way. Most people mispronounce it.
Thank you.
So, I was going to ask about your 2024 approach to this whole thing of it's measured flat. You need a flat Earth for that, and it seems clear from this so far that you do still stick to that, despite the pushback. So I'll jump to the quick. I'm curious because it's kind of important to my actual question. How do you define to measure?
To reference something in physical reality. So in terms of flat Earth, when we're dealing with the reference plane, we're referencing it. It's a plane. That would be what I'd qualify in this particular context for what I say in terms of measuring Earth flat. If that answers your question.
Kind of. So to reference, you would say is the same as to measure.
Part of measurement is to reference, but without using measurement in the definition of measurement, it's going to be a struggle unless I use something outside that word.
Okay. Because it seems to me that if I were on a tall building, say, and I'm taking a depression angle to a car, for instance, the reference that I've laid down from which I'm measuring wouldn't be the same reference as the Earth itself, right?
I don't follow.
So I establish a reference, right, a horizontal, but if I'm high above the Earth, like in a tall building, that reference isn't the Earth itself.
It depends what you've used to reference. So what you're saying is if you've got a laser level and you've drawn out a horizontal with that, then the plane of reference isn't the ground. Yeah, that's correct.
Right.
However, when you do that, the reason you do that, if you're going to use the ground for anything, so if you're doing navigation, for instance, you appreciate that that line that you've drawn out with eye level or a laser level is parallel to the ground. Do you appreciate that?
Well, not necessarily. Like,
Oh, really? Oh, does it not?
Not necessarily, no.
Don't laugh at him, Brian. Hold on, I've just got to I don't want this to become my panel mocking you. Please don't laugh at him, Brian. Try that without the laughter from my panel.
I
No,
apologise,
you're saying
just I've run into it so many times.
it's all right. Yeah, me too. So, not parallel with the ground, you say? I don't understand why you wouldn't think that all horizontals are parallel. I don't understand.
Well, that's fine if you don't understand. My problem is that it's not been established. Like, I could fathom different forms of the Earth, not necessarily spherical, could be anything, that wouldn't necessarily require that horizontal reference be parallel. And you would still be able to
Okay, I see your point. I got you. So you're saying at the point that you just establish horizontal in general, what does horizontal mean?
Not deviating from 90 degrees to a normal.
Not parallel with the horizon, then?
Not necessarily, but generally
that wouldn't be a definition you'd accept, then?
Not definitionally. It results as more or less the same thing on either a flat or spherical Earth, but
it is defined that way. But that is how it's defined, though. You wouldn't accept that because you don't accept it. Okay, so it's a hand wave dismissal in regards to how things are defined from your part.
Well, if we're going by definitions, that's going to get us into a whole bunch of other issues.
That's
Like, I
what we
don't forget
do when we debate things. It's semantics. That's what the Socratic method would be. Words and their meanings and how they're defined. That's what we're doing. It's called the Socratic method. Are you familiar with the Socratic method?
I am. Yeah, I think in a conversation like
What's
this,
the Socratic method? What is the Socratic method? Sorry, what is the Socratic method?
coming to a consensual conclusion on issues by testing beliefs.
No, by words and their meanings and their definitions.
Sure.
Yeah. So when you say it's going to be troublesome if we're going to have to stick to what definitions and words and their meanings and stuff, yeah, it is going to be, because that's how we go through this process of the Socratic method when we agree and debate on things. The problem is that when things fundamentally defy, for instance, horizontal being parallel with the ground, so it's useful for things like navigation, GP points, areas of equal elevation. If you've got a globe belief, you need to fundamentally deny that, and that would mean that you'd have to, find it problematic to, comport with definitions of words and stuff. Yeah, we know. Meanwhile, all horizontals run parallel with the ground. That's how we map and navigate. Did you not know that?
Okay, so I just have to ask them.
My question, I'll ask again. Did you not know that that's how we navigate? Did you not know that? That all horizontals that you establish run parallel with the ground? Did you not know that that is how we navigate as a fact that I'm asking you to either accept that you don't understand or accept that you do, in contradiction to your garbage that you spewed earlier? So do you understand that all horizontals run parallel with the ground and that's how navigation functions, or not?
All horizontals? No.
Yeah, they do. That's how we navigate.
Okay, I can accept that, sure.
So when you said no, just kick him out. The guy's a deceitful crap. So when you said no, you mean actually I accept that as a principle that's correct then? So
No,
just
I can
deceitful.
accept that for this conversation.
No, it's a fact. That's how we navigate. Not for this conversation. You seem to want to deny celestial navigation because you think it's a claim I'm making for the purposes of conversation. No, I'll say it again. It's a fact that they all run, that's horizontals, parallel with the ground in navigation. That's not up for contention. It's not acceptable on the basis of this discussion. It's a process called celestial navigation that I'm asking you to concede how it actually functions based on the fact that you're saying no. Not all horizontals run parallel with the ground. Yes, it's called navigation and not just going to be conceded for the purposes of this discussion. Now we're all clear. Do you now understand that in navigation, all horizontals run parallel with the ground as you denied? Incorrectly.
So he's done on the stage. You don't have to worry about him. Oliver's running into his late nights.
Obviously, they run parallel to spheres.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a little break and let Gremlin take over. It's getting quite late for me. Thank you for your time. I'm gonna be listening in with the crowd from now on. Pleasure, Oakley.
You've been a star.
Thank you, my friend.
We'll continue as long as you boys are ready. Looks like we still got 4 more on here,
I'll
and
just rattle through a few more questions, or what do you want to do?
I will
I mean, as long
grab.
as you want me to be.
I'll grab one more guy.
I might just
and
add
then
something
we'll
to the end
pull
of
up some
that,
questions.
Nathan, just to fill up
Perfect.
a
If you
little
can
bit
keep it to about a minute and a half, I'll grab a drink.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Take a break for
Well,
a
the
minute.
problem is that you can't have a horizontal unless you've got a reference for that horizontal. In reality, we have the horizon. So you can't have a horizontal that's in reference to the horizon and the horizon not be horizontal. And you can't have two horizons that are at 2 different angles to each other because you don't even have a reference for those angles because you don't have a horizontal to reference those angles from. Horizontal is what all pitch and angles are referenced from. So your all pitch changes would be referenced from a horizontal. So if you don't have a reference for a horizontal, how can you reference an angle or a pitch change? You can't. That's the whole point. So if all horizontals are not parallel with the plane of the horizon, then horizontal doesn't exist. It's that simple. On a sphere, there can be no horizontals. There can be tangent planes and straight lines down to those tangent planes, but those tangent planes cannot be called, and none of them can be called a horizontal. Because if one of them is horizontal, then the rest, what are the rest of them? You can't be all horizontal, and you can't have any verticals then because you don't have a horizontal.
That's where I was
So
going to go
on
next.
a sphere, there can be no horizontals and there can be no verticals. So what that man was trying to say there was, I don't know what I'm gathering, is that you can just have a horizontal. You can't, not without a constant reference, and a reference that does not change. Because if that reference changes in relation to, if the reference that someone in America is looking at when they're looking at the horizon, and the reference I'm looking at when I'm looking at the horizon, if they're at different pitches to each other or angles to each other, then the angles can't even be referenced because there's no horizontal to reference them from. You have to have a baseline. Without a baseline, there is no horizontal.
Well said, Brian. Well said.
It was.
All right, you guys ready for the next contender? Oh,
Yeah, there's an ongoing thing, I think, with our opposition.
can you hear me?
Where they try to take things from reality and then try and deny them while simultaneously using them, like Brenda earlier with the temperature. Or
I'm just going to say that, like Brenda.
As a tangent.
Sorry.
Go on, Neil.
I was just going to say that's what Brenda was trying to do. Well, she's always tried to do that anyway.
Yeah, but this is the thing. It's like if you're going to reference something in reality, you can't then deny it afterwards. So you can't call the tangent plane a horizontal and then 1 point over, because a tangent is just tangent to 1 point on a sphere or a circle. Well, technically, it's just a circle. So the next point over, you can't, and you have another tangent plane, right? How can, which one of those tangents, which one of those two crossing tangents, which one of them is your horizontal? You know what I mean? You can't both be horizontal. That's like my name, my name, who I am. I'm me, right? Like someone else can't be me. I can't be someone else. You know what I mean? It's as ridiculous as that. It's like trying to duplicate yourself. It's ridiculous. There can only be one horizontal, and everything must be referenced to that. And all lines that are 90 degrees to that are verticals. It's that simple. You can't have different horizontals. That's just crazy. So if you're going to claim a sphere, then you can't claim horizontal. You can't claim vertical because they can't exist within that paradigm geometrically.
Perfect. We've had that several.
It's that simple.
We've had it. You've summarised it beautifully. Thank you, Brian. I don't know if is it Gremlin?
Yes.
More questions he wants to put to us, me, whatever.
Right. So I'm going to invite Pickle Brian up.
Running out soon. I don't know. How much more have we got to get through, Gremlin, if any?
There's as much as you guys want to do. There's more than probably we'll ever get through. To be fair.
Disappeared.
No, can you not hear me?
This might be the end of the AMA. I've just put a link anyway. I'll do a quick call to action as I'm not hearing back from this Gremlin guy.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, you were on mute.
It didn't show me muted, but I'm going to grab Pickle Brian, and then he's going to come up next, and then we'll go through the questions. There's more than enough for you guys to play around with for hours. So whenever
I'll stay as long as you like.
Up, we can wrap
I'll
it
stay
up.
as long as you like. Perfect. I'll do a proper call to action then. Right, I've just put a link in the live stream chat if you're watching this live. You can join the Discord server. It's the politics server, and we're in an AMA in that particular server. But if you did want to become a politics server Discord member, there is a link going by in the live stream chat now. I haven't been paying close attention. If people have been sending super chats and stuff, then thank you. I haven't been looking, but yeah, if you haven't, then please smash the super chat. But we'll carry on with this AMA for as long as people have me in the politics server. Like I say, if you do have a question that you actually wanted to put in the moment, because we are live currently, then you can do so by joining the server and going through whatever actions you need to do to be a member of the politics server. In the meantime, like I say, if you're watching live, we'll go through a few more questions.
Brian stepped down, so I'll grab Zach. There's Zach. You can unmute when you're ready, Zach. Hey there, Zach.
Hey, Zach. You got a question? No audio, my friend.
No audio.
He's
All right,
dropped.
move on to the next
He's dropped and rejoined. You might. Maybe he'll try once
If he
more.
raises his hand, I'll grab him again. But
Okay.
we're not get through. I can't actually read this guy's name. What's his name? Get. There he is. Go ahead and unmute and have at her.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening, Nathan. Thank you for the privilege for talking to you guys. Mic check?
Sure.
Sounds familiar.
Oh.
You have a question?
Well, questions, no. But yeah, I want to say that I agree with pretty much everything that Nathan said. And even with his art of arguing, he's so good at it. but still, QE is my favorite. But he's not the least. So,
That's fair
That's
enough.
it. Get out.
No, Q is my mentor. I'm not going to take that as anything other than a compliment. I'm only as good as I am because I've been mentored by QE, who's your favourite, which is Epic. He's my favourite too.
yes, I follow him for many years in 24/7, and I always like the way he speaks. He's very correct scientifically, and that is very important for people to understand and realize. Because it helps you live lucid.
Yeah, totally agree. Shout out to QE. As he's come up in conversation, we're talking about a YouTuber called Quantum Eraser. That's the name of the YouTube channel. So be here or be Sphere if you want more fantastic information on flat Earth and debunking the globe and various other subjects. So that's Quantum Eraser YouTube channel. He's also got a website which is called theglobeterminator.com. Check it out.
Yes, and your video on the theory of information, that one went like olive oil straight to my heart. It's my favorite.
On the Quantum Eraser itself?
Yeah.
Yeah. There is a God.
Yes, of course, true. Undeniable and undebatable. There's no
There's
debate about that.
Right, 4 hours-ish ago, I was saying there's very little skin in this race for a flat earther in terms of science. But when you get down to things like Big Bang and their assertion of how nature created everything, that's where we do have a little bit of skin in the race with scientific validity that is offered by the Quantum Eraser or the Delayed Choice Quantum Eraser or any of the offerings from that particular neck of the woods in science, which is actually science. And it leads you to an answer to the ontological primitives when you know that you can't have anything in physical existence without information. And to have information, you've got to have a knower. Therefore, the starting point for this all was knowledge and a knower, aka external creator, God, call it what you like. But you can offer scientific validity for that claim in answering the ontological primitives. Nature didn't create itself. It's a first law of thermodynamics violation. There must have been an external entity for us to have information in the first instance, proven by science.
Yeah. I want to say that you have my greatest good esteem for all of you guys in the FED server. I love you all. Be great and carry on doing the good job you do.
You're
Have a
very
nice
sweet. I
evening.
love you too.
Thank you.
So we're going to take a question from Loom. He isn't able to stand up and talk to you, but he wanted to know how you first deduced the Earth was flat, who were your influences, and why is it that the Earth is flat a significant or important fact of the matter? Finally, what are the consequences of Earth being flat that can't be achievable with a globe Earth?
All of the globe Earth claims, in reverse order to his questioning, require a flat Earth in the first instance. So to answer what wouldn't be possible as a result of the contrapositive claim that Earth is flat versus being a sphere, all sphere claims start with a flat Earth measurement. There's a good chance that will cause problems and issues and distortions in terms of navigation and so forth, but it's kind of nonsensical to say how will it be affected in the reverse situation when the globe claim came from flat Earth measurements anyway. In terms of my journey through knowing Earth is flat, that's a very cloudy and convoluted answer because it's only in the last couple of months or month even, or less than a month, that I've been postulating the idea of just making it categorically clear how Earth is measured flat and to be able to summarise a question like I just had in the answer I just gave, which is to say the globe claims come from flat Earth measurements. We weren't doing that previously. And that has been challenged by some of my panel where I would make it very black and white and say prior to 2024 we just all believed it was flat. Now 2024 we're saying it's measured flat and making every example focus on that with a laser sharpness that is obvious to an audience member. It isn't as black and white as that. there were plenty of flat Earth proofs leading into 2024, but our attitude was to stand on the back foot and respond to globe claimants' positive assertions that used a flat Earth measurement that Earth was a sphere, and then unpack them. Whereas, like the guy earlier, who was epic, by the way, still he's going to stick right in my mind, why are we even entertaining these unproven positive assertions of sphericity when we measure Earth flat? Will be my new rhetoric thanks to him. And that is exactly how it has developed over the period of 10 years that I've been in the subject. Initially, I only found out the notion of Earth being flat from Math Powerland on an auto-played video. I wasn't really paying that much attention to. I couldn't even tell you which video it was because it was playing in the background while I was doing something else. And it auto-played after watching a video about psychopathy or maybe about subliminal messaging, one or the other. Those were the subjects I was looking at when that auto-played because YouTube wanted it pumped into the conspiratorial algorithm. So all people who came to the subject, including me, were of a certain type to be made fun of when they speculated. But in that process, I found out plenty of information about how the world behaves and indeed how the sphere doesn't work, enough for me to say I don't need to necessarily address any believers in a sphere, although that's exactly what I've done here for the most part today. And that's a testament to why I've still got the subject matter show title as it is, Flat Earth Debate. Regardless of how the guy's sentiment is absolutely true, why are we even entertaining it? Well, because they're still brainwashing every single year of children into the notion that they live on a sphere and that there's a force of gravity holding gas here. So, regardless of how well we have debunked that claim, or indeed, as his sentiment suggests, how irrelevant it is when it's an unproven positive claim that I would assert has come from a flat Earth measurement in the first instance, because it has, then, you know, we're in a position where why would we have to debate it at all? Well, because everyone still thinks it. And until we reach a position where everyone understands implicitly that Earth's measured flat and that their globe belief came from that measurement, we'll still be arguing about it and having to point out, well, where do the rockets go? Well, my concern isn't that. That's your concern, first and foremost. I'm pointing out that the sky isn't a vacuum and that's what you call outer space for your rockets to go to. Beyond that, space is fake. You can concern yourself about what happens with rockets now you know space is fake, or why they'd be doing it, because that obviously deeply concerns you, and it doesn't deeply concern me in 2024, to summarise the end of this journey. The end of the journey through 10 years of flat Earth is Earth's measured flat. That was supposed to represent a full stop.
We'll go on to another question that I see a few people asking. Do you believe all planets are flat or just the Earth itself?
That's working outside of a reification fallacy that the globe is spherical when measured flat, and that the lights in the sky, which are only two-dimensional by our estimation of them anyway, we don't have binocular vision to these lights. We don't have any three-dimensionality to establish for them. What am I suggesting they're flat? No, they are flat. You only have a two-dimensional aspect to view of them. So you, under your apprehensions of 3D sphericity, no, not how a telescope works. You think you're establishing their three-dimensionality that way? No, far from it. So am I saying they're flat? No, they are. Oh, shocking, isn't it? Flat Earther says that the stars are flat. Yeah, they are. You only have a two-dimensional view of them. Ever. All of us. If you didn't know that and thought you had a little gotcha when you're asking me about, am I saying they're flat? Are you saying they're three-dimensional? Oh, well, beyond inference, how do you prove that? Oh, you can't? No, I know you can't. You thought you had a little gotcha, didn't you? How amusing.
I'm going to go ahead and grab one of these guys that are standing up. You ready for one? See if this Flat Earth guy is here.
Can you hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Alright, so yeah, first off, hello. Secondly,
hello.
I just want to challenge you on the claim that the planets in the solar system are actually just quote unquote lights in the sky. That doesn't make any sense based on the fact that we have not only photographic evidence of these planets, but also, like, if you get a telescope on the ground and you're able to look at them through space, you can very clearly see those planets. So I would just like you to explain how the planets in the sky are just actually lights.
Maybe we're in like a green room or something when I just answered that like 30 seconds ago. Did you not hear what I just said? Like literally 30 seconds ago.
No, I didn't. So you should
That's fine.
elaborate.
No, that's fine. I'll answer it with respect to your question. So, the first part of your question is to say that I just say they're lights in the sky. No, they are just lights in the sky, though, aren't they? Let's just get that cleared up first. Are you
No,
saying
they're
they're not lights in the sky?
Yeah.
You're saying then the twinkling lights in the sky that I call stars, they're not lights in the sky, according to you.
Correct. They're planets.
That's what you describe the lights in the sky as.
No, that's what
You're
they are.
fundamentally denying that they're lights in the sky, first and foremost. You're saying that when I say, look at those lights in the
Correct.
sky, you say, no, they're not lights in the sky.
Yes, there are planets in the sky, and you can look at them from the ground.
Regardless of what you arbitrarily ascribe to them in descriptive terms, they are lights, aren't they?
Arbitrarily, that's what they are.
But they are lights. They are producing light, aren't
Planets
they?
are lights now?
I'm looking up at a starry night right now through my window. They're lights, literally. Why are you objecting to this? It seems absurd to have
So
this as a
planet-
discussion and debate
so-
with me. Do you
so
want to
if a
move on
plan-
or not? We just need to move on. You're denying that when I look up and go, hey, look at those lights. Hey, Eleanor, what would you call that? Would you call that a light in the sky? Yeah, my daughter's 7. She says, yeah, it's a light. What's your objection again? 7-year-old says, yes,
So do,
definitely a
so
light
do
in the
planets?
sky.
So,
You
so
say
do planets
no.
produce light?
I'm looking at it. Do you want me to deny the evidence of my own eyes because you say no? Is this
Yes, I want
this
you.
is
I want
so
you to.
absurd.
I
This is
want you to.
stupid. I'm
I want you
talking.
to.
I'm talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, you don't need to tell me what you're doing while I'm telling you that I am looking at a light in the sky. I can say it's a planet. I'm looking at Mars, what you refer to as a planet, and it's a light in the sky. You say no. I say that's absurd. We just need to move past that without it being an argumentative point that you deny that they're lights in the sky when they absolutely are, and even a 7-year-old can recognise that.
We moved Lights in the Sky Boy back down.
It's absurd. Why do I? Yeah, don't blame you.
I apologize for repeat questions. They should be listening. They have their hands raised. See what Jesse's got to say.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Ray.
Hey, so it seems that surveyors for hundreds of years, as well as some amateur globers and flat earthers, have found that when measuring angles from one mountaintop to another mountaintop, there's a drop over distance that amounts to around 7 inches per mile squared. How does flat Earth deal with that?
Have they?
Hold on, just before we go on, how did you reference the drop? What was it with respect to? So you know there's an elevation drop by virtue of looking at things. To your perspective, let's just say. To your perspective, they drop at a rate, according to you. So that we know that we've got that measurement. Does it have a plane of reference that you can give us the altitude difference from, perhaps? How do you know? What was it referenced with respect to, that drop you described then?
You mean like
Do you know?
zenith angle or elevation angle?
No, like with respect to sea level.
Well, no. If you're on one mountaintop shooting an angle to another mountaintop, you reference your level if you're shooting an elevation angle.
We reference our level. Yeah, so we're proving Earth's measured flat and we're referencing level in respect to how high these mountains are. And just so we're all clear about what's going on with the height of the mountains. You appreciate that the height of the mountains is with respect to sea level and therefore a height off a plane. A horizontal plane of reference averaged and known as sea level. So we're going to describe how high these mountains are off a flat Earth and how much a difference in perspective would be asserted to be a difference of a drop over distance with respect to a plane when detailing that elevation change. So it sounds like this question's quite loaded up with flat Earth proofs. How does this question have anything to do with a globe, may I ask?
Well, for example, no, this has to do with a flat Earth. And how do we make our real world observations fit a flat Earth? For example, I shot an angle to a mountain that was, 5,000 feet taller than the one I was standing on. So, simple trigonometry says it should have been at an upward slope of 0.5 degree. I measured it at a downward slope of 1/10 of a degree. So how in the flat Earth do we predict what the angle to a remote mountain should be?
I'll just answer him. Brian. Yeah. So the angle that you measured required a flat Earth to measure the difference in the angle with respect to a surface level that has established heights of mountains on it. So I just want you to acknowledge that you understand that the heights of these mountains are with respect to a flat Earth, and that the angle you're describing, let's say it's a depression angle with respect to a horizontal plane, that the mountain's heights are referenced to. And it's a depression angle with respect to the ground level that all horizontals will be parallel with. So to describe this difference between eye level and surface level with a depression angle, you will require a flat Earth to measure and describe the angle and give us the heights of the mountains with respect to sea level. That would be, by my count, 3 flat Earth proofs in the form of 3 flat Earth measurements. Do you understand that before we go forward?
Absolutely.
Excellent. So we've proven Earth's measured flat then, with 3 examples that you've given me. What was your question again?
Well, my question is, so the problem is, the Globers, they come up with a formula. They can tell us, if you're on a mountain this high and you shoot an angle to a mountain that high, that far, here's the angle you'll get. And they're right. And that's embarrassing because the flat earthers, they can't tell us what angle to expect for a given set of mountain distances and heights. And it's high time the flat earthers come up with a formula that works.
Why would we do that?
Nobody's doing this.
Why?
Brian,
Yeah,
is
why
this
would we
not
do
a
this?
Roofy stooge question?
It's
not taken from reality. This is one of Roofy's plant questions.
Yeah, nobody's doing what he's saying. For a start, surveyors don't go up to top of one mountain and take the elevation of another mountain from the top of that mountain. That is not what surveyors do, number one. Number two, in surveying, right, what they use for all elevation changes is they use the process of rise over run. In rise over run, which is used throughout the whole world, all elevations everywhere, in relation to all other elevations everywhere, rise over run requires that all horizontals, which are all the distances between, are parallel to each other, and all verticals are parallel to each other. That's how surveying deals with elevation changes. Now, at the start of this man added in an 8-inch drop per mile square, 8 inches per mile square drop. Nobody has ever in the history of surveying ever measured that. Ever, anywhere. Nobody measured that. Nobody references it. Now, this other claim where we have this situation where someone's looking at the top of a mountain at another mountain and the other mountain is this from that, blah, blah, blah. I've dealt with that years ago. It's the effect of optical drop. I've shown this, I've demonstrated it, I've explained it, I've shown it in real life. No end. So if you want to make a claim of the opposite, then you've got to show it. Because I can show and demonstrate everything that you're saying, and it all requires a horizontal plane. Every bit of it.
So
Yeah,
it
that's
looks
what I'd
like
focus on.
Jesse is sharing his screen. I don't know if you can see it, Nathan.
No.
Well,
do you have any way to view it or not?
With a mountain. Yeah, the 2 mountains
Just go
on
ahead
this
and explain
diagram.
what you're doing.
Yeah, the 2 mountains on his diagram.
Okay.
Are on a flat plane.
Right. So we agree that the angle should be the arctangent of the rise over the run, right?
No, I didn't. Brian did, but I'm just you don't seem to be conceding to me. The diagram's depicting a flat Earth, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, and that's how we measure it, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, that's it. Job's a good one.
So why is what I measure not
Who cares? Do you not understand that I don't care?
about the truth?
Sorry, the truth is we've measured it flat. And you're asking about an example of how we're going to measure it flat and something that... Sorry, about the truth. Excuse me, does this have a practical application in the real world? How will this be practically applied to someone's life to better it? Give me 3 ways this will better someone's life in practical application. Go.
Well, in 1886, they measured the height of Mount Everest from 100 miles away using theodolites, and they got it pretty close to the modern elevation. So I guess that made it better for the people who later tried to climb it because they knew how high it was, they knew how much food to pack, and how much oxygen to bring.
So, and do I strike you as the type of guy about to go up Everest? Is this going to be useful in practical application for me, or is it a very, very narrow and specific field of people that have this single benefit? Okay, fine, I'll accept it. So when we measure the heights of mountains, including Everest, off a flat Earth, proving Earth is measured flat, it's quite useful if you're one of the select few that might decide to go up Everest to know the exact height of the mountain. Not that it has any real bearing on you when you're climbing up it, you're just climbing up it and it is what it is. But knowing the height is useful in practical application. In fact, I decry that this is even useful. When you're climbing up Everest, how the hell is it useful to know how high it is?
Well, but surveying is used for lots of other things.
You don't seem to be answering my question. I asked you for a practical application where this was useful beyond me using it to prove Earth's flat, and you've said knowing the height of Everest. And I'm saying when you're climbing up it, and you've got a vague idea by looking at it how bloody massive it is, knowing the exact height measured with elevation changes from a flat Earth perspective, isn't that useful in practical application? I put it to you. So therefore, I'm getting irritated with you because you're saying that this is me hiding the truth if I don't answer it. What, the truth for bloody Everest navigators? Is that who I'm hiding the truth for, you stupid dick? No, I'm not. How dare you?
Well, Nathan, he did say that they measured the height of Everest from 100 miles away. That would be 100 miles of flat they would need as a horizontal in parallel to meet sea level. Measure that height. Go on, Adam.
Yeah, I'm proving out the question. I'm just sorry, Adam. I'm just going to say I'm proving that the question requires an Earth that's measured flat, which is all I'm here to do. Yeah, I'm accused of withholding truth because I won't answer some stupid trivia question that has no bearing in physical reality, isn't demonstrated to have actually taken place, and has no practical use to anybody ever. But yet I'm withholding the truth according to this guy. It's absolutely infuriating.
Are we ready for another one?
I just want to respond
Yeah, go ahead,
to the mathematical description.
I'm sorry.
It's supposedly demonstrating a ball.
Oh, hold on, Adam. I've got there's 2A. Yes, Adam just wants to add his 2 pennyworth before we go on to the next person, if you don't mind. Is that okay?
Go ahead.
Go ahead, Adam.
Just to reiterate Brian's point, I've just joined the server, just have a look at the images that are being shown. If you look at both of them, the flat Earth calculations, you appear to be taking perspective angles and then applying them orthographically. Again, you're applying it in an orthographic way to a flat baseline. Look at it. If that was in any way a globe calculation, then that baseline of 100 miles needs to curve 8 inches per mile squared for you to plot it on, for it to be anything to do with the globe. At best, you're resolving for, as Brian described, optical drop. But fundamentally, your mathematical proof for a globe is done on a flat Earth.
Someone grab the image from Discord and stick it into Skype so I can present to the audience what we were just discussing. And Adam's just summarised beautifully. Thank you for bearing with us, Gremlin.
Oh, you're good,
Adam.
We're on to the next person, though, if you wish.
Yep. Grab. I can't even pronounce his name. I'll call him just Zet. Zet, you're up. Go ahead and hit the button. 3.
The button.
2.
Wrong with you?
Okay. Next. Bones.
Hello, hello.
Great.
All right, so hey, well, good morning. Well, actually, no, it's afternoon now. Ooh, my sense of time's all fucked. Anyways, I have a question for you. So, suppose you're in a empty room, and I'm going to put a box in this room. Now, you don't know the orientation of this room either, but that box is, for all intents and purposes, while time has stopped, sitting in the middle of that room, floating in air. And as for anything else, since I did say air, the air is constant pressure, constant density, everything. Without knowing anything else, what is down? And what direction is down in this case?
I don't think I understand your question or the reason I'm being asked it.
Well, no, it's more of a thought experiment. Actually, I should probably have prefaced this before. Like, what's your view on gravity, and or do you believe that like density is what causes objects to go up and down in a certain environment?
Okay, well, let's start there because that's something I can relate to. Which one?
Actually, go with the second one because that's more pertinent.
Which gravity?
Not gravity. I'm talking density. Do you believe in the idea that density is what causes objects to either fall or rise relative to one another?
Are you making that as a claim?
No, I'm asking you that question.
Do I believe that density is the cause of anything? No, density is just a description.
Okay, do you have any model of gravity then?
Right, model of... Do I have a model of which gravity?
So it is the force that I'm describing that pulls objects towards one another. In this case, on the Earth, it's what goes...
I gotcha.
It's the kind of force that takes a pull.
I gotcha.
Okay.
I gotcha. Thank you. The force of gravity.
Yes.
I take it you didn't get to higher education.
No, I'm actually an undergrad in aerospace engineering.
Really?
Yes.
So why would you be under the misapprehension that gravity is a force then?
Well, I'm asking you of your model. I'm asking.
It's not my claim. I don't have a model.
No.
It's not. Okay, I understand.
So then what
I
is your
understand. I'll just try and respond. I understand. What you want to do is reverse the burden of proof. You have a positive claim of a force of gravity, and you're asking me about my claim of the force. It's not my claim. Please don't reverse the burden of proof. It's not my claim. It's yours. And I asked you which gravity 3 times. You've said that you're an undergraduate and appealed to some authority when I've asked you a specific question about your question to me by way of burden of proof reversal fallacy for a claim you have of gravity. Which of your gravities are you referring to, I ask? And I got an answer. The force, you told me. I respond. Why would you, as an aerospace undergraduate, feel the need to ascribe a force to gravity when that hasn't been the case for 109 years? It seems you are ignorant of what gravity is. Are you unaware that, quote, Professor Brian Cox, there isn't really a force of gravity at all, end quote. Professor Brian, are you a professor? No, Brian Cox is. There isn't a force of gravity. So now we've summarised, with a lot of interruptions, that you seem ignorant. There is no force of gravity. When I asked you which one, you said force. No, you were ignorant. There is no force. Do you understand?
So you didn't answer any of my questions, but I will answer yours.
Kick him
out
out.
of
Get rid
good
of him.
faith.
Dick, get rid of him. Yeah, I did answer your question,
answer your
Stumbo. That's
question,
why the
Bob.
mod team will now remove you. Because I absolutely answered your questions. But your burden of proof reversal fallacy asking me to define what gravity was failed, and I pointed out why. Because I'm not going to use your burden. That's not mine. Yeah, I did answer you. Yeah, you just get kicked out when you try and attempt it for a second time and tell me I haven't answered you when I absolutely have. I also will now debunk gravity because the non-force, where you were wrong and ignorant and stupid and told the audience that it was a force incorrectly, and I quoted Professor Brian Cox and explicitly stating it isn't one. You were wrong, Dumbo. And I did answer your question, which was incomprehensible because you're describing forces for me to answer about when they're not. Yeah, I did answer you. But meanwhile, you've got a non-force of gravity which does not help you when gas expands in all directions and is claimed to be a sky vacuum in this rhetoric that has gravity. Not mine, yours. Failed burden of proof reversal using man. Fallacy. Meanwhile, sky vacuum is debunked by gas behaviour, unaffected by non-forces of gravity. You don't have a sky vacuum. Your astronaut little training that you're wasting your money on, they're lying to you if they're telling you there's a sky vacuum to go to because the gas we breathe would fill that space. That would be natural law, as opposed to 109-year out-of-date gravity nonsense that is still taught to school kids and idiots that go to NASA like you. Probably not going to NASA. Probably a complete liar. Because if you were in NASA, you would hope that he would understand that there's a pseudo-Riemannian force space-time given to him by Einstein, as opposed to coming on a flat Earth server and telling the person under a AMA that there's a force. Not for 109 years, Dumbo. Yeah, I did answer you. Now get lost.
Great. So I'm going to grab a question from the
if that's okay. Can I add something to the end of that first?
It's not. I'll have to ask permission. Is that okay, Gremlin?
Yeah, go ahead. Floor's your guy.
Brian.
Yeah, just to clarify something there. A lot of people don't understand that they think gravity is a force and it gives weight to things, that this gravity exists and it gives weight to things, and that this force of gravity creates buoyancy. No, that's incorrect. Buoyancy is 900 years prior to the birth of Isaac Newton. It's Archimedes' principle. Yeah, well, let me expand. Why am I bringing that into this? Very simple. The more buoyancy you have, the less weight you have. The less buoyancy you have, the more weight you have. Which is why you weigh more in air than you do in water. But if you remove the air, you will weigh more again. So contrary to popular belief, a lot of people don't realize this, but you weigh more at high altitudes because there's less air or less buoyancy. So all weight is an apparent effect of buoyancy. More buoyancy, less weight. Less buoyancy, more weight. Which is why objects weigh more in a vacuum. If air had weight given to it by a force of gravity, then objects would have to weigh less in a vacuum, but they weigh more. They would have to weigh less at high altitudes, but you weigh more. Things weigh more at high altitudes because there's less air, less buoyancy. What they did is they hijacked buoyancy, which is the very thing that debunks their gravity, their force of gravity claims, even though gravity is not officially not a force for 109 years, but people still think it is. But they hijack the very thing. This is what they do. They hijack the very thing that debunks their claim of gravity, which is buoyancy.
What an eloquent summary.
Yeah, Isaac Newton never tried to hijack buoyancy. People after him did. Thank you.
Okay, so I see a couple questions of similarity. There's a few in the audience that are curious on flight paths around the said flat Earth, missiles, flight paths, and as well as like us using stars and the sun for navigation. So if you're
any of them, ask all of them. Any of them. I'm good with all of them. If they're ones that you have to read out, then I'll respond to you.
Yeah, we'll go with this one. So we'll go for Oppo. You explain military weapon systems and how they work, hypersonic missiles, cruise missiles, ground-based radar, air-based radar platforms.
Okay, all of those prove a flat Earth. Okay, we'll start with that. Radar proves a flat Earth. The whole system's based on a flat Earth. So I don't really know what I'm being asked for. If you look into how radar works, it's using a flat plane.
Okay.
So,
same with missiles.
Yep, same with missiles. In terms of weapon systems, look up the Type 2 Sea Sparrow. It's got a laser pencil beam that flies across a million miles. No, that's a bit of an exaggeration. Up to 30 miles disclaimed to the public, way beyond Earth curve, at the height that the boat's projecting out this laser to track a boat so you can put a missile into it. Well, they're describing how it would work and can only work if Earth is flat, because that's how it does work. When it comes to actually sinking boats, even NASA themselves describe how Earth's non-rotating and stationary when it comes to doing things in terms of aviation. When it comes to actually dealing with Earth, it's flat. So people throwing things at flat Earthers like radar, like this isn't 2014 anymore. All of these things prove a flat Earth. Like radar.
I was just going to say that. I feel like I'm back in 2014.
Yeah, radar.
Sorry,
what about it? It's a flat Earth proof. Why am I being asked about radar? It's like a terrible question. Okay, fine. Yeah. Look into radar.
NASA specifically state that that they are referencing a flat, stationary, non-rotating plane. That's what they claim.
Yeah, that's how it's dealt with.
Okay.
Good question.
You able to hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So we're gonna grab Lupus for the next one. We'll grab a live one. Wait, didn't we just do Lupus? No, I don't think we did. Go ahead, Lupus. Come on up.
Hey, so just to preface, I'm just pretty much like agnostic towards the shape of our realm. I just have like some questions.
Shoot.
So I remember a debate you had, or you explained how Eratosthenes proves the Earth is flat, or something like that.
It's measuring angles of a flat plane.
Right, because of the shape of the shadows, the lines, right?
Yeah, well, you can only get an angle if one of the lines that's running along the ground is straight. To call it an angle, it's got to be straight. So he's referencing a plane to get an angle. He's measuring Earth flat. Yeah.
But one thing I've seen that I haven't heard talked about really is Foucault's pendulum. Foucault, am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah, Foucault pendulum.
Yeah. How would we explain how the movement of the pendulum would change over time?
How would we explain it? When you say we, as in how would flat earthers explain it? We don't have a positive claim that uses Foucault. It's their positive claim. You know how the globe uses Foucault as a positive claim?
The direction of the swinging is changing because the Earth is supposed to be tilted and rotating or something along its axis or something like that.
Close. It's a claim demonstration of two reference frames. So the pendulum is doing what pendulums do. Do you understand in principle that pendulums do not deviate? They only go back and forth. Do you understand that, first and foremost?
Yeah, of course.
Right, so their claim is that the pendulum moves back and forth and only back and forth. It appears that would be not actually doing what I'm about to describe, only appearing to do it. Yeah? It appears to rotate around and knock over the dominoes because Earth is claimed to rotate underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame. The pendulum, inertial reference frame, moves back and forth and only back and forth. Back and forth and back and forth. And then the second reference frame, according to the globe Earth, is the ground underneath the pendulum, rotating underneath the fixed frame in the inertial reference frame for the pendulum. So you understand, it's an example according to the globe of two reference frames. There's more to this. Just need you to say yes if you understand.
That would be the claim, yeah.
Okay, so you understand that they are now claiming that there's a reference frame that the pendulum can be in, separate from a rotating, turning reference frame moving underneath the pendulum. We're all clear?
Yeah.
Same question, but yeah. Good, because that would mean Earth's turning underneath stuff, like aeroplanes, hot air balloons, helicopters, you if you jump up and down. That would mean that on the equator, if you jump up and down, Earth's rotating underneath you as a non-inertial turning reference frame, as exampled by the Foucault pendulum, where it shows Earth's turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame with an angular velocity of 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. So you launch a drone and Earth would turn underneath the drone at a rate of 1,000 miles per hour on the equator. And the drone, which isn't really flying away from you 1,000 miles an hour, it's just you turning underneath as a non-inertial turning reference frame, like shown in the pendulum. Said nobody ever, because drones don't whiz away from you 1,000 miles an hour on the equator. Nothing does. We don't exhibit this effect. Earth is not a non-inertial turning reference frame, but it needs to be if you're going to assert that Earth's turning to cause the star movement. So you need some physical demonstration that says, yeah, of course the Earth's turning with respect to an inertial reference frame. Check out my pendulum. Pendulums only move back and forth, but because Earth's turning underneath them, and aeroplanes, helicopters, hot air balloons, and you if you jump up and down, and don't exhibit any effect of that, but we can show it in this pendulum. Or indeed, if you fire a bullet from a sniper's rifle, the Earth will turn underneath the bullet, and you'll have to track the target ahead of where it is, because Earth's going to turn underneath a bullet, and an aeroplane, and a hot air balloon, and a helicopter. And if it did, then a flight from Charlotte, North Carolina to Los Angeles would only take an hour and a half, because Earth would be turning underneath it like it turns underneath bullets, and pendulums, and footballs, like Neil deGrasse Tyson told us. You know, Earth turns underneath a football, making it go through the goal, and it would turn under the hot air balloon and blimp that was filming the game, at a rate of 1,000 miles an hour on the equator, we'd notice. They just don't have any real proof that Earth's turning to cause the star rotation in a physical example, so they blag you with pendulums, and they blag you with footballs, and they blag you with bullets. But those effects that they are categorically claiming Earth exhibits with things like pendulums would affect flight times. You'd have shortened flights when travelling west. We don't. Earth's not turning.
Right. I can see how the pendulum wouldn't be a proof for either side, but I think
claiming it is.
I think the people who argue for the globe would say, like, well, you know, everything, the atmosphere, the air, the gases, everything is all moving with the Earth spinning. The same way if a bus was going at like a high speed and you jump on the bus, like it's as if you're not moving at all because you're moving like with the bus.
Gotcha. So if you're claiming now that Earth and atmosphere move together, there wouldn't be any deviation in the pendulum, there wouldn't be any deviation in the football, and there wouldn't be any deviation in the stars. Because they're claiming that, I'm nearly there, they're actually claiming there is a Coriolis effect. And having a Coriolis effect requires 2 reference frames. Now, when I show a globe-believing numpty idiot with a fundamentalist religious belief that Earth's turning, that there is no effect to observe, they'll then deny their own claim that Earth has a Coriolis effect and 2 reference frames. You see, the pendulum's demonstrating that we have 2 reference frames according to a globe believer. That would be Earth turning underneath the pendulum. But when I point out that Earth isn't turning underneath aeroplanes, suddenly it's all moving together. That denies that the globe has a claimed Coriolis effect to begin with, doesn't it?
So no one can explain the movement of the pendulum, I suppose.
Well, no,
I
they
can-
do.
I can tell you all
Let's just
about
try
it.
Brian,
Very
hard enough
simply.
as it is. No, they do claim the pendulum shows 2 reference frames. That's what they do claim. It isn't demonstrating 2 reference frames. I debunk it with an aeroplane. That doesn't suddenly mean the original claim that there is 2 reference frames isn't real. The globe still claims there's 2 reference frames. When an anti-flat earther who is prepared to deny his own claim says Earth and atmosphere move together, then there's no Coriolis effect, is there? So it's fundamentally flying in the face of the original claim. Not, oh, well, it doesn't prove anything for anybody. No, it's still claimed to prove 2 reference frames. The very reference frames that are denied by the same person who'll claim them when they say Earth and atmosphere move together. Yeah, that's denying the original claim because the claim is 2 reference frames. That sort of stupidity will lead idiots like Simon Dan to say things like, and I quote, you and your reference frames have been ruined, end quote, Simon Dan. Which reference frames would they be? The 2 reference frames used in the pendulum to claim Earth spinning, Dan? You complete moron. Yeah, as an anti-flat Earth numpty, Simon Dan feels it's okay to deny the very premise that the globe has as a claim in the form of 2 reference frames by telling me that they are ruined. What, Earth and atmosphere spin together, anti-flat Earth numpties? Denying the claim there's 2 reference frames? We'd go around in this circle forever, but for my exasperation, having to point out to a claimant that there's 2 reference frames, in this case with a pendulum, claiming there's only 1, Earth and atmosphere move together, this is in the face of the original claim. I hope that's clear.
All right, thanks.
Enjoy.
Can I add something to the end of that, Nathan, if that's okay?
Yes, go ahead,
Just
Brian.
a bit of
Sorry to get
information
annoyed.
for the audience. The Foucault pendulum, they, if you want, anyone wants to research this, if they're in a university and they're purely mechanical and there's no electromagnetic motor there is somebody assigned to make sure that that pendulum does what they want it to do. So if it starts going in the opposite way from what they want it to do, it's stopped and corrected to go in the way they want it to go in. If you go to places like the Los Angeles Observatory, I think it's the Griffith Observatory in Los Angeles, where they have one of these pendulums, they have an electromagnetic motor and make sure that the pendulum does what they want it to do. right? But there's a greater, besides the fact that that completely takes away the whole claim about pendulums, and that doesn't take away from Nathan's point, but it takes away the claim that they're just doing this thing, because they're not. They're either doing it because an electromagnetic motor is making them do it, or there is a human being assigned to make sure that they keep doing what they want them to do in the direction they want them to do. And if they don't, they stop the thing and make it go in the direction they want it to go in. But all that doesn't matter, because the most important point on what I'm saying here is that they need to start that thing moving. You can stop any of these Foucault pendulums and it won't start moving. It won't start doing its own thing. Unless a human gets it moving, makes it move, pulls it back and leaves it swing, or an electromagnetic motor does it. If you don't have the motor doing it, and you don't have a human doing it, what's the pendulum doing it? Doing nothing. It's a plumb bob. It's hanging there, stationary. If the earth was moving, and this is on an arm disconnected to the earth that's moving, then there is no way for that pendulum to not move. But it doesn't move, it sits stationary, just like a tower crane. The earth's not moving. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to bring up.
What about gas behavior? Sorry, go ahead.
No, what do you want?
I was going to say, if Earth and atmosphere are moving as one, what about gas behavior? So all gases are moving in one direction? That's news to me.
Yeah, I don't like that argument. You can get into the wrangle-dangle of denying their own claim in Coriolis and going with it and going, oh, well, you'll need containment around the gas that's flying through space in million miles an hour velocities. But you're into begging their question and saying, how doesn't it work? But you're automatically working in the premise that we've got a heliocentric system that has gas wrapped around it, and it's just figuring out how it manages to do that in their system. No. The moment they deviate from their original claim that is 2 reference frames, as claimed to be proven by Foucault or a gyro or bullets or footballs, you go, okay, well, that's Earth turning underneath them, isn't it? Yeah. Well, that would shorten flight times. Oh, well, we've got one reference, just one reference frame. No. 2 reference frames. Don't do a Simon Dan on me and tell me my reference frames are ruined. You've got 2. Now you're saying we've only got 1. Well, therefore your 2 reference frames claims debunked. End of story. Bye-bye, globe Earth turning claim to be proven by 2 reference frames. We don't have them. It's the end of the argument. Not, well, your 1 reference frame that defies Coriolis would need containment. Sod that. I get your point.
Are you ready for Ariel?
Yeah.
Come on up,
Little
Ariel.
Mermaid?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, like the mermaid. Hi.
I do have to make a slight disclaimer before she asks a question, though. This is because we're over like 5 hours for me. Typically, this is where my family invade the house or invade my space that is my studio. It turns back into a non-studio. Therefore, my daughter's going to play Minecraft, and I've got a very temperamental computer. So this may very well be the end of my time here if this crashes the computer.
Okay.
Just so you know. Hopefully, it won't.
What's your question, Ariel?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to touch on a couple of things. The quicker one. I've heard this talking point, I guess I would call it, a lot recently within like flat Earth discussions. I've been, kind of following like a ton of people on it. You brought up the Sea Sparrow missile like a few minutes ago about how it's like laser guided and has like some very long range. The Sea Sparrow is, obviously a fairly old missile. It's been around for almost 50 years now. And to begin with, like laser designation wasn't even really a thing when it first came onto the scene.
Type 2. Type 2.
Yeah, sure. So so with the Type 2, it's a more advanced system that the original one used, which is still like semi-active radar guiding. Right? It's very hard to paint a small.
For 50 years. That's not correct.
It was brought into service in like the 1970s. Of the version 1.
Not the pencil beam. No.
Yeah, he did qualify this, Brian. He said, I just said Sea Sparrow, and he's right to critique me. I didn't say Type 2, did I? So
Yeah,
right.
but the one that you're referencing, Nathan, I think was brought in 2000 and was it 1998 or 2002?
Yeah, the Type 2, but I didn't say that. That's his critique
No, I
thus
think
far.
Type 2 was replaced that recently.
I just want to eat humble pie and go, yeah, okay, I should have said Type 2.
But yeah, so
no, you're talking
but then
about Type 1, Nathan. That's my point. You're talking about Type 1. Type 2 Type 2 is the newer one.
Yeah, type 2 can be spotted from the non-ship. Type 1 actually is spotted from the deck of the ship that's firing it.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
I don't
and
take
it's
it
not
back
from
then.
50 years ago. This man said it was from 50 years. It's not from 50 years ago.
Oh,
It
okay.
came
No,
in,
okay. Well,
late
you're right to
90s,
concede.
early
I
2000s.
was conceding something I shouldn't have been conceding. I did mean type 1, and that's why I didn't say type 2, presumably, because it was type 1, but you're saying that's 50 years ago, and the new type 2 is air to ground, right? As opposed to type 1, which is boat to boat, in essence?
No, but both of them
they
were.
can all go up higher
both
to
of
the
the
air.
Sorry, but both of
The air to surface and the surface to surface and surface to air. Yeah? So they can aim for both. The difference is how you paint the target. Both require line of sight. However, type 2 can have line of sight from the non-firing boat. Type 1 is line of sight from the boat that's firing the missile.
That's right. Pencil beam radar for type 1. It wasn't 50 years ago. It was turned up in the late 90s, early 2000s.
Glad you're here. This guy was more than welcome to expose my ignorance. I called it a laser. It isn't. I said it was. No, it was type 1. Anyway, let him get his question, Brian and Adam. Thank you for adding.
Well,
I'm very grateful.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And then as for like radar systems, which you also just brought up, why? It kind of delves into 2 points, then I guess, to be more pedantic about it. Why would things like sea skimming missiles and sea skimming aircraft be a thing if I just have a really big and powerful big and powerful radar system, right? And I put it at the top of my ship, so it's not really going to get hit interfered with the waves and stuff. Like, wouldn't that negate flying really low because I could just see for hundreds or thousands of miles with my radar?
I don't think you understand anti-ship cruise missiles. They're supposed to be. They're for two different purposes. One is defense. One is attack.
Yeah.
Pencil beam radar is a defense system. The anti-ship cruise missile is not a defense system. It's an attack system. And the reason that they want it to be low, they need to come in and fly low, and they fly low for at least 20 miles, hugging the water, often only 10 meters above the water and lower, before they hit the ship, because they want to hit the lower part of the ship to sink it.
Well, sure, but you could do that, like dive bombing from a high altitude, right? Like, and
No
come in
offense.
at the last second.
No, you won't.
Brian and the guy asking a question. I really wanted this to relate somehow to a claim about a globe or a claim about flat Earth or something along those lines. So far,
Sorry,
I wish I hadn't answered the siege barrow. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Brian. Thank you. I wish I hadn't answered because I obviously am not an expert in this, and it's one of those proofsies that I don't particularly like. But someone specifically asked about how military applications might be affected. So I did, and therefore my bad for not having details to answer you with. But is there a specific question about this that relates to how the nature of Earth might affect these operations or something like that? Can you tie it to a question?
Sure. So like the general the reason given why you have like sea skimming cruise missiles, or like why aircraft would fly really low to the ground or the water, is to avoid radar detection because of the Earth curvature, right? If the radar doesn't have a line of sight on me, I could be 20 miles away and it still doesn't see me because there's Earth in the way. That's the reason given. So my curiosity would then be, right, if the Earth is actually flat, first off, why do all of these countries and organizations do this if, I would still be able to see them? And then secondly, why couldn't I see 500 miles, 1,000 miles away on my radar if I just have a really powerful one?
Okay,
why doesn't everyone
first question first? So you're suggesting they would assert that if you hug the ground, you're essentially in the shadow of Earth curve.
Yes.
Correct? Yeah. Right, but that, number one, demonstrably is not the case, as shown with underground or underwater radar, when there is nothing to hide behind for submarines and so forth. But you're suggesting that is the case. So all I can do at that point is go, okay, do you have a citation that says that if you hug the ground, you'll be in the shadow of Earth's curvature? Do you have a citation for that?
Yeah, there was someone posting earlier a graphic from the U.S. military in one of the chats, which I don't know, I could send to someone, or I don't know if I might be able to stream it.
Your own claim is debunking your own claim. You brought up anti-ship cruise missiles. Anti-ship cruise missiles have an inertial navigation system on them, and which means that they have wrigglers or gyros that hold three separate orientations for pitch, roll, and yaw. Right? So the whole point of the anti-ship cruise missile is that it gets down low. It starts off high, then it gets down low and hugs the ocean, right, close to the ocean, to avoid, and comes in at such a speed. It's not that they can't detect them; it's that they're trying to get them in there at such a speed that they can shoot them out, stop them by shooting them before they hit the ship. That's what they do, and they'll come in officially often at least 20 miles beforehand. That's 20 miles. They're holding a horizontal. Holding about 10 meters above 10 meters and down sometimes less than 10 meters above the ocean. How does that work?
Yeah, well, so my contention with that would be if you're saying that they're
Your
doing that
contention
for
doesn't matter.
speed. Well, no, I'm just thinking about the physics involved, right? So if you're saying that the reason why they would come down early, 20 miles away, would be for speed to get it in as fast as possible. That sounds kind of counterintuitive to me because you can fly a lot faster when you go higher up and there's less air pressure, so there's less gas molecules in the way.
Anti-ship cruise missiles fly at thousands of miles per hour. Thousands of miles per hour. If you look into the defense systems against them, what they need to have. Right? What you are claiming is, why would they need to go down low if to avoid radar? It's not that they can't be detected; it's that the speed they're moving at is so fast they can't knock them out. They can't knock them before they hit the ship. So it's a game of can the cruise missile get to the ship first, or can the ship blast the cruise missile out of the air before it gets to the ship?
Sure,
you're talking about out curve, whereas what they do, they fly out curve. That's the point.
Yeah. So again, I would question that though, right? Like
for anti-ship cruise missiles to exist.
So if the Earth is flat again, right, and it dives down 20 miles away, if I have a fairly powerful radar on my ship, why does it not detect the missile when it's 20 miles away? That's surely enough time to send a missile at it.
You're not listening to me. It's not that they can't detect them; they do detect them. It's that they can't stop them because of the speed they're moving at. It's the reaction time to stop them.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying that like if detection time is the limiting factor, right? Then all I would have to do to increase my detection time is get a more powerful radar, right? Because if it's a very small missile.
No, you're ignoring him. He
You're
said
missing the
twice.
point.
Brian said twice. Detection isn't the issue. They do detect them. The issue is shooting them down as they're on their way to get them.
I understand. I understand. I'm saying so.
Some of these missiles are moving at
Sorry,
4,000
Brian.
miles per
Sorry,
hour.
just 1 sec. Okay, but you have made a claim that the shadow of Earth's curvature prevents radar lock.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
saying
do you have a
that's what's
citation
going.
for that?
Sure. Yeah,
Yes.
the U.S. military is like the biggest one.
Can you post it so I can read it?
Sure. Where would
cite-
you like me to post it? I'm not sure. I will just put it in the chat for this thing, I guess. This is a graphic made by the
The
US
biggest
military
problem, though,
showing like the detection range of different systems and how airborne systems can see on the curve a lot farther than ground-based systems because the ground doesn't get in the way as quickly.
Hold on. So the
That's
citation.
the
Hold on.
point.
Hold on. So the citation is saying, "Oh yeah, we go up high and we can see better."
Yes.
Okay, but that isn't what you claimed. You said that the shadow of Earth was precluding stuff.
Yes. So that's
It is
why you
the
go
ground
higher.
that's doing this. All right, gentlemen, just 1 second. It is the ground that's doing it. Radar works by rebound. Okay, so it's called ground clutter. And obviously, the closer something is to the ground, the harder it is to distinguish it from the ground. So if you're only 5 or 10 foot above it, irrespective of the distance, it's hard for the radar unless they're doing Doppler stuff to see whether that's the ground or whether it's something that's moving close to the ground. That's the issue. That's why you fly there, because it's hard to make that distinguishment because of the rebound from the surface.
but that doesn't infer Earth curvature as opposed to ground clutter, as you're now calling it, Adam.
No, well, that would make it impossible to see if there was a hill in the way, wouldn't it?
Well,
it would also make it very difficult to locate. I think I've been dipping in and out, but if I could refer people to Rob Durham's video on radar use, he's a guy that's known pilot, worked for the RAF, and he's done a fantastic one, just pointing out how one of the principles of radar, as we're just dealing with return signal, is to make sure we know that we're dealing with a flat surface. That's one of the assumptions in the calculations of when you get the rebound, that the surface you're navigating over is flat.
Well, one of the very first anti-ship cruise missiles that ever turned up was used in the Egypt-Israel war back in the 70s. It was the late 60s, early 70s. And they were officially called at the time over the horizon or past the horizon missiles. So Earth curve can't be getting in their way officially. Because the whole point of them is that Earth curve is negated completely. They just ignore it. When they first, if you don't want to look, anyone wants to look into the history of it, when they first gave it a go, they thought Earth curve would get in the way. And they just gave it a go, just in practice. Not in battle, but just in practice. And they found out there wasn't a Earth curve getting in the way. And from then on, from that, it was the first time they were used was to sink I think it was an Israeli ship, some small Egyptian military boats sank an Israeli gunship, and that was the first time they were ever used. After that, they were basically expanded upon. Now they hug the ocean. Like I'm saying 20 miles, but I've seen where it's claimed that they hug the ocean from a lot further than that. But it doesn't matter. The point is that how they work is to completely ignore Earth curve. That's how they work. I mean, they use a horizontal. And now they're moving at thousands of miles per hour. Go on, Adam.
It works with the flat Earth. I've just to spare the guys in. I've asked somebody in Master B, if anybody's in Master B in Discord, I've put the link into Master B. If you could share it to the guys in Discord. It's called Bendy Radar by Rob Durham, and that should kind of address it really in terms of how radar works and the fundamental principles you have to assume in the calculation you're going to do to tell you where the thing is.
I'm just going to give you a reminder. We're coming on your timer where you want to leave. So we'll do a couple last remarks and then we'll let Ariel go and then you can do your closing discussion. Just keep you on a reminder.
Just put that Rob Durham link in your Flat Earth AMA chat if you're in the Discord server and you want to pick up on it.
All right, yeah, I will watch that video. I'm curious what he has to say about it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your question. I'm sorry I didn't have a good answer and my panel had to answer. If I was on my own, I'd have had to declare ignorance and you'd have got a really good win off of that. But fortunately, I had my panel here and they gave really good answers. I was totally ignorant of everything that was just said to you. Your knowledge would have outweighed mine in this circumstance, in any other circumstance. Just so you know, you'd have got the win there if it wasn't for Adam and Brian being here.
Damn. Oh, well. Have a good day, man.
Good day. Thanks, Ariel. All right. If you want to do your last
on the side there, Nathan.
Just 1 second, Adam. Go ahead, Gremlin.
You want to do your last closing statement and then do your plugs and then you're free to go.
Sure. If this is the end, it's got to be an end at some point, I suppose.
If you want to do more,
I'm glad
we can do more. But that's up to you.
I don't mind. I don't mind at all. If you want to carry on for another hour, I don't mind. I mean, all the family are moving into the lounge, but that means there's just a bit of background noise. If you do want to, you tell me. If you want to round out now, I'll do a close. I can rattle one off in no time at all. Or if you want to stay for another half an hour, I'll do that. I don't mind either way. Whatever your audience wants in the politics survey. If they're all keen and I've got more questions, I'll stay and answer them. If not, we'll do a little round out. You tell me.
Yep. No, there are more questions. So
whilst people are thinking, just to add to your awesome, radar is another good example of how the Earth is measured flat.
Really agree.
Yeah, because they're using angles all the time.
And that wasn't the Little Mermaid. Her voice changed.
That's funny.
What do you want?
Genuine
I'm
disappointment
gonna
from you
bring
there, Neil.
Flats decline.
Yeah, I was expecting a nice, sweet Ariel voice.
Go ahead when you're ready, Plat.
All right. I just wanted to say horizontal lines are derived from the horizon, and the horizon has a slope of 0. That's how you would use the horizon as a tool to establish a plane of reference for the YouTube chat. Nice to see you guys.
Exactly.
Yeah, the voice. Supermarket.
As I think Gremlin is hinting at us rounding this out now, or pretty much telling us, right? So what I'll do is, if it's okay with you, Gremlin, I'll ask my panel who've been dutifully here the entire time, and as a result, literally in the last 10 minutes, they've saved my skin. So if it's okay by you, can they give a couple of remarks, and then I'll do a little round out? Maybe total 10 minutes
fine.
tops.
Sure. Perfectly fine.
I'm going to go with yes. Go, Adam, Brian, Neil, or Chocolate. Feel free to add anything you want to add to round out this AMA.
You go first, Adam.
It's working.
I've enjoyed it. I've been actually quite quiet. Nathan, very civil. Hopefully, we functioned quite well through the one account. It's
been decent.
Healthy conversation with everybody as well, and even those that disagreed. I think we've managed to hold the conversation and get the points across from both sides. So I look forward to doing it again. Maybe Nathan might let us speak a little bit before the last 10 minutes next time.
I'm so glad you're here. Seriously. You're also joined by Quantum Eraser, whose voice hasn't been heard on the politics server in a few whiles. Thank you, E. You got a lot of admiration today.
I shan't be arsed. Politics server is not an entity to me. So you may continue. I will go on mute.
Jolly good. Neil, did you want anything? Adding, or Brian, or Chocolate?
I just wanted to say, very good show. I'm glad. Now they can't say we don't leave our echo chamber. And it's getting out there. It's getting heard more than on Flat Earth Debates. So continue on. Good job, Brian and Adam.
About Echo Chamber, they got far less leverage from the very strict moderation team. As soon as an Adhon came, boom, on mute, get lost. They made me very relaxed. That's why I've stayed here so long. Right, Brian.
I hope we've served you pretty well.
If Chocolate wants to go before me, I'll go then before you're finished, Nathan. If Chocolate is there to speak.
Go ahead, Jock.
Real quick, I'll just add that this was fun. I didn't speak very much, but that's cool. I enjoyed that. We're in different server. I don't get out to a whole lot of servers, so this was pretty dope. And shout out to the mod team, like y'all are on point, like crazy. So good stuff, man.
Right, Brian, you'll get the last word from the panel, and then I'll do a little round out and thank Politics Server for having us and such.
Yeah, okay, Nathan, I'll keep it somewhat concise. Thanks for having us over. I'm happy that it was a success. I came in late, and I'm probably happy I came in late because I can't shut up once I hear things that I disagree with. But I enjoyed being here, and the moderation was very good. And hopefully everyone is happy. From what I heard anyway, everyone got to make that point. Hopefully people are happy with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I'll say my thank yous to the Politics Server, and then I'm going to stay live a little bit to thank my audience and to do a few calls to action and such like. But yeah, Aurora, Gremlin, and I Am have been exceptionally good moderation, and I'm sure there's many other people in the politics server that have been behind the scenes to make this AMA possible. So a massive thank you to all of you, named or unnamed. You've been absolute superstars, and this has been a joy. I'm not even joking. Every time you did your thing as a very slick team, I got to relax comfortably in my chair rather than arguing back and forth and in circles with the same person for 25 minutes, wasting time. So I am really grateful. And yeah, that's it. If you don't know who I am and you've come to this server and you don't know Nathan Oakley 1980 or what the panel is, Flat Earth Debate is the name of the show that we run daily on YouTube. If you want to check us out, go to the Nathan Oakley 1980 channel, or indeed my second channel, which is Nathan Oakley channel, and you can see both uncut and after shows and live streams just like this one, because everything that we've been doing here today's gone out live on that particular stream at the usual time, albeit extended by 3.5 hours. And that's it. Yeah, thank you very much for having me. Unless there's anything else you want to ask, I'll drop once you've acknowledged my thanks for being here, and then I'll say thanks to my audience and such like.
Where can they find you, like your plugs? Go ahead and mention your YouTube or your email if they want to reach out.
I don't know if you're
I
around.
don't think Gremlin's with us anymore.
He is there. He's just maybe doesn't realise he's on
Can you hear
mute
me?
or something. If I don't get a reply from Gremlin, I'm just going to bid the audience in Discord farewell on behalf of Gremlin, because I'm going to drop and say thanks to my audience with my kids screaming. Thank you for having me, Politics Server.
I think I might have lost audio.
We're not going to get a response, guys. Hold on, Clover. I've got to say goodbye to a live audience.
Thanks for having us, guys. And we'll hopefully see him next week then, Nathan, yeah?
Yeah, well, I don't know when we'll be next back in Politics Server. I'm sure we'll arrange it with one of their moderators.
All right. You guys heard it first.
Google. Okay, right now is where you can Google AMA.
Yeah.
And
now let's think about this, correct?
And read words. Okay, Google AMA and read the fucking words that Google's telling you.
Ask anything.
Yeah. Read the fucking words. Try to understand words. Add no word. Take no word away. Change no words. Read the words in the correct order. It should be very simple to understand the difference between a debate and an AMA.
Hey, that looks like it means you ask a question and then he responds.
And then you sit your ass down and the next person comes in. It's
Right.
about expressing identities, which is what they do on the politics server. All people are welcome here. All identities are welcome here. And the globalists are so bricked, they fuck up an AMA and think that means debate me by asking a question and then take no answer whatsoever. And then wonder why, like, I got kicked off the stage. Your dumbass doesn't even know what the fuck AMA means. It took months to set this thing up, and of course, globalists come in there and fucking ruin everything. Here was your chance to ask a flat earther, one of the, popular or whatever public figure flat earthers, ask them anything. And you couldn't even read fucking words to know what you're supposed to do. It's like turn on tutorial mode for your dumbasses. Rob Noxious, I don't understand. I've been waiting here for hours. Yet don't you realize that each time you lower your hand, it takes you off the list. You raise your hand, it puts you back on the list. At the bottom of the list.
Were you there? He already asked a question live. He was in there like the fourth person to ask.
I guess he brain farted.
To the second boat. Something he's never done. Nathan said, get me the evidence or whatever he said, and that was the end of it. He didn't post anything. He didn't have anything. It was just a thought experiment.
Yeah, he checkmated Oakley with his imagination. That was cute.
He did, however, say that the knowledge of knowing how big a mountain is very impractical. You just look at it.
Yeah,
That's sufficient.
why do you need to know how high it is? What are you doing with that mountain? What are you doing with the mountain that you need to know how high it is?
Well, like in that example, if you're climbing it.
No, it's like, yeah, a good example is you don't need to know how high it is to get on the side of it and go up.
You do actually. I'll tell you why. Because then you can calculate how much oxygen you'll have in your tanks and how much you'll need accurately. That's one example.
I live on a mountain.
Pretty shocking
I don't
error.
need any oxygen.
It's probably not high enough. Or cold enough.
It's pretty cold.
That was
here.
a glaring error. Please don't try to save that.
That if you live on a mountain, you gotta know how much oxygen you need.
Well, if you're climbing it, it'd be far more helpful, right?
No, not really.
Why not?
You're making the claim. What the heck are you talking about?
One.
No, I provided reasoning for it, so
Don't
time
climb
for you to
mountains
do
if you
that.
need. Don't climb mountains if you're just running out of breath. That you need oxygen. You need to stay where you belong.
What are you arguing?
Oh my god!
You
Come
just
on,
need to
dude.
know how
You can
much
do better
rope
than
as
that.
well. I know you can take rope.
You
Figure
can
out how
do
much you
better
might
than
need.
that. Should we just stop
Pressure.
doing world records then, or achieving
Yeah,
anything
try and
great?
beating your last record. You can't know how big that mountain is. You have to guess. You have to climb it to find out.
Oh my god! Anyway, ask Nathan not to do these errors and go crazy over it. It was a very valid question.
Did you spiral? Did it hurt your feelings?
He didn't. I don't think he got to ask a question. He just heard somebody,
Oh.
and then he spiraled in the chat.
So, are you
This hurt your
trying to
feelings
imply
today,
we
didn't
should
it?
not?
Like it really bothered you.
We
It
should
didn't.
avoid.
It hurt your feelings today.
Are you trying to imply that we should avoid climbing very large mountains, very
Yeah,
high
it's
Who said
mountains?
that?
Yeah, it's dangerous. Shouldn't do that.
Yeah, there you go. He said.
Especially you. You require a ton of oxygen, according to you.
Yeah, you keep your fat ass on the ground. Okay, no mountains for you.
No, just stay right where you're at in the chair that you're in, and get the pizza rolls that are coming out of the oven in 20 minutes.
Is that how you live your life? Being mediocre? Fuck achieving greatness?
No, we just know that it's not healthy for you to be climbing mountains. It sounds like. I mean, if you're taking oxygen tanks up hills, and probably should just stay where you're at.
Probably.
We're thinking about your health, brother. Yeah, I mean, we're thinking about your health. You know what I mean?
Thousands of people do that, right?
But do what?
Yeah, could be a really high mountain.
Climb Mount Everest, for example.
And?
You definitely need oxygen there.
Yeah, you might.
Maybe that Wim Hof guy doesn't. Maybe you could do it.
So are you going to tell thousands of those people that they should basically just stay at home?
No, you're not hearing me. I said just you. I know that you can't do it.
Right. I'm positive you cannot do it myself. I can guarantee 100%
I appreciate
you cannot do it.
I appreciate you trying to add hominem and defend a shitty glaring error. That's fine.
Whatever you got to tell yourself, bro. I mean, it's fine.
So you guys can't accept the fact that Nathan can make errors? He's not human?
No one said that. Who said that?
No reason to be measuring mountains from 100 miles away. You're not doing anything with it.
All right. Fair enough. But can I ask you? Can I ask you if you guys believe that Nathan is fallible?
What does that have to do with the topic? I don't understand. Of course, he's just a guy. What are you talking about?
So he's fallible.
Oh yeah, he admitted as such regarding the Block 1 versus Block 2 Sea Sparrow.
Yeah, he said it right there.
talking
Weren't
over
you listening? Weren't you listening?
I was.
He was too busy spiraling.
Okay, I missed everything. Just give me a rundown on what Dave. Give me a rundown on what Oakley made an error with. Just short term.
So if Nathan is fallible, just like any of us here, then it is plausible that he can make an error, right?
Yeah, well, we can
Dave, are you
evaluate his
obsessed with
claims
Nathan Oakley?
individually. It's not a problem.
This is kind of disturbing, Dave. How obsessed are you with Nathan Oakley?
Which one of us did you hear saying
I don't know, you
that
guys keep
Nathan is
talking
a
over
god?
each other. You keep talking over each other.
Hey,
So
Dave
what?
Refraction.
Fine, go ahead and answer my question.
Yeah, Dave Refraction. Did you ever come up with what is refraction? Who wrote the book?
That's not what we're talking about.
You still don't know? After I named you Dave Refraction?
But that's not what we're talking about. Stick to the question.
Just
Right.
wonder.
Do you have a crush on Nathan Oakley? That's the question.
No.
Oh, well, then why are you talking about him so much?
Do you?
You never hear us.
I'm asking you. You brought him up, bro.
Yeah, I don't, but do you?
Well, of course not. That's why I'm asking you. You brought him up. So we can just not talk about him anymore, right? Unless you have a crush on him.
I think you're lying.
Great. So if you're not going to add to the actual topic, since we're going to go back to the topic now, okay. All
Do you
right.
know
That's
why?
enough. You've had enough. Anybody else?
I had a question about.
How about you, Exon? Now, what do you got for us?
Yeah, my air pressure question wasn't answered, right? I was asking him, right? So he's saying there must be a containment for the gas pressure, right? And there's a gradient nonetheless. Now, for some reason, there's also the wind, the air is also going up. It's diffusing up to where there's less pressure, is what Nathan Oakley said, right? Because, and the
there's
reason that we
more
do still
volume.
have pressure on the ground is that gas pressure is produced at the surface. So my question to anybody here would be, where does that gas go when it goes up? And why does the pressure not keep increasing in a containment, in a closed system?
It bounces off the walls of its container.
And then where does it go?
The other direction.
Other directions?
So shouldn't the pressure here increase over time?
It would. The volume's
would
not
it?
changing.
Why would it?
Temperature would increase.
Why would it?
Why would it? Because we have a closed system and we produce more and more gas at the surface.
We already
and it's
have
all going
the amount of
upwards
gases we
because the
need.
pressure.
We already
Okay,
have
but the
all
pressure
gases.
at high altitude also isn't going up.
We already have all the gases we need. Why do you think it's blowing up like a balloon?
Yeah, because Nathan claimed, right, the gas is going up. It's diffusing upwards to where
So
there's
what?
less pressure.
Yeah, but the gas
and the
does.
pressure at high altitude is not going up. If you think the gas is going up and then bouncing back, you'd think, eventually the pressure high up would go up, right? But it doesn't.
No, why?
Because you pump more and more air, right? You produce more and more air at the surface, and it's being sucked up, right? Where does it go?
All the gases are already here.
So we're not producing new gas on the surface, right?
So recycled, yeah, recycled over and over again every day.
Okay, if it's being recycled, why do we have a pressure gradient then?
24/7, just like this channel, gas cycles.
Okay, and then why does it, why is there a gradient? The reason why there was a gradient, according to Oakley, was because the gas is produced at the surface. If the gas is conserved and recycled, why do we have a pressure gradient? Why does it not equalize?
It's recycled. It starts at the surface over and over again.
It makes no sense, dude. Like, is the gas, is new gas being produced or is it being recycled?
Continuous repeating cycle.
Okay, why does that cycle not cause, why does it not equalize?
Yeah, this is nature. This is how nature works.
Different temperatures.
But how is that? What is that mechanism?
Oh, the sun goes around and heats up the air.
You're not God. And
you guys are the ones that keep claiming gas pressure equalizes.
By asking us how nature works, you are actually calling us gods.
What are you?
And that's an insult.
Come on.
It's blasphemy.
So,
you're a
god.
Okay, asking you for any explanation whatsoever, any reasoning or whatsoever,
you are making the assumption that we are gods.
Yeah,
that we know the inner workings of nature. You don't fucking know them.
No.
And no man does know
Your claims,
how nature
specifically
functions.
Oakley's claims, were in opposition to what we observe.
Oakley told
right?
you natural laws, science, gas pressure.
It doesn't say anything. What are those laws?
Yeah, that's what he told you.
His interpretation of the laws doesn't coincide with the observations we're making.
He told you what gas pressure is.
Yeah, and that definition makes no sense. Under that definition, there would not be a gradient, right?
And the minimum requirement
Can you stop interrupting me every time I try to respond?
Pressure.
You just interrupt
I'm
again.
not gonna let you stick.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'm not going to let you. Someone's going to mute me again, I guess.
Pretend to be a clown.
We're going to have a discussion? Like, you just want to keep on going and going and going? Like you admitted to? We good?
So I'm not gonna let you ask stupid questions.
I'm not gonna let me ask. Yeah. So right, you're not answering my question because there is no answer. Right? It does not work.
For that. You should thank me.
Hold on, Get. Hold on, Exonaut. Can you please post your flat Earth model for us? The one that you have imagined in your head. Can you post that first?
I don't need to post any model here. This is directly related to the specific things Oakley claimed, right? That I mentioned 5 seconds ago. If your memory doesn't reach that far, that's not my problem.
I wasn't here, so I mean, you could add on here. You could just go ahead and post
What's
the
your
flat
name?
Earth model you have in your head.
Oh, you were here.
Says who?
Right.
Not for your discussion.
I mean, I
So you're still
reiterated
wondering
the
why there's a
claims
gradient
Oakley
when it's
was
colder
making.
up higher than it is on the ground?
Yes.
Well, it's colder up high than it is on the ground.
Okay, if you take a
There's a
volume, a
gradient.
constant volume at sea level, and you cool it down to the temperature we have up there, we do not observe the same pressure in that container.
How come the
Yeah,
picture
no
I
kidding.
posted shows the gas cycle in a flat plane? Both of them.
They like
Yeah,
to
I mean,
invoke gravity,
I
but they
agree
don't want
there
to
is
because
a
they know it
gas
beats
cycle.
them.
I agree there is a gas cycle, but that does not explain the gradient. According to
When
your
you cool it
explanation,
down, it
there would
gets
be
hotter.
equal pressure
Sure it does.
everywhere in the cycle, right?
It's in a
But we
cycle
observe
already.
a gradient in the
It's
cycle.
already in a cycle. That's how you get your gradient.
Yeah.
I
And
mean, dude,
didn't
on the
you
globe, right, the
didn't you
gas
learn
falls
in
back down due to
school?
gravity.
Listen. Hey, clown. Didn't you learn in school that in winter time, air
Can you
at
stop
the
ad hominem me?
ground
I'm not
surface
going to answer you.
is cold, and at high altitude is warm? And in summer, at ground level, air is warm, and at high altitude is cold. The opposite.
Well, I mean, if you were to really get into the technical detail, at any
In
time of the
winter
year, there are points
time,
in. Stop interrupting me,
air is
motherfucker. At any
above in
point
the
in time during the
sky.
year,
That's
at
where
any
hot
point,
air
at any
is.
point during the year, right, on any point on the globe, you will have different temperatures that are higher and lower than that temperature during the entire atmosphere, right? The temperature changes with altitude, not that it only drops, right? It starts to drop, then it rises again, then it drops again, right? There's a very complex pattern, which you can measure with fucking weather balloons, right? This is not something that should be obscure to
Heard
you.
of trees? You know what trees are, right?
I
They're
understand
on the
what trees
surface.
are.
They're on the ground, and they emit oxygen, right?
Right. And what
so you're
happens to that
closer to the
oxygen?
source, so you'd expect to see more of it in abundance at the source.
Okay, if that's the case, that would violate the sort of gas laws that you guys propose, right? Which is that it always equalizes in
No.
pressure. Why does it not?
Well, it doesn't
you
because
were
it's a dynamic
saying-
system, like we're explaining. Listen, if it was gravity
dynamic
involved,
system?
how come we're not suffocating in carbon dioxide, which has like twice the molecular mass as nitrogen and oxygen? You'd expect to be walking around in pools of it right here. So
It's
why hasn't
small and
gravity
mixed.
stratified that gas out from the atmosphere?
Well, because it's small and well mixed, and the mix is being
Uh-oh.
maintained by weather.
Everything breathes it out. Are you kidding me? Everybody's worried about carbon dioxide and carbon footprints and carbon this and carbon that. Where the heck is it?
Going to high altitudes.
Nobody's
It's so
predicting
heavy.
that
It's so
CO2
heavy,
would
right,
filter
man?
out.
You should be displacing all the oxygen that we breathe, and you should be dead.
It should not.
They're worried about it going
And
to
it
high
doesn't.
altitudes.
For way
Hamish,
heavier
he is
gases,
just-
you do in fact observe the
he-
same. If you look at sulfur hexafluoride, which is a very commonly used
Right,
gas,
because
it
listen,
totally
the
does that
atomic
thing,
density
but
of
you
gas
can
is not
take
the same
sulfur
as
hexafluoride.
pressure. Atomic density of gas is not the same as pressure. You know this. You're being dishonest.
I didn't claim it wasn't.
Well, you're claiming it is by bringing up sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah, there are gases which would more readily stratify due to their different atomic weight.
Density, right. Specific gravity is density. It's
temporarily.
not some force from outer space.
Yeah, but this
Temporarily.
guy just found out
Not a
about
permanent
the
effect.
sulfur hexafluoride 2 years ago when YouTube started showing these videos with this magic gas.
Stop
As if it
projecting
doesn't
from your own
disperse, right?
experience,
Get they think
You
it just
only learned
stays there and
2 years
doesn't
ago.
go anywhere. But guess what? It does disperse. It needs time. That's another thing you guys tend to leave out very dishonestly is the time factor.
Okay, so
Entropy.
let me get this again, right?
Yeah, it will
There
vent
is
out.
lower pressure at higher altitude. The air does go up, right? It wants to equalize. There's a flow of air.
Yeah, you're moving
But
away from
because
the
of
source.
weather,
Thank you.
weather keeps
Boom,
swirling
done.
it back
What
down.
you're asking questions for?
Then there remains a low pressure at all times up there. Why? Why do we not observe frequently that the pressure up there goes up?
You were saying it yourself. You were talking about this place being a dynamic system yourself.
Yeah, a dynamic
seem
system
to be
doesn't
going around in
explain any
fucking
observation,
circles.
right? According to you guys, because it's dynamic, there could
Yeah,
be
it
any
creates
pressure at any
differentials and
point in
pressure, you
time during.
numbskull. Have
Yes,
you heard
it
of pressure
changes
differentials?
but it
That's what a
doesn't change
dynamic
it in
system
any way.
creates.
Yeah, but it doesn't change just any which way, right? There are certain things that remain consistent even throughout the weather, right?
Yeah, no kidding.
Now, it creates differences in pressure, but does it create pressure differences that are, I don't know, 50% of the pressure or something? No, it doesn't, right? It
Boy,
does
you're
not.
bothered by this.
Yeah, he hates it.
I mean,
that gas that goes up really bothers the whole gravity situation, doesn't it?
When we don't accept what he's saying, he doesn't feel like a god, and that bothers him.
Ask him.
Oh my God, dude.
Ask
You're
him
the
if.
kind of God.
Yeah, ask him if water is held down by gravity, and then you guys can take it from there.
There's variables that are unknown, so we can't answer it correctly. We don't know the exact volume. We don't know the exact temperatures. We don't know the exact number of gas particles. But you can't just say, "Oh, it doesn't work out with the PV equals nRT." We don't have those numbers to fill in to solve the equation. For fuck's sake.
Yeah, no,
You
but
don't
it just
either.
doesn't make
You don't
any
either.
lick of sense,
You
right?
don't
That's the
either.
problem.
You don't
Oh, I do.
either.
I do, totally
No,
do.
you don't. No,
Yeah,
you don't.
no, it does.
Well, yeah, no, he does. Exonaut, please post your flat Earth model for us.
I don't need to post any flat Earth models, bro. Like gravity.
Well, you're talking about it. Things where they can't work on your flat Earth model, so I want you to show us your flat Earth model. Go ahead.
I was saying how it's not possible to work in specifically with Nathan Oakley's claims. That doesn't require me to construct some kind of hypothetical, flat Earth model. I'm saying
no, you've already constructed one. You're saying you're debunking it based on the model that you have.
Earth models perfectly predicts the pressure.
Right. You are comparing your model with Nathan's assertion, so I want to see your model.
Yeah.
Do you only talk when other people are talking? You only talk when people are talking. So since you only talk when other people are talking, the model that you've created in your head, you are saying refutes Nathan's assertions. So I want you to post your flat Earth model. Oh, he ran away. Of course.
What a loser.
Oh, thank God. He was annoying with his ignorance.
And Dave Refraction is spiraling in chat. Now he's swearing at me. Yeah, look at him. There he goes. Now he's spiraling. Spamming the chat.
Hey, Dave Refraction, why don't you hop into voice?
I'll unmute him. Let's see what Dave Refraction has to say.
I got him
Oh, you
already.
got it.
Dave Refraction, you're up. Fuck you.
Okay. Fuck you too. But why the fuck do you keep interrupting Cesar?
Rename yourself to fuck you.
Give me a second. Cesar, why do you keep interrupting Exonaut? What's wrong with you?
I was speaking, he interrupted me. That's why I went ahead and
you started. You
asked him
can
a
go
question. I was
back
going
to
to
the
take him
live
off
stream on
mute, and he
YouTube.
left. Just like you're going to do right now. You're going to talk over me too today.
Okay, $5. If I prove you interrupted him, you give me $5?
What in the world does that have to do with anything? I probably did interrupt. It doesn't really matter. It's called Discord. People interrupt each other all the time. Doesn't matter. Do you have a flat Earth? Just like you interrupted me right then. Why do you keep interrupting me, Dave?
Stream, bro. This is live stream, bro.
I know that. What are you talking about? Who cares?
You can't put your money where your mouth is, bro.
And if you interrupt
Hey, Dave, I'll tell you right now.
you're gonna say doggy for me.
Dave.
You can't.
Dave, I interrupted him, and I loved every minute of it, Dave.
Well, there you go. There you go, guys.
I can interrupt.
See, there you go. So is that good for you? Huh?
What does that prove, says? What does that prove? That you
It's just
don't
like
want to have a
Vector
discussion.
down here. He wants to interrupt.
Because you don't want to have a discussion.
All right, Dave. No, I want to have a discussion with you. No problem. What do you want to talk about? Can you show me your flat Earth model?
I don't even think the Earth exists.
Well, do you have a flat Earth model you could share with us?
I don't think the Earth exists.
It's the end of it for him. He gave up already. So
Wow.
we don't need to talk to him anymore.
Now he doesn't think the Earth exists.
That's what happens when you guys listen to flat earthers. You all of a sudden now you just don't even think it exists anymore because it's either a globe or they can't exist.
It's better than being a brain in a jar. A bit worse, isn't it?
It's ultimately that.
Like we said the other day, man, I like that earth in a jar. There you go.
That's what I'm saying. You guys are assuming a lot of things, right? And that's fine, but you got to be clear about it.
So that's essentially what Exonaut was saying. You're treating the Earth as a contained unit with a vacuum outside of it. Okay, you made the container exist. Now, when a container exists, you've got a limited volume, and the only things you can change are temperature and pressure.
Just temperature.
No, energy.
You could make sound, or you could pressure.
A closed system. Yeah, there is no matter transfer, only energy. That's
Inside or
what
outside. I get it.
system means. The
Yeah.
world is not an isolated system or open.
So energy in the form of like you said, these gas particles that are escaping. Is that what you're saying? That doesn't happen because there's a container.
Can you provide a particle that escaped?
No, I'm just trying to get the theory of the container. And the idea of what Exonaut asked was, if there's a container that's restrictive on the pressure escaping, right?
We're still gonna let this guy do this shit. We're still gonna let this Glover pretend to be a flat earther in here.
I'm explaining what Exonaut
Finish his
was telling you in
question,
case you
man.
missed it. Jeez. So he was trying to get the point across that if you've got a sealed container that can't like let things out, then if you add more things inside it or you create new gases at the surface, then where's that gas to go, right?
How do you add things
Excuse me.
inside in a closed container? Are you
Well, it's
going
like
to
could be a
teleport
chemical
it?
reaction. Could
Are
be a
you
chemical
going to
reaction.
teleport it?
No, it
Chemical
could be a chemical
reactions
reaction,
do not make
So
up
shit, the
matter.
point is, how do you have gas pressure without a fucking container? That's the fucking
Yeah,
question.
I'm agreeing.
Chemical reactions do
That
not
was in his
create
questions.
matter.
Of course, they do not create matter. Nothing creates matter. It's transformed.
Energy creates matter.
Exonaut is not all of a sudden accepting that there's a container and now curious about it all, so he can go and get fucked. Right?
Look, what he's saying is,
you missed the question, man. I think
you take the fossil
No, I
fuel
didn't miss the
in the
fucking
ground.
questions. I didn't miss shit. I
You okay,
know
man?
Exonaut
It was
already.
Exonaut's
Exonaut
question,
is a
dude.
piece of lying shit.
No.
Well, he had a
Just a
theory
second.
that was the
Just a
flat Earth
second.
theory. Go ahead, man.
I
Yeah,
don't give
you
a
can
shit
burn.
about his flat Earth theory.
You can
Gives
burn
a
lots
shit.
of fossil
Who gives a
fuels,
shit
and you can
whatever
increase
fucking Exonaut has to say
carbon dioxide, for
whatsoever?
example.
Nobody here
There you go, Gab.
will give a crap at what he has to say, except little white knight fucking snowflake globers like Dave. That's all.
All right, man, relax.
Are you one of them, Turco? You're going to put yourself in that
No,
category?
I just
Can you
cared about his
relax?
argument.
Okay,
I just
then.
cared about
Maybe
the concept
shut up then.
he was posing. Listen, I was just caring about the concept he had about the container that is apparent on the flat Earth, right? It needs
He
a
doesn't have
container.
no fucking concept.
No, but the flat. He's borrowing it, inheriting it from you guys. You claim there's a container, so he's inheriting that as a belief, and he's saying, well, if that's an existent thing and there's more gas being in, why is the pressure not changing? That was his question, wasn't it?
Yep.
So if all gas is
I'll discuss it with him when he's genuinely accepted that there is a container. That's when I'll discuss it with him.
If reality is a container, I wasn't really taking his side. I was taking his
Questions
argument.
can be irrelevant to me until then. I don't know about the other flat earthers here. They can go ahead and entertain his bullshit.
Forget about that guy. I was just trying to work it into the flat Earth model. If there is more gas being made, then why is there not a pressure
There is
change?
no flat Earth model.
Sorry?
Sorry?
Earth model. Who put that into your head?
No. It's a axiom that it's like a cause and effect thing. Like if you got gas and a vacuum, then it requires a container.
Why do you say there? Why did you use the term flat Earth model when there is none?
Well, no concept. Would concept? I don't know another word. Because
No,
it's not
not.
like a
There
working
is no
model, right?
concept. There is no concept.
Ideologies. Ideologies.
What is
Dogma.
maybe?
Yeah,
What is
dogma,
that?
It's not an
ideologies. What are the
ideology.
beliefs?
Yeah, so get what is there?
Give me a
Is
word,
there an
man.
Earth there? Like you
I
come
would
to
say
my position.
I would say the most fitting way would be word would be the hypothesis, because hypothesis is something that you conclude based on like beginning observations where you don't actually make any experiments and measurements. You simply look at something. It like gives you a thought that may be the case. Because flat earthers usually don't make measurements; they simply look at Earth and declare it's flat, but they don't follow
like
the
that.
second step, which is actually measuring it.
I get that. Do you like that? Do you like what he said, Get?
I can jump over that, ignore it, because people that speak faster than a woman can are fools. That's what are they called.
No, I think
Yeah.
most people who speak fast in here, my friend,
So,
are just trying to get as much in before they get muted.
men that speak faster than a woman can, that is a fool, not a man.
So get is there no like You're too
concept
old to be
model
saying this
of the
dumb
flat
stuff.
earth?
If the Earth is not a globe, if the Earth is not a globe, get me. What is it? What's the shape?
It is what you see and what you measure.
Okay, so what do we measure? What do you measure?
Depend what measuring instruments are you going to use. To
Okay, so
measure
what did you use?
distance, listen, to measure a distance, you're not going to use a tool for measuring angles.
Okay.
Or refraction.
Okay.
A refractometer.
You do use the angle one.
You cannot
Sorry, you do
use a
use the angle one.
refractometer to measure a distance. You can't do that.
You can, but you can use it to calculate it using trigonometry and solving triangles.
It all depends on what scale we're talking, because like in the craft, right? You've got the 3, 4, 5 triangle. You can measure distance with angles, right, and figure out like rough like surface distance and heights of things because they're just angles.
Listen. From your position, yeah, you can measure one angle and no distance. So how are you going to measure a distance to an object? Yeah, by measuring what's the angle between you, that object, and a third location, which you have no measurements of.
No.
Keep asking these questions, but you never answer someone else's question straightforward.
But through I'll finish these off actually. So
I don't know
through
why
geometry
you
with these
expect others
angles,
to. Just a second. I don't expect why you
That's what
expect
you
others to
guys
extend the same
do.
courtesy. You don't.
You need to make at least one assumption that you know at least one distance to somewhere,
Obviously,
but you don't.
you don't.
Why is this ASMR?
So get. What's the shape of the
slow
Earth
game.
according to you?
Earth is a sphere.
Oh,
Just
In
a
my
second.
personal study,
How
it
does
is
gravity work?
definitely not round.
Well, if it's
Neither.
not round, what is it?
So it's not concave
By
or convex.
by
It's
by
not curved.
elimination, what?
Yeah.
Okay, so what is it?
Plane.
Is it
It's
a plane or is it a
It's a
semicircle
flat.
or what?
It's flat.
Is it round on the bottom?
No, it's not
Flat on the
round. He's
top?
saying there's no curves. So what else is left?
Listen, the world
How does gravity work in that?
Wait. He's
is not
explaining, man. Let him
it's
explain,
not
man.
an imaginary
Brother,
abstract
brother,
plane. Yeah,
brother. If
the
something
world
doesn't have
is
curves,
ground
what is it?
beneath your feet. It's space and air.
Okay.
Yeah, volume above the ground and the sky, which is beyond your reach. You can dig in the ground, but no further than 8 miles. That's the furthest we technologically achieved to drill.
Okay.
But
Can we have
theoretically, you
limits?
can dig deeper, though.
No, nobody went deeper than that.
Geometrically,
Nobody
we can.
has, but
We
you
can.
can. There's
Geometrically.
No,
plenty,
you can't.
still
You
thousands of
can't.
kilometers to go down.
You can't because
We
the
can't with our
company
current
that
level of
did the
technology.
drilling, shut up. The company
We can't
that
with our current level of technology, but
actually
we
did
theoretically
that
can.
drilling is one of the most advanced company in drilling in the world. And they quit drilling before reaching 8 miles deep because
Yeah.
it was impossible to drill any further than that.
But that
So
doesn't mean in
the
general it's impossible. It means with that level of
listen,
technology, because their equipment was melting.
the milling head was not melting, yeah, because the
That's why they
temperature
can't go
they
farther.
shut up. The temperatures that were down there were about 400 degrees Celsius. And those temperatures are way below like optimal operation of tungsten, because those mills, yeah, they use tungsten carbide teeth to drill into the rock. And tungsten has a melting point of 3200 Celsius. At 2800 degrees Celsius, tungsten is still hard enough to cut steel, like a hot knife through butter.
Yo, what's up? Mr. Flat Earther. Can I post an
What's
image in
up?
chat and you say it's fake or real?
So I understand all
I just
that.
want to
Thanks
know
for
how
sharing.
gravity
But
works
if something is
on
not
Alright, guys,
curved,
look
doesn't
into
have any
chat.
curves,
Fellow
what shape does it
Flat
have?
Earthers, look into chat and tell me if this is real or fake.
Just a second, get beget. If something doesn't have curves, what shape does it have?
Not a shape. It's a plane of existence, yeah.
It's a plane. Okay. So how many
No, I
dimensions
get what
is
he's
that?
saying. No,
That
he's
is the description of
kind of
the surface.
regarding the boundaries to it.
So
How
how
many
many
He's trying to
dimensions
say
is
you
that?
can only
My
go 8 miles
boundaries,
down.
listen, my boundaries are within the European Union's borders. These are my boundaries. I don't
Yeah,
have a
I'm with you.
passport
I'm with you.
to go any further
Right.
than that. Yeah?
Okay, I'm with you.
And I don't
You're a
even
local earther.
plan to leave this continent.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
so
What do you think?
again, just a
Basically,
second,
I
guys.
think.
Just a second. So if it's a plane with no curves, and how many dimensions are we talking about?
What do you
How
mean
many dimensions
dimension?
are there? 2
Is it
dimensions,
two-dimensional?
3
Is it
dimensions,
three-dimensional?
20 dimensions?
There's
The
topography,
world,
dude.
listen, the world is 3D.
Okay. So your world is
It has
3D,
3
and it's
dimensions.
a
Yeah.
flat
So
plane.
your
It's a
Earth is
These are
plane.
2D.
the
How does that add
dimensions
up?
of reality.
So what's the
And
shape?
there is no fourth, fifth, sixth, 1 or 2. There are only 3.
Okay. So the
Not
plane is
okay.
3-dimensional. The
Listen,
flat plane is 3-dimensional. So what is the shape?
listen,
What are the
listen.
possible shapes?
Fuck off.
The universe is three-dimensional, but the Earth is 2.
You get it? 3 dimensions.
That's why they
Plane,
try and point
according
out
to
that Zenith
you.
think.
So what are the possible shapes? It's a cube. It's a cuboid. No curves. That hard for you to fucking say this?
Something be an undefinable shape.
Flat and plane is not a shape.
Right, so
Flat
we
and
can go
plane
with
and
like an
3
orientation.
Hold on a second. Why are we making knowledge claims about this? Honestly, why are we making knowledge claims? No one's making a claim about the shape of the Earth except the globe. And we debunked that. So
No,
Dave,
he was just asking.
show us your Earth
Can't
curve.
debunk that.
He just
Can't
did.
debunk.
Sorry,
He just
oh, I'm sorry. You go ahead and show me where the Earth curve is at, please. Go ahead and show me.
Sure, I have
Me,
pictures on my phone of that I took when I was on a plane. I could send
Great.
those.
Oh, on a plane, you can see from a plane, right?
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
can see it from a plane. You should be able to see it from the ground, right? Inches per mile square. So where's the Earth curve when you on the ground? Only from a plane?
We can see it. We can see it during a solar eclipse when the shadow is on the
Oh,
moon.
that's begging the question. So now you're begging the question. Why are you begging the question?
I'm not begging the question. I'm giving you an
You're
explanation.
not begging the question. You're begging the question that the Earth is a ball, and that it's in space, and it's occulting the sun, or the moon is occulting the Earth. You're making a lot of assumptions. You don't have knowledge claims of any of those.
That's not assumption.
You don't have evidence of any of those claims, so you can go ahead and stop begging the question. That's thrown out.
Fact, just because you're talking faster isn't making right.
Okay, empirical, really. So it's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable.
Yep.
Exactly.
Go ahead and show me.
All right, let's wait for a solar eclipse, and then I'll come meet you, and then we'll figure it out together.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Take a hike.
Why would I take a hike? You're the one in the wrong.
You failed today. You didn't display anything except your ignorance and begging the question fallacy.
All I'm doing is stating facts that are commonly known to toddlers. So.
No, these are stories that no one's verified, especially you.
No, they've been verified for thousands of years, actually.
How do you verify Earth curve?
Ask Aristophanes.
Aristosthenes? Okay, get me the primary source data for Aristosthenes. Go ahead, I'll wait.
Sure.
Also,
like I said, you can just wait until
never existed.
No, I want you to go get me the primary source data that you just said you were going to get me. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Although the burden of proof isn't on me, though. But
you said Aristosthenes. You said I got primary source data. So you're going to go get it.
do you know how he figured it out?
Just go get the documents, bro.
We've known it for
What
thousands of
document?
years.
What are you talking about? You want?
You just said you had primary source data. Go ahead.
Pick up the sources that he wrote in physically thousands of years ago.
Primary source data for Aristosthenes. Go ahead. You told me you had it. Why would I accept anything less when you said no problem? I'll go get it. And now you're changing your mind?
I'm not changing my mind at all. I mean, it's
well, then
widely available.
Go get it.
Information.
Go get it.
Like,
go get it. Go get it.
I mean,
go get it. That's what I mean. Go get it. You can look it up. Go get the primary source data. I mean, you can go get it.
Or you can just look into the history.
There you go. He doesn't have any primary source data for Aristosthenes. Because there isn't any. But he didn't know that.
And it got quiet in here. Mic check. Is Mike here? Yeah, Mike's.
Yeah, you're good.
Oh, I'm unmuted finally.
Okay, Subaru, go on. What? You posted an image, yeah?
Yeah, hold on. All right. Oh,
What is it? What is that image?
oh, it's this picture of Earth.
How do you know that?
It's from NASA. That's all I know.
It's from NASA. That's just tells me so much. How
Oh,
do
well,
you
I mean,
know
it should. Well, it's NASA. I don't know what else to tell you. Anyway, look, there are 74 different space agencies. Okay, are you guys telling me all of them are lying? Every single employee is lying simultaneously
About what? Give me a
about the
name
Earth
and
not being flat.
Give me a name and give me a quote.
There are 74 official government
Give
space
me a
agencies.
name and give me a quote.
I won't name all 74 of them, bro.
Give me a name.
They all
and
believe
give me a
in the
quote.
Earth.
Give me
I'm just.
something that
Oh,
somebody
Jesus
has
fucking Christ.
said that you think I think
Every
they're
single
lying
space agency that has to do with space believes that
Give
the
me
Earth.
a
No, knows
name
that the
and
Earth
give me
is.
a quote. If you think I think someone is lying, then they said something. They said something that you think I think they're lying about. So give me a name and give me a fucking quote.
Okay. I don't think anyone ever gave a quote about having to say the Earth is round, except for like hundreds of years ago.
Then
Okay,
shut
but look.
up.
Okay, I will. I would just want to say one last thing. Okay. I just want you to answer. Okay. Without counter arguing, yeah. 74 different space agencies. All of them believe the Earth is round.
You do? Give me a name, give me a quote.
So he obviously doesn't have a name or a quote, but just like to rephrase the way he worded it, what if you say they're deceiving you? They're not lying directly. They're not saying outright quotes. They're deceiving you by withholding the knowledge of the Earth being flat. Why would they all do that?
No,
I don't know.
nobody's
You tell
withholding
me.
that knowledge. That's quite readily available.
Why would
Just
they
go
lie
outside.
about Earth being round though?
Deceive. Please say
Who's
deceive.
lying? Who's lying?
Yeah, no one's lying.
Just lying, but why?
Say the word deceive.
Why?
No one's deceiving us. No one's lying to us. What are you talking about?
So if they aren't lying, that means the Earth is round, because then they're telling the truth if they aren't lying.
Aren't you the ones that are actually actively believing them? They create a narrative. You decided to believe it, or you could just go out and measure the Earth for yourself. So you're the one choosing to be deceived. I'm not deceived.
That's perhaps, yeah, you might be right. However, if I measure the Earth myself, if I go out there and then I prove that argument to flat earthers after they told me to do this, they wouldn't believe me.
Go ahead. I'm waiting. I'll tell you what. Get on a bus and go figure it out. Oh, well, now you're divining my thoughts, and that's not cool. Now you're being sort of deceptive. That's a fallacy.
Oh, no.
It's a straw man.
That's how I
Right?
found out it wasn't round, because I went out to disprove it.
How did you disprove it?
I disproved it by being able to see farther than I was technically able to see. I
Perhaps
got
the
a
weather was clear.
P1000. I went out to the ocean.
What's
I
a
got
P1000?
P1000. I went. That is a camera with a
Okay.
very high zoom lens.
All right.
Have you ever heard of a Nikon P100? Or I'm sorry, P900?
No, I'm not good with cameras.
Okay, well, it's known as a globe buster. So do a little
Okay.
research on that, and you'll find out. Look up
What's
the
it
Black
called again?
Swan.
P1?
The Black
P1?
Swan.
Black Swan. Okay.
Oh, it's a Nikon. I have a P1000, but the one that originally did the globe busting was a P900. Mine has a little bit farther
900,
zoom
okay.
capability.
Is it this P900?
What kind of Subaru do you?
Okay. What? Say again?
What kind of Subaru do you have?
Oh, I
What
don't.
kind
I
of
don't have a
Subaru do
driver's
you have?
license. I don't have a driver's license.
Oh, okay.
I
All right.
just like
Well, I'm
Subarus.
from a Subaru family. I've got an Outback. My wife has a Legacy. My son
Nice.
has a WRX. His wife has what's that other little one? And they just got the Ascent, so they can haul their kids around. So we got them all in our family, not just the title.
Okay. Could you? I'm getting many stuff. A lot of stuff for Black Swan. Could you maybe just link me a video so that I get to the right one quickly?
Well, I can't right now because I don't have that handy. But I bet somebody in there could go ahead and put
So
something up
Black
there
Swan.
for you.
I'll go on YouTube and try. P900 Black Swan. Black Swan spotted in Rocker.
No,
I don't think
I
that's
said
it.
that I've got the P1000. That's how I found out. I'm not sure if they used a P900 for the Black Swan.
Yeah, it was a P900, but the video is from BMLSB69. I'll get the link
Could you
and
link
I'll
me one?
post it.
Yeah.
Posted the picture that everyone talks about.
Jedi just linked it up for us. Thank you, Jedi.
No worries.
So the Black Swan was taken from Santa Barbara, California, right off the coast. I personally live quite a few miles south of there. I don't know, 40, 50 miles maybe. I don't remember. I haven't counted it. But in Los Angeles County. And I was out at Sunset Beach, and I posted my own video. Let me see if I can find that for you. It's not the actual Black Swan, but hold on just a minute.
Okay.
I'll see if
Actually,
I
hold
can't
on.
find
I'll post a link meanwhile in YouTube. I want to see what the chat's reactions, because there's some guy beefing with me for no reason.
Okay, so this is not the Black Swan, but this was taken the day I went from becoming a believer that the Earth was flat and to knowing that the Earth was definitely not a globe the size that they say it is.
All right. It's a 10-minute video. I'll watch it after chat, because I can't do this and listen simultaneously. I'll just stick around for a while longer.
So just for clarification, the Black Swan is referring to where the horizon is into the relationship to where those two oil derricks are. My video is not showing that horizon. My whole point was the size of that boat that you could not see because supposedly it went over the curve of the Earth. And I was able to zoom it in and bring it in and see all the way to where the surface of the boat meets the water.
All right.
How far is that oil rig in your picture? Do you know, or in your video?
And mine?
This is your
yeah,
video?
that video right there. The video is mine. And there's 6 and 10 miles
9.41 mile Earth curvature. That's your video, right? Or
No,
am I
that's the
looking
Black
at the wrong-
Swan.
Yeah, that's yours. Okay.
How do you know it's 10 miles again? Just curious.
It's demarcated on Google GPS, dude.
Gotcha. Thank you.
But how far is the oil rig in your? Do you know in your picture wave mixer?
Yeah, they're almost exactly the same distance.
Oh, so it's 9 miles too.
Correct. 9+ miles.
So you see that
6
boat
plus and
further
9
than
plus
9
miles.
miles? Is that correct?
No, I didn't say that boat is further than 9 miles. What I'm saying is that I shouldn't have been able to see that boat at all.
Is it
Past
the
1
oil rig?
mile?
That boat?
No, it is before the oil. It is before the oil rig. Take a look at the video and you can see it. But when I zoom out, you can't see it.
No, but that boat can't be more than 6 feet high.
Huh.
And you can see the whole thing.
Exactly. You can see the bottom of the boat. You can see where the boat is hitting the water as it's bouncing in and out. So like I said, this is by no means anything near the Black Swan. The quality of the air that day didn't let me get that far. All I'm saying is this is the day that I went from believing that the Earth was not a ball to knowing it was not a ball, the size they say. So that was my Black Swan, my day of reality of getting smacked.
Yeah, those P1000s are globe busters for sure. I was looking them up. The range on them is 58 miles. So with that camera, you can see 100 miles of flatness if you look ahead and behind you.
You're gonna hit off later. Fuck you. There's a guy below you, T-Dub. In between us, bro. This guy. That's it. Got him.
Is this proving or disproving drop over distance? I'm just very confused at the moment.
It's demonstrating the horizon isn't physical obstruction, it's an optical phenomena. Depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day and the technology that you use, the horizon will appear in different places. Turquoise, buddy, why did you message me, Thorian? Do you want me?
Yeah, because that's the guy who was hot micing, well, intentionally, and
cool.
T-Dub got him.
Alright, he's got cheers. Thank you, mate.
Obscene music.
Cheers, mate.
How can you zoom into anything that's 50 miles away when your vision's supposed to be blocked at 3 miles, man? Like, what the fuck? Refraction, right?
That's kind of why I
guys,
was
I have a
confused.
question.
Yeah, refraction doesn't allow you to see further, man. It moves things, yes, but it doesn't allow you to see further.
I have a question to Flat Earther. What's your explanation for the moon?
We see the same moon you do, and what explanation do you need, dude?
As in, because you can literally see the moon from the ground, and it's a sphere.
So what?
What you want an explanation for, though? I don't get that.
So, like, what you
So
believe
how
that
do
the
you know
moon
it's a
is
sphere?
round? Because I can see it with my eyes.
Dude,
Okay,
I'm not
so
trying
the
to be
moon-
racist. What color are you? Are you white? Are you brown?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I'm Asian.
So because you're Asian, is everybody else Asian?
No.
Does that mean everybody else has to be Asian?
No, but what kind of argument is that? You can see with your eyes that the moon is round.
I can see that I'm white. Like,
Yeah, but like, we're talking
Okay.
about the moon.
just
It's
your
made of rock.
logic, man.
Subaru, are you
My logic.
spiraling already, bro? So you don't have any evidence that the moon is a sphere. You only see the face of it. As far as anybody's concerned, it's basically a 2D object. So unless you can show us that it's a sphere, you're just going to beg the question that it's a ball and then say that
Alright,
the
so
Earth has to be a ball like the moon. That doesn't make any sense.
Alright, fair enough.
Brilliant.
What about
Are you watching
what about
Bulletproof
G?
or-
No, wait. One more question.
Debunk flat Earth videos over and
Please,
over.
please. One more question.
What's your question?
About Google Maps, for example, right? They work off of GPS, and GPS works off of those GPS satellites, and they need to orbit Earth.
Wrong.
How do they orbit a flat? Okay, wrong. What's wrong?
No, go on.
GPS works off satellites.
Okay, how does GPS work without satellites?
Land-based antennas.
So satellites are fake?
I didn't say that.
GPS stands for ground positioning system, so you can locate things on the ground.
All right. The thing is, you can see with a telescope. You can, if you really aim it closely, you can see the ISS, the International Space Station, fly by.
There's things in the sky, dude.
It's so you don't believe the ISS is real?
I just said there's things in the sky, man.
Wait,
Yeah,
how did you go from things in the sky to us saying International Space Station isn't real? You should pay attention, Sunshine, instead of talking through people's answers. International Space Station isn't the same thing as satellites.
All right. So what about the space shuttle program?
What about it?
It went into space. There are pictures of it.
They didn't go into space. What space?
It is. So is space fake? Is that what you're saying?
What is space?
Bro, what?
What space, dude? Third time I'm asking you. Tell me what space.
Right.
What is it?
Space is a three-dimensional continuum containing positions and directions. There you go.
Okay, so do we believe in space? Yeah. Height, width, length? Yeah.
Right. Cool.
Okay. So we believe in space, height, width, length. Distance between me and you, height. Yeah, no problem.
All right.
So rockets going to height, width, length. Was there something special about space you're not telling us all about? Space a vacuum at all?
All right. Yeah,
Is it a vacuum? Yeah, it is.
Because there's nothing there.
That's the problem bit, the
Why?
vacuum bit. Because we've got air pressure, atmospheric pressure, gas pressure here on Earth. We're breathing it right now.
Yeah. It's being held down by gravity.
There you go. But you realise that there would be a problem, wouldn't there? One.
Which problem?
The gas would disperse into the space like gas always does. High
It's
pressure.
held in by gravity.
I know, yeah. But you realise there would be a problem. The gas would disperse into the space if you're not going to give it this magic gravity.
Gravity's magic?
But it doesn't affect the entropy of a system. It doesn't affect gas. Gas moves
I
freely.
mean, things do leave the gravity.
What I said, you should probably listen to people's answers and not talk through them, especially when somebody's giving you the time of day to actually try and walk this through you with you.
Fair enough.
Yeah, good. So you understand the problem where entropy would take effect and the gas would fill the space.
What's entropy?
Entropy, increase in entropy. So energy in this instance. So energy, let's say high pressure or like hot coffee will disperse into lower pressure environments, or your hot coffee will get cold. Entropy is an action. So the gas should fill that space. Have you got an observation of gravity acting on gas for me? Do you think you could show me that?
I don't really understand that question. What was it?
Well, when you drop a rock, you go to that gravity.
It drops.
Can you let go of gas and it fall at 9.8 meters per second squared?
Of course not, because the mass is smaller.
Good. So gravity's not acting on your gas then?
It is acting on it, but it's extremely, extremely small.
It's extremely.
It's still being pulled though, but the mass is small.
Where's gravity strongest? Where's gravity strongest? Is it strongest here on the floor or up there in the sky away from the Earth?
It's the strongest. It's in the core.
Yeah. So is it strongest here where we are on the surface, or is it strongest in the sky? Okay.
It's stronger here.
Okay. So
because we are closer to the core.
Awesome. So this gas that you've told me that hasn't got a lot of mass, you're saying that when it gets further away from the Earth, where the gravity's weakest, Then and only then it takes effect to the gas and brings it back and stops it dispersing into the vacuum that the law of entropy will dictate that it should be doing. You're saying where the gravity is weakest up in the sky. Okay?
All right.
Two problems with vacuum of space. One, the definition of gas pressure is the force the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. The Earth is said to be an open system, so devoid of containment. A problem to achieve pressure if there's nothing to press upon. Two,
Wait, can you say that again?
The
That was a bit
definition of gas pressure
Yeah.
is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, like in a tire, a football, or a balloon. The consequent of gas containment is gas pressure. We have gas pressure, there must be containment. The Earth is said to be an open system, so nothing for the gas to press upon, no fixed volume, and the gas will continue to disperse into the space. So the vacuum of space can't be real because we're breathing.
Yeah, but the gases are being held by gravity.
Up in the sky, where the gravity's weakest,
It's still being
apparently,
pulled though.
Pulled, what, downwards?
Yeah, because or else they would leave and we would die.
Show me that then. Show me gases coming downwards and only downwards because of gravity, nothing else.
Look, I'll read you a definition, right? Because again, I'm not good with English science. Right. Gases are held close to the surface of the Earth because of gravity. Gases have small mass. Gases have mass, and therefore there is a gravitational force acting on them. The reason why they don't stick to the ground is because gas is not very dense. The atmosphere of the Earth is incredibly thin compared to the size of the Earth itself.
That's a lovely story. Now, do you think you could back that up with an experiment that demonstrates, one, gravity is a thing that can cause other things to happen, and two,
if I was into science, I would.
See, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be patient. I'm going to say this.
Okay.
There is no scientific experiment that proves gravity. That's the fundamental point to this issue. I'll just tell you that. You can go and find one. If I'm wrong, bring it back and show me.
Okay. Hold on. I'm searching for something. This will take a while.
Scott, I don't understand you sometimes, Scott. That's the weirdest thing everyone's ever posted. But let's have a look. Thanks for showing me a box with gas in it. And
Oh, it's government. Oh, sorry, mate.
No, you're fine, crack on.
It's government website. Oh no.
All right.
Oh, it's NASA.
I'm gonna send a link to you. About an experiment with gravity stuff.
Thank you.
So you can read it and then you can tell me your opinion on it.
Okay.
You don't need to read all of it.
No, that's fine. Scott, I appreciate that. I'm reading it now. I'm also copying and pasting the pictures that they gave. They're lovely. Thanks, mate. Kind of helped my point. Oh, the Cavendish experiment. Mass attracts mass. Awesome. Lovely. So the mass of gas attracts the mass of gas. That's brilliant. And crypto. Yeah, that's exactly what I just thought. That's why I'm copying and pasting.
Did you read it? Why are there so many people in this chat just muted?
Probably because we're reading shit, man.
Or perhaps we only open up our mic when we have something to say.
You should be a voice actor.
How do you know I do not get paid to talk?
Say again?
What was your comment just a moment
You
ago?
should be a voice actor.
How do you know I do not get paid to talk?
Well, I don't know. It's just a recommendation.
Thank you, Mutt. So, according to Mutt, it looks like I should have a role here that says smooth ass voice. I think that was Mutt. Was that Mutt? Yeah. Yeah, I want a new role. I want smooth ass voice.
Yeah, I recommend that. I guess you get it a lot. I guess you get it. You get every conversation. The guy comes in. Hey, how are you? Everyone's like, what the? Ooh. No doubt. Man with a golden voice.
And I'm not even on my good mic.
Right.
Guess this is push to talk.
Hey. It is.
Hey, this is Gears. Y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Cool. Just check in.
Just like a Verizon commercial, Gears. All right, so I showed my picture of the boat out at the ocean when I discovered that the Earth doesn't really curve around like they said. So who has some kind of evidence that shows that the Earth is really a round ball? First-hand evidence that they have, not something that they got a picture from NASA, not their brother's cousin's father's uncle told them, but actual true evidence that you have to prove that we're on a spinning water ball. Well, I've got about 15 more minutes where I can stay in here and talk to you guys for free, and then I have to get back to work where I get paid to talk.
So you're saying that you made the measurements by yourself?
Well, I didn't measure anything. I took my camera and I was able to view something in the viewfinder that I shouldn't have been able to see over a distance that Google stated was quite a few miles.
So you didn't actually measure anything? Like you didn't measure the lack of curvature?
No, I don't have a tape measure, and I didn't swim out across the ocean and measure it. So that is correct.
I'm not asking for literal measuring using like measuring tape. Trying to say that you didn't use actual surveying equipment.
What
No,
landmarks did you
actually,
have
I went to Google Maps and I did a search for where I was at Sunset Beach and looked to see where Google Maps said that those, or actually where they showed the picture above from where that tower was. And then I used the Google Maps measuring device to go ahead and from point A to point B to see where I was when I physically took that picture and where those oil derricks are. So that's how I was able to measure it.
And how did you calculate that you shouldn't see them?
How did I calculate?
How did you calculate that you shouldn't see them?
He's asking for the math. How did you use that distance to find out you couldn't see them?
Okay, well, I went by the distance, what they say the size of the Earth is, and the amount of curvature drop over distance that it should have. So now that closest oil derrick was a little over 6, or it's almost 7 miles away. So just cutting that distance in half, 3 miles. So the amount of distance that I should have had, there should have been a water ball, a water curve, a water hill in between me and that boat. I should have never been able to see how that boat was able to hit the water. So, I don't know what else to say. 8 inches per mile squared.
So we didn't account for the height of the observer, for example, and the height of the boat itself.
Well, I did account for the height of the observer because I was the observer. I had the camera, and I had it roughly about a foot off of the ground. So as you can see from that video, it's I got a big plant right in front of me, and I got some people sitting in a lawn chair. So I'm just about butt level there. So that's roughly about a foot.
So, like, you use the 8 inches rule. 8 inches per mile.
I didn't use any. I didn't use any 8 inches. I used a P1000 camera, pointed out towards the horizon, and tried to see how far I could zoom in.
No, I was asking.
Now Google did some measurements.
I was asking what formula did you use to calculate that you shouldn't see the boat?
Well, so at 1 foot high, I should have only been able to see 1.22 miles. And that boat was definitely well over 1.22 miles.
And what reference?
I would say at the bare minimum it was 4 miles. I would say at the bare minimum it was 4 miles. Probably closer to 5. But I did not measure that boat. But I shouldn't have been able to see more than 1 1/4 mile.
So you didn't have any reference of where the boat actually is. For example, a kind of tracker that shows the boats and their geographic positions on the map.
No, I did not. And that's why I'm not saying that this is a black swan. Now, if you actually take a look at the black swan, And that was a 1 foot observer height on a lot clearer day. And you can see the horizon. You can definitely see the horizon, which is well past the platform habitat. Now, as I said, I wasn't trying to prove anything to anybody else with my video. I just went out, I took out my camera, I looked, I saw that, and I realized that there's no way in hell that this could possibly be. Now, since then, other than this video that I've gotten posted here, I've gone a lot of different places with my camera and tried to take a look. As a matter of fact, one of my relatives, he's my son's brother-in-law. He was the very first seed that I planted, and he sprouted. And he just very proudly showed me a picture that he took from a place in El Sereno, California. And it's pictures of Long Beach, that you can see the buildings in Long Beach, which is, I don't know, 20, 30 miles south. And he was able to see the buildings clearly. And there's just all kinds of things, you know. If you really want to know about this, what you need to do is go out and check it out for yourself. Don't believe me. Don't believe what you read on the internet. Go try for yourself. I mean, you can look up at the moon, you can look up at the stars, but go examine the earth that you live on. That'll tell you everything you need to know about the earth.
Yes, I would love to, but I don't actually have some professional equipment to measure things. Like, you know,
Well,
surveying.
I take it by your accent, you probably do not live in the Los Angeles, California area.
No, definitely.
Okay.
Quite the
Well,
opposite side of the
if you
world.
did, I would invite you to join me and several of my friends out at that very same beach where I took that video. And we're going to be there in June, right after the summer solstice on Saturday. I think it's on the 22nd, 23rd, something like that. And you'd be more than welcome to come out. I'd let you use my camera and take a look for yourself.
No, I
Don't know
can buy
more
a
than I
camera
can do
like
than
that by myself. I'm talking about professional surveying equipment. I already have a telescope that has a similar power to that camera.
There you go. There you go. Now, a telescope, you can capture that moment, that second. With a camera, you could actually videotape it. Now, to tell you the truth, I thought flat Earth was so stupid. I thought, how can anybody even want to, believe this? And I thought it was ridiculous. And for a few years, I thought it was ridiculous. And I didn't look at it. And then finally, when I started realizing some other stuff that may not have been necessarily truth told to us, made me open my eyes up a little bit, and I started looking, and some of the stuff started to make sense. And then it took a couple years till I would believe it. And then it wasn't until I went out, I spent $1,000 to get a P1000 camera just to prove that point to myself, not to you, not to anybody else in this room, not to anybody on YouTube. I just had to see for myself. I didn't know anybody that had a P1000 camera. So I made the investment. I bought it. I went out and I did it. And I've had a lot of fun with it since. I've looked at taken videos of the moon. I've taken videos of stars. I've taken all kinds of videos. Just had a family function not too long ago. Was able to use a camera and take some nice videos. It does improve the shape of the earth or the surface of the earth. But the cameras come in quite handy, so I'm glad that I got it. Although the original purpose that I got it was just to go ahead and prove for myself that the earth was a ball, and I couldn't do it.
Is it possible you did it the wrong way?
I did what the wrong?
Tried to prove it was a ball.
Well, so I had believed that it was a ball for a long time.
I'm not asking you that.
I was about 11 years old when man landed on the moon. I watched it on TV. I believed it all. I knew it happened. And I really wanted to believe that I was wrong, that everybody was wrong about the earth
Don't need the
being
story.
flat. So, you know what? I went out and I said, okay, I'm going to find out one way or another. And if I can go ahead and see farther than I'm supposed to see, then that'll prove it to me. But I didn't believe it. Hey, there's my buddy Matthew Learns.
But why do you think that was the way you would go about proving it's a globe? Who told you that? Or how'd you figure it out?
Well, okay, because water doesn't curve. And if you can go over a flat body of water and you can see farther than what you're supposed to be able to see, which is roughly 1.25 miles over 1 foot of a height, then what they were saying as far as the size of the earth, it wasn't true.
Yeah, assuming
Is that
light
what you're
goes in a
asking?
perfectly straight line.
Matthew. On me here.
Assuming it was a perfectly straight line, indeed.
But how do other people go about proving the earth is a globe? How do other people go about measuring there? Do you think they grab a camera with a
I don't know. You'd
telephoto
have
lens?
You think you'd? I think you'd have to ask other people. I can't tell you what other people do. I can only tell you what I did.
Were you not curious when you
How would
wanted
I
to
know what
prove
other
this?
people would do?
Were you not curious when you wanted to prove this for yourself?
So the reason I wanted to prove it for myself was because I didn't have to go ahead and rely on what other people told me. I've been relying on what other people had told me for too many years.
But when you thought, okay, I'm going to go prove this for myself, did you not think, let's see how other people did it, and maybe I'll replicate what they did and see if I get the same results? Did you think to do that?
Well, you know what? The truth of the fact of the matter is I don't live across the Great Lakes, so I wasn't able to go ahead and videograph something across the Great Lakes. So what I used was an ocean. That was the closest large body of water that I had available.
That's not what I asked, though.
What I couldn't replicate what I'd seen where somebody went ahead and went across the lake, Ohio Lake, or one of those lakes over there back east where they were able to see all the way across to Chicago. I live in the West Coast.
No, I
So
got you. But
I saw what they did, and I thought that was really cool, but I wasn't able to replicate that because I don't live near that lake. So I used an ocean instead.
so are you under the impression that everybody who wanted to measure the earth in some way, measure its curve, went about looking over oceans?
I have no idea what everybody else does. I only know what I do.
I know, but the
So why would
question
you
is,
ask
did
me
you?
what everybody else would want to do?
I'm asking you if you bothered to look into how everybody else did it.
Well, you know, I didn't ask everybody else. I had seen some examples of what people had done where they had taken a video across a lake. I thought, whoa, shit. You know,
Okay.
is that really a mirage like they tried to say on the news? So did I ask everybody else? No. As a matter of fact, I
No,
didn't know any other
did you
flat
ask
earthers.
anybody else?
And that was, did I ask anybody else what?
Yes. How they went about measuring the earth. Like surveyors, for example. Have you ever asked a surveyor how they went about measuring the earth and figured out maybe you
Well, I
should
didn't know
replicate
any
what they do?
I didn't know any surveyors, and
Well,
I
but
wasn't going to go ahead and ask anybody. I wanted to see for myself. Like I could ask. I know somebody that works for NASA, and what he does is he's a cost estimator for the projects. And I could ask him, did we really go to the moon? And he'd probably say yes because that's what he believes. But that doesn't mean it's true. I could ask a 3-year-old, do you believe in Santa Claus? And he'd say yes. But that doesn't mean it's true. So, you know, I'd go to the North Pole and check for myself. But the bottom line is, it is
I'm
now
asking you.
currently 12:30. Please don't interrupt me. It's currently about 12:35. My lunch break is over, and I need to clock back into work so I can continue to get paid to talk. And I'm logged in. And if my phone doesn't, oh, there's my phone ringing and gotta go.
That's what I find interesting about all these people who claim I wanted to check for myself. And they go out and do something that's just a really, really bad check. I don't know how it convinced anybody that this proves anything.
Yeah, and
Seems to me
they're
if you want to
unlikely
understand, just do a survey.
they're unlikely to extend the same type of skepticism towards the idea that the Earth is flat. You know,
Yeah.
by using a GPS or satellite TV or watching the
Yeah.
sunset or watching the moon. any of
No,
those.
they apply no skepticism whatsoever to their own method, right? He said, I went out and I got a, P9000 or P1000 or whatever, and I looked at a boat. It doesn't apply any skepticism to that method at all. It's like, okay, this proved it for me. Really? Be a little skeptical of your own method.
Yes, he basically used an assumption that all of the globers that believe in the globe, they simply believe what they are told on TV, and none of them actually bothers to check it by themselves. But if he was active in any of these discourse, he would be sure and see that there are plenty of measurements made by independent people. So if the globers and flat earthers both do that and they reach conflicted results, then that implies that one of the methodologies has to be wrong. For example, make some faulty assumptions or be wrong in the first place. So, because two conflicting things can be true in reality at the same time. So the question would be which of these methodologies are wrong and why.
Dude, last time I was in here, some flat earther was trying to deny math. They tried to say math is fake. So, I don't know if you can really reach a conclusion with someone trying to deny mathematical law. So, I don't know.
know that that's a straw man.
That's a straw man? How is that a straw man?
Yeah, no one in here says maths is fake, you idiot.
Huh? What's a straw man?
Yeah, you pretending
Your
that.
mic is horrible, by the way.
Yeah, I don't care. You can hear me. You pretending that people said that maths is fake
Yeah, a
in
lot of
here.
I
people.
can't hear you.
Sorry, there's a lot of background
Said
noise.
what?
Man.
Yeah, a lot of background noise.
He said that it was a straw man argument to claim that somebody in here said that math was fake.
How is that a straw man?
Because nobody said it.
Nobody said it. Were you here when they said it?
I don't believe you because I've heard people
Oh,
say
you don't
before.
believe me. Okay,
Yeah.
you
Why
don't
don't you
believe
stop
me.
talking
All right.
while I talk, you idiot?
You
So
weren't here. You weren't here.
Oh, shut
You
up
weren't
when I'm
here.
talking, you fucking retard. So the point is that people will often say that maths isn't reality. I know you can hear me. Math, you can hear me, so you guys can hear me. Sorry about the background noise. I know for a fact that people in here say that math doesn't represent reality. To say that then people said that maths is fake is a horrible straw man, and you should be embarrassed.
Did your van break down when you're at the shop?
Can any of the globals admit that he straw mans that position?
No, you're a straw man.
No, I honestly don't think he was like labeling all of like globers or whatever. I think he was just saying this particular glober yesterday stated this thing that I wasn't there for.
No, he was saying that the last time he came in, someone told him that maths is fake. No one
Yeah, I
said
know.
that, for sure.
I mean,
He's lying,
people are
and he should
stupid.
be embarrassed about that.
No, yeah. I mean, if you
Why is he
label
muted
flat
though?
earthers or globers that way.
I muted him because he talked over me twice.
Oh, okay.
And then you call them a fucking retard.
Yeah, he called me a name as well. Did you hear that? Or are you just ignoring that?
I didn't hear that.
Yeah,
Right,
I didn't hear
well
that either. But
You didn't hear when you called me a retard.
He could have, but I didn't. I'm just saying I didn't hear it.
It's funny how Globers don't hear the dumb stuff that other Globers do, isn't it? Like, you should probably pay attention to everything that happens instead of just looking for gotchas against us.
All right, so that we've got a little rule here at concern trolling, and I'm just going to start permanently muting people every time I see them in here if they've concern trolled. Is that?
I love it. I think we're going to institute that. I mean, it's already a rule, but whatever. If we mute somebody, we mute him for a reason. Don't worry about our reason. Plus, Matt, I mean, I don't want to call you a liar. If someone did say that they didn't believe math existed, by all means, go get the clip and post it in the chat.
that phrase could be both false and true depending on the context, because if you find that something exists, like it is literally an element of the natural world, then the math doesn't, but it exists as a concept inside of the human mind. There's a lot of questions like that have multiple answers depending on the context, and they tend to be simplified to a false dichotomy where you have to select only one, like true or false. And if person tries to explain why the issue is more complicated, he gets accused of dodging the question.
Yeah, Mod, I noticed the insult. Yeah. Also, I wasn't concerned trolling. I was just like, it felt like things got really escalated. But yeah, I'm just here to listen though. I'm not really. I'm not really invested in either side really. So I'll be quiet.
You're good, man. It's just what really irritates me more than the actual getting into the debate itself is when people like Matt just come in here and lie about what someone said, and then you've got to deal. First of all, you've got to deal with the lie itself, and then you've got to then represent the position accurately. It's just a big waste of everyone's time. Like if he just wasn't dishonest in the first place, we could actually get on with the subject matter itself.
Yeah, I agree.
Also, NASA isn't a surveying brand for measuring the Earth's radius. It's only using it for their purposes. The radius was measured before by people who lived before NASA even existed, and even died before it existed.
So have we got a list of things for Sunday then? Speculation Sunday. I think we should go underground. Like, what do you think's underground? It's like a prelude to Sunday, I guess. There's like limits or boundaries.
I think volcanoes give us the reminder of what is underground pretty frequently.
Volcanoes. Yeah, or the rivers, the currents or whatever. There's definitely stuff going on.
Yes, definitely. And the earthquakes.
Only if it's iron and it's like molten whatever metals. It might be magnetic and oh yeah. Might be the true cause of the magnetics.
Yes, there has to be some mechanism that causes the magnetic field, because it's a direct measurement. It is there. The question is, what is the cause of it? We can make.
They used to say it was spinning, right? The core. They used to say it was spinning. I don't know if they say it's spinning anymore.
No, I don't think that's the case.
See, that's speculation. What's in the core, to be honest. I'd agree upon that.
Yes, I would claim that everything about science is speculation to some extent. There are simply different levels of supporting a theory. It can be supported beyond a reasonable doubt, or just be pretty a bunch of wild guesses.
I hate when I get right in the middle of a good conversation and I have to go back to work.
Ugh.
I wanted to thank you, Matthew Learns, when he was in here. He went to one of our Flat Earth meetups at the beach there where I took that video, and he was passing out little globes that were little handheld stress ball type size. And I really wanted to thank him for that, because I was able to use that globe as a presentation to demonstrate how if the Earth was spinning on its axis at the North and South poles, and here in Los Angeles, I put one of those little pin tacks that you use to put pins up on the wall. And when I was spinning it around, I said, if we're spinning around, how come that North Star never moves? Why wouldn't we see it just spinning around all around and not always right there? So that was a very good learning tool that he helped me to present the flat Earth to people that didn't quite understand. So if you're listening in on YouTube, thank you, Matthew.
Because the direction of the light coming from the North Star hits approximately the area of the North Pole, perpendicular to the plane of the horizon.
I could take my camera and I could put it on a time-lapse photography pointed right towards the North Star, and I can see all the circles spinning around the North Star, but it always stays right there at that same point. As a matter of fact, the person that owns the home, the beachfront property there at the home when I took that video, he actually has a little device. It's not a telescope. It's like a hollow tube, but it's pointed directly at the North Star, and it's stationary. It doesn't move. And every time you look through there, you can see the North Star.
Why would you expect it to move?
Well, because if the Earth is spinning around, then that star shouldn't be in the same location all the time.
Sure it should.
Well, why should it?
Which part don't you understand, man? This is an easy one.
Yeah, 90 degrees to the surface.
Okay.
It's essentially working like the sun. We're coming in at 90-degree angles.
I mean, if the axis is pointing directly at that star, it's going to stay in the same place. That's the nature of.
Well, if we were directly on the North Pole, if we were directly on the North Pole, which is where the North Star is, directly above the North Pole, I believe, and we were standing on there, and I had a time-lapse camera pointed straight up, it seems like that North Star should always be right there in the center. However, if I was pointed 90 degrees off at an angle, the North Star on a time-lapse photography, it wouldn't be in the same spot. It'd be spinning around.
What do you? You lost me.
Okay, do this. Are you standing up right now?
I'm sitting down.
You're sitting down. Could you do me a favor and stand up while we're talking?
I'll stand up right now. Standing up.
Now, do you know which direction north is?
I'm in my office, and I'm not sure which direction. No, I don't know.
But roughly,
I got the idea.
roughly, you have a rough idea.
Well, if I were outside, I know
Okay,
exactly
so what I'd
where
like
it
you to
is.
do is hold. Okay, but roughly, if you have a rough idea, what I'd like you to do is hold your arm straight out and point your finger towards the north.
Okay.
Okay. Now, while you're holding your finger straight out, I would like you to go around in a circle, in a 360-degree circle, ending up right where you're at right now.
That's where you're misunderstanding. That's not how it works.
Well, sure it is. If we're on the Earth, it's a spinning globe, and we're facing a specific direction, then if the reason we see the stars moving is because the Earth is spinning and they're not spinning around us, then that North Star, unless I was directly underneath it looking straight up, it should never be in the same spot all of the time.
Well, I can explain this to you if you give me like 2 seconds. Well, maybe 20 seconds. So you said someone gave you a little sponge ball or something, right?
Oh yeah, that was a little model of the globe that I was used to demonstrate.
All right. So like stick a straw on the what you're going to call the North Pole and point it at something, and then go anywhere else on that little ball. And let me finish. Then you'll understand.
Okay, go ahead. I'm holding the ball right now. I got it right here.
Okay. And so, stick a toothpick in the North Pole, point it straight at something, and then point that toothpick at something. And then take another toothpick and put it anywhere else in that ball, but point that toothpick at the same place that you're pointing the one from the North Pole. And then spin that ball around along that toothpick and tell me if that other toothpick is always pointing at that same place.
Well, I'll tell you what, I don't have any toothpicks handy, but I do have that ball in my hand, and it actually has like a little mark where there's a seam where they have the two halves of the ball come together. So I can kind of pretend like that's the equator. And I can roughly approximate the center of the top and the center of the bottom, and I can hold it between my fingers.
Yeah.
So when I spin it around the equator, it's roughly always there at the equator. Okay?
Sure.
Now, if I have my index finger holding the top of the ball and my thumb holding the bottom of the ball, and I will say that since my finger is pointed right towards the North Star, when I spin the ball around, whatever is underneath my index finger is always going to be pointed that direction.
Yes.
However, if I go ahead and place a little mark halfway between my finger and the equator, which is roughly where the United States is.
Equator, I
Yeah.
hardly know her.
When
let him go. Jeez, Reservoir.
It was a pun, I'm sorry.
I know.
As I spin the ball around, that mark is not always looking at the same spot. Now, where my finger is on each pole, those are always pointing the same direction.
Okay, but that's your mistake, right? You put a mark on the ball. Don't put a mark on the ball. You have to point something that's pointing somewhere. That's why you need a toothpick or something like that. To stick it in the ball and
Well,
point
but wait
it
a minute.
basically in the same direction as your north pole. All the way into infinity, right?
Okay, well, I got another call. I gotta go.
Okay.
I'll be.
All right. Sure. Yeah, I'll explain this to you. It's easy.
Yes, he could basically demonstrate how that works right now. Like
I know.
you just have to rotate around your own axis without like going in a circle that has some radius. Just stay in one place and rotate. And if you look directly over your head, so at the ceiling, you will see that point on the ceiling that is directly over your head. It will not move in your field of view.
Yeah.
The same thing where you when you look at your feet and the point that is directly below your eyes. So that would be
spinning in
like
one
an
spot, is it?
analogy.
But you understood that, right, T-Dub?
Spinning in one spot.
So that would be like analogy to the north and the south celestial pole. Just have an axis of rotation, and these are the two directions that point that axis points towards.
Right, it doesn't even have to be spinning necessarily, right?
Yes, you could achieve the same result if the entire universe was spinning around you, but
Oh, the
It's just
sky was
spinning in one
spinning.
spot.
Yeah. Either or.
Spinning in one spot. It's not
Polar,
doing
it's an
any other
axis.
motion. Not doing any other motion.
yes.
Is doing other
So,
motion. Is the rotation the only motion that's claimed?
Of the Earth, no, but the other motions are so slow compared to the scale of space that their visual effect is insignificant. It can be only measured through telescopes.
And there's a slight wobble to the North Star.
Nobody avoids the Earth we live on.
and it's not like it's geometrically in the center either.
As the person in the chat says, we don't touch any of the topics that influence the shape of the Earth. We aren't afraid to talk about the Earth or the sky. We simply hate astronomy so much that if we talk about the sky even time to time, while mostly talking about the Earth, you already interpret that we only talk about the sky, because I hate the subject so much. Most of the discussion here
If
is
anything,
that
when we talk about the sky, we're talking about its relationship to where it is on the Earth.
Yes, like this is again a cause of false dichotomy, because an argument can involve the sky and the Earth at the same time. These two aren't necessarily contradictory.
Either the Earth's a plane, the celestial skies a plane, or the Earth's a globe, and there's a celestial sphere as well. That's like the dichotomy I'm coming to a conclusion with.
Just to help me further understand what we're talking about, is the general consensus that the sun is much closer than we say, or like scientists say it is? or is it? Do you think it's the same distance from Earth?
So, like maybe 6 years ago, they were claiming that the sun is much closer and local, but right now they don't even like to claim it's a physical object. They just say you can't know anything about it because if you measure the altitude angles of the sun above the horizon from different points, assuming the Earth is flat, you will find out that they don't point at one consistent location. So if they assumed it is a literal object that is at given dimensions and height above the Earth, then that would automatically falsify their model. So they like start with a preassumption that
what
the Earth
model?
is flat. The
Okay.
Earth being flat.
That's not a model.
I don't have a model. I go by the earth under my feet. And I can't
Yes,
say
a
how far the sun is or how big it is because I've never been there.
Well, that's because you lack
You can't say
imagination.
we.
A model in the meaning of sense doesn't have to be a physical small-scale object. It just can be a set of explanations about the natural phenomena. So the Earth being flat is definitely one
through
of them.
cycles, and you could represent it through cogs and wheels, basically. And that's kind of how it can work in both realities, like because it is just like a mechanism that's reverse engineered, and there's a different center to each one of them, like a heliocentric one or a geocentric one, and they're just different cycles. But they all technically they all work. It all works from like a Earth-centric basic anyway, so.
So a little bit earlier, before I had that call and had to leave, I was talking to somebody about globes
Yeah, that
and
was
the
me.
North Stars. Is he still
Mhm.
here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
And who's me? I can't see your name there.
Scott Mackey.
Scott Mackey. Okay. Hey, so if you take a look over in the chat, Mark J posted something at 6 minutes after the hour. It shows moon's a balloon. You see that picture? It's
Oh, we
like
were
a
talking
balloon.
about
A balloon.
toothpicks on your little ball. But go ahead. Moon's
Yeah,
a
I know,
balloon.
but I want to
What-
show
which,
a pic. That's okay.
which time?
So you can't see
Sorry.
my ball right now, and that's
No, which time?
okay. It's 6 minutes after the hour.
6
Mark
minutes after
J,
the hour.
or 5 minutes after the hour. I'm sorry, 5 minutes.
Wait, that's going way back. We're not even close to that, right? It's over an hour away. It's almost an hour away, right?
Well, that's okay because that's where I happen to be, and I saw this little picture of that.
Oh, there we go.
So
Latios?
I thought we. Okay.
Going Vadios? At 59 after the hour? Is that the same one?
Well, I've mine says 5 minutes after the hour. So then it was posted
I
by
don't know if it goes
Mark
back
J.
that far.
That's way back. I'm scrolling though.
Jeez. We're going back to 5 minutes after
Well,
the
let me
hour.
see.
That's a lot of chat in the past hour.
In an effort
Okay,
to be.
let me do this. I'm going to copy and save this picture.
I'm almost there.
And I'll repost it here.
5
There you
minutes
go,
after
it's
the
at the
hour.
front.
Mark J. There we are. Oh, yeah, it's the same one. Moon's a balloon. Yeah.
Okay, good. So now let's just say, for an example, let's just imagine that we're going to use this as the Earth. And if you look up towards the top, you see there's like one little star there, roughly about the 11 o'clock position, one little light right there. You see
Yeah,
that? Now let's pretend that this is the Earth at an angle, and where the stem of the balloon is at the bottom is the South Pole, and that little dot right there, let's say that's the North
Yeah,
Star.
great. Yep.
And let's say
With
that the Earth is spinning on this axis.
With you.
Okay. Now, now the equator is going to be roughly going through the center of the balloon.
Yes.
Now, if you look off, now, for example, if that was a North Star right there, and I was on the globe, say I was like about roughly halfway between the equator and the North Star right there.
Yes.
And I was in that direction looking straight up. As the Earth would be revolving around, I wouldn't be able to see that North Star in the center position unless I was directly underneath it. Correct? If I took my camera...
Wait, no, hold on. Let's back up. You just said some things I do not understand what you meant. In the center position, what does that mean?
Okay, so we're looking at the balloon. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And I'm directly under what that one spot where I said would be the North Star. So we can
Yes.
roughly approximate that one dot. Okay,
Yeah,
now
if you look
I'm
straight up,
directly
it'd be
under
right
that
over your
dot,
head, right?
Right. And I've got my camera, and I've got it on a time lapse over 24 hours. That North Star shouldn't move, but we should see a ring of stars going around it. Okay?
Exactly.
Would you say
Yes.
that's true?
Yes.
Perfect. Okay, now, the only time that I would be able to see the North Star being totally stationary is if I was directly underneath it, pointing straight up. Is that correct?
Incorrect.
Well, if I
If you
pointed my
if
camera
if you were 45
a different
degrees down
direction,
that globe, you said an equator, right? So let's say you're standing on the equator and you point your camera at 0 degrees elevation. You're going to be looking at the North Star, right?
well, I'm not going to point it at 0 degrees elevation. I'm going to be going 90 degrees from horizontal, straight up.
Well, that's not what we do, though.
Well, that is exactly what I would do.
No, but if you're standing on the equator and you want to point your camera at the North Star,
Okay.
you have to put it at 0 degrees elevation, correct?
Which would be 90 degrees on a square. It'd be a square in the circle, essentially, this shape you're creating.
Dude, you're not helping. But you understand,
Scott Mackey said equator. I think the other guy's thinking North Pole.
maybe. That could be true.
Yeah, WAV
If
Max
the
is talking
camera's
about.
pointed directly at the North Pole, if I was directly underneath the North Star,
Uh-huh.
and I was pointed up at the North Star, and I had a time-lapse camera, then what would happen is I would see the North Star never move. Now,
Correct.
if I wasn't directly under the North Star, and if I was on a stationary globe and I pointed something at the North Star, as the globe spun around, I would no longer be pointed at the North Star because
Okay,
I'm
hold
not
on.
directly underneath it.
Okay, let's back up for a second. Let's say you're at 45 degrees latitude, right? And if you were at 45 degrees latitude, if you want to point your camera at the North Star, what would be the angle of elevation you'd have to tilt that camera at?
Well, technically, looking at this picture, I probably wouldn't be able to see it because the globe is curved around. And I wouldn't be able to see around the curve. So now, once again,
wait. What? Why would you be able to see around the curve? If you're at 45 degrees latitude, if you point your camera at 45 degrees angle elevation, you point it directly
okay,
north,
let's see. That's
you will
90
point
degrees,
at the North
45.
Star.
Okay. So if I'm at 45 degrees, how long would that camera on a spinning globe still point at the North Star? Because I'm going around a globe.
Always, yes. It's always 45 degrees above you.
You just can't see it during daytime, is what you're arguing, right, Scott?
Okay, yeah, you can't see it in the daytime, of course, yes. But no matter where you put your camera on that 45 degree latitude, you're going to point your camera at 45 degrees angle elevation in order to point it at the North Star. And so as the globe is revolving, you're going to always be pointing 45 degrees, and you will always be pointing at the North Star. It will look like it's not moving.
Well, that's the way it happens on Earth, but that's not the way it would happen if you were on a spinning ball because you would be changing
Exactly
the
how it
direction
happened.
that you were pointing.
No. That's
Okay.
exactly how it happened on a globe.
Well played, Scott.
I think this is just
No, he just doesn't
misconception of,
understand.
orientation. Maybe if you could put yourself on
See,
that
the
ball
thing
like an
is,
ant.
you can go ahead if you're not directly under that ball, and you could point it at the star, but because the globe is moving, you're not always going to be pointed at that exact same location.
You will if that star is
I don't
really,
understand what
really,
you
really,
can't figure
really
that
far
out.
away.
And that's why we're going through space. Let's say the Earth is spinning around 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, but we can still stay focused on that star, and we're spinning around the sun at around 660 miles an hour.
Yep.
And the sun is going through space about 500,000 miles an hour, but through all of that, that North Star never moves.
It's moving
Through
with
how
us.
many countless years?
It's moving with us.
It's moving with us.
Yes, it's in the same galaxy.
Oh, and so there is absolutely the same speed. There is no difference at all, not even the minutest amount of difference in direction that it's traveling. We're all traveling in the exact same direction.
My understanding is Polaris is not going to be the North Star forever. I could be wrong.
Well, how
I don't
long
do
has it been the North
astronomy.
Star?
I don't do astronomy. There's got to be an astronomer in here who knows a little bit more about this than I
It
do.
cycles through every 2,000 years or so with the great precession of the equinox. So every 25,000 years, it's a full cycle of all like the pole stars changing. Essentially, that's the
So
wobble.
how much has it changed within the past? So in the past 2,000 years, how much has it changed?
It'll be like 15 degrees.
Or does it just take
around
like
the
one big
central
jump? All of a
point.
sudden, every 2,000 years, it plays hopscotch
No,
and
it's
takes a
it'll
big
be a
jump.
gradual change. Yeah, 15 degrees. Like the great cycle is
50
always like 15 degrees.
So
just
15.
like an hour.
So 15 degrees. It's changed in 2,000 years.
I think you said 25,000, or maybe I misheard.
Yeah, that's the total year. Yeah, so each like
And 25,000.
it'd be like 15 degrees.
And do you have any kind of citation that shows that this is what's happening? I've never heard that before. I've never heard that it's
a precession of the equinox.
over
If you just want to
25,000
search
years.
the precession of the equinox, it's like a theorized thing. Obviously, it's in our lifetime we can't definitely prove it, but it's kind of thing that's passed down as well. Yeah, essentially, it's
So
the
over
axis of the Earth.
25,000 years, they said it's going to change 15 degrees.
Oh no! So you missed. To get back to the same point. So for us to have like Polaris as our pole star again, that's like another 25,000 year cycle. So it changes like through a lot of different, like however many different, however you want to
Why
split
is
it
it
up.
changing?
Essentially,
Why is it changing?
Polaris. We're just explaining the precession of the equinox or whatever.
Yeah, why is it changing?
It's the axis of the Earth, right? Its orientation. It's 90 degrees. Its vertical or zenith of the axis is a different pole star.
So I'm just trying to understand. You're saying it's changing because the Earth is wobbling a different direction over that period, basically.
Yeah, it's precession. It's Jeremy. Yeah, it's a precession. Like if you're spinning like a spinner or something, it's just that wobble it has. So there's a electromagnetic like frequency essentially that it's abiding by.
Well, I thought it.
Precession.
I thought it was just moving along the same distance. Oh shit! I got another call. I got to get back to work. Damn it!
So the angle of the tilt relative to the equatorial, the what is it? Is it the equatorial plane?
Where's the pole star?
Is the ecliptic.
Ecliptic plane. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, that's
Exambo,
sorry, yeah.
the ecliptic plane. So that changes over time. That's the claim, right?
Yeah. But I don't know, man. We've only got a tiny little window to judge it. I don't know how they come about it, but I'm down with
But
everything.
Polaris
stationary.
is so far away, right? That's why,
Right.
Like, right.
But in my mind, I just see it as a celestial sphere. Like it's a sphere. It's a interchangeable with the Earth, basically. And that's how we've navigated forever.
Yes,
and
that
that tilt,
precession of-
basically, it's a pretty serious number as well. Go ahead, Amber.
The precession of the equinoxes is the famous wobble that is a part of that mantra. Like philosophers are reciting the spinning, wobbly, space ball. The wobble part is the precession of the equinoxes.
Yeah, exactly.
But as it was already said, it takes like 25,000 years, so I can't see how that should have any impact of our perception.
Essentially, when you drop a coin or something, when you drop a coin and it's doing the spin thing, and then just before it's like stopping the spin, it does that crazy dance where it's like whoa, 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 whoa. That's kind of the angle and everything that the Earth is doing essentially, but on like a really slow time frame.
So where the precession affects your position is when you interact with a separate object. When anything impacts you, then the precession comes into play because it's holding you in on one axis, and so it restricts the axis which you can be interacted with because of the centrifugal
Right,
force.
that makes sense. Yeah, yeah, if you want to get like all esoteric and astrological. The age of Aquarius and all what alchemical changes it brings.
No, I'm just talking about like a spinning top. Like, have you ever seen like what happens if you spin like a bicycle wheel and you try and move and you try and rotate it while it's spinning? That's what I mean. Like
Okay,
because you're trying
I'm
to
with you.
interact with it, it changes its position. It exerts a force in a direction.
Yeah, yeah. That's what a gyroscope does essentially.
Yeah, I'd say
Angular momentum, right?
locking
It
is a
is
good
gyroscopic. And
It's like lock.
gyroscopic precession is what we're talking about. That is what the precession is. It's so essentially the zenith. If you're on the pole, if you're on the geographic pole, and the axis, that's pretty much the axis of the Earth, right? Now, if
What is the
the zenith.
precession?
Sorry.
What is a precession? What is a precession? You said a precession.
Sorry, what's the word?
He's saying what
Precession?
is
You mean like
the
an earlier session? A session? When you said precession?
I'm just gonna share a video if anybody wants to
Which
watch while
axis?
we
Yeah,
listen.
I'll run back it. Yeah, yeah. That's a good example. That one.
Yeah.
Is it in chat?
Yeah, yeah. It's essentially how a gyroscope
Oh yeah,
works.
yeah. I've seen that video.
You spin it up, and then physics goes all crazy.
Well,
and
it's
weights
the
distributed
conservation of angular momentum is what's going on there.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that's the idea of like zero G's on the old sci-fi spaceships. They'd have like a wheel spinning that had like counter gravity, and that's essentially what it's doing, right? It's like locking it on like a gyroscope, so there's no axial rotation or whatever. Well, on that different axis, it locks one axis. 6 laws of motion or whatever directions. But yeah, that's what essentially it's meant to be. The axis of the Earth technically relates to the Earth.
It's a beautiful expression. Our space is not three-dimensional.
That GIF you get posted is pretty memey.
I'd call that gravity again. There you go. Have some gravity. There's a lot of laws of physics going on there. We've probably got some friction because she slipped. Okay. Yeah, she slipped on something. Yeah. Somebody set some banana skin up or something there. So yeah, essentially the tilt of the Earth, or that 23.36 degrees or whatever, is like related to the ecliptic, and that's related to where the tropics are, and that's related to the tilt of the Earth. But it's kind of the tilt of the universe, to be honest. That's like the magnetic, like the tilt. Or at
Yes,
least
if
the
you want to
stars are
use the
tilted like that. The celestial sphere.
if you want to use the celestial astronomical terms, then the tilt of the Earth would be the angle between the plane of the ecliptic and the plane of the equator.
Yeah. It's just the relationship between the geographic Earth and like the celestial sphere overlaid on top of each other. Or the tilt is a third party in that. I didn't have time to butt in on that Nathan Oakley, but I had a question when he was talking about celestial navigation. Yeah, the way he laid out his question was kind of baited, because he was implying that the line he drew, the horizontal line, was a straight one from the beginning, not relating it in relationship to the surface of the Earth, whatever it was, but creating the surface being horizontal to begin with, or assuming it is.
These directions
Well, I was
have
just
a relationship with the surface, but they are interpreting like it's direct. It's literally the same thing as the surface. So if you have like a
well, I was just
horizontal
about to
plane,
say, yeah,
it's
because I
literally
was just
a
about to say
surface.
all these angle measurements, yeah, all this inference that the Earth is a ball based on angle measurements. Yeah. What's the reference there? The reference for your angles?
Vertical.
Was it? It's always vertical. It's never horizontal.
That's the default measuring device, and then you can relay like horizontal from that, and then it's all locally horizontal, locally vertical. Because if you have it like, it's not the same vertical to somebody else. Essentially, that's the idea, right?
Oh wait. The elevation angle is in the vertical plane, right?
Yeah, but you
I mean,
need to
like
like level it off.
the object. So the object in the sky that you're getting an elevation angle of, it's in the vertical. It's in respect to the horizontal, right? So you're going to need two lines to get an angle. Two lines.
I'm not sure I'm
Right,
following you
yeah.
there, T-Dub.
I think, yeah, you're talking, there's probably two ways of doing it. You measure from the zenith or measure from the horizon. On these, if you know, like both, because not both elevations were known, and then the math worked out the difference to aim to the other one, if they were a plane, and then the difference is what were the outcome, which was not a plane. That's what I got from it anyway. Although the target and the observer and the target weren't at the same elevation, the difference in the elevation was into the equation of, the angle at the end.
Yeah. So if you look up what an elevation angle is, you're not using vertical.
You're not using vertical. You're just saying. You're saying to me.
You're not using plumb, right? An elevation angle, right? In respect to the horizontal. Yeah, of something in the vertical with respect to the horizontal. That's what an elevation angle is. Yeah. If you're measuring an angle like in relative to vertical, right, then it's not an elevation angle.
What I'm saying, man, is your default measuring. If the first thing you use to get that, it would be a plumb, because you wouldn't just aim at the horizon and be like, right, that's 90 degrees to vertical. I don't know. Do you know what I mean? It's like theodolites or whatever. Every time you level them, it's straight up. You get the horizontal just by the vertical being existing.
Well, I don't know about nowadays. I don't know. There's some
Like the
supposed to be some sort
self-leveling
of
ones.
auto mechanism. Yeah, auto mechanism.
Yeah.
They claim that that's like
I don't know how they work.
plumb
They'll just work
or
like your
something,
phone, won't they?
right?
Yeah, it'd be like piezoelectric or whatever.
Used to be they had to make sure that it was on a very, very flat surface, or they used to have to make sure that it had it pretty level, horizontal.
Yeah. Essentially, with the geometry of it, and the reason why it's leveled is because you're using that as like the baseline. So you have to take that as a neutral stance and then measure angles from it. Just like you're measuring, always measuring from a flat surface, like locally, and you we build on a locally flat level, unless you're building like an 80-mile long flat building. I don't know. Yeah, we don't use it enough to come into account for us to wonder about it. But it's just the fact that, like, for the different types of things that could be going on, just that zenith point being independent to everyone else on both models, right? So we can both agree, like, your up is completely different little vector to everybody else's. If it's converging or diverging or parallel, they're the three alternatives, aren't they? So how do we test that? That's my question. Without just assuming.
Up and down.
You know,
I mean, like,
right.
just up and
Without
down the
assuming up is up for everybody, because we know it is. Up is up for everybody. We understand that, but relative to you, as soon as you had two observers, I've always said this: there's two observers involved. You got to pick one to be relative to, and then that one is who's giving the answer, because it won't be the same as the other guy. You can't assume it is. That must be like some fallacy law or something. You can't assume the same answer, yeah, to another relative location or something like that.
Well, I think a better way of saying what you're saying is somebody has to be the observer, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
But why would the idea
can't
that
theorize.
that they're not parallel, like that they're diverging or converging? Why would that even like come into it? Like,
well,
where does that
in
idea
my
come
mind,
from?
it was okay. So if you're assuming that horizontal lines are all parallel to each other, however many horizontal lines you draw, they're all going to be parallel, whatever elevation you draw on that, right? That's one axiom on the flat Earth, right? And another one is all verticals are the same; they're all parallel to each other. If you draw two of them, two lines, vertical lines on Earth anywhere, they're going to be parallel. That's the flat Earth paradigm.
So yeah, are you going to answer T-Dub's question, or are you just going to give us our paradigm?
Yeah. No, I'm just splitting up the paradigms and I'm explaining why and how we can test it and not assume it. Like
You haven't done
right
that.
now, don't we?
One more chance.
What are you talking about?
Okay, you can sit down again. You're not equipped for this discussion as usual. Simple, straightforward question. Asked him twice. What are you talking about? Next. Well, it's your conversation. It's up to you, T-Dub, but this guy's just been...
No, it's all good. It's all good.
He's just been chanting the same script. It's just what he says in response to everything. You ask him a question, and nothing he says really applies to it. Not directly.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's not necessarily a freaking flat Earth axiom or paradigm. It's just taught in mathematics. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. And at any points on those lines, like any point along a horizontal line, perpendicular to that point is going to be vertical, and those verticals are going to be parallel. It's not my axiom. It's not flat Earth axiom. It's just an axiom in mathematics.
Well, he's still talking about that. When you asked him, why would you think that they're diverging?
Right, yeah.
Let's see if he wants to try one more time. So instead of telling us what our paradigm is, why do you think they might be diverging?
Okay. Because we have different zenith locations on the celestial sphere. And think about that. That's it.
Okay, that's all I needed. Thank you.
You understand why, though? Because you're talking about the axiom is parallel, right? So parallel would infer a different zenith for everybody. You need to rethink the sky in the flat Earth paradigm.
Well, at least it was an
What do you
answer.
mean?
Thanks. That's what I asked for. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, are they not different? I don't understand.
The celestial sphere is derived from flat Earth.
Yeah. I understand. Okay, we'll go with that.
Good.
We mapped it from a flat Earth, and yeah, I understand. Yeah. Doesn't mean we're transposing
What are
a
these?
square into a circle.
This is very important to mention to people when we talk about the celestial sphere. Because we
Yeah.
use
What's
it for
interesting, Get,
navigation.
is we see 50% of this total sky thing at once, and then I mean, you can only assume somebody on the other side of the Earth can see the other half, right? That's another question. But you wouldn't see it at the same time because it's not nighttime everywhere at the same time. So it goes round in a cycle, right? So you're only seeing half the night and half the sky, half the stars, and you're assuming that's a full ball of stars.
I would say approximately 50%.
Yeah. Plus a little bit for refraction or the different atmospherics.
Yeah.
Different twilights or whatever. There's different levels of like distortion or whatever. And then, we just mapped that onto a ball, didn't we?
True. Every night and day has its own weather conditions.
If you want to make a perfect accuracy, then we actually see a little bit more than 50% because you also have the effect of refraction and the drop of the horizon. So maybe like 51-52% at max.
No, refraction does not allow you to see further because refraction index of the air is a measurement of the transparency of the medium of the air.
No, transparency has nothing to do with refraction. It has to do with the light scattering.
Well, I said,
attenuation.
listen, I didn't say refraction of light. I specifically said the refraction index of the air. That is a measurement of the transparency of the medium of the air.
And how do you know that? Last time I checked, it is calculated
Because
based on
that's
things
what
like
the
temperature.
refraction indexes are. Yeah, they measure the transparency of liquids and gases.
No, I wouldn't say so. For example, the glasses I'm wearing right now.
It does. That's what the refractometers measure.
My glasses
Refraction
are
index.
almost perfectly transparent because I can see through them well, but they bend light, so they can't have the same uniform refractive index throughout the lens.
Listen. Refraction
Transparency
index
doesn't
is.
change, but the
Listen,
refractive index
hold on, hold your horses. Refraction index is not the refraction of light, the passing of light from a medium to another. It's not that.
Yes, it's a measure
These
of
are
how much
two
the light is going to get
distinct.
refracted.
These
when
are
passing
two
through the medium.
distinct things. So when you talk about refraction indexes, you are talking about measurements of the transparency of the air.
No, as I already said last time I checked, the refractive index of the air is calculated based on quantities such as temperature or density. These have nothing to do with the transparency.
Temperature doesn't cause changes in refraction index. Temperature differences actually cause distortions.
Yes, and distortion is a form of refraction.
No.
Yeah, different things have different refractive indices, right? That's why that like forensics are able to like match like a piece of broken fucking indicator
I mean,
to another thing, right? So they can solve a crime.
In summer,
things
when
have
you
specific
look
refractive indices, their ability to refract light. Yeah.
In summer, for example, when the air is very warm and humidity is less, yeah, that kind of medium of air has its own refraction index. But in winter, when it's cold, it has a very different refraction index. But the overall temperature of the medium is the same. Now, yeah, temperature in the air is not uniform. We have pockets of different energies, temperatures. Because, yeah, there is constant energy exchange between the ground and the sky.
Okay, thank you for that, man. Anyway, what's the topic?
Refraction of air. I mean, refraction of light in the air.
What?
No
You don't
refraction.
know what refraction is? It's one of the basic optical phenomena.
Do you guys believe in demons?
Yeah,
This is not a religious server, so get your shoes out.
Get my shoes out.
One more chance to figure out the topic. Swing
Oh,
again.
the flat Earth. The flat Earth is the topic. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
You could almost describe it like a signature, right? Get beget.
The
like
refraction index.
Yeah, it's like a signature.
Sort of, yeah. It's the transparency.
The light can only it'll behave in a specific way depending on the indices, right?
Yes. So we have dust and various liquid vapors in the air, and these do change the refraction index. So a very high refraction index in the air would be the easiest example, a fog, mist. That's a very high refraction index. So your visibility is very reduced. And when it's a very clear air, that's a refraction index very close to the value of 1. A refraction index of 1 means a perfect transparent, which does not obstruct light by any means.
but of course, refraction also involves
Yeah.
The angle of incidence.
Well, that when it's changing mediums. I'll be honest, I'm not an expert, but as far as I looked myself into this, I found that there is a ton of variables involved when it's about making these measurements.
Who's like? This is like a question to like flat Earth legends. Like, do you know anybody who's good at celestial navigation who believes like flat Earth? I just want to talk to them. Some people might have like a reference or something who they know that's pretty good on the topic.
I would say people who actually know celestial navigation are pretty rare on both sides.
Right.
You could count them on one hand.
Yeah. Right. Maybe like people who like space in general, which is not a good side to be on. And if one of flat earthers responds to it, so like I don't know. Maybe ask Bacon or something. He'd probably know.
Well, Nathan, I say, is very literate in the subject, and Quantum Eraser.
Oh yeah, maybe quantum.
Anyway,
Something I heard that Nathan said I didn't agree with.
he was one of the first, if I'm not mistaken. He brought this argument to flat Earth. So
Yeah, I just want to pick his brains. Basically, we're just ideas of the shape of the sky.
But if you are if you are thinking to engage with him, I advise you to be very polite.
Oh no, QE. Yeah, I've known QE for over a handful of years. Yeah, don't worry.
Cool,
He's
then.
probably yeah, he's cool. Essentially, it's just angles, elevation angles, or elevation, non-location, stars. It's all the stars, basically. And then that plots the place on the Earth where you are.
Yeah, but
Relative to
I
its
would
time.
say the most important thing is that the GP of a star must be perpendicular to, I mean,
The surface.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's my point. That's my point. So, like,
line.
Yeah, like if a star suddenly moved, we'd all be fucked. We'd not know. We'd not be able to explain anything anymore if a star suddenly moved.
right.
Yeah, but that line will be perpendicular to the horizon.
Yeah. In relationship to the
Yeah.
perpendicular vertical. Of course, yeah. That's why it's unique for the person. And that's why the GP is just for that
Yeah.
one observer I keep talking about.
And
You can judge by somebody else's GP.
When we use that sextant, we take the horizon line and measure the angle between your line of sight to the horizon and to that star when you look up into the sky. So you have these two lines and you measure this angle.
Yeah. Just triangulation essentially, because you've got ground distance, and you've got at least one of the angles, and that line hypotenuse, whatever, and you can get the
Yes,
Now, I understand it on a basic work how it works, but it seems to me that we're measuring like a celestial sphere and then mapping it on a globe, or whatever you want to do it. It seems how we're doing it.
they made this celestial sphere like really traveling very far north, and making these observations, measurements of angles, comparing them, and then, yeah, they were able to make this map. And even today, no matter what technology devices we would use, we will get to the same map, We can't make a more accurate one.
But personally, I think it is spherical in a way.
Yeah,
Because if
dome of
the sky was planar, sorry man, go ahead.
The sky looks like a dome. That's our perspective.
Yeah.
But I cannot tell. I've heard speculations where it's a plane, and if it was a plane, then yeah, it makes sense for me when I think about the electric field, electrostatic field, magnetic fields.
The Gaussian surface, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. The cheesecake Earth. That's it. The cheesecake Earth.
These are the main components to build that field in which a force can exist and manifest. So
Yeah, there has to be a gap. There has to be like a medium of essentially like a battery. There's an anode, anode and a cathode, and then a medium of a liquid to hold the charge. That's it. The electricity is in the air, so it is an example that the Earth is just a giant battery.
Yeah.
Like that Rick and Morty episode. I love it. It's bang on. And then inside that simulation, there's another simulation inside another world that's got another tiny world that's created another tiny world in that. It's amazing.
That's a funny episode.
I don't like those speculations with simulations, but I prefer more natural, and that's something like a womb. So we are inside a liquid. So the sky will be an ocean, but it's not water. It's a liquid.
Fluid. We'll stick with fluid, yeah.
Yeah. And the liquid which actually meets these supernatural properties is actually discovered. Superfluid liquid helium. We can see it in the lab with our own eyes that, yeah, once you stir this liquid, you will form a vortex, and that vortex will spin forever because the medium of this liquid is frictionless. So there is zero energy loss. No energy is lost in this medium. So things that are inside become perpetual, eternal, forever. They don't transform anymore.
You're a big guy. Are you a concaver?
No.
Are you a cell earther? So that's what that's philosophy sounds like, man. The cosmic egg. That's it.
No, not cosmic egg. That is a wicked religion, worship of Isis, Ishtar.
Oh no, yeah, you're talking about the occult
So,
symbology and the egg and the
yeah.
snake, right? Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you. Maybe a
So
different
that's why
word.
I said womb.
The
You
womb.
know,
Yeah.
when we are born, we come from water. Water breaks, and that's how we shipwreck into this world.
Oh, how about
You
this,
know?
bro? And then you come down the birth canal, and then
Yeah,
you are attached by your navel, and then
yeah,
what other nautical terms have we got? Um, and then you become a citizen and claim your
yeah,
citizenship. There you go.
yeah.
Then
Life
you
is
become a nautical boy. No, and a master. That's another one as well. You're a master. That's a not nautical
no.
term.
A funny thing, I was reading about ancient Romanian monks, um, which used to go. In Romania, we have very long, deep
Oh,
cave into the
yeah,
mountains.
the
So
Eastern Orthodox ones. Yeah, they're really occult, man.
yeah,
Yeah.
we can go like 3 kilometers, yeah, into a cave. So
Wow.
once you are in the middle, you are very very far away from any exit, and to get there, you have to crawl or on your belly, you have to climb and crawl through tiny tunnels and holes to get in the middle of that cave, where is a
Let's go.
giant
That sounds
room,
great.
and the temperature inside is constant. There are no seasons there. So once you
Oh, yeah.
adapted to that temperature, then you are fine in a medium where you need nothing, except water. Yeah. And these monks, they went inside without any light source or anything, and they say the guy went inside when he was about 70 years old, and he came out after 300 years old. And when he came out into the world, everyone that he knew in his lifetime was long time dead and forgotten, and
Yeah.
he met a new kind of people, which he saw that they lost their ways, their knowledge and everything. They became fools, wild animals, savages, and he started teaching them again, about God, about how to eat, how to wash, how to pray, everything, from the start. And he became like worshipped in Romanian culture. He's known as Zamolxis.
Okay. I'll have to look into this because there's always this fabled character that seems to be doing that same thing. That just pops around every nation, giving them a bit of information, enlightening them a little bit, sharing a bit of knowledge, moving them up a stage from being barbarians and such, civilizing them, teaching them farming, agriculture, mathematics. It seems
Then
there's a common theme.
in the 1700s, middle of 1700s, in Romania, there was a couple, a man and a woman, an old man and woman, but they lived very, very isolated on the top of a mountain. And this man and woman in the 1750, they were about over 300 years old. And the Russian Tsar heard about their story, how they were speaking of times like 300 years ago when, in the times of a very famous Romanian leader, they were talking about him because they met him in person, you know, and they were like living history. And the Russian Tsar sent the greatest painter, and he drew a portrait of this man and woman, and their portrait is still, even today, in the most famous
Museum.
museum in Russia. Yes.
Oh, Russian one. The Russians got it. Yeah, yeah.
What's it called? Hermitage? No, I forgot its name. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, and that's official portrait, but they don't like to tell us this story that people can live actually that long. Yeah.
I agree. I agree. I think we've been subdued in our life expectancy through like genetic manipulation or just environmental influence. Or maybe the fact that we're kind of like mosquitoes, like the more of us there are, then we'll naturally just have a shorter lifespan. And that's kind of the way the world seems to run.
Yeah.
If you don't produce many offspring, the chances are they'll live a long time and you don't need to have as many, do you? So if you've only got like a 3 day lifespan, you're gonna spawn 3 million eggs, aren't you?
That's what they actually implant into our minds, but that's not true. The more we get in our numbers, the harder it becomes to them to control. I mean, for the system, for the governing system, there
Which
is
is
an
good.
apathy. No, the governing system is not God. The governing system of this world has nothing to do with God. But the all these forms of governing system, monarchy, democracy, federation, whatever, you know, they are all the same. They are all the same entity. It's a non-physical entity, no body, but it does have a voice. It has its own will. It leads mankind on a certain path, you know, direction. Um, and once our number becomes more than 9 billion people, no government system is capable to actually maintain control anymore.
Ooh, I don't know about that.
Yeah,
That's a good number though.
yeah.
You can see how. But
And now they have to actually um, create this sort of wars, yeah. But still, they cannot. How do I say? They cannot bring the war like in the superpower countries on their territories, you know, where the vast majority of people are.
right. Yeah, they're all out for
Yeah.
making proxy wars in other countries, right?
Yes. And with these wars in third world countries, uh, they keep us in some sort of state of fear. Yeah. Like, oh, nobody wants Russia and USA and Europe to start war and stuff like that. Yeah, it's very complicated, and sometimes I find words hard, the words in English to explain.
Yeah, we're a bit out of the way of the action. Go ahead, man.
Let's be triggered.
Let's be triggered. What? How do?
Have you noticed there's a lot of people from Europe, especially Eastern Europe, here for some reason? Usually it's mostly just Americans, but here it's almost equalized.
Or maybe some people reading the chat.
Oh yeah, I wasn't. Sorry. Did I miss anything?
Maybe America and Eastern Europe are two locations on Earth which are the most flat. So if you go and measure it there, you get the flat results. The rest of the people measure it to be curved.
You think that people from Peru and Cambodia are different?
No, they probably don't care about measuring at all.
Oh, okay.
That's why the bombing is trying to flatten it. That's probably why they're bombing places.
They probably care more about having enough income to survive the next day.
Don't worry, there's loads of space in my country. I'll come and fucking live here. Okay, now. They got us good, I tell you. They got us good.
Heretic, I'm trying, but doesn't. Heretic, I'm trying, but
Don't
it
listen
doesn't
to him,
work.
Ambo. Don't listen to him, Ambo. We're full, truly.
I'm very curious to see what the Croatian space program are gonna bring new innovation.
We don't have a Croatian space program like other 100 really, and like other 100 and I don't know 70, 80 countries. But you know they are all lying about the space. You know all these countries, all that governments. Yeah.
Croatian rocket would probably explode even before launching.
I heard that Cambodian and Peru and Nigerian government they are lying more than about space than anyone.
I wonder who has the least funding. Which country out of the 73?
But if Nigeria is the one that is the most lying, then how they are supposed to fake space? Have you seen their movies, their quality of their CGI?
Can you tell me, Nigerian government, where from Nigerian government getting information about space? Anything?
Probably from Lisa and
From which source? It's
Alta Vista, I think.
Nigeria
They
From
use
which
Alta
source?
Vista.
From which source? Nigeria, Peru, Cambodia, Azerbaijan, Tanzania getting information about space?
From Telex.
From Croatia or from Belgium?
Probably from Belgium, more from these two.
Not from America, maybe, and China and Russia.
Yes, from them. But if I had to choose between Belgium and Croatia, then I would choose Belgium.
That stupid third world countries.
Are you from Croatia?
No, I'm from US, the third world country. You know that stupid countries, poor ones who has that. Only they have that space programs. You know, but all governments lying about space.
What about the private companies who don't make any research, but they just
I heard that one Mongolian private company one was Liechtenstein. One is Liechtenstein.
So people can just like pay them money, and they build these rockets to send private satellites of different companies for private needs, and that's where they get their money from.
Do they launch? I don't know. Don't they all give it to NASA, and NASA end up putting it up, and then NASA send them the data and say, "Here you go. Here's what your satellite's doing." Isn't that how they do it?
I don't think that what happens. I know, for example, in Europe, there's plenty of like more or less mainstream companies that have much more smaller rockets that only send some small equipment, like satellites that are of a size of maybe 10 centimeters at best.
Can you name it now?
Which company?
Yeah, can you name it immediately in which country and how is the name of the company?
I remember that the name of this small satellite is CubeSat.
I was about to say CubeSat, yeah.
Who launched that?
No, yeah,
I've heard of
they
it.
have contracts with other companies though as well, don't they?
So who did the actual launch?
The actual launch, I would have to look into that.
Yeah, I think it's normally the rent out to SpaceX or NASA or some other medium-sized space agency.
Well, that's what I said. It all ends up going through the government.
Or at least the bigger space agencies like ESA or JAXA or whatever they are.
Who are government.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I'm not just saying it's just NASA at the tippy top. I'm like, there's like divisions
whoever.
of
Well,
the
it
world.
doesn't really matter. But I mean, they're all in the same group. I mean, ESA, NASA. It's just the European NASA, isn't it? Or the American ESA, whatever you want to look at it. So did anyone stick about for the whole Nathan Oakley ask me anything? Because I had to leave during Brenda's little breakdown. Was it good?
Brenda?
So
Brenda the Pretender.
I left I had to leave the voice chat with Oakley pretty quickly. So if someone was longer there, does anyone know if he had presented to him the Peter's announcement about his request to have a discussion with him?
No, I
can't imagine they did.
Rob Noxious actually.
Can anyone remember what the best globe argument brought was?
I missed the whole thing. I'm hoping it was recorded.
Best globe argument. No, there wasn't.
Yeah, we didn't have
all the time. Yeah.
My argument there in debate with Oakley wasn't for the globe, it was against an argument that is supposed to debunk the globe, but it doesn't prove the globe automatically, it simply debunks the debunk of the globe.
Yeah, but we want some globe proof though.
They tried the classic way with gravity and gas escaping into space and stuff like that.
Yeah, I heard them falling all over that point.
Yes, that also was one of my questions to Oakley about the gas. What's like the limit, the minimal pressure of the gas after which it starts equalizing with the lower pressure? Because there is a very, very low pressure of gas that is available to measure without the container between against the atmosphere using high altitude balloons. So like what's the limit after which it breaks up and no longer works?
Yeah, but where do these questions get you, Embo? What do they tell you? Do they bring you to a globe? No.
No, they would bring me to a better understanding of the flat Earth.
Okay, so you understand you live on a flat Earth.
No, I want to know why people believe.
Right. So why are you asking questions about something that you don't believe instead of presenting proof for the thing you do believe?
Because these things are supposed to be the reason why the globe is fake.
No, but you apparently believe in the globe, so surely you should just be proving that, rather than asking questions about something that you say you don't believe. Like, if I was going into a group chat and someone was saying grass is purple, I wouldn't be asking a million questions about the hue of purple. I would be saying, look, go outside. The grass is green.
Yes, but that was already discussed hundreds of times. But the question I just mentioned
No, I've never heard it once. I've never heard any glober come with some proof of the globe.
Never. So
No.
at least to be
If I had, I wouldn't be here.
At least if you were to have to be intellectually honest, have you at least heard something that the glober presents as a proof of the globe? It doesn't have to necessarily convince you, but at least it was an attempt.
Yeah, I've heard people say boats go over the horizon. We go to
so
space.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but that's not what you're doing. You're asking about the thing you apparently don't believe.
Yes, and what's the problem?
Yeah, because if you believe in the globe, that's what you should be presenting.
Yes, I can prove the globe and the bank flat earth at separate conversations, or the bank of the globe.
No, if you could prove the globe, though, you would have just done that already. Why haven't you done that yet?
I would say I have multiple times, but that could be debatable.
Well, it is, man. I think it's because there's so many different variants on this flat Earth idea. I don't want to say model, right? I want to say idea. And everyone's got like a little twist on it. And the globe model is like the fixed structure of like there's rules and there's like it's all set out. So he's guessing that's already known, and he's just trying to compare it to the opponent, I guess. That's why he's asking
questions.
questions.
Not really true, though. That's not really true, though, is it? Because the globe claim changes every single day, according to the globers that we listen to. Sometimes you can see the curve from a plane. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you can see it from the beach. Sometimes you can't. You know, it's not the same anyway. It's changing all the time. They've all got. I mean, and then we say, okay, well, show me the model. There is no model either. So, no, I don't really think it is a set thing.
It's a matter of. I wouldn't say it's a matter of the dogma literally changing, but of people with different amounts of knowledge coming here.
Nah, the dogma changes. The moon's now in the Earth's atmosphere. That wasn't the case.
The dogma is just passed on.
Someone can jump into this voice chat and say something that isn't compatible with the globe model, even though they think it is. But that doesn't change the position.
Yeah, they do that every day.
By the most knowledgeable people.
Well, they don't seem to be able to find those people either, because we ask them, right, who is the source, who is the authority? They can't even tell us that. Because the ones on TV, the authorities on TV, quote unquote, the Neil deGrasse Tysons, etc., the Globies tell us they're no good. So we say, okay, who is the authority? No one seems to know.
Not you. They are separate people according to separate,
yeah, I don't believe in the globe, so that makes
flat
sense.
Earth guy on fucking Discord is not the authority.
Yeah, we're not the authority of the globe model. Could you tell us who is?
Refraction, can you give me 3 names, like let's say Einstein, Tesla, and whatever? And you say these 3 person, look into that 3 person, and you will find out that Earth is a globe.
Well, who is the new guy?
Any astronaut that's been off the planet will look at the fucking Earth and tell you it was a globe.
Here we go. Okay.
But I haven't been off the planet. I'm an expert on who's been on the planet or not. I'm a Discord expert.
Okay, hold on.
I'm a Discord expert on astronauts.
Okay, guy who's spurging out. Take a breath.
Oh, are you a Discord expert on astronauts?
Take a breath, bro. You'll be okay.
Are you?
You're not. Are you calm?
You're not a fucking expert on anything.
Can you have a cogent conversation?
Have you ever been to outer space? Have you seen it's the shape of a wafer?
Space doesn't exist, bro. How would you go there?
Oh, yeah. Nothing exists, bro. Is that your expert opinion?
Space, remember? You were talking about space.
Yeah, is that your space between your fucking ears exists?
Okay.
So,
Calm
are you the expert on space?
Calm down.
What's your fucking credentials, boy?
Okay. Calm down. You'll be okay. Listen, this is a safe space for you. This is a safe space for you.
PhD in space?
This is a safe space for you, boy. You'll be okay.
Are you angry?
Deep breath.
New Dawn,
Okay,
are you
I'm just gonna
angry?
have to put him on mute for a second. Right. New Dawn.
It's
Deep
freaking
breath.
out, man.
Just deep breaths, yeah?
You
Deep
got
breaths. You calm? You calm?
He cannot.
Oh, he just left. Wow.
That was a classic Sparrow, man.
Yeah, that was a
Wow.
weird one.
I mean, he had you there, man. What are your credentials? The flat Earth is flat Earth
Is
credentials.
that what he was saying? I couldn't make it out.
Yeah.
Are you
You're the
expert in nothing?
expert.
Well, I guess he's
Oh,
not the
you decided
authority.
to unmute me, PhD? Good for you, boy. Do you even have
Is he back?
credentials to be a mod in this room?
Oh, wow.
Is
Okay,
that
here
your
we go.
fucking claim? Are those
Okay,
your credentials?
guys, are you calm? Can we be calm?
Woo!
Let's just take
Dawn,
a couple
you
of
need
deep
help.
breaths.
You
Yeah?
need that somebody
when he's
you need
angry.
help.
Okay. We need to
Somebody
just calm.
send some
So, New
social
Dawn.
worker.
New Dawn, you're okay. You're in a safe space. No one is going to hurt you. Are you okay? Can you take a deep breath and just say, yes, I'm okay?
What's your degree?
Are you okay? Yeah, you can have a
What's your
normal
degree, man?
conversation?
No credentials. Why? Nobody
Right.
should fucking listen to you
Okay.
His
ever.
New Dawn.
I will
Just
tell you
settle
the
down for a
degree.
second.
Degree
No
is
credentials. Nothing.
No. Just let him settle down
He
for a
has no
second. Just let him
credentials and
settle
you have no
down.
bitches.
No. Okay.
Let him settle down.
I'm
Guys, can we
you.
let me talk to him?
Yeah,
Or at
let's
least
not
try. I'm not going to manage if like 3 folk are
Credentials.
jumping in over me. Okay, New Dawn. I
Same with where
understand
you went to
you're
university.
Okay, New Dawn. I understand. You're upset. You're confused. You're not quite sure what's going on. This is just a chat room on Discord. Okay? No one's going to hurt you. So just take it down a notch. Take a deep breath. Feel the room around you and say, I'm safe. And we can discuss. And just tell us quickly the 3 things that make you believe you live on a spinning ball. Or one thing.
What?
Yeah.
Have you listed your credentials
Tell
like
us
you've been
3
told
things.
to do, boy?
Wow. Okay. Remember, deep breaths, calm, think about waterfalls, maybe a river. Just relax, bro. You're going to be okay. So you believe that the earth is a spinning ball. That's fine. Now, tell us what makes you believe that.
You said space isn't real. Where did you get your degree in space? Where did you study your astrophysics? Where?
Okay. So
Did
what
you
is it
watch a
exactly that's
YouTube?
making you believe in it? Calm down. Your mic is peeking out, bro.
You got
Your mic.
shit.
Okay, bro. Your mic isn't able to handle this level of freak out. So either you're going to need to invest in a better mic, or you're going to need to calm down. Either or. So let's try again. Tell us 3 things that makes you think the earth is a ball that spins.
I should listen to you for one.
Wow. Okay. We'll try it again. One more time, New Dawn, right? You're relaxed. 3 things that make you believe the earth is a ball that spins. Very easy. Only 3 things. Let's go.
Run, motherfucker. Run.
Wow.
This topic keeps making them clinically insane.
But
yeah,
this guy's going to need a straitjacket the way he's going. All because he found out that water is level. I mean, what is this coming to?
To try even better, let's say, New Dawn, try to listen. Even if they are retarded, all these people, try to find out why they are retarded. Try to find out the question, speak normally, and find out why they are retarded. When you find out why they are retarded, then you go out. You don't need to be angry. You will only find out why they are retarded.
Yeah. Okay. Come on, New Dawn.
Why should I even listen to them for 1 second?
Okay.
What are
It's okay.
What are their
Because I can assure you, I can assure you, if you are listening,
bona fides.
I can
Bro,
assure
what you guys
you
are beefing about? What you guys beefing about?
This guy's annoyed because we're questioning that the earth is a ball that spins. And we're trying to get him to explain to us why he believes it is a ball that spins, but he's really freaking out. So we're going to ask him one more time. Okay, New Dawn, 3 reasons why you think the earth is a ball that spins. Please, come on.
You can stack shit so high. You got nothing in this room. No bona fides.
Okay. Stacking things isn't going to tell you that the Earth is a spinning ball. Let's try again. Oh, nope, spazzed out. Okay. Well, there we go.
Hold on, guys. Is the Earth even flat?
Well, it's certainly not a spinning ball. Flip, you sound like you've got control of your emotions.
I've been to a rocket before. I've been to
You've
a
been
rocket
to a rocket before?
Yes.
Where was that?
With my uncle to the moon. No, I mean I didn't go to the moon. I was inside a rocket.
You didn't
I
go
was
to the
sitting
moon.
down the rocket.
You were sitting down in the rocket. To
Yes,
the moon.
inside.
Inside the rocket to the moon.
Yes, because I was too scared to get out.
Right. So why are you here? You've already been to the moon, bro. You know what's up.
Because I seen the Earth is a ball. It's like a circle.
You've seen the Earth
ball.
as a ball. It's a big circle ball spinning in a vacuum, right?
Yes, it is.
Of course.
It is a spinning ball.
Of course.
Flip.
And you know that because it was because
This rocket
you
was on the
went to the
ground,
moon,
was it?
right? Hold on, Turquoise. So you know this because you were in a space rocket, is that right?
Yes, and I was looking out the window too.
Oh. How did you get on a space rocket?
Let's just say he works for NASA.
Whoa, he works for NASA.
Yes.
What does he do?
He makes like almost almost like $1 million a month.
Okay,
not a month, a week.
Job? What's his job?
I mean, he used to fly rockets, but now he just works at the computer to see one of those, I don't know how to pronounce it, but like one of those things like one of those things on Mars, like a machine thing on Mars with the cameras thingy.
Okay, so Flip, see what's going on here is that you've made the mistake of thinking that telling a lie is going to be good evidence for your belief. Right?
I just don't know how to pronounce shit, that's why.
Yeah, so you think that coming into a room full of strangers and just telling lies is some kind of good evidence for the Earth being a spinning ball.
I can show you proof right now.
But that's not really helping, is it? Like lying to yourself.
I even took a picture of myself inside a rocket ship. I am not joking.
Is lying to yourself going to really help you believe that the Earth is a ball that spins?
But Cyclone, I understand him. He's right. I get him. I believe him. Now we need all to believe him, and he can go now. Leave. We believe him. You was in the rocket, and now you need to go in any other server, and maybe in mainstream to tell people your story because you are new. You are news. Who are you, man? I want to know you.
The Earth is a spinning bin.
But man, you was in rocket. Who are you? Fuck. Let's make.
I'm just kidding. I wasn't in the rocket. I lied.
Are you kidding?
That was a joke. No,
No, man, you're not. No, don't tell me that. I was believing you. I believe you.
But I know what is true about. I know what is true about the Earth. The Earth is it looks like a sphere, but it does spins around.
Right. So Flip, you think you're on a ball that spins, right?
No, it's a flat Earth.
Oh, come on. You're going to go out of one lie into another lie, Flip? This is
a flat, no. The server's called, no. I meant the server's called Flat Earth. Like, the one I'm inside in voice chat. The voice chat's called Flat Earth. On politics.
Yeah. But you believe that it's a globe.
I mean, I've seen it a lot of videos before.
Yes. Okay. Now we're getting somewhere. So you've seen a lot of videos before. Now,
I even in 2022.
Hold on. These videos that you saw, do you know that they are real?
No, I mean not all of them, but there is a video of a NASA. There was I think it was 2022 or 2023. I don't remember, but I remember they were live streaming. They were in the rocket ship. They were flying to the moon.
Yeah.
I don't remember.
Yeah. So they show us videos of them saying that they're going to space.
It was live stream. I was inside the live stream.
It was a live stream, yeah. So they can say, "Hey, we're in space live." Now, how do you know that was real?
It's NASA because I click on their profile and It was NASA. It's like it was NASA's. You know, like have you
Right.
heard of NASA's YouTube channel?
Right. So how do you know that the video they showed you was what was really going on in reality and not just a studio,
Because
special effects, whatever?
a camera. They had a camera and like they have like random
Mhm.
cameras, security cameras inside or I mean not
Mhm.
inside, outside the rocket ship, and they
You're
also
watching the security
recorded the
cameras.
window. They also recorded the window
Okay.
of them flying to the moon.
Okay. So you know they make movies about
Yeah,
going to
movies.
the
Yeah,
moon.
I don't believe in movies. Movies are fake
Right. Right. So how do you know they're fake?
because I was in live streaming. I saw the whole thing, and if it was fake, I would not believe it.
Well, but you're not telling us what evidence led you to believe that it was real. You're just saying you watched the video and believed it.
Hold on. Let me try to remember. How can I
Let's say when you go outside.
post photos?
Let's think
How
about
can I
what
post
you
photos?
experience. There's a chat associated with the voice channel. I don't know if you've got the ranks required, but either way, let's start thinking about what you experience. Now, do you feel the earth to move?
No, I don't feel anything. Not
Okay,
even
so
the
the
earth.
the ground just seems still.
Yeah, it's true. It's sitting still, but they are still
Right.
moving.
So it's still, but it is moving. Do you see how that's a contradiction?
Yeah, it's moving a little bit. I went to science class before.
Right. So how do you know it's moving?
By looking at the video, at science class. Even hold on.
Oh, but now you're back
Is
to the videos
this
again. But now you're back to the
bro?
videos again.
Bro,
Have you ever
what do
been?
you
Have you
think
ever
at
been in
school, bro?
an
At school,
earthquake?
bro, this is how they
Hold on
teach me
2
at
seconds.
school.
Okay, yeah, they show you videos, but again, remember you just said you can't verify those videos. Have you ever been in an earthquake
Yes,
and you felt the ground move?
yes, of course.
So when the ground moves, you feel it,
Yes,
but you don't feel the ground move normally.
no,
So then the ground is not moving normally.
yes.
Yes, it is moving, or no, it's not moving.
No, the earthquake. Yes, it is moving.
But you said you don't feel it when you do feel it when it is moving in an earthquake.
Oh no, I meant yes. I didn't hear you. That's why my headset is not good. Yes, I did feel when the earthquake was moving, and it
Yeah,
was
but you
scary
don't
too.
feel it. But you don't feel the earth moving when there's not an earthquake.
Because you're going at the same
No, that's not what I meant. I meant when I am inside the building, I feel everything shaking.
Yeah. So when the ground moves, the buildings shake, and you feel it. Yeah?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. And when it's not an earthquake and you go outside, do you feel the ground moving?
No,
Okay, so what makes you think that it is moving?
when I am inside the building, I think I don't know.
When you're inside the building, you still don't feel the building moving, though, right?
No, I feel the building moving a little bit, not too much.
You feel the building moving a little bit.
A little bit.
You should maybe check out the structural integrity of your building.
Like it was at Turkey, earthquake at Turkey.
Oh, so in an earthquake you felt it moving.
Yes.
So when it's not an earthquake, you don't feel it moving.
No, I don't feel anything
So
when
when
it's
it,
not an earthquake. But when it's the earthquake,
okay,
I
so when it's
feel a
not an
little bit,
earthquake,
not too much.
right? So when it's not an earthquake, the earth isn't moving.
But I have a question. What caused
Well,
the
just
earthquake to
answer that
move?
question first.
Oh my
Just answer that
God.
question first. So when it's
Damn.
not an earthquake, the earth isn't moving. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So then the earth isn't moving. Yeah?
Yeah, the earth isn't moving.
Okay. So then not a spinning ball.
Wait, so it's not a spinning ball?
No, because it's not moving, remember? So how could it be spinning?
I did hear heard of gravity before.
Right.
Like gravity is like something, like right now we're on Earth, like which is gravity. But when we throw something out, it comes down easily. But when we like in space, like outside of Earth, like when we throw something, if it starts to float a little.
Have you ever thrown something outside of Earth?
No, I wish I did.
So then, how would you know that?
Because I learned it. There's even, I'm not gonna talk about the videos, but for real, I actually learned it. I learned it at school.
Okay, so someone told you that.
No, yeah, it was the science
Oh, what
teacher.
the fuck? It's not even live. What the fucking
But just because someone
What
told
lie?
you something.
What do you mean lie?
Hold on. Don't get distracted. Just because someone told you something, does that mean it's true?
I don't believe everything what the teacher says. I only believe when I seen it
So
with my
how
own
do you?
eyes.
Okay, so this is not something that you've seen with your own eyes. You've never seen outside of Earth or thrown something outside of Earth, right?
No, I only throw something inside of Earth.
Yeah, so you know what happens when you throw something inside Earth, but when
Yeah, it
someone
comes down
tells you,
instantly.
but when someone tells you what happens when you throw something outside of Earth, you don't know that, right?
No.
Right. So this is what we're doing here. We're talking about what we can know, what we can experience, versus what we are told, what we are shown in videos. Do you understand that difference?
Yep. No, I do.
Okay, good stuff. Someone pick up with this young man. I'm going to go on mute.
Yes, yes. Don't believe what you see, only believe what you hear, bro. Understand?
That's about the opposite of what we said.
Oh, what? Wait, are we like pro globe or like pro flat?
But I have one
No,
thing
this
to
is an
say.
open forum. Someone
Wait,
pick up
what?
with this guy. Any of the FE guys? Who's the FE guys that are still here?
Wait, so wait, you're saying like the Earth is like, like flat?
Jedi,
Yeah.
are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right, sweet. Jedi, could you pick up with Flip? Because Flip might have some questions, and then we can go to this guy.
Yeah, Flip. Yeah.
How is have you heard one of those camera things? You know, like one of those camera things, up the space, like up space. I don't know what's it called.
Camera, GoPro.
No, not GoPro. I'm not talking about GoPro.
Satellite?
You
Camera thing.
hmm?
Like
You
a
said the
satellite?
camera thing.
Hmm.
What about them?
Have you guys used Google Maps before, or Google Earth?
Yeah.
Have you seen like you guys like scrolling like in Google Earth, like it shows you the Earth and everything, and like when you scroll in, it shows you the lands.
Okay.
So my question is, how did they, how does their cameras, like I don't know, those things like up the space, like how do they like take pictures, like how do they work, and if they are
Right.
all the way to space?
Okay, so you say all the way to space. Even satellites that are in low Earth orbit are not far enough away from the Earth to show the Earth in its entirety. What they do is they take high altitude pictures of the Earth and then in a computer model wrap those pictures around a ball. And there you go, Google Earth.
Can I add something to that? Most
Where-
like if you really zoom in, it's the mostly just like aerial photography. So they use airplanes instead of satellites. If you really zoom in.
Yeah, that's fine. So satellites, but the ones that are in low Earth orbit, like the International Space Station, not far enough away to see the Earth in its entirety. Just take pictures of the floor and then wrap those pictures around the model of a ball. There you go, Google Earth. Awesome, isn't it?
Yeah, but my question is, how do they like, how does the cameras like is all the way far away and they can see the land, like they can see like a million meters away? How can they like see the house in the cities like from the map?
I mean, I thought I'd just answer that for you. If somebody else wants to jump in, then that's
sure.
fine.
Well,
So
what
it's
do
the
you mean?
same
Like,
thing. All right.
why would I not see it? Like, what's stopping them from not seeing it?
Because I thought it would be different.
But it is different. Like, there's the atmosphere between the
I've been
camera.
using Google Map like so many. I mean, not Google Earth so many times, and I was
Yeah,
trying
no.
to.
Look, if you open
Maybe you
Google
could
Earth,
tell us how you think the images were assembled.
Why do you sound like you're? Why you sound like you're on the
okay,
radio?
my man. Like, if you use like Google Maps, like Google Earth or whatever, you first just see a satellite image. It's like, I think, a quality of 10 meters per pixel or something, maybe a bit more. And if you zoom in more, you get mostly aerial photography that's taken from commercial jets.
Jesus Christ is the Lord.
Why
Yeah, I'm
would
gonna.
satellite not be able to photograph the Earth? Why what would stop it?
You guys should be more interested in sideways looking high altitude infrared imagery than all the downward facing.
Why you sound like a radio?
Because I am a radio.
No, I mean, you sound like you actually from the radio commercial.
Yeah, you never heard something like this before? Pretty awesome, right?
Yes, but how did you do that? Did you like use like a voice?
Magic.
No, there's no such
Yeah,
thing as
Amish
magic.
correspondent.
I'm Amish, man. I have
Amish
30-year-old technology.
It's got hamsters and wheels.
That sound effects.
Yeah, but you should be more
And I have
interested
for
in
you all.
sideways
I have
looking
for you all
aerial infrared.
technology too, but I sold them.
Dude, right, stop going on about Amish's microphone quality. He's trying to speak to you. Stop acting like a child.
Yeah. We have community members that have taken high altitude aerial infrared images, which is like, imagine taking a satellite and all the camera gear, but facing it sideways instead of straight down. And we can see way, way too far for Earth to be a globe. It's absolutely mind-blowing.
Like, wow, you did what? You took a balloon, or like how did you get like up there?
There are several members with different means of conveyance. One flies in airplanes, and the other sends up high altitude balloons.
Yeah, because I would think like an airplane would only get about like 10 kilometers high, maybe less for like a small one, right? So that's not really that significant.
Well, it depends. If you're at 35,000 feet and you use an Earth curve calculator, then the geometric horizon should be 229 miles away. When you use infrared filters on high-powered zoom cameras, you can clearly see the horizon is at least 800 to 1,000 miles away because of the known distance markers along the layer between the airplane and the horizon. So, long-distance observations with infrared camera show a horizon well in excess of any geometric claim, demonstrating the Earth is observably horizontal.
Yeah, but why would it stop at 800, not just continue?
Did you not hear? All right, let's put it like this. You understand that technology, optics have limitations, correct?
Sure.
Awesome. Your eyes can only see so far. Do you invent technology to see further?
Why?
Also,
But
within the limitation of this tech, I'm going to finish. Within the limitation of this technology, using an infrared filter, the horizon appears 800 to 1,000 miles away. Where if the limitation to our view was the curvature of the Earth, that limitation will be 229 miles away. So obviously we can see as far as we can see with the technology available. It's not the curve of the Earth's interrupting our ability to see at long distances. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, I have sort of a question though, because like just like seeing something is photons hitting your eye, right? And these photons can travel as long as they want until they hit a medium where they get absorbed or like scattered. I don't think there shouldn't be a distance that you can see. You can see the stars, right? And those are light years away. So.
But that would be your belief that you're seeing stars in the past. I can see stars that are millions of light years away. So therefore I should be able to see millions of light years across the surface of the Earth. No, my friend, your eye has a limitation to how far it can see. Obviously so.
Okay.
You're not seeing in the past, dude.
Okay.
You think you
Well,
look
okay,
into
okay,
the
okay.
past.
So say you're right. Like I think like stuff like
Yeah,
a dome or something. Okay, whatever. It doesn't matter. Like first, let's say you take. Do you know how lasers work? With optical cavities.
Say that word again for me, please. A little bit more clearer.
Do you know how lasers work? Like basically with optical
Yes.
cavities, how they resonate and go
It's
back and
just the
forth.
word laser. Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
the word laser.
Say we have like this. We on the one side have the perfect mirror with a reflective index of like 1, and on the other side we just take our leaky mirror that gets lighted, and we put that value really close to 1, and only let a very small part of the light through, right? And that light would like bounce back and forth, gaining a lot of distance, like as much as you wanted. This theoretical scenario, right? And you would still see it, right? Don't think that would disprove that you cannot see light from a certain distance away, right?
Yeah, do you think that when you stand next to a candle, you see it's quite bright, and then you fucking go away, turn around to look at the candle, and it's dimmer? You understand that, right?
The spectral intensity will be the same for that.
Yeah.
But
Well,
yeah, of course.
when you get, do you know what the inverse square law of light is?
Yeah, of course.
Good. So obviously that light cannot disperse with the same intensity over distance, because the further you get away from the light, it gets dimmer.
Yeah, but but I don't think that's like relevant if you're looking.
Okay,
if you're above an airplane above the Earth, the inverse square law is like negative law, right? Because the Earth is so big and you're like so close to it.
So you can't see the curvature of the Earth at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
And that's just like the direct line of sight thing, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we don't see that, do we?
Not like in a theoretical model, no. I would assume not. Maybe it can be reflected on the atmosphere. I don't know. I have no clue.
Okay. Okay.
I don't know. I don't know anything about that. But you were saying you can see 800 kilometers per mile away.
Miles.
So that's 1,000 kilometers.
Yeah.
If I like fly in the airplane at 10 kilometers high right now, I would see the southern side of France. Sounds implausible.
If you had a high-powered zoom camera with an infrared filter, yeah.
Why the infrared filter though?
Because light refracts differently depending upon its wavelength. Visible light refracts more than infrared light. So using infrared light, we should get a truer picture of the Earth if light is refracting all over the place. So we should be able to see. Yeah. So when you look with your eyes from an aeroplane at 35,000 feet, the horizon, if it was Earth curvature, should be 229 miles away. But then you get your camera out, zoom in with an infrared filter, and you see the horizon further away, demonstrating the horizon's an optical phenomena, not the curvature of the Earth.
Sure. Yeah. But yeah, well, I mean, I want to take your word for it that you see 800, like
Would you
100,000.
like the videos?
Yeah, send me like a paper on it.
Well, paper?
Like what?
No, you don't need the paper. You need to see it. So I'll give you the videos. No problem.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Does it need to go to a physicist to write a paper on it for you to understand what you can see? Okay, I'll just give you the videos, man. What you do with that afterwards is up to you.
Sure, yeah. No, it's fine. You can put the video. Yeah. No, I usually read papers. Not. I don't like physical papers. They're usually a bit convoluted.
Guys, I think I found additional info about refraction that can be groundbreaking. So, about all of these things that the light refracts differently based on the wavelength that Jedi mentioned. So that argument, or simply that point, makes the use of that. So, as you know, the lower the wavelength is, I mean, the smaller, the more it refracts. So basically, let's say you could make two hypotheses. One, that the objects that are visible are apparently lowered due to upwards refraction, or that they are apparently raised, so that would be the looming, and that would be the downward refraction. So, considering the fact that the shortest wavelength that is in the visible spectrum is the blue and the purple, and the longest wavelength is red. If refraction was downward, so if the strongest, so if the objects were displaced to the higher position apparently, then the most refracted wavelength would be the blue and the purple. So at the top of an observed, apparently raised object, you would observe a blue outline, and in reverse at the bottom you would observe the red outline. And if you considered the opposite situation where the objects are apparently dropping, so upwards refraction, you would see that red outline at the top. And
speed it up, Ambo. This is getting boring.
It's not important.
Well, if you can apply it to what's being discussed, like what Jedi's posted, and then you can show us your math.
I haven't seen the video
yes,
yet.
But
look in the chat channel. In the chat channel, Wahushi, a video has been posted for you. And Ambo, no, we don't need to hear you rabbiting on. You can give us the evidence that you've got for your claim, and then if you present something, we can discuss it. We don't just want you preaching
but
your refraction
I think
religion.
I think
so. Take the altitude, take the distance known, and then show us what maths you're applying for your refraction to the observation to make it work, and then you can tell us how you know all those conditions through the observation and factor in the fact that it's infrared. So once you've got that, you can try to make a rebuttal to Jedi's video. But until then, don't just waffle on vaguely about refraction.
I think trying to get to the point before that, you should accurately describe.
No, because we don't know you have a point yet. You'd have to present something to show that you have a point. So we're not going to listen to you for 5 minutes rabbit on about this point that you don't have until you've posted something to support it.
So you don't agree that the shorter wavelengths refract more?
You heard what I said, Embo. So take a look at Jedi's video, and then if you think refraction is the answer, you can show us your evidence for that and your maths, and we'll take a look at it. Okay?
No, that wasn't about Jedi's video. That was supposed to be a
Okay,
separate
well
topic.
then, why are you talking? Because Jedi was trying to go over something with this guy, and you butted in to talk about what it is you're now talking about, and now you're saying it's not even related to what Jedi's talking about.
Because the chat died for like
You know what,
10
Embo?
seconds. So I thought it's enough time to...
No, it's not. It's enough time. You've had more than enough time.
Yeah, it sounds like you're just derailing to me. So sit aside.
These guys, man.
Actually, you don't understand. He's saying that he's saying that the smaller wavelength.
Oh, okay. Now the next derailer wants to come in. He just told us that he wasn't even responding to the conversation that was going on, and now you want to pick up where he left off after he was just sat down.
Well, the guy heard 5 seconds of Embo's voice and deafened himself, so he's now out the game. Middernag 215, what's up?
Hello.
Nope. Hey, what's up, bro?
All right.
Oh, I'm just listening.
Sweet. You come to listen to some crazy flat Earth talk, where we go outside
Indeed.
and recognize that the ground isn't spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and that the horizon's horizontal.
I'm open to it. You know, I don't know what's real. So
That's good. That's good. You should be open to observable reality at the very least. Oh well, welcome. If you've got any questions, feel free to throw them out.
like, do you guys believe in the ice wall thing?
Yes.
Don't listen to him. Have we got any flat Earth guys still in who can pick this up?
Ice wall thing.
I actually only knew one person who believed in the flat Earth. That was an old Danish woman, and she told me like they believe that there's like this disk world where the edge of the world is surrounded by ice, and that's what Antarctica is, and so on. And she was very convinced of this because her son was a pilot, and he never flew there, and he said, oh, it looked flat, even though these things kind of make it these what do you call it, like these dials and so on, make it seem like it's not flat, but it could actually be. So he was also convinced that it was flat, and they told me this weird story about this ice wall where it's like the edge of the world, and they think Antarctica you can't like. They think that's why they can't go there and that kind of stuff. So I'm not. Is that like a common belief for flat Earth people?
All right. So just to address the idea that Antarctica is the end of the world and the Earth is a disc shape. No flat earther will be able to tell you the Earth shape. No one knows. It might be a disc. It might ever expand. It could just be Earth shaped. Okay.
Look at your video, but like they're comparing the peaks of mountains to like they're not comparing.
Talking to someone
They're not
else.
comparing. Oh, my bad. Yeah, but
That's
I
no
watched your
worry.
video, bro.
That's awesome. Go to his channel. There's loads. There's like 20 more.
It doesn't do calculations though.
Okay. Banter if dead. I mean, like,
So do you guys think there are no stars, like no other planets or stars or anything?
When you look up into the sky, what do you see?
Stars, or like what people tell me are stars, but they could just.
Okay. There you go. So what people tell you are stars, me and you stand on the floor and we see exactly the same thing. They will tell you, band truth, put yourself on mute, please, dude. No, I'll do it for you. There you go. But there will be a story that you've been told about the stars, sun and moon, for example, about what they are. Now, the story about them, I would suggest that the majority of flat earthers would not agree to. But we obviously look up into the sky and see things. We just can't tell you exactly what those things
Yeah,
are.
exactly. No, I agree with that. I've never been there, never been in space, so don't know if it exists.
Yeah, don't know exactly what it is. But yeah,
just like we observe those as lights and perceive them as lights and do not determine the state of what they actually are because we cannot see it or touch it or whatever. Based on that, we have also confirmation in the Bible for instance. It's also called lights, especially sun and moon, and the stars also. Minor lights. So
created for seasons and days and years and also signs.
yes.
And if you look up close to the star, it's really freaky. Like the cameras that are available.
What's tricky about it? It's just like above Houston, right?
I mean, in my lifetime, I've seen one of the stars brighten up multiple times without any reason, which I perceived back then as an UFO or something, but it was still stationary. So later, overthinking all of this, what I have seen, I've came to the conclusion, yeah, there's something else than what I've thought.
Yeah, man did not make the stars or the earth.
Yeah.
Or you.
Are you talking to me?
No, but I heard that the
Was
U.S.
including
government took
you.
out a patent on the sun to make a sun. I haven't looked it up, but I heard the U.S. government has a patent to make a sun.
But if the U.S. government has a patent, only the patent is enforceable in the United States. So that's really why would the government hold a patent? You know?
Elon has a robot. Doesn't work too well though, does it?
Hasn't
What?
China
Good.
created a synthetic sun or something like that they
Yeah.
tested multiple times?
Yeah, I've
It's
heard.
like
Yeah, I've heard
it's
about
like a fusion reaction, or what? There's a lot of companies that create fusion reactions.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if it's what you said, a fusion reaction, then
No,
it must
no,
be an.
he doesn't understand. It's not a fusion reactor that we're talking about. Fake suns. We're talking about big luminous objects that they put into the sky to simulate the sun.
Oh, okay.
There you go.
So there's no process going on.
Another
Just a huge dump of energy.
Another interesting subject is the star in the jar. Have you seen the star in the jar?
The star in the jar.
No. Tell us what's a star in the jar?
Yeah, bro. You can't just say if you heard of star in the jar and not do anything about it.
I'll find the video.
Just explain it.
Sonoluminescence.
Keep talking. It's cool.
It's called sonoluminescence. You can look that up.
What about stellar luminescence?
I'll post it in the chat.
It would be weird if the sun didn't have luminescence, right?
I found something. It says
No,
it's by Philips, not by the.
Something
There's
like
a patent for an artificial sun.
It's just like luminosity, right? Or luminescence.
They expose a bubble within a body of liquid to frequencies, sound frequencies, and it has a reaction where it illuminates. It's like a little star.
Yeah, it's a very intense release of energy, which looks like a little star, which is why they call it star in a jar. But this is all very speculative and into the weeds. So let's bring it back to the Earth. Wahushi, you were watching a video that Jedi posted, right?
Yeah, but like he was like flying in an airplane, right? And then he was flying over a mountains region, and then he was saying, "Oh wow, these mountain peaks are really far away." But then I think they're fucking mountain peaks. Of course, they will rise up above the horizon, you know.
Those mountain peaks were in front of the horizon from 35,000 feet. The horizon peaks that should have been popping over the curvature of the Earth. The curvature of the Earth should have been 229 miles away. He's using the mountains and the lakes as distance markers to get an estimation to the distance to the horizon, which is beyond these things, at a calculable distance of somewhere between 800 and 1,000 miles.
All right, let me read. For me, it seemed like it was like the horizon. These mountains are behind the horizon, but I don't know. I think that's what I saw. But gotta trust your own sight, right?
Say that again, sorry?
Yeah, you gotta trust your own eyes, right? Let me look at this again.
Yeah.
He's like. Yeah, but
the only thing that should be impacting our ability to see far distances
to
is
me, it seems like
That's me.
Sorry. Go ahead.
The only thing that should be obstructing our ability to see long distances is the curvature of the Earth, which would be the limitation of our view. The curve before things that are on the other side of that curve are obstructed by that curve, the limitation of how far we can see. You see, the thing is, depending on the optics that you use, the camera type, telescope binoculars, if it's retrofitted with some type of filter like the infrared, then we see much further than that geometric limitation. Much further, as demonstrated from high altitude with an infrared camera. If you're a 6-foot observer standing at the seashore, how
6
far
foot
do you
is
think?
like 2 meters, right?
Well, if you're 6 foot, how far away is the horizon if you're at sea?
How far can you see at sea? I don't know. Probably like 10 kilometers. I don't know. Don't forget. You should calculate. You need to calculate on the surface.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. So for your 6 foot, the horizon geometric Earth curve, 3 miles away. Can't be any further. Right? It must
like
be
10 kilometers, right?
No, 3 miles.
It's like 10 kilometers, right?
Is it really? It's more like 7.
I don't know. That's whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Not far. Let's put it like that. Not far at all. So when we're in the aeroplane, using the calculation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, where we get where we get for a 6 foot observer the 3 mile horizon. For the observer at 35,000 feet, geometric horizon 229 miles away. Observation with an infrared filter on a high powered zoom camera, horizon 800 to 1,000 miles away. That's a huge problem.
So you're like calculating a tangent line from your point of view to the point you're looking at, right?
Yeah. So tangent line where it intersects the top of
which of course you're looking down, so it's yeah, okay. Actually, it seems like a fun problem for me. I will calculate this.
Yeah, no worries.
I think you can circle. You can estimate it in the Taylor series by parabola, right?
Yes, she's accurate for 1,200 miles.
How accurate is that? Like 2% or something? I don't know.
It's as accurate can be for the first 1,200 miles. After that, you might get a divergence of about 1-2%.
Okay. Yeah. Of course, you can calculate it as well. Tailored versions.
But this is primarily why we're all here. Long distance observations show that we don't see Earth curvature.
But really need an example from this guy with his infrared camera that he shows like the map so I can get some distances.
Yeah.
It only like shows the mountains, but I want to know what mountain ranges that are.
Yeah, he goes through the whole video. You should point them out. Like I said, he's got a channel with other videos with other high altitude observations and low altitude observations. So it should be.
But we don't care about those.
Well, we're going to be interested in the comparison if we want to truly understand the world, right? Especially if refraction is going to be thrown into the equation.
I mean, for like low observations, a globe model would be almost equivalent to a flat model. So it's whatever.
If we have a 6-foot observer seeing a geometric horizon, if he was on a sphere at 3 miles away, and I show you a horizon 30 miles away for a 6-foot observer, then the observation doesn't fit the model.
Yeah, sure. I mean, to be fair, like if I'm at the beach, in my hometown, there's like a wind park a few kilometers out on the sea, and I can barely see that, So.
That's fine. That's why we use technology to see further, don't we?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but the limitation should always be Earth curvature. Doesn't matter the technology.
Yeah. How the fuck do you put an infrared filter on a camera? Like normal cameras don't capture infrared.
Yeah, it's just a filter. It's just a lens type or something.
Yeah, but a filters out light. It doesn't add light. Like I've worked with infrared cameras before a lot. They are fucking expensive, bro, and they suck.
On the Nikon P900, it's a little bit more than a filter. You actually have to replace the sensor that's inside of that, and it's more receptive to just the infrared waves. So that's how you get a really clear picture.
That's the actual sensor, yeah.
Awesome, thank you, mate. I didn't know that.
Happy to be of service.
Good man.
Van Truth thinks you're saying that the geometric horizon distance should be 1.2 or 3 miles. Can't tell which one he thinks from the height of an airplane. That's what he got from what you said.
No, using the equation 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. If the observer's height in feet is 30,000, 35,000 feet, I think the last time I did the calculation, 229 miles to the geometric horizon from that altitude. Pay more attention, Sunshine.
He really thought he had something too.
I know.
About it in the chat.
I saw him jumping up and down in chat, and I just like face palmed. I was like, "You dickhead!"
Too stupid.
Yes. What's around?
Yeah, he was literally going, "Oh, you're not including the observer's height," and it's like, "Bruh, are you listening? Are you even listening?"
It's the whole fucking point.
He changed it from 1.2 to 3, though. First of all, he said that you were saying it should be 1.2 from the airplane. Then he said you're saying it should be 3. It's just like, I can't even understand like what he thinks he's saying.
Why would you even be having to times it by anything if there wasn't like a variable that you were that you were timesing it by. Like his objection doesn't even make sense. It's like it's not even a plausible objection.
Well, I don't know how to help him.
Oh, guys, he got me. He got me. I'm a Nathan Oakley wannabe. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts so much. Oh, right in the feels.
Oh, are you okay there?
I think I might need some cream for that burn.
Oh, yes, for sure. Maybe me and you should go outside and we could have a fight to see who's more like Nathan Oakley, me or you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do
Does
that.
this guy really think he's the only person to tell an English flat earther that they're a Nathan Oakley wannabe?
Mm-hmm.
Just need to find someone who's older who discovered the flat Earth before Oakley, and then say Oakley copied him. So look, you got Oakley copied this older guy, you see, and he got it from him, and Jebediah got it from him.
Who's that guy? Yeah, Nathan Oakley, you're a Daniel Robotham wannabe.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Damn it.
I just got the ass end of that conversation or whatever it was, question and answer.
Oh, Daniel Robotham. I'm amazed that these like atheist socialistic globers don't like Samuel Robotham more because he was actually a socialist.
Why are people that believe in the globe socialist?
Sorry?
What does this like to do with socialism?
Well, because there's like a whole worldview behind it, right? So one of the common kind of threads is to paint us all as like religious lunatics. So religious lunatics who are right wing and like all these other, basically all of the stuff they're not is bad. Therefore, throw everyone who disagrees into that one bucket kind of thing. But of course,
like,
yeah. But if Robotham's a socialist, that's a bit of an issue for that narrative, right?
Yeah, I don't know. Let's see, what the fuck is this? Later.
Was anybody around for the AMA with Nathan Oakley? I missed it today. Was it exciting? Was it good? What happened?
Those are bedtime hours for me, unfortunately.
Yeah, I tried to stay around for it, man, but I got busy, so. But feedback seems relatively good, right? I guess. I don't know.
I did catch some of the replay, and it sounded pretty lit.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Lots of triggered globies. There was a pretty big turnout. I think more people clicked interested or whatever on the event than they did for Canthoven.
Oh, wow. That's
Yeah.
crazy. Oh, good shit, then. I'll have to watch the replay of it.
Yeah, where's the replay? Where do you find that?
Nathan has it on his channel.
Okay.
It's a bit of a bunch of triggered globies throwing themselves at the wall, bringing up planets, gradients, the usual stuff, and then melting down.
Awesome.
So he did it just like his regular show, right?
Kind of, yeah. Except it was fun to see like just one random glober after the next line up to throw themselves at him. It's sort of different,
Gonna have to watch that.
the best glober was the guy who said, if I take a flight from like this and that point, like when I fly over Russia, what's underneath Russia? What's under the earth? Like
why did he start with the flight thing? If his point was what's underneath it, what's the underside? Why did he start with why is the distance between these two places X?
Yeah, but actually that's a pretty good question now.
It was just a pure comedy gold, dude. Like,
what kind of?
And Nate was like with a coin that you flip.
Yeah.
These people, dude, they live like in fantasy land. It's ridiculous. It's so sad.
These fucking coordinates.
I like these sounds, Jedi.
I think I'm gonna have to listen to that replay and find the Troll Team 6 part. Somebody said in the chat that they were there.
We're always here.
Wait, who was the guy who just said it's a good argument to ask what's underneath the Earth? Or it's the opposite side of the coin?
Yeah. Why would the fuck would that be a bad argument? If you,
It's not an argument.
Why would it be a good argument?
First of all, it's
because
a question, so it can't be an argument.
Shut the fuck up. Fuck off. If you're proposing an alternative model, you should have.
Okay. So you think
if you're proposing an alternative model, you should at least.
The Earth's a globe, right?
Sorry, what again?
Do you think the Earth's a globe?
The answer is the globe. What? Interesting.
That's a really simple question. If you are struggling with this question, you are really.
Oh, bro, I can't fucking hear you because some guy in the background making sound.
Hot mic Jedi. Hot mic Jedi. Jedi. Hot mic.
Yeah. Can you repeat that question?
Okay, Jedi, I've muted you because you're hot micing apparently. Right. Do you think the Earth's a globe?
Earth is, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Okay. What's at the edge of your universe?
So that's oh, you can't see that.
What?
Because what's it? I think in the Big Bang there was like what's it again?
Didn't ask about the Big Bang. What's at the edge of your universe?
Well, you can't see that far.
What?
Is
you can only see,
brother?
You can only see like 14 billion years back, right?
Bro, you just need to answer the question. Like, I didn't ask about the Big Bang. I didn't ask about time travel. What is at the edge of your universe?
Answer is, I don't know.
Exactly. So is that a refutation to the globe, Earth being a globe?
No, of course not. But I just
curious
if you have an answer.
So why is it a good argument
for that?
So then, why is it a good argument asking what's underneath the flat Earth? Because it's a similar.
It's a good question. It's not even an argument.
Yeah, but you just said it was a good argument, and now you're not saying.
Did I? Oh,
yes.
If I did,
that's why I asked you.
Oh no! But it's a good question, no?
It doesn't mean anything, though, does it?
Well, no, it's a good question.
What do you mean?
Maybe you have an answer for it. Maybe you don't. I don't know.
It's not a good question. No one here is going to know what's underneath the flat Earth.
Oh, well, maybe you have found some theory for it. You know, like physicists come up with theories all the time, and they test it, and they have different models, but you can't definitively prove it.
Hey man, did you know that water is flat and level? No way. Okay, so what's underneath the Earth?
What do you mean water's flat and level? Go on, flat and level. Yeah, whatever. Just
skim past the point.
What's the point?
Then ask questions about stuff that's irrelevant that nobody has the answers to.
I'm fucking curious, bro. Maybe you do have an answer for that. Maybe you don't. That's why I fucking ask.
Why would we?
Is everybody having a bad day today after Nathan Oakley
Globers.
He's playing there.
Hey, they are in reset mode, man. Just give them like 1 or 2 days. They come back and just repeat the same stuff.
Some of them, I think some of them had to go to the hospital today after the show was over because I haven't seen a few of them. I think they actually had to go seek help.
Where they're gonna tell each other how ridiculous the conversation was and go in passive reset mode, and then they're gonna come back and just spew out the same old trash they have been done with in the first place. Isn't it like a repeated cycle? Like some guys are just gonna keep come back from the globe side, gonna spew out the same stuff over and over again as if they've never been debunked about it in the first place. I think that's a common pattern.
Like the same for like Flat Earthers as well. There's a lot of debunking on both sides.
No. We have a foundation, which is reality. Our main foundation is rooted in reality. Literally, the discussion actually should end by the very fact what the earth that everything is built upon, where you live upon, where you will die upon, where you have been born upon, represents itself to be, which is a topographical plane. That's where the conversation starts, and that where it should actually end, right? If not the entertainment I'm personally getting from a lot of these conversations with people who live in a land of Narnia or full of illusions of vain fantasies, would show up and start talking and babble all kinds of crazy stuff about reality and whatever their mind is telling them it is. And yeah, that's why I do this, man. It's very entertaining most of the times.
289. That's okay. I don't know if you find that entertaining. I don't know. It's not like the scope, but it's
well, we have people believing they live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness.
Yeah, and I mean the evidence like points to that, right? So,
oh wow! Can you tell me one of the best evidences you got? I need some entertainment right now.
Wait for what?
Yeah, that is a positive evidence, a positive claim for spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding void of darkness.
You know, the last part is not proven, but the first part, like
yeah, just okay for the ball, the ball you live on, that 360 degrees bendy ground in every direction to form a ball that spins and shoots through space.
Well,
is there any? What was your best argument for that? Vain fantasy.
Let's see. In my fantasy. Okay, let me explain my fantasy then.
Okay,
you know,
okay. I'm sorry. You can objectively. Just objectively. Okay.
Well, okay, you can prove gravity exists, right, for objects.
Okay.
Even
that's
you can do
best
that on
argument. That you
if you let me finish my arguments, maybe it would be better.
Okay, yeah.
So you can see like these atoms, they exhibit gravity, right? And because the gravity exists, basically a spinning ball model could work. You know, that's in theoretically it could work. That's one argument, and flat disk or it's a disk, right? That you kind of proposed, or it's like a cone.
No. I tried to address this.
Okay.
Yeah, no flat earther. Sorry, I'll shut up when I said this. No flat earther will be able to give you the shape of the Earth.
Repeat that. I turned you down. If you can repeat.
No worries. No flat earther will be able to give you the shape of the Earth. So when you say disk, it's kind of no one would be able to confirm that. You brought up the ice wall earlier. Now that's an idea, but no flat earther, me or anybody in the server has been to ice wall to confirm its existence. The ice wall, though, is a globe Earth claim, as in the shore of Antarctica is ice cliffs and ice walls. It's basically what it is.
Yeah, it's like the Earth. Yeah, it's just like the Earth, right? I don't think you definitely really need Antarctica. Yeah, maybe I think for a flat Earth you might need to have like Antarctica be there. But why couldn't you just like map the Earth then? I mean, they did it in France in a few 400 years ago, I think. Like they just made all these giant triangles, and they got a pretty good shape of like the land. So why wouldn't you be able to just graph the land?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the strongest argument for a spinning ball or spherical shaped Earth is gravity.
Oh no, but okay, you agree with me, right? Like in theory, a spinning ball can exist, like with a spinning
In
globe.
theory, everything can exist. You agree with me, right? In theory, the Earth can be a banana.
Yeah, sure.
In theory, I can just live in a brain jar.
As some people do that in reality. Oh, but okay. But if you have like gravity for each atom, you can like really measure that. And gravity scales to a whole planet. Then of course water sticks to that planet, and water will then always be level with it. But which is a positive argument. Let me think about it for like a minute.
Yeah, sure, man. No problem. Think about the claims you've made and if you can provide sustainable evidence for those claims. Meanwhile, the other guy's thinking about his best argument for a spinning ball. Anyone else want to speak up? So far, we have gravity.
Have these pretty strong arguments on its own, but if you want more, I can maybe give you more.
Do you know what gravity is within your paradigm of a spinning ball assumption?
Oh, that's the problem, right? That the like the general relativity and what?
How does gravity prove the shape of the Earth?
Well, if you have say you have like just a bunch of mass, right, in a vacuum, then naturally, if you have some spinning force, then the ball and the whatever shape of mass you have in, excluding the complex shapes, that will always the lowest energy state will always be a ball.
Okay, can you show gravity turning things into a sphere?
Just look into the sky, right?
No, without looking into something that you're making assumptions about. You don't know what they are up in the sky.
That's why we have like a rich history of telescopy. But what do you mean?
You have no idea.
But it's come on. Like if you have
You have no
I don't
idea
I don't
what's
know the
up in
English
the
word for it,
sky.
but you have
So
like
what
of
is
course
so what is
if you have the center
what?
of mass.
How does gravity prove the shape of the Earth?
Oh, simple argument. Let's say we have our center of mass, right? Of our whatever
Sorry,
shape
what?
object. Okay. Imagine, right? Just a random shape in a normal vacuum,
Mm-hmm.
and this just this.
How do you imagine a random shape?
Well, it's just
What does
easy.
that
Like,
what does that shape
okay.
look like?
Just okay.
Can I
Choose
ask you a question?
something random. Just hey, let's be fun. Let's choose whatever for a
You
banana
can't
or something.
imagine random shapes.
Okay, just imagine a banana floating in space.
A
Like a
banana
big banana,
floating in space.
a
Okay, all right.
planet-sized banana floating in space,
A
right?
planet-sized banana floating in space. Okay, here we go. Yep, cool. Go ahead.
No. I mean, physics is fun. Come on. Uh, then of course you have your center of mass somewhere in that banana, of course.
Can I
And
ask a
Yes.
question? Oh,
as you go further from the center of mass, your what's it called in English? I don't know. Like your torque moments will increase.
Mate, you're not
Will
answering the question, are you?
what's well, I am. So
I've
if
asked
you
you
go,
how gravity proves the Earth is a ball, and
yeah,
you're
you fucking let
asking
me
me
do my
to
best.
imagine a random shape in a vacuum. Now you've gone to a banana the size of the planet, and now
Sure.
you're talking about torque
Same mass of the
momentum
planet.
on a banana from the center of mass of the banana. Come on,
If
mate.
you're not, you can't understand it. I can't fucking explain it to you. Like physics is not
Understand
always
what?
easy.
A planet-sized
Yeah,
banana with torque momentum.
yeah.
Why the
With a
fuck would
torque.
I imagine that?
How the fuck would you know?
I'm
Come on.
asking you how gravity proves the Earth
Oh,
is a
because
ball, and you're
a
talking
sphere
about
is
bananas.
the lowest energy state for that
Okay,
mass.
show me gravity conforming things into a sphere
Oh,
in
what's that?
a demonstration. In a demonstration.
Would you be able to do that on Earth? I don't know. Maybe.
I don't know, man. It's your claim that gravity makes things into spheres.
Yeah,
Now,
but
where do
you
we
can't.
witness this? Where do we witness
Oh,
this?
you obviously witness it in space.
You do not
Pretty.
witness it. You witness a circle in the sky. You did not see gravity form anything into a sphere.
Okay. Well, let's take it this way, right? Imagine. I assume you know how magnets work.
Okay, so now gravity is a magnet.
hey Timbo, can I ask you just a
Come
quick
on.
question?
No, okay. You know how like the okay.
God damn it!
Yeah, you can. This guy's not going anywhere.
I'm just curious because I'm teetering on either side. So I've done research and I've also talked to people about like people who whatever, it doesn't really matter. But how does flat Earth kind of account for like nautical miles? Because I feel like that's really the one question that I have, and because it takes into account like the curvature of the Earth or so. It says so. I'm just
You're
curious
relating
as
to
to like
1 degree per 69 miles. Is that what you're relating it to?
yeah.
Oh, I got a video just for this.
Oh, there's the man. I'm
Yeah,
going in for a haircut so you can talk to Jedi.
All right, so nautical miles is something that we've been looking into for a while because of things like celestial navigation, mapping distances, things, this, that, and the other. I tell you what, I will drop you a video. It will be able to explain it much better than I can because I've got to watch the video about 4 times before I really get a subject. I've only watched it 1.5 times so far. So if you give me a couple of minutes, I'll drop the video in the live stream, and it's specifically talking about nautical miles and how distances and speeds are measured when you're on a boat at sea. It's really interesting stuff. So give me a couple of minutes, I'll find the video for you and jump.
Because I was like watching a video of, I don't think it was Neil deGrasse Tyson, but it was someone similar to him talking about like how flat Earth couldn't be possible because of nautical miles, and I was like, oh, okay, well that's something to kind of explore. I'm not like wholly on either side. I think maybe I don't know if the Earth is flat or not, but I've never been to space, so I couldn't tell you. But
no, of course.
I think it's cool to have the questions. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just interested in kind of hearing, people
For
who
sure.
do think the Earth is flat.
Yeah, for sure. What I'll do is I'll find the video for you. It's a French sailor. He's competed in many round the world yacht races and so on. So he's
I
got a
just
lot of
posted it for
experience.
you in the live stream. I just posted it for you.
Stunning stuff. Thank you, my friend. So yeah, I can't answer that question fully for you at the moment, but just watch the video, and you might have to watch
Okay.
it a few times. But that's the best I can offer you at the moment.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Sorry, I was just I feel like those are questions that kind of help remedy dissent.
Yeah, there's a series of these videos on the Taboo Conspiracy channels done by this French navigator and sailor. Like I said, he's competed in round the world yacht races. I think it's about 4, maybe 5. There's one to do with magnetic declination, one to do with how time zones hide the Earth, one to do specifically with mapping and charting, celestial navigation, and this one with calculating nautical miles. It's a huge series, but the subject matter is worth researching for sure.
That's cool. How did you guys get into flat Earth, if you don't mind me asking? Am I not allowed to ask that? I don't know if this is like a debate channel or what, but I just
Yeah, you can ask that. I'll give you mine, and I'll give the floor to somebody else to give you their story. But mine's pretty much like most people's, right? I was on YouTube. A flat Earth video appeared on my recommendations. I avoided it for a while. I then watched it, and within 15 minutes, I was kind of very intrigued. Then went out and done my own long distance observations and studied the subject from many point of views. And that was in 2015, and here we are 9 years later. The Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as a flat, horizontal, stationary plane.
Holy shit!
I come to understand that just by taking time, researching, and going and look for myself.
Then, do you guys kind of think that flight patterns are a conspiracy amongst I guess the word would be not a conspiracy. Do you think they're colluding against? Because you know what I'm saying. Like flight patterns are so weird and irregular, it doesn't really make much sense. So, is that something that, the way that we fly places makes no logical sense?
My hobby is aviation. Ask me.
Well, no, I'm saying no. I'm saying to me, it makes no sense the way that we fly places.
Why?
Why? Have you ever seen
you need to point out the issue.
The FAA. No, I'm saying if the Earth was spherical, it would make more sense to fly in different patterns.
Yeah, but they do. Like if you have a long distance flight, you take if you
the
project that on a flat map, you have a parabola, right?
Let me see.
So far, what we have is a grid system, right? You gotta imagine there's invisible lines, like a spider web, in the sky, where the airplanes, the commercial aircrafts with navigation systems, are going to adhere to. So, for example, if you have a route from one airport to the other, you're gonna have airways and you're gonna have intersections. Okay, which most intersections are at VOR points, which are VOR ground-based navigation aids. Anyways, these airwaves all have specific names. Some airways are Juliet 530, some other can be Juliet Alpha Echo Sierra November, whatever. Anyways, it's like street names. And this is gonna be all as an input within the flight in the navigation system of the specific aircraft, if it's the CDU, MCDU, whatever flight computer is being used. Anyways, it's a national data set. It's called the IARC navigation.
I just posted I think it's continent based flight map, and that's why I'm always but it goes off the map, which is kind of confusing, I guess, to me sometimes.
Yeah, you're confused. You're thinking,
where do you guys think that the Earth stops and starts? I guess or what's the most popular belief?
Which question do you want answered? Because you seem to have a problem with maps at the moment and thinking that the Earth is square and you're going to fly across the Pacific and End up like Batman.
Okay.
Is that what you were saying earlier?
Well, yeah. I guess that's kind of how my brain viewed it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So I can give you navigational charts that.
Is it like discus? Is that a word?
Yeah,
discus.
there are some mapping and navigational conceptions that put the polar north at the centre of the map, or a geographical point just under north, the North Star, and then it radiates out from that, where you have the equator, and then you have the circumference of Antarctica. So travelling from one place to another is just primarily going around in a circle, right? Everywhere.
Oh, okay.
East and west is a circle around north. Same thing on a globe Earth. Same thing on a flat Earth. When you're just revolving around a central point, that'd be north.
Hey, if you don't mind, fake username, I'll just drop a GIF in the chat, and it's showing a map projection, basically what they're trying to explain.
Oh, okay.
That's essentially it, right? If you can
So the
get your head
North and
around that.
South poles. So the North Pole would technically be like the middle of the Earth.
Yeah, like a dartboard kind of thing.
And okay, this makes more sense.
This wouldn't make sense if you're like flying from South Africa to Australia, right? Because then the distance would be way greater.
I would make, yeah. For whatever reason, I just always thought of it as like a square.
Right. Well, the main reason for the flight paths taking like weird arcs is because they're not traveling in a straight line on a flat grid kind of thing. They're flying over a sphere apparently. So the route they take is like a different route because it's like they call the Great Circle. If you want to research that, that's essentially what the flight paths are derived from. So if you wanna believe it's flat or not, it's up to you.
The funny thing is, if you're gonna put a flight path on a Mercator projection, on a globe projection in general, and you zoom in, you will realize that the whole road will change, or it will actually distort. So what is the real route? Is it the route I see on the globe, or is it the flat route? As soon as I zoom in and I get closer to the flight route, that is actually the real representation. What is it? Is it actually
on the Mercator projection,
I can share my screen and show it to you.
Yeah.
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. Wait, let me show.
There are many examples of flight, emergency, landing.
You have so many points. Just disable them.
So do you see this is a real flight route? Like this is how a flight route would look like in reality. Okay.
It's tracking everything.
So
that's stupid.
So if you zoom out, right? This is a very short one, right? This is just 2-hour flight like maximum. As you see, if I zoom out and I zoom back in, do you see how everything distorts?
Yeah.
But that's just a map projection that
Euclidean. It changes from change from Euclid to non-Euclidean pretty quickly.
That's just your program.
Yeah.
But what is
it's
the
like
real,
Google
what is
Earth
the real
works.
picture then?
It's like how Google Earth works, and what Google Earth does is it texturizes each layer. It's like the high altitude planes will take the highest altitude, and then the smaller ones will get the really detailed stuff closer to the ground, and there's just layers. Yeah.
But my question is, what is it then? What is it then? If I zoom out and I see all these lines, right?
Okay.
And then I zoom back in. What is the true representation of the ground? Is it this or is it this?
Let me explain, right? Because you have in the globe model, right? If you project it onto like Mercator or something, it will become really distorted, and these map services, they obviously don't want, if you zoom in, to keep that distortion. So they want to just like redo the projection so that it is not distorted for you anymore if you zoom in. Both these projections are the same, man.
Yeah, they're both the same. It's just between the two types of geometries, planar and spherical. So there's that switching point where everything, the horizontals are horizontal, like the longitude and latitude lines are parallel. There's like a transition, whatever point that is.
But isn't it funny?
As
soon as we go to a globe, it all distorts.
Well, yeah, of course, but that's just a coordinate transformation.
Of course.
Yeah, the shortest path isn't straight though. Yeah.
You go
It's
from
fine.
from Euclidean
If you were
to
to view it from its
spherical.
zenith point, directly above the line, from like bird's eye view, it might look a little bit more easy to accept. Here, like that, directly above. Now do the same thing when you directly above it. You're going to see least change.
Yeah.
Still, the whole thing morphs. I mean, look how the continent.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
It does.
this is your
region
program.
changes.
That doesn't mean anything,
It's not the
right?
program. You can see it at the grid system itself. My question is,
Yeah,
what
it's
is
just
what is the true representation? Is this the true representation when it's distorted? You see how the curves change of all these routes, or is this the true
yeah, I
one?
see it. Well,
That's
that's
the question
technically
here, right?
that's concave technically, because it's the way the refraction is. It shows that you're within. Yeah, that's concave.
So maps are
You'd
not the
imagine that.
terrain. Maps are not the terrain, and to appeal
No.
to any maps is a reification fallacy.
Depends what you're using the map for, but yeah, you can
You'll
use it
probably
for
have to tell our customer what that means, I imagine.
Well, I did in my
Anyways.
preface that maps are not the terrain.
Yeah. What's a reification? Do you know what a reification is, young lady? Our American friend asking about maps and navigation and shit. Hello.
They're gone. Yeah. It's pretty cool though, Clay. It's pretty mind blowing.
But it's just your program wants to show you as much terrain as possible, so it's
It'd be
always
cool if reality worked like that though. Maybe that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but my question is, what is reality now in case of navigation and maps? Is this now the true representation, or when I zoom
because
out and make it a
if
ball?
you zoom more in, right, it will get closer to the spherical model, so it doesn't matter as much. If you want a straight line.
Then let me do a route from unload new flight.
See, it's, the simple thing is that it can work like a grid on the small scale, but when you try and go larger, you have to work with like different type of Euclidean.
No.
Okay, just keep using the Mercator projection, but
What do
then
you mean,
you're
no?
a little bit
You
fucked.
can practically make a 180-degree triangle on the surface of the Earth on a smaller scale, but you try and take that triangle over a greater distance. That's the theory, right? That's hypothetical.
Yeah. Did anyone actually measure that over a significant distance? No.
Yeah,
They
with
did, like,
shadows maybe, but
back in the day, right? In France, King Louis, I think, he ordered the map, right? And they used like a lot of triangles and a lot of data points. It took like 50
until
years
they
to
aligned
finish
the
this.
maps to the territory with
Yeah.
the solar, the south direction when the sun's the highest, and yeah.
My question then is like, I suppose this flat Earth model, right? And you can just do the same thing. You can just. I've heard here many times that we don't have a model for flat Earth, but why just not make one then? Just go on, walk in a straight line and see where the fuck you end up, you know?
Yeah, it's a bit far fetched. Mm-hmm.
How so? It's just. I think that's just stand at the top of the mountain, see where everything else is in relation to you, and just go out measuring those distances, and then you have a map of the
Well,
real
you
Earth.
could save us. You could save us all the time and just prove that the Earth is a globe, and then we don't need to go out and do any of that.
Oh, but there's plenty of proof. Oh, yeah.
Oh, is there?
Okay,
Well, why
let
can't anyone
me prove
present
that.
any?
Okay. But you can't understand it, or you don't want to understand it?
Well, who's measured the curve? Who's measured the motion?
I think they did it back in ancient Greek times.
Okay, who was that?
Who the fuck did that again? Lydius, right? But that doesn't matter. Whatever. The fuck matter?
So you don't know.
Everyone measures the
We're all talking
curve.
about it.
Everyone
What
measured
else?
it? Did you
However,
measure it?
if in a lot of physics applications,
Well, this is very vague. You're going to need to give us some specifics.
yeah, stop interrupting me then, bro. What do you mean? Who the fuck measured this?
You said you could prove the globe, right?
Oh, sure. Okay, well, let's go over a few arguments then, right? Okay.
No, it's not my argument. It's
No,
your
no,
argument.
no. Yeah. Let's go over a few then. Go on. Let's do this. Well, you know,
Go.
like if you have an object that there will be gravity. That gravity is it's conservative, right? So it will be linear in the well, it's not linear actually, but it will be conservative in all directions. So the farther you go away from the center of mass, the more gravity gets pulled on you, and so you have a force towards the center of mass, and so that will result naturally in a sphere, right?
Right, so we're on the Earth. We're going about. How do we prove it's a ball?
No. We're not on Earth. We're just okay. Just imagine.
No, we are on Earth. I can assure you.
Okay. Imagine some mass, right? That mass has some gravity. That gravity is conservative from the center of mass. So the farther you're away from the center of mass, the harder the force that pulls you in.
Are you talking about the Earth here?
I'm talking about anything, all objects.
Well,
And,
what specifically are you talking about?
The Earth is an object, so I guess I'm also talking about the Earth. Yes.
Right. You're claiming it's a spherical object. We're trying to figure out what your evidence for that is.
Yeah. I'm explaining it to you. You have your center of mass, right, of your object, and you know gravity is conservative.
Right.
So
So you're just assuming the globe in your argument already, right?
No. You can do this with any shape.
So it could work on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Okay. Let's assume.
Okay. Well, if it can work on a
Let's
flat Earth,
assume
then that's not a globe proof, bro.
It can't work. No, this argument does work if you imagine a flat Earth. This argument will explain why it will turn into a globe.
Turn into a globe, right? If it's a globe, just show us who's measured that.
What do you mean? Who's measured that?
Well, you know a globe has curvature, yeah? For example.
Yeah.
And motion,
Sure.
yeah? So who measured those things?
I think it's been measured a lot of times independently.
Okay, could you tell us who and how?
Well, yeah. I think back in the day, like way back in the day, they used shadows to get the curvature.
They used what?
And they used they used shadows, right? That's the shadow in I think.
How would a shadow tell you if the Earth's a ball or not?
Well, at the same time of day. Oh, how did they do it again? No, it's a pretty genius system they came back up with back in the day in the ancient Greek times. Actually, look it up. I used to know how it works, but it's not relevant anymore in current day because everyone knows like the Earth is a sphere. So, but you can also measure.
Everyone
You can
knows
also
the
measure.
Earth is a sphere. Is not.
Okay, maybe except you. But okay, no, but okay, you can also measure gravity on different places.
Right. Okay. Remember,
you actually see that on the equator, gravity is greater than on than if you go north, right? And this is because the Earth has some spin, so there's centrifugal force that.
Right. Okay, but that would be assuming. That would be assuming the spin that we just discussed. Someone needs to measure. So we were talking about a measurement of curvature or motion.
Fact that gravity differs over our planet.
No. Forget gravity
for
for a second. We can discuss gravity once we know that there's curvature and motion. Could you tell us who measured those things?
But lots of people measure that. Like there's.
Okay, that's what you said, but you haven't told us anyone or how.
let's see.
Because you would
You
need
want to
those
know like
things.
who first measured it, or who most accurately measured it, or
Whichever one your favorite is. Something that we can do as well, so that we can verify it. Yeah.
okay. You want to know the curvature, right?
Yeah. Who's measured the drop over a distance, right, for a curvature of a ball?
We all know. Yeah, we all know the given curvature. We all
Oh, it
know
was
the.
Aristotle's. No, Aristotle. Yeah, like
Okay.
the
Okay. What did he do?
he like on a noonday, right? In Egypt, the vertical objects they don't cast shadow, so that means the sun is like directly overhead, right? But like in Alexandria, on the same time, there was a shadow caused by vertical objects.
Oh, for fuck's sake!
Yeah, that's how they first
Right.
measured it.
So how would that measure curvature?
Because that, how of course that measures
Well,
curvature.
because you understand you can have a shadow on a flat surface, right?
Of course, but
Right.
the shadow will be of a different length depending on whether you are on a curved or on a flat surface.
Right, but on both, if you're standing in your bedroom and you're directly under your light, there'll be no shadow. If you walk to the other side of your bedroom, you'll have a shadow because you're away from that light. Yeah,
Yeah, but it will be different for.
that would be the same on a ball or on a flat surface.
Sure, the shadow differs, but by a different amount.
No.
Because you have
So the
to take into account
Eratosthenes thing. So the Eratosthenes thing is that he assumed a curvature. He didn't measure any. We're asking who's measured it,
Okay.
right?
Okay,
Like
sure,
a physical
okay.
drop over a distance. You know, they say boats go over the curve.
Well, what boat like that boat go bottom first over horizon?
Yeah. So they say that, yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
So then there would be a physical curve of that water, yeah, like a drop over a distance.
Yeah.
Right. So who's measured that drop?
Now first of Aristotle, fucking this Greek guy.
No, remember he assumed the curvature. He didn't measure it.
Yeah, he assumed it, and then he measured, and then he calculated it.
No. He didn't confirm his calculation. He calculated it as an assumption, but we're asking who confirmed that that's true, because you can do it on a flat surface if you calculate it that way. So we need to know who confirmed that it was actually curved. You know.
There's also this other guy. I think either is Struve. It's like way later. It's like 1800. He used the triangulation point, and of course like on the surface triangles always make an 180 degrees total angles, right? On the ball surface that would not be the case. So you use like
so
1,000.
what distance was measured and how much drop was measured?
Let me see. I don't know, but let's see. Make sure it's 3,000 kilometers.
1,000 kilometers.
3,000 kilometers. Using
He
chain.
measured 3,000 kilometers. What tool did he use for that?
Oh, he used chains that you made a triangulation point.
How did he get points over 3,000 miles?
We're talking kilometers. What do you mean?
3,000 kilometers.
Just adding them? No, he did not use one big chain. No, that's stupid. Come on.
In the 1800s, you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so what was the
let's see.
furthest? So what was the furthest
It took him
distance?
30 years or 40 years.
Okay, what was he measuring exactly? Over what distance? Because remember, we're looking for a drop, a physical drop over a distance due to curvature, yeah? Yeah. So is that what was measured?
Used oh, you used the triangulation. Yeah,
Of what?
so that's fucking with the measurements, bro.
Of what?
You just we laid down triangles, right? And I measured
What do you mean you laid down triangles? Could you explain?
yeah. Oh, you know, like if you have your chain, right, and the chain has a certain length, and you make a triangle of that.
So you used string.
It's really easy, bro. Triangulation's it's a really easy method to map out
So
the
he
surface.
used string?
Chains.
Huh?
Chains.
String.
No, chains.
A train.
No, chains, bro. Chain.
A cage. Does anyone know what he's saying?
Not a clue.
Bro, do you know what you're saying?
Yeah, but of course I know how to say, but you don't want to accept like a method of triangulation?
No, we're asking who measured drop over distance on the surface of the Earth to confirm curvature.
You calculate curvature and then you get the drop over distance.
No. We're not talking about calculating it because that means you're already assuming it's there. We're trying to verify that it is there to begin with. Yeah?
I guess someone could have, like, I think probably someone has stood on a mountain and looked at the two.
Probably. So you're not sure?
Do I have to be sure for every fucking historical fact ever? No, of course not.
No, you don't. Which is just why I'm asking you. So you're not sure that someone's measured the curvature of the globe?
Of course someone's measured the curvature of the globe.
Well, that's what we're asking, and you're saying you're not sure. You think someone maybe stood on a mountain.
No. I say again, my man Friedrich Wilhelm Struve, he measured it.
Who?
Friedrich Struve. Just look him up.
Okay, what did he do?
Again, he wanted to get a more accurate picture of the globe, right? And then.
So he believed in the globe before it was measured.
Because it was well known that that the Earth is the globe from like ancient times.
Well, but no one's measured it, is what you're saying. So how could they have known?
I'm not saying that.
Okay, well then who measured it?
My first guy measured it.
No, your first guy assumed it. Remember?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. So who measured it?
Like, what the fuck do you concretely want, man? Come on.
Right. So they say the boats are going over a curve of water. That's a drop. Yeah? A geometric drop.
Yeah,
who measured that?
Curvature.
Right.
Resulting from curvature. So if you have the curvature, you have the drop.
Yeah.
If you
have a curvature, you have a drop. So who measured that drop?
Oh, why measuring the drop is a lot harder than measuring curvature.
The curvature is the drop.
Yeah, of course. So if you measure curvature, you measure the drop. And my
Right.
first guy
So
measured
who
the
did
curvature.
measure the curvature?
Yeah, my first guy measured the curvature.
No. He assumed the curvature, remember, in calculation. He measured shadows.
Yeah, okay, sure. What do you want to do? Like make a giant ruler and
I
stick
want
it
you to
inside of...
tell us who measured the curvature. Or if you're saying you can't do that, then say you can't measure the curvature.
Well, satellites have of course measured the curvature because you take a picture and then you see, oh look,
Hey,
that's
who?
white.
Who?
Oh, if you shoot a satellite into space, take a picture
Oh,
of the
if
Earth.
no. We're talking about who did, like something that we can do.
Okay, well, you shoot a satellite up into space, and
Okay, is that
get
something
a
that we can do?
Oh, but you can put a balloon into space.
Right, but this is
So.
so this is something that you couldn't even do. So how are you giving this as a measurement?
How the fuck would I want to measure the curvature of the Earth?
Well, you're
Someone
trying to
else?
prove that the curvature is real.
Because okay, well then, well, balloons are pretty inexpensive, like weather balloons. They cost a few $1,000, so you can do that.
Right, but if you want to measure a surface, you're going to want to be close to the surface, not miles away from it, right?
No, quite opposite.
No. Like if you're measuring your table or something, you're not going to hang yourself from the ceiling, are you?
If you want to measure your table, you're not gonna use a
A
millimeter. You're
balloon.
gonna use a
You're not going to use a
centimeter.
balloon and a camera hanging above it, are you?
Yeah, but
You're going to
the
use
Earth is a lot. You're saying you want to be close to the surface. No, you want to be in scale of the surface.
No. You want to be looking across the surface and see if there's obstruction due to curvature,
Yeah, so you
right?
shoot a balloon. You can't see that if you're an ant. You can't see the dimensions of the table.
Yeah, but if you're an ant on a basketball and you have another little ant friend on that basketball, and that ant friend starts walking away from you, you're going to see that ant friend start to disappear behind a curve, right?
Yeah, and you see that in real life too.
Well, that's the question. Do you?
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, so if you're standing at the beach, and say you're 6 foot tall, at what distance
I am.
do you start to see that?
At the beach, it's not difficult. I think at the beach you would probably not see it because you're looking at an ocean. I don't think you would be able to differentiate that.
But
If
isn't
you,
that what you're
if
seeing
oh
when you
maybe
look at the
if
horizon?
you mean like if you had a ship, right?
If you're at the
think
beach and you're 6 foot tall and you see a boat going away from you and it's starting to disappear bottom up, you're saying that's the curvature of the ball, right?
Okay, wait. Let me draw that real quick. Wait, so you have this okay on around and then tangent line here. This distance, right? And that's the this
You know,
angle is this angle can be really
do
small.
you know what size they claim the ball is?
Yeah, around 40,000 kilometers.
Okay, so you should be able to work out from 6 foot tall what distance that curvature should be for you, like the last bit that you can see before it curves away, right? Like you say, a tangent line to the surface of that sphere.
Yeah. I'm calculating it right now, bro.
Yeah, sweet.
This and this. Let me make some. Okay, let's just. I don't have a calculator with me. Let me.
Okay, let me give you, I'll help you out. So if you go into Google and you type in distance to horizon calculator, there's a bunch of calculators that already have this worked out, and you can just put in your observer height. And then it will tell you how far away it should be. So put in a 6 foot
2
observer
meters.
height. Yeah, 2
5
meters.
kilometers. Yeah, that's not pretty reasonable.
What did you say, sorry?
It's 5 kilometers.
5 kilometers for a 6 foot observer height.
2 meter, yeah.
2 meters. Okay. So what if you went out to the beach and you were looking at a ship and you could see it for, say, 15 kilometers from where you were standing? What would that mean?
Then that ship is probably pretty tall.
No. I mean, as in, it has the horizon is at 15 kilometers. So the ship hasn't started to go below any horizon.
Then, if you actually see that and actually just prove that it's the case, then we live on a bigger ball than we imagine.
Oh, what makes you go to a bigger ball?
Because you still see the ships disappear bottom first on the horizon.
Okay, but is it possible that that could be due to something other than a physical curve? Like perspective? How our eyes work?
The atmospheric.
Why would you assume that our eyes work? Our eyes are
Okay.
pretty.
Well, we can get into this. We can go into the perspective side, but can you see the chat right now?
Yeah.
Right, so I'm just about to post you a video. Not a video, sorry, an image. Do you see where I just posted the image of these oil rigs?
It's fucking blurry, yeah.
Yeah, it's a zoomed in. It's a still from a video of a zoom in. Because look, you can see the distances that these oil rigs are, right? So that's the first one's 6 miles, and the second one's 10 miles. Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay.
Right, and you can see that the horizon is beyond that second platform at 10 miles, platform habitat. Right.
Is it
So this.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So the observer height in this one was 8 foot. I mean, this is kind of showing you how you can test this yourself where you live once you understand the globe model prediction. So the observer height here is 8 foot. The geometric horizon distance for that is 3.5 miles, about 5 kilometers, right? A little bit more than 5 kilometers. But
Yeah,
when we
5
go and
wide.
test, when we go to check that and observe in reality what that should be, we find that the horizon isn't there and it's much further. And where these oil rigs should be obscured on the bottom parts of them by a horizon because they're technically beyond that geometric curve, they're not beyond a geometric curve. They're in front of the horizon. Do you see the issue?
Yeah, sure, but like here. Look at this video, bro.
Which means there is no curve.
So I'll post
Look.
you a video
Get in. You see it? Like,
so that you
beautiful.
can see what the guy's using and the zoom camera.
Look in the chat. You see that a beautiful curve right there?
Right. But did you see the oil rigs with the horizon behind them?
Yeah, but like I can send you exactly
Right.
the same.
So if that was beautiful curve like they've told us, then that horizon couldn't be beyond the oil rigs.
Yeah, but look. Let me say it. Look in chat. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Look at this beautiful. It's only it's about 120 kilometers above.
And that's the curve of the globe, right?
Yes, you can literally see it. You should do that. You can see
So
it
then
yourself.
why when this is what we do. This is we go out and we observe over distances and bodies of water, like the oil rig observation that I was showing you, and that curvature isn't there. So where did it go on those days?
Maybe you think I really should have picked Tyler, man.
What?
Let this GIF, bro. Wait. Let me watch this again.
I can't make out what you're
It's-
saying.
No, I'm looking at something. Wait a second.
I don't know. Maybe there's someone on the FE side who can explain this better than me. Maybe I'm not getting through to him.
No, that other Ulrich is clearly behind the horizon. Looking distorted.
What are you
okay.
looking at?
I'm looking at the chat.
Yeah. So you can see, in that video, it shows you one day where it appears in front of them and one day where it appears behind them. Yeah.
Yeah, that left Ulrich is behind the horizon.
Yeah. Optically.
Yeah.
So this is what we're saying. So the horizon isn't the physical curve of Earth. It's perspective. It's the limit of your view depending on the atmospheric conditions of the day. That's the point. So it'll change from day to day.
How do you explain if I send my little my man here with his rocket? If he goes up into the sky, there's the curvature.
Well, depending on what camera you use and what lens it has, lenses, you get barrel distortion, you get fisheye lenses, so they can appear to curve straight lines in images. Yeah, we can show high altitude footage where it's just a flat horizon, right? But because of the nature of lenses, when you go high up, you can get flat horizons, curved horizons, convex and concave, right? So it's like a bowl. So high altitude imagery isn't the way to prove this. That's why you need to be on the Earth and test line of sight across the surface.
Sure. Oh no, what I would do is like
may I interrupt?
Sure.
Which are you trying the point to prove right now?
Who?
Yeah, you both. Like, what's the point you're trying to prove or disprove?
We're showing that the horizon that we observe is not geometric Earth curve of a ball Earth like they tell us.
You said it's due to two reasons: the atmospheric thing, and the second reason.
I don't know if I did say there was two reasons. There's multiple factors that goes into it. The limit of the optic, your eye or camera, whatever it is you're using, and the camera, the atmospheric conditions, angular size of whatever it is you're looking at over a distance as well will play a role. So yeah, there's a bunch of things that go into it, but the point is they've told us that the horizon is this point that boats are going over a curve of Earth, which geometrically is a predictable distance away from the observer, depending on the height, and you can test that and find that it's not true. So that's what we're talking about.
I mean, we feel like these
But
pictures are
there must
really,
be like
really distorted.
Like there must be some point like when you can't see anything.
Hold on, I can't hear you. You're both speaking at the same time.
Sorry, you go. Okay, you go.
Oh yeah, but like I don't know, man. Like these Ulrich pictures are like really distorted. See the crane.
That's okay. Yeah, there's going to be distortion because he's looking through 10 miles of air, right? So it's going to be like a bit wavy.
Yeah.